The 6 kingdoms were subdued and the realm was unified. In 221 BC, King Zheng of Qin, building upon the legacy of 6 generations of his forebears, conquered the 6 states, ending over 5 centuries of incessant warfare, and proclaimed himself the first emperor. On this day, Ying Zheng led the civil and military officials to perform the heavenly sacrifice and proclaim himself emperor. After the ceremony, concluded, the assembled ministers kowtowed in homage. "We pay our respects to your majesty, the first emperor." Before the words faded, a thunderclap erupted without warning. Boom! The heavens trembled. The starry firmament wavered. The civil and military officials shuddered, prostrating themselves on the ground in terror and unease. Behold! A meteor descended from the sky, tearing through the void, dazzling beyond measure. Golden radiance illuminated the heavens. 10,000 beams of glow, 1,000 streams of auspicious light. Wherever one stood, all could clearly behold a ball of brilliant golden light in the sky. Beneath the astonished gaze of all, the golden light converged, revealing a golden scroll resembling an imperial edict. The scroll shimmered with flowing splendor, interwoven with Dao runes hanging across the heavens, as if suppressing all of eternity, ancient and imperishable, everlasting and undying. Such a fearsome omen immediately startled everyone under heaven. Countless powerful figures lifted their heads in shock and bewilderment. What is this? The first emperor, Ying Zheng, stood before the assembly of civil and military officials, his majestic gaze fixed upon the heavens, tinged with puzzlement. He was clad in a black dragon robe, his feet shod in golden-threaded cloud-gracing boots, the Tianwen sword hanging at his waist, one hand gently resting on its hilt. The 12 beaded tassels of his imperial crown hung down, veiling most of his handsome countenance, adding an air of mystery and majesty that was difficult to fathom. "Your Majesty's virtue surpasses the 3 sovereigns, and your achievements exceed the 5 emperors. Having unified the realm and now ascending to the throne, heaven has sent this auspicious sign. Long may Qin endure for 10,000 generations." Zhao Gao, the director of the Imperial Carriage Office, knelt prostrate with a fawning tone and impassioned voice. Ying Zheng nodded inwardly with great satisfaction. After all, flattery always finds its mark. "Your Majesty is favored by the mandate of heaven, which has sent this auspicious omen. Long may the Great Qin endure." Li Si Wangjian and all the civil and military officials together offered congratulations. Whatever this was, it had to be an auspicious sign. Ying Zheng stood silently gazing up at the heavens, saying not a word. An intangible majesty made it impossible for anyone to dare look directly upon him. Everyone trembled in trepidation, daring not to speak. Meanwhile, at the Ghost Valley, an old man dressed in hempen garments, hoe in hand, as if tending crops, suddenly lifted his head. 2 piercing sword intents, utterly at odds with his simple appearance, blazed forth from his eyes. The sword intent ran rampant, awe-inspiring and terrifying. "What is this golden scroll? Its appearance makes me faintly feel that this world is on the verge of great upheaval." Giguzi's hoe fell to the ground unnoticed, his eyes filled with shock. Though he knew astronomy above and geography below, and was versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, he could not penetrate the mystery of the golden scroll hanging in the heavens. Legend has it that in primordial antiquity there were 9 provinces under heaven, but for reasons unknown the 9 provinces split apart, leaving only the Zhongzhou continent. Could it be? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the school of Yinyang, the Luosheng Hall, the Donghuang Palace. This was a vast hall, so immense that the surroundings, the ceiling, even the floor, all seemed enveloped by stars, forming a universe unto itself, seemingly without boundaries. A woman of peerless beauty stood there serenely. She wore a moon-blue long robe, her dreamlike eyes veiled behind a strip of gauze, making those eyes all the more mysterious. Her face was an exquisite oval, dignified, refined, mysterious, and graceful. Suddenly the woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her deep, beautiful eyes filled with shock and terror. The ways of heaven cannot be fathomed. Had she not stopped in time, she would have died just now. Cold sweat trickled down her delicate back. Her heart still raced with lingering fear. She was Yushin, the right protector of the school of Yinyang. She was skilled in divination, observing the celestial bodies and foreseeing the future. "This is not something you are meant to pry into." Suddenly an indifferent, mysterious voice sounded from nowhere. Yushin's delicate frame trembled. She inclined her body slightly and said with reverence, "Greetings, Lord Donghuang." A figure entirely shrouded in a black robe and wearing a mask appeared before her. It was none other than Donghuang Tai, the leader of the school of Yinyang. The moment the golden scroll manifested, he had performed divination. The result, the mysterious black tortoise jade artifact passed down in his school for 500 years, was reduced to powder in an instant. He likewise suffered the backlash. Were it not for the fact that he had seen nothing at all, he would not have had the chance to stand before Yushin at this moment. Yet although he had divined nothing, the golden scroll in the heavens definitely harbored something of great terror. Divine might beyond measure, and whether it signaled fortune or calamity none could tell. "Does Lord Donghuang know what this golden scroll is?" Yushin asked curiously. Donghuang Tai did not reply, his profound gaze fixed silently upon the golden scroll in the heavens. Yushin dared not ask further and stood quietly behind him. At the Confucian school, the lesser sage manner, Ying Zheng ascends the throne today and heaven sends such an unnatural phenomenon. It must be that he has offended the heavens above. How can such a tyrant claim the title of emperor? Zhang Liang gazed upon the golden scroll in the firmament, a strange gleam passing through his eyes. He was a descendant of the Korean aristocracy, his family having served as chancellors for 5 generations. With Han having been annihilated by Qin, he dreamed of overthrowing Ying Zheng and restoring his kingdom at every waking moment. Although he did not know what the golden scroll was or what purpose it served, he knew full well that machinations aplenty could be spun from it. Wielded well, even if it could not topple the Great Qin, it could certainly throw the empire into chaos. Meanwhile, at the Taoist school, the heavenly sect, Bei Mingzi sat cross-legged on a mountaintop, his entire being merging with heaven and earth and nature, as if he were part of heaven and earth itself. Even if someone passed by, they would subconsciously overlook him, as if he did not exist or as if he had always been there, a part of heaven and earth. This omen has never been seen since time immemorial. Vast and unfathomable, who knows if it bodes fortune or disaster? Bei Mingzi's gaze drifted into the distance. Ying Zheng had just annihilated the 6 states, but the remnants of the 6 kingdoms had not perished. Instead, they lurked in the shadows, watching with deadly intent like venomous serpents, waiting for the right opportunity to strike a fatal blow. And this golden scroll omen was precisely the opportunity for countless ambitious schemers. Can Master not see through this golden scroll either? Xiaoming's gaze drifted, her voice calm, tranquil, seemingly devoid of any emotion. How could beings like us mere mortals presume to pry into heavenly anomalies? Bei Mingzi shook his head slowly and said, "The Tao follows nature. What we should do is not to pry but to perceive, to learn, to comprehend the mysteries contained within." Xiaoming remained silent and indifferent, her beautiful and profound eyes fixed upon the golden scroll radiating immortal light in the firmament, as though she too were comprehending its mysteries. The Taoist human school, the agricultural school, the Mahis school, the medical school, the school of strategy. From the 100 schools of thought and royal nobility above to the common folk and lowly servants below, all stared in shock at the golden scroll that straddled the heavens, stretching countless tens of thousands of li. Each had their own thoughts. Each had their own speculations. What exactly is this golden scroll? Looking at it is like gazing upon a heavenly god. Its awe-inspiring might makes the body tremble uncontrollably in reverence and fear. Today, when His Majesty ascends the throne, could it be that heaven bestows its blessings, sending down this golden scroll as tribute, congratulating His Majesty's divine mandate? No, this must be because Ying Zheng is tyrannical and unjust. Heaven sends down divine punishment, forbidding him to be emperor. The tyrant Ying Zheng has provoked the wrath of heaven. As undercurrents roiled throughout the realm, the enormous golden scroll suspended in the heavens suddenly burst forth with boundless rosy radiance, dyeing the entire sky gold. The radiant light enshrouded everything, and all things returned to spring. Vegetation swayed, and all living beings rejoiced. Everyone felt as though they were soaking in a warm spring. Weariness and pain vanished, and the faces of all blossomed with happiness and delight. A miracle! This was truly a miracle. His Majesty possessed the mandate of heaven. Heaven had sent down auspicious blessings. Long live the Great Qin Empire! Countless commoners cheered, yet the nobles of the 6 states and ambitious powerhouses wore grim faces. The schemes they had just begun to conceive were stillborn before they could be set into motion. Even if they now tried to spread word that this was heaven's punishment, who would believe them? Xianyang. In the imperial hall of the palace, Ying Zheng felt the warm, soothing aura upon his body, and a faint trace of a smile, nearly imperceptible, appeared on his stern, cold countenance. Whatever this golden scroll was, at least for now, it was nothing but beneficial to him. Boom! Suddenly the golden scroll spanning the heavens began to slowly unfurl, and a shocking sword aura emanated from within it, piercing through heaven and earth, striking across the universe. Countless powerhouses were greatly startled. At the same time, the swords in their hands trembled involuntarily, as though drawn to fly up to the heavens and return to the golden scroll above. What's happening? My sword is moving on its own. What is that golden scroll? Could it contain a divine weapon of shocking power? That sword aura is truly astonishing. When it unleashes, 10,000 swords submit. Countless swordsmen gripped their treasured blades, tightly struck with terror. At the headquarters of Lu Sha, a domineering man with a cold countenance and white hair gripped tightly the strange trembling blade in his hand, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the heavens. Such astonishing sword aura. Even my shark-tooth blade trembles. If that is a sword, it is no sword of the mortal world. Is there a divine sword within that golden scroll? In the Xianyang Palace, Gai Nye, the first emperor's chief swordmaster, gripped the Yuanhong sword tightly. In his hand, his eyes filled with curiosity and fervent longing. For a swordsman, a divine sword was an indescribable temptation. The answer will soon be revealed. Ying Zheng gripped the Tianwan's sword at his waist, his sharp gaze locked onto the golden scroll. Boom! Boom! As the golden scroll slowly unfurled, ancient characters, resembling divine swords, emerged, each stroke, dragon flying and phoenix dancing, majestic in bearing, dazzling beyond measure, brilliant beyond compare. The astonishing sword chi that had just erupted emanated from between the characters. Countless powerhouses were shaken. The sword chi seeping merely from between the lines was already this astonishing. The terror of this golden scroll could thus be imagined. Moreover, although the scroll was extremely far away, every character upon it was clearly visible from wherever one stood. Miraculous beyond comprehension. Profound and extraordinary. Soon upon reading the contents of the golden scroll, everyone understood the origin and purpose of the golden ranking. The golden ranking was the embodiment of the vanished Great Dao. It could record all things in the world, even all living beings, and rank them. Those who managed to be listed would receive rewards from the Great Dao. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. The next ranking to manifest was the divine sword ranking of the Central Plains. Besides the divine sword ranking, there were also many other rankings of varying prominence. However, these rankings would not all manifest at once. Instead, one would appear each month at mid-month. Upon learning this, all the swordsmen in the world grew excited. What ordinary people sought was nothing more than fame, fortune, power, and martial skill. Once listed, one would become famous and known throughout the world, and also receive the golden ranking's rewards. Since the golden ranking was the embodiment of the vanished Great Dao, its rewards were bound to be extraordinary, perhaps enabling one to greatly increase their cultivation and surge in power. With fame and strength would obtaining power and influence not be easy. Countless swordsmen waited with bated breath, nervous and excited, hoping that their beloved swords would appear on the ranking. Divine Sword Ranking. I hold the Tianwen sword, having swept through the 6 states and unified the realm. The Tianwen sword will surely seize the top spot. I wonder what rewards await. Ying Zheng gripped the Tianwen sword tightly. Despite his calm exterior, his mind was churning with countless thoughts. The golden ranking was the embodiment of the vanished Great Dao of extraordinary origin. It was truly terrifying. Even if it granted immortal techniques or elixirs, Ying Zheng would not be surprised. If only I could obtain the method of immortality or a suitable pill. Ying Zheng was filled with anticipation. Although he had already unified the 6 states, he increasingly felt that time was insufficient, for there was still too much to accomplish. He longed for eternal life. He desired the Qin dynasty to endure for 10,000 generations. Just as Ying Zheng was pondering, a line of purple characters appeared on the golden ranking with strokes like iron and hooks like silver, exceptional in bearing. Divine Sword Ranking No. 100 Red Pupil Reward 1 Profound Grade Upper Rank Grandmaster Pill, granting any peak-innate martial artist a 100% chance to advance to Grandmaster. On the Central Plains, martial arts flourished. The levels of martial cultivation were divided into Hotian, Shentian, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, and Heavenly Human. Legend said that above Heavenly Human there were land immortals, but no one had ever seen them. Pills and cultivation techniques were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each grade was further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. Legend said that above Heaven grade upper rank there existed a divine grade. Yet the most powerful techniques and pills in the world today only reached Heaven grade upper rank. As for the legendary divine grade, like the land immortals, they had long become myths. A profound grade upper rank Grandmaster pill. A 100% chance to advance to Grandmaster. Good heavens! This is a divine pill. Another Grandmaster will surely be born in the world. At this moment everyone was envious. Most martial artists in the world were only at the Hotian realm. Fewer than 1 in 100 could advance to Xiantian. In the Jianghu, Xiantian cultivators were already considered minor experts. In the army they could serve as commanders of 1,000. Grandmaster powerhouses, however, could found their own sects in the Jianghu or lead an entire army independently. The value of a pill that could guarantee advancement to Grandmaster was self-evident. This is only the reward for the 100th place. For the 100th place they reward a profound grade upper rank Grandmaster pill. Then the top 10 rewards must be Earth grade or even the legendary divine grade. This is bound to change the world. As the saying goes, the chivalrous use martial force to defy laws. Those on the divine sword ranking will surge in power, and chaos may well erupt across the realm. What change? What chaos? All the famous swords in the world are in the hands of the Qin kingdom. The first emperor Ying Zheng's personal sword Tianwen will probably dominate the top spot, and the Qin kingdom's power will inevitably skyrocket because of the divine sword ranking. Indeed. For instance, the second sword on the sword manual Yuan Hong is in the hands of the sword Saint Gainye, the Qin kingdom's foremost sword master, and the net has many famous blades. The 8 swords of King Yuel Wanshan and others. Countless people stared intently at the ranking, discussing excitedly. The red pupil sword, 100th place. At the heaven sect of Taoism, Xiao Meng murmured softly, while holding the chilly sword in her hand. She had heard of that famous blade before. It was no surprise it made the ranking. The chilly sword in her hand ranked 9th among the 10 famous swords in Feng Huzi's sword manual. Thus she did not envy the holder of the red pupil sword. Moreover, despite her young age, she was exceptionally gifted, having already reached the Great Grandmaster realm, so the Grandmaster pill was useless to her. Even so, she was still intrigued by the rewards of the Divine Sword ranking. The Grandmaster pill was useless to her, but that was only the reward for the 100th place. If it were the top 20, the top 10, what rewards would those be? At the very least they would be Earth grade. Earth grade treasures were already at the level of Great Grandmasters, Heaven grade was at the level of heavenly humans. Such treasures would be exceptionally useful to her. Perhaps they could help her better comprehend the heavenly Dao and take a step further. Unconsciously, even the detached master Xiao Meng, whose personality transcended ordinary human nature, indifferent to joy and sorrow, viewing life and death with equanimity, scorning all in her sight, had already become full of anticipation for the Divine Sword ranking. There were also many other powerhouses who shared similar thoughts, such as Wei Zhuanggai, Niezhang Liang Fu Nian Tian Meng. Many minds were churning. I don't possess a famous sword now, but since they've been listed, if I can get my hands on one, I'll not only obtain a famous blade, but also receive the Great Dao's reward. This is my chance to change my fate. I laugh in the face of death. If you don't accept it, fight. The holders of these famous swords are not all strong. I may still have a chance. After all, no matter how high one's martial arts, a cup of poison can bring them down. Immediately countless people began formulating secret plans. What they regretted, however, was that the Divine Sword ranking did not indicate the holders, making it quite difficult to locate them. Moreover, those who held famous swords but lacked sufficient strength would surely hide themselves. Still, these difficulties did not deter those with ulterior motives. When the profit is great enough, even death is not feared. Why fear difficulty? At that moment, characters on the Divine Sword ranking condensed one by one, and the next rankings manifested. Divine Sword ranking No. 99. Frost Soul Reward, Profound Grade Upper Rank Foundation Consolidating Pill. It strengthens the original essence, consolidates one's foundation, enhances potential, and eliminates all hidden injuries in the body. No. 98. Red Snake Reward, Profound Grade Upper Rank Poison Repelling Pill. After taking it, one becomes immune to all poisons below Heaven grade, and even has great resistance to Heaven grade poisons. A poison repelling pill. Not bad at all. At the headquarters of the Flow Sand, an enchanting woman in a red dress swayed her seductive waist, her bewitching eyes fixed on the golden ranking in the sky as she murmured. From her snow-white jade-like shoulder, a red-banded king snake slithered out, slowly flicking its forked tongue and hissing. She was Qi Lian, the assassin of Flow Sand. Originally the princess of the Han Kingdom, she had crossed paths with the red-banded king snake by chance, and thus became the assassin Qi Lian. Although she was highly skilled in using poison, and possessed strong natural resistance, her years of dealing with venom had allowed toxins to invade her body, causing hidden injuries. This poison-repelling pill came just in time. With it, she would no longer fear any poison below Heaven grade, and it could help her better study toxins and strengthen her power. I wonder where my shark tooth will rank. Wei Zhuang rested his crossed hands atop the hilt of his shark-toothed sword, wearing a heavy black coat, trimmed with gold. His white hair flew in the wind, and his cold gaze exuded dominance and malevolence. Divine Sword ranking 51st. Cold Cicada. Reward bestows upon the holder, the Shen rank Superior Gold Radiance Sword Art Sword, like light, one strike, instant kill. 50th. Hidden Dragon. Reward bestows upon the holder, an Earth rank Inferior Grandmaster Pill. A Grandmaster at its peak who takes it will increase the chance of advancing to Grandmaster by 70%. A Grandmaster Pill. My heavens, a 70% increase. Almost a guaranteed advancement to Grandmaster. Who is the master of Hidden Dragon? The world is about to gain another Grandmaster level swordsman. It seems the top 50 is a threshold, with rewards jumping directly from Shen rank to Earth rank. I wonder who owns the Cold Cicada. His mind must be shattered right now. Indeed, just one rank apart, yet the rewards are worlds apart. Seeing the reward for the 50th rank, countless warriors had bloodshot eyes burning with fervor. A pill that could increase the chance of becoming a Grandmaster by 70%. What an outrageously heaven-defying elixir. One must know that the legendary Ghost Valley disciple, now Qin's chief swordsmanship master sword Saint Gainia, was only at the Grandmaster level. In this era where heavenly beings were rarely encountered, a Grandmaster was the ceiling of martial combat power. At the farmstead, Gonggong Hall, Wu Kuang under the alias Mr. Jean stared fiercely at the Divine Sword ranking, fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. Who is Hidden Dragon? How dare he rank ahead of me? I have been at the peak of Grandmaster for 10 years, only lacking a Grandmaster pill. And now I have missed it. Despicable. Hateful. Wu Kuang gnashed his teeth, the sword in his hand trembling, slightly ringing with a sharp note, murderous intent surging. Don't let me find out who you are. While Wu Kuang's hatred was still simmering, the master of Hidden Dragon was sitting by a clear small river, quietly fishing with a rod. He was a young man, plainly dressed, even shabby, carrying a sword on his back. He was Han Xian, holder of the 50th ranked Hidden Dragon sword. A Grandmaster pill. Not bad. With this pill I can advance to Grandmaster. Han Xian glanced at the divine sword ranking indifferently, then continued fishing. If an ordinary person had obtained a Grandmaster pill, they would have been ecstatic, dancing with joy. But he remained calm, as if nothing could shake his state of mind. Unmoved by gains, unperturbed by losses. His expression unchanged even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. Commonly known as emotional flatness. Besides, is a Grandmaster pill as fragrant as fishing? If he couldn't catch a fish, he would go hungry today. In Xianying Palace, Ying Zheng held the Tian-1 sword tightly, his calm and deep gaze fixed on the divine sword ranking. This divine sword ranking bestows many pills and sword arts. The top 50 already have earth rank pills. The top 10 might have heaven rank pills, and the top 3 or even the first might be divine rank pills. Thinking of this, even Ying Zheng's powerful heart could not help but stir ripples spreading within. Perhaps he could truly obtain the elixir of immortality. Even if not, a pill that extended life by decades would be fine. I wonder what rank the Yuanhong sword can achieve. And what reward will it bring? Beside Ying Zheng, the chief swordsman Gai Nie could not help but tighten his grip on the Yuanhong sword. Though he did not need a Grandmaster pill, the rewards of the divine sword ranking also stirred his heart. Not only Ying Zheng and Gai Nie, but all swordsmen who held famous swords across the land felt their hearts burn, staring intently at the ranking filled with anticipation. Under the gaze of the masses, the divine sword ranking continued to be revealed at a steady pace. Each rank that emerged drew exclamations of surprise. Not only because of the astonishing rewards, but also because of the famous swords, known or unknown, that appeared on it. Divine sword ranking 40th, Dragon Sword. Reward bestows upon the holder the earth rank medium shadow kills sword art sword follows shadow follows form 1 strike kills 10. Look, the reward level has risen again. Does it mean that every 10 ranks within the top 50 see an increase in tier? Then the top 30 would be earth rank superior, the top 20 heaven rank inferior, the top 10 heaven rank medium, and the first place might be heaven rank superior. Heavens, even heaven rank superior rewards exist. And more. The 50th to 100th ranks all receive Shen rank superior rewards, while the 40th to 50th get earth rank inferior. The higher the rank, the better the reward. Possibly even legendary divine rank treasures. Countless powerhouses began to breathe heavily. Those without a famous sword grew even more eager, thinking that they must somehow obtain one. Someone once said, when profit reaches 10, people begin to stir. When it reaches 50, they dare to take risks. When it reaches 100, they will trample all human laws. And when it reaches 300, they will not even fear the gallows. The rewards on the divine sword ranking were enough to drive people mad. In Xianying Palace, many knew that Zhang Han's sword was Dragon Sword, and they congratulated him. Congratulations, General Zhang, for obtaining the Shadow Kill sword art, elevating your strength to a new level. You flatter me, honored officials. Thanks to His Majesty's grace, I am fortunate to be on the list. Though Zhang Han did not receive a pill reward, this earth rank medium Shadow Kill sword art suited him well, and could enhance his strength considerably. If he passed it on to the Shadow Guards, it would elevate their strength as well. My net has the most famous swords, yet none have appeared on the list yet. They must be in the top 40. Zhao Gao's heart was full of expectation, eyes burning. The divine sword ranking continued to update slowly. Divine sword ranking 36th, Zhan Lu. Reward bestows upon the holder earth rank medium. 35th, Pure June. Reward bestows upon the holder earth rank medium. 34th, Chaos God. Reward bestows upon the holder earth rank medium Chaos Wind sword art. 30th, Cut Water. Reward bestows upon the holder earth rank superior soul returning pill. As long as there is a breath, it can revive the person. Holy crap, an earth rank superior soul returning pill. That's practically a second life. Damn, is net about to dominate the entire ranking. 29th, True Steel. Reward bestows upon the holder earth rank superior overlord sword art. 28th, Dark Shearing. Reward bestows upon the holder earth rank superior black-white kill sword. 27th, Cover Sun. Reward bestows upon the holder earth rank superior eclipse sun sword art. Holy crap. Net has already taken 8 spots. Only the Shocking Eel is missing from the 8 swords of Yu King. I didn't expect Shocking Eel to rank higher. Countless warriors stared at the divine sword ranking, their eyes filled with burning jealousy. It was outrageous that a single organization like Net had occupied so many spots. However, when they saw the 26th rank, they were stunned. On the divine sword ranking 26th, Ink Brow. Reward bestows upon the holder an earth rank superior Taiji sword art, using softness to overcome hardness, slowness to overcome speed, combining strength and gentleness, and defeating the strong with the weak. It's not the Shocking Eel sword. Where did the Shocking Eel sword go? Did it fail to make the list? Impossible. All the other 8 swords of Yu King are on the list. How could Shocking Eel alone be missing? Is it higher up? Impossible, right? Shocking Eel should not be stronger than Cover Sun. Everyone discussed in confusion, very puzzled. However, as the former master of the shocking eel sword net's leader Zhao Gao seemed to think of something, and his expression turned dark as water. That was many years ago. Shocking Eel was ordered to assassinate Lord Xinling Wei Wuji, but after completing the mission she betrayed Net, because she was pregnant. He sent assassins after her. But even while pregnant, Shocking Eel's combat power was still terrifying. After suffering heavy losses, he directly dispatched Cover Sun. Just as they were about to succeed, a figure, holding a bow, slowly walked out. Without a word, he shot an arrow that transformed into a white tiger, annihilating 300 Net assassins. Even Cover Sun, a heaven-ranked assassin, was severely wounded. By my master's command I protect Shocking Eel. If you pursue again you die. The man with the bow coldly left a sentence and departed with Shocking Eel. According to Cover Sun, if the opponent hadn't wanted him to deliver a message, he would have died under that arrow. Every time he recalled that extraordinary peerless arrow, Cover Sun felt fear. Even 20 years later, he still could not withstand that man's arrow. Because of this, even Zhao Gao dared not send anyone to pursue, let alone retrieve the Shocking Eel sword. The opponent was a divine archer, likely a heaven realm archer. Such a powerhouse could assassinate him even if he were Net's leader. Moreover, that person was merely a subordinate. Could Shocking Eel have made a remarkable breakthrough under that person's command? Zhao Gao pondered inwardly. He knew that the ranking on the divine sword ranking was influenced not only by the sword itself but also by the sword's fame, the holder's strength, and so on. Just like Ying Zheng's Tian-1 sword. By itself, the Tian-1 sword could not be ranked first on the Feng Hu's sword ranking. And while everyone's thoughts were swirling, the 25th rank on the divine sword ranking appeared. Seeing the list, everyone was stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Divine sword ranking 25th, Han Guang reward bestows upon the wielder the earth grade superior, shadowless sword art. Formless and intangible, unfathomable in its changes. How can this be? How could second uncle's Han Guang sword only rank 25th? Indeed, I think it could at least enter the top 20. At the Little Sage Manor, countless Confucian disciples erupted in uproar. The Han Guang sword was the blade of Yen Lu, the second master of the Confucian school. Ranked 16th on the Feng Hu Z sword list, it was one of the 3 swords of Kong Zhou, recorded in the Lizi Tongwen. Legend spoke of a sword without form, having 2 tips, its body only visible under light. Invisible to the eye, wielded without any sense of contact, boundless and seamless, it passed through objects without their awareness, its edge concealed yet ever present. Such was the essence of Han Guang. Second senior brother's Han Guang sword only ranks 25th. Does this world truly possess 9 other unknown swords more formidable than Han Guang? Zhang Liang, the third master of the Confucian school, gently stroked the Ling Su sword in his hand, his brow deeply furrowed. Though well-traveled and knowledgeable, he could not fathom how there could be 9 unknown swords surpassing Han Guang. If 1 or 2 such swords appeared, it would be plausible. But 9? It was utterly unimaginable. For Han Guang not to enter the top 20 is truly unexpected. To think there are so many unknown swords in the world. Fu Nian, the leader of the Confucian school, gently caressed the Tai sword in his hand, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. I wonder where my Tai sword will rank. Countless swordsmen and Confucian disciples were puzzled and engaged in fervent discussion. Yet the divine sword ranking continued to announce its standings calmly. Divine sword ranking 24th, Artian Zhao reward bestows upon the wielder an earth grade superior Hui Chun Dan, which can extend one's lifespan by 10 years. Hui Chun Dan. In the Xianying Palace, Ying Zheng's eyes suddenly blazed with an extraordinary light. Though not an elixir of immortality, a pill that extended lifespan was exceedingly rare. Moreover, now that there was a pill to extend life, the likelihood of encountering an immortality elixir later grew even greater. Your Majesty, this servant has learned that Tian Zhao belongs to Su Fu, the Lord of the Cloud Dream, one of the 5 great elders of the Yin Yang school. Your servant is willing to go. Likely Su Fu would be delighted to offer it to your Majesty. Zhao Gao, though focused on the divine sword ranking, was even more attentive to Ying Zheng. Seeing Ying Zheng's expression, he instantly knew that the emperor coveted the Hui Chun Dan. He hurried forward with a flattering suggestion. Good. If Su Fu willingly offers the pill, I shall grant him 1,000 gold and infef him as a marquis of 10,000 households. Ying Zheng nodded slightly, then declared, Issue an edict, whoever presents the rewards of the divine sword ranking shall receive a great reward. Your servant obeys. Zhao Gao was overjoyed. By having Su Fu offer the pill, he too would earn great merit. Moreover, with the emergence of the divine sword ranking, his network Luo Wang had profited considerably, increasing its overall strength by at least 20%. Divine sword ranking 23rd. Who per reward bestows upon the wielder an earth grade superior, Tiger's Roar art. The sword strikes like a tiger's roar. Before the blade reaches it, seizes the soul, drains the courage, and dominates the world. 22nd Ju K reward bestows upon the wielder an earth grade superior, heavy sword art. A heavy sword has no edge, great skill seems clumsy. One sword breaks all techniques, overwhelming force conquers 100. 21st, Ling Su reward bestows upon the wielder, an earth grade superior. Ling Feng 9 swords. Like a wind in an empty valley, transcendent and ethereal. At the agricultural school Chi Yu Hall. What a splendid tiger's roar art. It complements my Hoopa sword perfectly, domineering and overwhelming. Tian, who the master of Chi Yu Hall, brandished the Hoopa sword laughing with exhilaration. Though he had not entered the top 20 obtaining the tiger's roar art, a sword technique perfectly suited to him still filled him with joy. Congratulations, Hall Master. With the tiger's roar art you are like a tiger with wings. Invincible under heaven. The disciples of Chi Yu Hall offered their congratulations one after another. Haha, well said. All disciples shall be handsomely rewarded. Tian, who swung the Hoopa sword, laughing heartily. Arrogant by nature and fiery-tempered, he now felt even more confident after acquiring such a martial art. However, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the agricultural school's Chi Yu Hall, the Confucian disciples at the Little Sage Manor were filled with indignation. The Ling Su sword was the blade of Zhang Liang, the third master of the Confucian school. The renowned sword appraiser of the Chu State Feng Hu Zi once commented, "The sword's body is tall and elegant, dazzlingly clear and radiant, impossible to gaze upon directly. The green leather scabbard naturally formed is inlaid with 18 blood of the loyal, from the North Sea. Though a sharp weapon, it bears no trace of bloodshed, exuding an ethereal grace. A true masterpiece among celebrated swords. Though a sword is a tool of violence, it is even rarer to carry one's will and illuminate one's heart through it. The swordmaker must be a transcendent sage who comprehends the world and knows the heavens above. Though it is an ancient artifact from the later Zhou drifting through turbulent times for years, it will not find its true master without encountering a prodigy of extraordinary talent." Thus it was said, like a wind in an empty valley, transcendent and ethereal. The Ling Su sword ranked 10th on the sword list, yet now it had not even made it into the top 20 on the divine sword ranking. At the Little Sage Manor within the Sutra Library, Xuanzi stood by the window, his temples streaked with gray, hands clasped behind his back. His profound gaze quietly fixed on the divine sword ranking. "Uncle, most of the famous swords under heaven are now on the list. At most less than 10 remain, but there are 20 spots left. Can there truly be so many hidden swords in this world?" Funyan, the leader of the Confucian school, asked. Even racking his brains, he could not imagine how to fill these 20 vacancies. The heavens and earth are vast, full of wonders. Humans in this world are but a drop in the ocean. Not knowing does not mean they do not exist. Watch on and you will understand. Xuanzi's gaze remained fixed, his voice calm and indifferent, as if detached from all worldly concerns. "Your words are profound, uncle. Your disciple will remember this teaching." Funyan bowed with clasped hands, then fell silent, quietly watching the ranking. Divine sword ranking 20th. Chiu Li reward bestows upon the wielder, a heaven-grade inferior sword technique. Supreme goodness like water. Drops of water wear through stone, water benefits all things without contention. It can be yielding or firm, changing unpredictably. 19th, Shui Han reward bestows upon the wielder, a heaven-grade inferior technique. Profound ice sword art. Condense chi into ice, form ice into a sword. Where the heart goes the sword follows. 18th, Qi Shao reward bestows upon the wielder, a heaven-grade inferior technique. True dragon art. With the nation's fortune upon you, cultivation becomes 100-fold. The imperial dragon chi is invincible and unstoppable. Heavens! The top 20 truly are heaven-grade sword techniques. Countless martial artists were thrilled. Seeing the rewards, their eyes reddened with envy, yearning to fly over and seize them. At the Taoist school heavenly sect, Xiaomeng looked at the Chiu Li sword, which ranked 9th on the usual list but now only placed 20th on the divine sword ranking. Her originally cold and aloof eyes flickered slightly. Supreme goodness like water. This sword technique aligns well with our Taoist principles. It seems the rewards granted by the divine sword ranking are tailored to the wielder's traits. Bei Mingzi's voice was calm, but inwardly he was equally puzzled. The Shui Han sword ranked 7th on the sword list was only 19th. The remaining swords, Tian Wen Yuan Hong Tai Yigan Zhang Mo Yi and Shui Ji, had not yet appeared. Even if some unknown treasured swords were added, could there still be more than 10 vacancies? However, this Qi Shao sword is intriguing. It seems its wielder possesses the fate of an emperor. Ying Zheng will surely be restless. Bei Mingzi's gaze shifted from the Shui Han sword to the Qi Shao sword ranked 18th, and his voice carried a hint of emotion. Xianyang Palace. Divine sword list 18th Crimson Dawn sword. Ying Zheng pressed one hand on Tianwen, his intangible majesty filling every inch of space, his gaze fixed on the celestial list. The true dragon art. A fine true dragon art indeed. Blessed by national destiny, 100-fold cultivation speed, sovereign dragon aura, invincible. Ying Zheng's voice was deep and weighty. What did this signify? It meant that the wielder of the Crimson Dawn sword possessed the fate of an emperor. Your Majesty, this servant shall immediately apprehend the Crimson Dawn sword and its holder. Under heaven, who else but your Majesty is worthy of cultivating the true dragon art? Zhao Gao stepped forward at once, requesting the mission. Such an opportunity for merit could not be missed. No rush. I wish to see what else remains unknown to me on this list, and then deal with everything at once. Ying Zheng's voice was steady and forceful, carrying the authority and confidence of one who ruled the world. Now few famed swords remained unlisted, meaning at least a dozen were beyond his knowledge. Among them some might harbor treason, like the Crimson Dawn sword. As you command. Zhao Gao respectfully withdrew, continuing to watch the list's changes. Divine Sword List 17th Snow G. Reward bestows upon the wielder, a heaven-grade lower-tier pill, the Enlightenment Pill, which grants a quarter hour of continuous enlightenment upon consumption. 16th Ganjiang and Moyi. Reward bestows upon the wielder, a heaven-grade lower-tier sword technique, the Yin-Yang Cyclic Sword Art. Yin and Yang in rotation, watertight defense, invincible. 15th Shark Tooth. Reward bestows upon the wielder, a heaven-grade mid-tier sword technique, the heaven-splitting sword drawing art. The sword drawn decides life and death, splitting heaven and earth. Heavens. A heaven-grade mid-tier sword technique. The sword drawn decides life and death, splitting heaven and earth. Such a tyrannical and sharp technique. Now with 5 ranks between upgrades, the top 10 are guaranteed heaven-grade top-tier treasures, and the top 5 may well be divine-grade treasures. My God, are divine-grade treasures about to emerge? Countless martial artists held their breath, trembling with excitement and fervor. 15th then. At the Lusha headquarters, Wei Zhuang gently caressed his demonic sword Shark Tooth, neither surprised nor overly disappointed. After all, even the 5th-ranked Ganjiang and Moyi had only placed 16th. His Shark Tooth at 15th was reasonable. With this sword technique, my strength will surely surge. I wonder what reward my senior brother will receive. Wei Zhuang was highly satisfied with the heaven-splitting sword-drawing art. This technique seemed tailor-made for him, perfectly matching his taste. He immediately thought of his dear senior brother. The next time they met, he would fight a thrilling battle. Without expectation, there was no disappointment. While Wei Zhuang savored his satisfaction, furious roars erupted from the Lai Mountain Hall of the Farmer School. What of the Ghost Valley disciple? Damn it! A sword not even on the list. Shark Tooth dares to surpass my Ganjiang and Moyi. The heaven-splitting sword-drawing art should be mine. Tianmeng wielding Ganjiang and Moyi with both hands slashed wildly in fury, releasing sword energy that shattered the hall into pieces. Since Jing and I had not come to the farmer school, the swords remained in his possession. Outside, countless farmer school disciples knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. No one dared to enter. Going in would mean being cleaved in two. Tianmeng's brutality was all too familiar to these disciples of Lai Mountain Hall. Big brother, calm down. Later I'll go with you to find Wei Zhuang. Let's see if his Shark Tooth can beat my Tiger Soul. Tian, who strode over with the Tiger Soul sword, casually deflecting the sword energy of Ganjiang, and Moyi, his tone arrogant. The Ghost Valley disciple's reputation was considerable, but he refused to yield. He had faith in his own sword, especially after the Divine Sword List rewarded him with the Tiger Roar art, which would further enhance his strength. Good. I've long wanted to see the prowess of a Ghost Valley disciple. Tianmeng sheathed his sword with a cold voice. The Ghost Valley disciple's fame could not intimidate them. Among the 100 schools of thought, the Farmer School was a standout, easily ranking in the top 10. The Taoist School, Heaven Sect. Shark Tooth, being a demonic sword, is not on Feng Hu's sword list, but its strength rivals famous swords, and its wielder is a Ghost Valley disciple. Placing 15th is not surprising. Bei Mingzi gazed at the list, still puzzled. Even counting swords like Shark Tooth not on Feng Hu's list, he could not think of over a dozen famed swords remaining. The unlisted ones now were Tianwen Yuanhong and Tai Yi. At the small saintly sage manor in the Sutra Library, senior brother's Tai Yi sword should make the top 10. Zhang Liang speculated. But the next moment his pupils contracted in shock. Divine Sword List 14th Tai Yi. Reward bestows upon the wielder, a heaven-grade mid-tier sword technique, the Green Lotus sword art. Kill one man every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. 13th Yuan Hong. Reward bestows upon the wielder, a heaven-grade mid-tier enlightenment pill granting half an hour of enlightenment upon consumption. 12th Jing and I. Reward bestows upon the wielder, a heaven-grade mid-tier sword technique, the Phantom Sword Body. When mastered, can manifest 12 phantom sword bodies, each possessing 1/10 of the original's combat power. What? The sect leader's Tai Yi only ranks 14th. The second-ranked Yuan Hong is 13th. Jing and I is actually 12th. Is this a mistake? Has the Divine Sword List malfunctioned? Martial artists across the land erupted in uproar, unable to believe their eyes. In their view, Yuan Hong and Tai Yi should have no trouble entering the top 10. Yet here they were at 13th and 14th. Jing and I is 12th. At the spider web headquarters, Yen Ri, clad in full armor, looked on with a complex expression. Both Jing and I and Yen Ri were among the 8 swords of King Yue, fundamentally similar. That Jing and I ranked 12th far above him could only mean Jing Ni's cultivation vastly surpassed his own. With that thought, Yen Ri recalled the terrifying archer he encountered 20 years ago, while pursuing Jing and I. The horror of that archer was etched in his memory unforgettable. Even now, as the spiderweb's top assassin, the mere thought sent chills down his spine. Yet such a fearsome expert was but a subordinate of someone else. He could not fathom what organization that was, nor what earth-shattering existence their master must be. That Jing and I joined them and grew in strength was understandable. But others were utterly baffled. Even Ying Zheng was surprised. Zhao Gao, this Jing and I is from the spiderweb, is she not? She even ranks before Master Guy. I am quite curious about her. I didn't know your spiderweb harbored such a figure. Ying Zheng looked at Zhao Gao, his deep gaze revealing neither pleasure nor anger. Yet Zhao Gao was terrified, trembling with fear. Your Majesty, this servant is guilty. Jing and I was indeed once of the spider web, but after betraying the organization 20 years ago, she vanished without a trace. No matter how I searched, I could not find her. I beg your Majesty's punishment. Zhao Gao fell to his knees with a thud, speaking in a trembling voice. Oh! Ying Zheng was somewhat surprised. He had assumed Jing and I was a hidden expert of Zhao Gao's, but she had long since defected from the spider web. Neither Ying Zheng nor Gai Nye doubted the spider web's inability to find Jing and I. Although the spider web was all-powerful and pervasive, it was useless against truly formidable experts. Jing Ni's ranking of 12th was testament to her strength. It was only natural that the spider web could not locate her. For failing to control subordinates, forfeit 1 year's salary as a warning. Ying Zheng said calmly, Thank you, your Majesty, for your grace. Zhao Gao bowed in gratitude. Forfeiting a year's salary meant nothing to him. Clearly Ying Zheng had no intention of truly punishing him. Rise. Ying Zheng ignored him, focusing instead on the divine sword list. He looked up at the celestial list. The moment he saw it, he was stunned. How can this be? The divine sword ranking 11th place, Tian 1. Reward grants the holder the celestial grade mid-tier cultivation art, the imperial ancestral dragon art, which bestows imperial Dao true Qi invulnerability to all evils, the blessing of national fortune, and a 100-fold boost in cultivation speed. How is this possible? At this moment no one paid attention to the reward. Everyone was stunned. The Tian 1 sword was not even the top-ranked, nor did it enter the top 10. This news was too shocking, too terrifying. King Ying Zheng of Qin, wielding Tianwen, swept across the 6 realms, unified the world, established the unified Great Qin Empire, possessed virtues, surpassing the 3 sovereigns and merits, exceeding the 5 emperors, hence, he was called the first emperor. His personal sword did not even make it into the top 10. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Zhao Gao, the civil and military officials and countless guards all knelt down, not daring to look up at the ranking. This is absolutely terrifying. The first emperor's personal sword did not even make it into the top 10. Whose sword in the world could surpass Ying Zheng's Tian 1? Tian 1 did not even enter the top 10. What divine weapons must the top 10 be? Gai Nye, though astonished that Tian 1 was only ranked 11th, was even more curious about what kind of divine swords the top 10 were. How could they overpower the first emperor's personal sword Tian 1? All the famous swords currently known were on the list. He truly could not think of any other famous swords. Alright, rise. Why would I be angry? Ying Zheng was only surprised for a moment before regaining his composure. It was merely a personal sword, ranking 11th was nothing. The world is vast, who knows what other peerless divine swords exist. The imperial ancestral dragon art is indeed excellent, but how could there be 10 swords in the world that surpass all known famous swords yet remain unknown? Ying Zheng was very curious. Not only he but all martial artists in the world were stirred with intense curiosity. The Taoist school, the heavenly sect. I cannot believe that Ying Zheng's Tian 1 is only ranked 11th while all the famous swords I know are on the list. What kind of swords are the top 10? Bei Mingzi racked his brains, feeling that he had wasted these 70 or 80 years. Could it be? Suddenly a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Gigu. Giguzi gently stroked his white beard, his eyes, seemingly interwoven with 2 strands of vertical and horizontal sword, intent with a thoughtful expression. Are there really 10 swords in the world that I do not know of? Giguzi began to doubt his life, feeling that he had wasted his years of study. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something, his pupils constricting, and he exclaimed in shock. Could it be divine swords from the primordial era? Divine swords from the primordial era. At the little sage village in the scripture repository, Xuanzi also thought of this possibility. Funan said in surprise, the primordial era is too far from now. Many records have disappeared. Even if we know of the primordial era, it is only fragments of information. Correct. If the top 10 swords are divine swords from the primordial era, it is normal that we do not know of them. Yanlu nodded and echoed. And it is reasonable that divine swords from the primordial era occupy the top 10 of the divine sword ranking, surpassing Tian 1. In that case, the top 10 swords are most likely divine swords passed down from the primordial era. Divine swords passed down from the primordial era. At the headquarters of the Yin school after Donghuang Tai voiced the same conjecture as Guguzi and Xuanzi Xinghuan's eyes suddenly brightened. If we can collect these divine swords passed down from the primordial era, we will not only obtain the divine weapons of the primordial era, but also receive the divine sword ranking rewards. Correct, Xinghuan. I entrust this task to you. Be sure to collect the divine swords passed down from the primordial era, the more the better. Donghuang Tai nodded slightly and entrusted this task to the protector Xinghuan. Rest assured, leader, I guarantee to collect all the divine swords. Xinghuan was confident and arrogant, as if the top 10 divine swords were already in his pocket. The top 15 of the divine sword ranking already give celestial grade mid-tier rewards. The top 10 must be celestial grade upper tier, and the top 5 are likely divine grade rewards. Divine grade rewards, whether they are sword techniques, cultivation arts, or elixirs, are bound to be extraordinary things. If I obtain them, the Yin school will surely become the foremost among the 100 schools of thought. I might even break through the barrier between heaven and man, and ascend to the legendary realm of the land Immortal. Donghuang Tai's heart burned with excitement, a firm glint flashed in his eyes. He was determined to obtain the reward of the top 10 of the divine sword ranking. The Mahis school, the Mechanism City, Gao Jianli's Waterhan sword, and the leader Yen Dan's Inkbrow both successfully made it onto the divine sword ranking, making the Mahist people very happy. Yen Dan caressed the Inkbrow with his palm, his eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. If I can obtain the reward of the top 10 of the divine sword ranking, I might be able to overthrow the tyrannical Qin and restore the Yen kingdom. It's a pity that the divine sword ranking did not reveal the names of the sword holders, otherwise it would be easy for me to find the top 10 people. No matter what, I must find the people of the top 10 of the divine sword ranking. If they cooperate, that's best, if not. Yen Dan's eyes revealed a murderous intent, seizing famous swords, stealing rewards, killing and robbing. These were nothing but routine for him. As long as it's not discovered, it's fine. Even if discovered, it's no matter. As long as he gets the reward of the divine sword ranking, he will have the strength to restore his country. In this world, in the end, it's about the power of the fist. Benevolence, righteousness, morality, all can go to hell. And amidst the uproar of the world, with countless people shocked and puzzled, the 10th place of the divine sword ranking was finally announced. Boom, boom, boom. The divine sword ranking trembled, radiating 10,000 rays of rosy light and 1,000 colorful streams. Terrifying sword chi filled the cosmos and coalesced into 2 divine swords. The swords were 3 feet 9 inches long with golden hilts wrapped in swirling sword chi. Their terrifying sharpness seemed to pierce through the cosmos, directly striking into people's souls, as if to tear their souls apart. My God, is this the treatment for the top 10 of the divine sword ranking? They can even manifest sword projections. What swords are these? Like Ganjiang and Mo Yi, they are also a pair. Such terrifying sword chi. Even a single projection makes one tremble. Swordsmen all over the world were stunned beyond measure, staring intently at the divine sword ranking, their eyes filled with excitement, anticipation, and fervor. Is this a divine sword from the top 10 of the divine sword ranking? Wei Zhuang held down the trembling shark tooth in his hand, his sharp eyes fixed on the projected divine sword on the ranking, brimming with fighting spirit. He wished he could fight it. Sooner or later, I will let you fight it. In Xianying Palace, Gai Nye tightly gripped his Yuanhong sword and murmured to himself, Master Gai, if you encounter someone from the top 10 of the divine sword ranking in Xianying, be sure to inform me, so I can watch the battle. Ying Zheng's voice was full of anticipation. The top 10 of the divine sword ranking had suppressed his Tianwen. He could not personally fight like a swordsman, but he eagerly looked forward to a battle between the Yuan Hong, which was second only to his own sword, and a top 10 sword. He wanted to see what divine abilities the top 10 of the divine sword ranking possessed. Could they surpass his Qin's chief swordsmanship master, the sword Saint Gai Nye? If I have the chance to encounter them, I will certainly report to your majesty. Gai Nye nodded. However, the chance of encountering them in Xianying was probably not high, and if they left Xianying, Ying Zheng as the emperor could not go specifically to watch the battle. At this moment, the 10th famous sword on the divine sword ranking was announced. Divine sword ranking 10th place, unrivaled sword. Holder, martial god. Description: a peerless divine weapon divided into the unrivaled Yang sword and unrivaled Yin sword. When wielded by loving partners who share a deep connection, they can unleash the unparalleled sword technique, city subduing love. Reward: celestial grade upper tier sword technique, the Yin Yang dual extremes sword art. Yin and Yang, the 2 poles, 1 Yin and 1 Yang, when combined become invincible. Gasps of amazement. Is this the treatment for the top 10 of the divine sword ranking? Not only do they display sword projections, but also the holder's title and a description. The prestige level just went up. It's absolutely crushing everyone behind. Celestial grade upper tier sword technique. The 10th place is indeed a celestial grade upper tier sword technique. A single celestial grade upper tier sword technique is enough to be a sex treasure. Among the 100 schools of thought, the renowned Gigu school only has one celestial grade upper-tier cultivation art. According to the pattern of 5 places, the reward increases by 1 tier. The top 5 must be divine grade rewards. My god, I'm so envious, it's driving me crazy. Damn, who is this martial god? Such an arrogant title, daring to call himself the martial god. Does he really think he is the god of martial arts? Peerless sword, unmatched under heaven. Martial god, the god of martial arts. Arrogant. At the Flow Sand headquarters, Wei Zhuang gripped his shark-toothed sword tightly, his cold and piercing gaze fixed stubbornly on the peerless sword, ranked 10th on the divine sword list, with defiance in his heart. If he ever encountered the martial god, he would make the martial god feel the might of the shark tooth. The Mahist school. The Mechanism City. The Mahist Grandmaster Yen Dan stared at the peerless sword, his eyes flickering slightly. He had never heard of the peerless sword, nor of the martial god. The other party was likely not a member of the 100 schools of thought or any major power. Mahist disciples spare no effort in searching for the martial god, the holder of the peerless sword. Report immediately upon any news. I shall personally recruit him into the Mahist school to strengthen our ranks. If he agrees, best. If he dares to refuse, do not blame me for being ruthless. The Grandmaster is wise. Gao Jianli, Master Ban, Great Iron Hammer, and other Mahist leaders responded in low voices. The Mahist Grandmaster personally extending an invitation. What an honor. Surely the martial god would not refuse. Thus the Mahist school would gain another expert. Moreover, the Mahist Grandmaster's willingness to humble himself and personally invite showed his thirst for talent, a blessing for the Mahist school. The Taoist school. The heavenly sect. Peerless sword. Unmatched under heaven, what a domineering name. Truly worthy of a divine sword that can overpower the heavens. Question and rank 10th. Bei Mingzi stroked his beard, exclaiming with admiration. Such a divine sword cannot be a nameless blade. Could it truly be a divine sword left from the ancient era, simply not recorded in history? Not only Bei Mingzi was puzzled. Donghuang, Tai Xuanzi, Giguzi, and others were all secretly speculating. Even with their vast knowledge, they had never heard of the peerless sword. Peerless sword. If I have the chance, I must see it. In the Xianyang Palace sword, St. Gai Nye memorized the names of the peerless sword and the martial god, a fighting spirit rising in his heart. Since ancient time, scholars have no first, warriors have no second. Although he had no obsession with being first as a swordsman, he wished to witness a stronger swordsman or sword. I am quite looking forward to it. Ying Zheng's gaze was deep, revealing neither joy nor anger. Although the heavens question was overshadowed by the peerless sword, he did not care too much. He was not a swordsman but an emperor. No matter how formidable a swordsman beneath the Great Qin's iron cavalry, he would have to submit and become a sword in his hand. And just as the names of the peerless sword and the martial god were deeply etched into the hearts of countless swordsmen, across the land the divine sword list continued to update. Divine sword list 9th place, a demon-suppressing sword holder, martial god description. Once the sword of the great master Li Wuji, with it he commanded the righteous and unrighteous paths of the world, using the demon-suppressing sword art to control the minds of evil heretics, guiding them to the right path, ending the conflicts of the martial world, bringing peace to the land. Reward heaven grade superior sword art, demon-suppressing 3 styles, first style bewitch soul, and capture spirit, second style startle soul, and seize spirit, third style wither soul and slay spirit. When used with the demon-suppressing sword, once mastered, it can control a person's mind, making the target completely obedient to the master of the demon-suppressing sword with infinite power. Holy crap! It's the martial god again. The martial god has actually monopolized 2 divine swords in the top 10 of the divine sword list. Oh my god! There is actually such a divine weapon in the world capable of controlling people's minds and commanding the righteous and unrighteous paths single-handedly. It's simply too terrifying, too horrifying. With the demon-suppressing sword and the 3 styles, killing is just too easy. Yeah, you don't even have to kill with your own hands. For example, directly control your wife. When you are enjoying yourself at night, your intimate wife suddenly stabs a knife into your chest, and you die without knowing how. Hiss, hair raising a chill straight to the crown of the head. Damn, you're making me afraid to sleep with my wives and concubines from now on. Not just that I won't dare let anyone come near me in the future. Everyone looks like they're controlled. Upon seeing the demon-suppressing sword, the world was in an uproar. Especially the ability to control people's minds after mastering the demon-suppressing sword art, commanding the righteous and unrighteous paths alone. This terrifying and eerie power, while sending chills down people's spines, also made countless ambitious eyes burn with desire. If the peerless sword merely astonished people, then the demon-suppressing sword truly shook the world. From the nobles of the 6 states, the 100 schools of thought, and even the first emperor down to the common folk servants and menials, all were stirred. Moreover, a powerful sword does not necessarily mean its holder is powerful. For instance, the former 9th prince of Han Fei, who knew no martial arts, possessed a spiritual divine sword called Reverse Scale. Unfortunately, the Reverse Scale sword perished with Han Fei. The sword spirit fell, and the sword was destroyed. Although the martial god possesses 2 divine swords in the top 10, he might be just a silver spear with a wax head, all show and no substance. They might still have a chance to seize them. The Mahist School. The Mechanism City. Grandmaster Yen Dan's eyes suddenly lit up with boundless fervor, his breathing faintly turning rapid. At this moment he was far more stirred than when he saw the peerless sword. This demon-suppressing sword was simply a divine artifact that could overturn the world. Once he obtained the sword and the 3 styles, he would be confident in assassinating Ying Zheng. With Ying Zheng dead, the world would fall into chaos. Then, using the demon-suppressing sword, he could control the world's experts for his own use, commanding the heroes of the land. Restoring the Yen state would be within reach. It was just a matter of time. Yen Dan stood up and declared loudly, "Issue the order, all Mahist disciples are to mobilize. No matter the cost, we must find the martial god and the demon-suppressing sword." After speaking, Yen Dan seemed to feel that he had shown too much fervor. Especially sensing the strange gazes of Gao Jianli and other Mahist leaders, Yen Dan concealed the fervor in his eyes, and said with a righteous air, "The demon-suppressing sword is a peerless demonic blade. If it falls into the hands of evildoers who bring calamity to the world, or into the hands of the tyrant Ying Zheng, it will be an unprecedented disaster for the common people, and even the end of our 100 schools of thought. We Mahists must stop this disaster. Only by finding the demon-suppressing sword, and sealing it within the Mahist forbidden ground, can we avoid the harm it brings. For the sake of sparing the common people from suffering, no matter how great the cost, even if it means sacrificing my own life, I will not hesitate. We must find the demon-suppressing sword and stop this catastrophe." His voice was impassioned and fervent, as if he were a virtuous and noble-minded person, who cared for the world, willing to shed blood and sacrifice his life for the peace of the realm, fearless of death and ready to give everything. The Grandmaster's benevolence and righteousness are unmatched under heaven. Gao Jianli, Master Ban, Great Iron Hammer, and other Mahist leaders felt a tremor in their hearts, deeply moved, their faces full of admiration and worship, wholeheartedly convinced. The Grandmaster's virtue was noble. They had just doubted the Grandmaster's coveting of the demon-suppressing sword. How shameful! The Grandmaster's benevolence and righteousness are unmatched under heaven. The Mahist disciples all bowed together, their voices resounding to the heavens. Gao Jianli is willing to personally search for the demon-suppressing sword, bring it back, and seal it in the forbidden ground. Gao Jianli declared passionately, "I, Great Iron Hammer, also wish to go." Great Iron Hammer, holding his Thunder God hammer, spoke with a voice like a great bell rumbling. "Good." Yen Dan, full of spirit, declared loudly, "The demon-suppressing sword concerns the safety of all living beings under heaven. Every Mahist disciple has a responsibility. Whoever finds the demon-suppressing sword will be the benefactor of the Mahist school and the entire world. All under heaven is white, but I alone am black. Non-aggression of the Mahist gate, universal love for all." Gao Jianli, Great Iron Hammer, and the Mahist disciples shouted in unison. Their morale was like a rainbow. Yen Dan was very satisfied in his heart. The Mahist school was united from top to bottom with faith, ability, and a goal. Was finding the demon-suppressing sword far off. As for sealing it in the forbidden ground after finding it, what a joke. Sealing it was impossible. With the demon-suppressing sword in hand, the world was mine. Moreover, only the Mahist Grandmaster could enter the forbidden ground. Once he mastered the demon-suppressing 3 styles, he could command the world, and no one would dare disobey. Ghost Valley. Kiguzi raised his head, gazing at the bizarre and commanding demon-slaying sword manifested on the divine sword ranking. His eyes, crisscrossed with lines, seemed to glimpse the future. When the demon-slaying sword appears, chaos will engulf the world. A single demonic sword. Who knows how much bloodshed it will provoke? Kiguzi sighed softly. He could already envision the ambitious men of the world fighting over the demon-slaying sword, breaking heads, and spilling blood, with corpses strewn across the fields and blood flowing so deep it could float pestles. To such a demonic sword that could control people's minds, no ambitious man could resist its temptation. War God. Who exactly is he? To possess the treasure is to invite disaster. Guarding the demon-slaying sword will not be easy. Kiguzi's voice was ethereal, and he felt a great interest in this war god who had emerged from nowhere. Little Sage Village. The Sutra Library. Zhang Liang, the 3rd leader of the Confucian school, had a sharp glint in his eyes. His Zhang family had served as prime ministers for 5 generations in the state of Han, but now the state was destroyed and the family lost. His lifelong wish was to overthrow the tyrannical Qin and restore the state of Han. To restore the state, Ying Zheng must die. If Ying Zheng does not die, the state of Han cannot be restored. He had been planning to assassinate Ying Zheng, but killing Ying Zheng. Difficult. It was simply too difficult. If he had the demon-slaying sword, then it would be twice the result with half the effort. Even restoring the state would no longer be a pipe dream. I must find the demon-slaying sword. Zhang Liang swore in his heart. I wonder who the war god is. If I can persuade him to join the cause of overthrowing Qin, then the fall of the tyrannical Qin is within reach. The war god who possessed 2 of the top 10 divine swords on the divine sword ranking was certainly no ordinary person. How could a mediocre person dare to use the title war god? He did not wish to have a direct conflict with him. Zhang Liang was skilled in persuading with reason, not in subduing by force. Military strategists. The Xiang clan. Xiang Liang's eyes glittered with sharp light, his gaze fixed on the projected image of the demon-slaying sword on the divine sword ranking. If I obtain the demon-slaying sword and master the 3 demon-slaying techniques, I can control the world's strongest warriors for my own use. Combined with my military formations, overthrowing the tyrannical Qin will be within reach. Uncle, the demon-slaying sword is merely a demonic sword. Controlling others is beneath notice. Before absolute power, everything is but clay and straw dogs. Xiang Yu held the overlord spear and slammed it down heavily, causing the ground to tremble. He looked down upon the demon-slaying sword and all such things. In his heart, with the spear in his hand, he could sweep across the world. Using the demon-slaying sword to control others was in his view nothing but a heterodox path unworthy of the Grand Hall and beneath notice. Xiang Yu, a hero unmatched in the world, disdained such methods. Your human strength has its limits. As a leader, the important thing is to employ people. Charging into battle, no matter how formidable, is merely the courage of a common man. Xiang Liang's eyes showed some helplessness, and he said earnestly, "Know people and employ them well. Only then can you achieve great things." "I understand," Xiang Yu replied impatiently. Xiang Liang sighed inwardly, knowing that Xiang Yu had not listened at all. He could only teach him slowly, but he was determined to find the demon-slaying sword. Even if he did not use it himself, he could not let it fall into others' hands. In the Xianyang Palace. What a fine demonic sword. Quite interesting. Ying Zheng's voice was deep and imposing, revealing no emotion, but there was no fear on his face. As the first emperor who had unified the 6 states, he would not fear a sword. He had at least that much boldness. Zhao Gao, upon hearing this, fell to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself in fear and trembling. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your servant will surely find the war god and present the demon-slaying sword. Such a demonic sword can only be subdued by your Majesty's true dragon aura. If left outside, it will surely plunge the world into chaos. No hurry. Since the demon-slaying sword is already this formidable, I am even more looking forward to the divine swords ahead on the ranking." Ying Zheng's eyes were deep and majestic. A bizarre demonic sword like the demon-slaying sword posed a great threat to him. Though he was not afraid, he must take it into his own hands. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. A man of great wealth does not sit near the eaves. How much more so for the first emperor. As for the peerless sword, though it was ranked 10th, Ying Zheng did not take it to heart. Even if a powerful warrior wielded the peerless sword, it would be impossible to break into the heavily guarded impregnable palace and assassinate him. This was his confidence in the Qin cavalry and his guards. But the demon-slaying sword was an exception. The method of controlling people's minds was too bizarre. If an enemy controlled his guards, his ministers, or even his consorts, and then suddenly assassinated him, no matter how tight his guards were, it would be impossible to prevent. Yet the demon-slaying sword with such bizarreness was only ranked 9th. He was even more interested in the divine swords ahead. At that moment, the 8th divine sword on the ranking appeared. Divine sword ranking 8th place. Fire Qilin Swordholder War, God description, forged by inlaying scales of the divine beast Fire Qilin into the sword. The scales on the Fire Qilin sword can spontaneously generate an incredible power, helping the wielder enhance their cultivation. The longer one holds the sword, the more it will create a phenomenon of the sword, controlling the wielder's heart, with demonic thoughts burgeoning, making it difficult to extricate oneself. Only those with a clear and pure mind can master it. Reward: 1 bag of blood bodhi, a celestial grade superior spiritual object. It is a miraculous fruit born from the drops of blood of the Fire Qilin on the ground. It can heal severe injuries and enhance cultivation even without injury. Seeing the 8th divine sword, everyone was stunned. Again, the war god. Among the top 10 of the divine sword ranking, the war god alone had occupied 3 slots. How can others live? Yet what was even more unbelievable was that the 7th and 6th divine swords that followed were also, again and again, the war god. Divine sword ranking 7th place. Heaven's Wrath Swordholder War, God description, a bloodthirsty sword. The more blood it drinks, the stronger its sword aura. It will actively ambush powerful individuals with domineering aura. When the user's domineering aura is weaker than the sword, they will be counterattacked by the sword. Reward: celestial grade superior, Heaven's Wrath Mind method, which can inspire the wielder's domineering aura and demonic nature. Combined with the Heaven's Wrath sword, its power is infinite. The two together become the most demonic sword art in the world. 6th place, Hero Swordholder War, God description, forged from a semi-stone, semi-bronze material. It is righteous and awe-inspiring with an everlasting heroic spirit. It is the world's hardest, most unyielding, most just, and most principled hero's sword. Reward: celestial grade superior, mysterious sword technique. As long as a person with an innate affinity for the sword obtains this mysterious sword technique, they can fathom the opponent's swordplay in 1 or 2 moves, fully comprehend the essence of the opponent's sword techniques, and then use the mysterious sword technique to deduce the opponent's progress. If the opponent has 10 sword moves, then by using the mysterious sword technique to penetrate the true meaning of their swordplay, one can create the 11th move stronger than their 10 moves. How is that possible? Who exactly is the war god? Does he have a collector's obsession with divine swords? He has occupied 5 of the top 10 on the divine sword ranking. Is he even human? Could the war god really be a god? I suddenly have a bold idea. No, impossible. I don't believe the war god can actually occupy all of the top 10. Exactly do you think the war god is really a god? If the war god can actually occupy the top 10, I'll eat shit, standing on my head. Confucianism, the little sage manner. Inside the sutra library, Xuanzi with white hair and beard, but an exceptionally ruddy complexion, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out the window with curiosity. The demon-slaying sword can control people's minds. The fire unicorn sword is a sword of ultimate evil. The heaven's wrath sword is a bloodthirsty sword. The hero sword, righteous and noble, enduring with heroic spirit, is the world's hardest, most unyielding, most just, and most principled hero sword. As the saying goes, man chooses the sword and the sword chooses its master. Could it be that the martial god merely enjoys collecting precious swords? While Xuanzi was pondering, Zhang Liang beside him suddenly asked, "Uncle Master, what kind of person do you think this martial god is?" He coveted the demon-slaying sword and wanted to recruit the martial god to join the anti-Qin forces, but still he could not fathom who the martial god truly was. Xuanzi, whose cultivation had reached the heavenly man realm, was knowledgeable about both ancient and modern times, so perhaps he had more insights. However, Xuanzi shook his head upon hearing this and said, "Since ancient times, looking at a sword is like looking at a person, but the martial god possesses many divine swords, both righteous and evil, making him difficult to fathom. Can't you see through him either, Uncle Master?" Zhang Liang sighed inwardly and looked up at the list in the sky. On the golden scroll, with 10,000 rays of auspicious light, a projection of a brilliant and dazzling divine sword condensed. 5th place, Frost Soaring Sword Holder, martial god description, forged with the 9 dragon stone as the sword soul, the blood of the demon sword's remnant clan as the sword spirit, and refined with 10,000-year ice spring for 60 years. Its sword aura chills like frost, dominating the world. It can be divided into the heart sword and the demon sword. The heart sword governs life, the demon sword governs death, mighty and unrivaled. Reward: divine grade, lower tier sword art. 1 sword severs the world. With 1 sword strike it separates yin and yang, cutting off a realm. My heavens, a divine grade sword art. The top 5 really do give divine grade rewards. The martial god again. Is he really going to dominate the list? The appearance of a divine grade sword art caused the whole world to erupt. Especially swordsmen. No swordsman could resist the allure of a divine grade sword art. It's actually a divine grade sword art. 1 sword severs the world. What a domineering name. At the headquarters of the Flow Sand, Wei Zhuang's eyes shot out 2 sword intents, and the shark's tooth in his hand clanged loudly. Faced with a divine grade sword art, even he could not remain calm. Since Lord Wei Zhuang likes it, we can simply snatch it. Red Lotus, her fair jade-like hand gently playing with the Red Lotus King snake coiled around her delicate shoulder, swayed her sinuous smooth waist as she walked gracefully forward, her charming voice carrying an indescribable dominance. Wei Zhuang stared at the projection of the Frost Soaring Sword without speaking. But in his heart he tacitly agreed with Red Lotus's words. Moreover, the shark's tooth in his hand was already thirsting for action. Even if not for the reward, he wanted to fight the martial god. A divine grade sword art. I truly wish to witness it. In the Xianying Palace, Gai Nye gripped his Yuan Hong tightly, his eyes filled with longing and his battle spirit soaring. Rest assured, Master Gai, since the Great Dao Golden List has appeared, there will surely be more than 1 divine grade sword art. When the time comes, I shall bestow upon you a divine grade sword art. Ying Zheng said with domineering confidence. The Great Dao Golden List was not limited to the divine sword list. Although the Great Qin Empire had no divine sword in the top 10, he was very confident about other lists. Moreover, it was not impossible for him to recruit the martial god. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gai Nye clasped his hands in a bow, his gaze fixed intently on the divine sword list. 4th place, Phoenix Bloodsword Holder, martial god description, the extraordinary ancient woodcutter Gu Mutian divided the cosmic treasure 7-colored crystal mother into 2 parts, forging a dragon soul saber and a phoenix bloodsword. Using his peerless divine skill, he absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and infused the heaven and earth's spiritual energy into the pair of weapons. They possess immense power and are indestructible. When 2 lovers unite the saber and sword with unified hearts, they can achieve the highest realm of the phoenix bloodsword art and the dragon soul saber art, which will be the most powerful force in the universe, indestructible by any power. Reward: divine weapon dragon soul saber and the Dragon Soul Phoenix Blood Record. Holy crap! It directly rewards the Dragon Soul Saber and the matching martial art. If the martial god finds someone to practice it together, wouldn't he become invincible? It's not that simple. Uniting the saber and sword with unified hearts is not easy. Rather than finding a woman to practice the Dragon Soul Phoenix Blood record, it's better to practice the demon-slaying sword art. Indeed, finding a woman you love who also has exceptional talent and can master the Phoenix Blood sword art is extremely difficult. These requirements are beyond ordinary people. So it seems the Dragon Soul Phoenix Blood record is a bit of a white elephant. You can't say that. If the martial god happens to have such a woman, wouldn't it be possible to master this invincible martial art? Although the Dragon Soul Saber and Phoenix Blood Sword were powerful due to their stringent requirements, not many people were tempted. They were less attractive than the previous Frost Soaring Sword and the Divine Grade Sword art. Buzz! Suddenly the Divine Sword list trembled again with interwoven rays of light like electric snakes dancing. A pitch-black Divine Sword exuding gloom and mystery condensed. Its blade was sharp as if it could tear through the sky. Divine Sword list 3rd place. Nether Sword Holder Martial God description. A sword with demonic nature and a curse. When drawn it must drink blood. When the nether appears heaven and earth darken. Reward Divine Grade Mid-Tier Pill Life-Giving Creation Pill. Can revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, reshape the body, purity without dust, enabling a peerless physique. A Divine Grade Mid-Tier Pill. The reward level has increased again. The Life-Giving Creation Pill is truly a miraculous pill worthy of reversing fate. Yes, swallow a golden pill and my fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. Even a waste can become a genius. I wonder what the top rank will reward. Could it be a Divine Grade upper-tier treasure? As the world shook and countless warriors erupted, endless sword lights interwove on the Divine Sword list, condensing into a strange pitch-black Divine Sword. Divine Sword list 2nd place, a peerless good sword holder martial god description forged from the black cold, one of the 4 remaining magical stones left after Nuwa, mended the sky supplemented with the blood of the 3 poisons. Greed, anger, and ignorance. The black cold is the iron among stones, the coldest substance in the world. It has the ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and can also absorb others' power for its own use. Reward Divine Grade Mid-Tier Pill 3 Transformations Creation Pill. Seizes the creation of heaven and earth. Those who take it gain 100 years of cultivation and 100 years of lifespan. My heavens, the martial god is really going to dominate the list. The 3 Transformations Creation Pill can actually increase 100 years of cultivation and 100 years of lifespan. After taking it, wouldn't the martial god become invincible? Holy shit. I'm so jealous, my dick is turning purple. If only I could get such a pill. You're dreaming, you ass. The whole world was in an uproar. Everyone's breathing became rapid involuntarily. Their eyes turned red. This was 100 years of cultivation and 100 years of lifespan. What level could 100 years of cultivation achieve? At least the heavenly man realm. And 100 years of lifespan was almost equivalent to living another 2 lifetimes. In this era, ordinary people had short lifespans. Living to 50 was considered longevity. 3 Transformations Creation Pill. There really is a divine pill. Oh, heaven has not failed me. In the Xianying Palace, Ying Zheng, who felt his body weakening day by day, suddenly radiated unprecedented brilliance in his eyes. His face, which usually remained unchanged even when Mount Tai collapsed, could not help but show joy and excitement. All these years he had been seeking immortality. He had repeatedly sent people overseas to search for immortal mountains, hoping to obtain the elixir of eternal life. Yet he had always found nothing. Now he finally saw hope. Although the 3 Transformations Creation Pill could not grant immortality, adding 100 years of lifespan was already unimaginable. He was now less than 40 years old. What would it mean to add another 100 years? Moreover, this was only the reward for 2nd place on the Divine Sword list. The top rank might even yield a true elixir of immortality. Even if the Divine Sword list did not have it, other lists appearing in the future might not lack an elixir of immortality. Issue my decree: if the martial god can present the 3 Transformations Creation Pill, he shall be enfeoffed as a marquis of 10,000 households and receive the protection of Great Qin for eternity. Long live your majesty! Long live Great Qin! Zhao Gao knelt on the ground shouting loudly, "Long live your majesty! Long live Great Qin!" Li Si Wang Jian and other civil and military officials roared in unison, and the surrounding armored soldiers raised their bronze spears in unison shouting, "Long live your majesty! Long live Great Qin!" The sound was like thunder resounding throughout Xianying and beyond. Buzz! Just then a majestic and clear dragon roar echoed through the clouds, and a vast awe-inspiring terror filled the sky. Ying Zheng involuntarily looked up. He saw the Divine Sword list blazing with intense light illuminating the world. Thousands of auspicious colors, myriad rays of rosy clouds. Under the shocked gaze of countless people in the Great Qin Empire, a 10,000 zhang golden divine dragon swooped down and landed on the Divine Sword list. What is this? Could it be the top-ranked Divine Sword? Ying Zheng and countless strongmen of the Great Qin silently speculated. Everyone stared intently at the Divine Sword ranking. A colossal divine dragon shrank its body, and then condensed into a mysterious and majestic peerless divine sword. Its sharpness pierced the heavens. Its sword aura was awe-inspiring. The sword was 4 feet 9 inches long. The guard resembled 2 miniature divine dragons, their heads facing outward, imposing and domineering, as if about to pierce the sky. What sword is this? Just as this thought arose in everyone's mind, purple gold characters condensed out. Divine sword ranking: first place, a Shenlong sword holder, martial god description, originally forged by the Long clan ancestor Long Tongue, who devoted his entire life using extraordinary divine iron to create a weapon that would never be damaged and infused with the blood of the Long clan, so only the Long clan can wield it. If combined with the dragon god art and exerted to its utmost, it would be invincible under heaven, and could also heal any accidental injuries of the Long clan members. Note, this sword has undergone a special transformation, and its power has surpassed the past. Reward: 1 complete dragon yuan, a supreme divine treasure of top grade. A dragon yuan is the true essence of the divine dragon, condensed from the dragon's entire essence. Function: 1 immortality. After consuming dragon yuan, a life, yang yuan, will condense within the body, granting endless life and immortality. Function 2 greatly increased power. The consumer's power will surge. Function 3 invulnerable to all poisons. The consumer can not only resist any strange poison and goo poison in the world, but can also use their power to help others expel toxins. Function 4 rapid recovery. After consuming dragon yuan, the person can quickly heal from injuries, rapidly repair internal and external damage, and recover power far beyond ordinary people. Note, the more severe the injury, the slower the recovery. Function 5 potential awakening. Different people who consume dragon yuan will experience different divine effects. Some may grow a demon's hand and gain great intelligence. Some may cultivate an indestructible body, some may. It is the martial god. The martial god really dominates the ranking. He alone occupies the top 10 of the divine sword ranking. Unbelievable. A supreme divine treasure of top-grade dragon yuan. True essence of the divine dragon immortality. Damn, there is actually such a treasure in the world. My god, is this the reward for the top rank? Dragon yuan actually has 5 functions, simply heaven-defying. If one consumes dragon yuan, wouldn't one become immortal and invincible under heaven? This dragon yuan is simply an immortal pill. Eat it, and become an immortal. Immortality plus invincible power, isn't that a god? Seeing the reward for the top of the divine sword ranking, countless people were driven mad with envy. Capable of both immortality and surging power, who could resist such a dragon yuan? At this moment, countless ambitious schemers revealed boundless greed and fervor in their eyes. At this moment, only one thought occupied their minds: dragon yuan must be seized. By now, anyone not an idiot could guess that the martial god's strength was definitely not weak. But in the face of such a supreme treasure, even if his strength were formidable, they would dare to rob even the heavenly king. Greed can blind people's eyes. Greed can corrode people's reason. Greed can make people rush into destruction like moths to a flame. Maha's school. Mechanism City. If I could obtain dragon yuan, I could establish an eternal and immortal dynasty, become an immortal emperor surpassing the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors surpassing the first emperor Ying Zheng. Yan Dan's heart surged with boundless desire. He must obtain dragon yuan even if he were to be ground to dust. The school of Yinyang, the school of agriculture, the nobles of the 6 states. Countless strong men, countless forces. At this moment their hearts were stirred with boundless desire. Xianyang Palace. Ying Zheng's gaze was like a torch, his eyes flashing with fervor. The elixir of immortality he had been desperately seeking had finally appeared. So there truly is an elixir of immortality in this world. He would become an immortal emperor. The Great Qin would be eternal. Issue my decree: if the martial god offers dragon yuan, I will treat him as a sworn brother and feff him as the king of Qin, share the nation's prosperity and enjoy wealth and honor together. Ying Zheng said excitedly. He was now both expectant and nervous. Who was the martial god and where was he? He still didn't know. Once the dragon yuan reward was issued, the martial god would likely consume it. Once consumed, wouldn't his elixir of immortality be lost? Hiss. King of Qin. Zhao Gaolisi and other civil and military officials were shocked upon hearing this, but on second thought it was quite normal. Dragon yuan could grant immortality. If they could obtain dragon yuan, and feffing the martial god as king of Qin was nothing. But compared to immortality, anyone would know how to choose the position of king of Qin. Therefore they were not optimistic that Ying Zheng would obtain dragon yuan. Moreover, before Ying Zheng's decree could reach the martial god's ears, the martial god might have already consumed dragon yuan. Of course they dared not say such discouraging words to Ying Zheng. At that moment the divine sword ranking trembled, radiant with flowing light, myriad rays of rosy clouds, dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, myriad auspicious signs. The divine sword ranking announcement is complete. Rewards are now being distributed. In 1 month the divine sword ranking will refresh and a new ranking will be announced. Suddenly the sword ranking 100th Erchi Tong flashed with light, and a brilliant radiance burst forth falling toward the earth. Quick! Everyone pay close attention and remember the location of the martial god. Seeing this, Ying Zheng's eyes were full of excitement. He had been worried about not finding the martial god, but he didn't expect that the distribution of rewards would produce such an auspicious sign. With the guidance of the rewards radiance, finding the martial god's location would be easy. Yes, your majesty. Zhao Gaolisi and others immediately went to a high place and stared intently at the divine sword ranking. Then they saw that the rewards of the divine sword ranking were being distributed starting from the last place. One after another brilliant rays of light fell to various places marking the location of the sword holders. Mahis School. Mechanism City. Quick, everyone prioritize remembering the locations of previously unknown famous swords, especially the martial god's location. You must remember it later. Yen Dan hurriedly ordered. Then his figure flickered, and he arrived at the peak of a high mountain. He stared intently at the divine sword ranking, the location of the martial god. He must find out as soon as possible. School of Yinyang. Luoxing Hall. Donghuang Tai was excited. Remember the locations of all unknown divine swords on the divine sword ranking. As for the martial god, I will go personally. Donghuang Tai was shrouded in a black robe, but everyone could feel the excitement and agitation beneath it. Yushin Xinghun and others were also excited. They cupped their hands and bowed. Lord Donghuang, rest assured. Remembering the locations of the divine swords on the divine sword ranking is a piece of cake for our Yinyang school, especially Yushin, who was proficient in astrology and geography. Determining the sword master's location based on the radiance of the divine sword rankings rewards was exactly her forte. The school of agriculture, the school of Dao, the school of military, the nobles of the 6 states. Everyone was excited. Under the tense and expectant gaze of countless people, the reward for the 40th place, Long Xiang on the divine sword ranking, was distributed. A brilliant radiance like a meteor fell toward Xianying. Ying Zheng stared fixedly. He knew this was the reward for Zhang Han's sword. The next moment Ying Zheng's gaze sharpened. Zhang Han, Zhao Gao and the civil and military officials were all stunned, because the reward that was flying toward Xianying and should have landed on Zhang Han had actually disappeared in midair. What's going on? Ying Zheng's voice was low. Had something gone wrong? Your Majesty, look. General Zhang Han seems to be having a problem. At this moment Zhao Gao noticed that Zhang Han suddenly trembled, then became completely dazed, motionless, as if possessed. As Ying Zheng looked, all the civil and military officials in attendance turned to Zhang Han. At this moment, Zhang Han opened his eyes and, feeling the unanimous gaze of Ying Zheng and the surrounding ministers, quickly said, Your Majesty, I suddenly gained a sword technique in my mind just now. The Shadow Kill sword technique, which is exactly the reward from the divine sword ranking. Oh, I see. So the reward didn't disappear. It just became invisible when it reached midair. Ying Zheng nodded slightly and continued to stare at the divine sword ranking. After that, the rewards for Luo Wang were the same. Whether sword techniques or elixirs, the falling radiance would disappear when it reached midair. Then the reward would automatically appear in the sword holder's hands. Thus, based on the rewards, one could only determine the approximate location of the sword holder but not pinpoint a specific person. The Taoist sect, the heavenly sect. A streak of light descended, then vanished midair, and at the same time the sect leader Xiaoming's mind gained a sword technique, supreme goodness like water. Moments later, seeing Xiaoming had received the reward, Beimingzi spoke unhurriedly. Xiaoming. Master. Xiaoming's cool gaze turned toward him, as serene as water. With the reward just bestowed, have you gained any insight? Beimingzi asked. The Great Dao has 50 paths, heaven derives 49 and humanity escapes 1. That is the thread of life. Xiaoming lifted her head, her clear eyes fixed on the divine sword ranking like a sky full of stars. Beautiful, deep, and mysterious. Her voice was calm, devoid of any worldly agitation. He who wishes to wear the crown must bear its weight. To accept the Dao's reward, one must endure its trials. The falling light reveals the wielder's location. That is the trial. The light did not fall completely. It vanished midair, preventing the wielder's exact location from being determined. That is the thread of life. Beimingzi stroked his beard gently, his eyes filled with a smile, as he nodded slightly, very satisfied with Xiaoming's insight. Xiaoming, your talent is extraordinary, naturally attuned to the Dao, and your cultivation advances 1,000 miles in a day. But reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. The Dao follows nature. You may descend the mountain and gain experience. Thank you for your teachings, master. The disciple will remember. Xiaoming nodded slightly, then kept her gaze unchanged, staring at the divine sword ranking. At that moment, on the 14th ranked Tai of the divine sword ranking, a beam of light fell toward the Xiashengzhuang of Dongjun. On the 13th ranked Yuanhong, a beam of light fell into Xianying. No one was surprised by this. The owners of these divine weapons were well known. However, when on the 12th ranked Jingni, a beam of light fell near Xianying, Zhao Gao was astonished. He hadn't expected Jingni to be right on the outskirts of Xianying. At this moment he felt conflicted. He harbored a certain fear of the man who had used a bow before. But now Ying Zheng and everyone else knew the approximate location of Jingni. If he took no action, how would Ying Zheng view him? Previously he had told Ying Zheng that he could not find Jingni. I never imagined Jingni would be right next to Xianying. How audacious. I vow to capture him and retrieve the Jingni sword. Zhao Gao knelt, forcing himself to speak. As the chief of the Imperial Carriage Office of the Great Qin and controlling the network of Luo Wang. A formidable weapon. He had worked hard over the years recruiting many experts. Although he still had some misgivings about that man, he wanted to try and avenge his previous humiliation. Ying Zheng nodded, slightly expressionless, as he was more concerned about where the war god was. At that moment the reward for the 11th ranked divine sword was already issued, and Ying Zheng's mind gained a technique, the Imperial Ancestral Dragon Art. Next came the top 10 of the divine sword ranking. Not only Ying Zheng paid attention. All the strong warriors across the world held their breath, staring fixedly at the divine sword ranking. Buzz! The divine sword ranking trembled, and one after another brilliant rays of light burst forth. 10 in total, descending like shooting stars toward the direction of Xianying. What? The war god is in Xianying. No, that's not Xianying. It's the outskirts of Xianying. Hey, wasn't that where Jingni's reward just fell? Yes, right there. Could it be that Jingni is connected to the war god? Otherwise, how could they be in the same place by coincidence? Very likely. Perhaps the reason Jingni ranks 12th, surpassing Yuanhong, is related to the war god. Seeing the direction of the light, the world erupted. Where is that place? Ying Zheng's voice was deep, tinged with excitement. He hadn't expected the war god to be so close to him, right on the outskirts of Xianying. The war god being there meant the dragon phoenix was also there and immortality was within reach. Your Majesty, if this humble servant is not mistaken, that is Shuhe County. Zhao Gao replied immediately. Although he was a eunuch, his talent and insight were considerable, and since Shuhe County was not far from Xianying, he recognized it at a glance. Zhao Gao, immediately go to Shuhe County at the fastest speed and deliver my decree. If the war god offers the dragon phoenix, he shall be enfeoffed as the king of Qin, sharing the realm with the state, and I will treat him as a sworn brother, sharing wealth and honor. Ying Zheng commanded excitedly. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Gao dared not be negligent, knowing that if he delayed, the war god might consume the dragon phoenix. No, I will go myself. Ying Zheng added. Zhao Gao, go ahead and deliver the decree. I will follow shortly. Your Majesty, you absolutely cannot. Li Si was greatly alarmed and hurriedly advised. Now the remnants of the 6 states and the 100 schools of thought all know that the war god is in Shuhe County. It will become a target, a place of chaos. Your Majesty's person is of utmost importance. You must not risk yourself. Indeed, Your Majesty's safety concerns the fate of the Great Qin Empire. Having the chief of the Imperial Carriage Office deliver the decree already shows Your Majesty's immense grace. There is no need for you to go personally. Feng Quji added emotionally. My mind is made up. Say no more. Ying Zheng waved his hand, leaving no room for objection. Zhang Han, prepare the carriage and horses. We head for Shuhe County immediately. Faced with the temptation of immortality, even Ying Zheng could not control himself. He had to go personally. First, to show sincerity. Second, he could not wait a moment longer. Zhao Gao, go immediately to deliver the decree. Make sure to convey my will before the war god consumes the dragon phoenix. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Gao received the decree and withdrew. Knowing how much Ying Zheng valued the dragon phoenix, he dared not delay. Leaving the palace, he immediately ordered Yenri to ride swiftly to Shuhe County. Meanwhile, he himself led the 6 sword slaves and rushed over at full speed. Ying Zheng also did not tarry. Under the escort of Zhang Han's shadow guards and 5,000 elite Qin soldiers, he set out in grand procession toward Shuhe County. The Yinyang School, Luoxing Hall. The war god is at Shuhe County on the outskirts of Xianying. Moon Goddess and Donghuang Tai, observing the light of the divine sword rankings rewards, immediately determined the war god's location. Set out at once. We must find the war god before anyone else. Donghuang Tai commanded, and his figure vanished from Luoxing Hall. Yes, Lord Donghuang. Star Soul Moon Goddess and the others dared not delay, and immediately headed for Shuhe County. The Mahis School. The Mechanism City. Yan Dan stood atop the mountain peak, his heart surging with excitement, a barely concealed fervor in his eyes. The dragon phoenix, the demon-slaying sword, the divine dragon sword. All these were his. He had to obtain them. Juzi, judging by the location of the falling light, it should be near Xianying. Once we inquire around Xianying, we will surely know the exact position. Gao Jianli gazed into the distance and spoke solemnly. He was skilled in swordsmanship but unfamiliar with astrology and geography, unlike the Yinyang School, which could pinpoint the location instantly. Nevertheless, with his experience, he could still make out the general area. Good. You take Big Hammer and go ahead. I will follow shortly. Yan Dan commanded. He did not intend to travel with Gao Jianli alone. he could accomplish more in the shadows. Yes, Juzi. Gao Jianli carrying the Waterhan sword led Big Hammer Dao Ji and other Mahis disciples swiftly heading toward Xianyang. Mount Days, the peasant school, lies Han Hall. Elder brother the war god is near Xianyang. He holds the top 10 divine swords of the divine sword, ranking the dragon phoenix that grants immortality, the 3 revolutions creation pill that increases lifespan and power by a century. Treasures belong to the virtuous. What right does he have to hoard so many treasures? Tian, who gripped the tiger soul sword, excited. Our peasant school has 100,000 disciples. If we obtain the war god's divine swords and treasures, who in the world could stand against us? Indeed, how can these treasures fall into the hands of an unknown war god? This is the peasant school's chance to thrive. Summon the experts of the 6 halls. We set out immediately. Tian Meng, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, his hair wild and bristling, his face fierce, gripped his Ganjiang and Moyi swords tightly, his heart surging with excitement. If he consumed the dragon phoenix, he would become invincible and immortal. With the peasant school's 100,000 disciples, he would even dare to overthrow the first emperor. Elder brother Zhu Jia of the Shinong Hall may not listen to us. Gonggong Hall's Tian Zhong hesitated. Humph, don't worry about that old man Zhu Jia. If he dares to compete with us for the treasures, I'll cut him down with one sword. Tian, whose eyes were filled with ferocity. Since the peasant school's leader Tian Guang disappeared, Tian Meng and Zhu Jia had been openly and secretly contending for the position, their factions at odds. Set out. Tian Meng said, no more leading Tian Hu, Tian Zhong, Guyao Yanu, Mr. Jin and other peasant school experts toward Xianyang. The Taoist sect, the heavenly sect. Bei Mingzi sat cross-legged on the cliff's peak, his back to Xiaoming, his calm, indifferent voice sounding, going to Shuhe County. Xiaoming's soft voice came, her jade hand lightly holding the whisk of Qiuli, as she walked down the mountain with graceful, slender legs. She was tall and curvaceous, dressed in a green robe, her striking figure eye-catching. Her silver hair was tied high, her gaze cold and proud. Though her steps seemed slow, she covered several meters each time, vanishing from the peak in moments. Shuhe County. A small obscure county now suddenly drawing the gaze of all the world's powerhouses as countless experts flocked in. Thus a mountain is renowned not for its height but for the immortals dwelling there. A water body is famed not for its depth but for the dragons within. Yet no one knew that the saintly otherworldly war god they sought was at that moment in the flying immortal pavilion, reclining on a beauty's lap, thoroughly enjoying himself. Shuhe County. Renowned for the Yushi River within its borders, also known as Shuhe River, hence the name Shuhe County. Though not far from Xianyang, it was merely an obscure small county. Yet this small county was exceedingly prosperous. The streets paved with marble were clean and spacious, with houses in neat rows on both sides and endless streams of merchants and peddlers, their various snacks being a special delight. Of course, what made Shuhe County most famous was the flying immortal pavilion, a resplendent and fragrant tower standing by the Shuhe River. Entering the flying immortal pavilion was like becoming an immortal. Not even an immortal would be seen off. Such was the flying immortal pavilion. At this moment, in the topmost chamber of the pavilion, within an exquisitely elegant and luxurious hall, the sound of a zither drifted in melodious notes, a heavenly melody entering the ears. A breathtakingly beautiful woman sat cross-legged before the window, gently plucking the strings, her fingers lightly stroking, slowly pressing and deftly picking. Her 10 fingers were slender as jade, fair and flawless. According to the Jianghu Chronicles, this pair of hands was hailed as the string hands. String hands, long and slender with fingers in perfect order, crystalline as jade. They were deemed the most beautiful hands born for the zither. And Nong Yu not only possessed a pair of captivating string hands, but also a heart of exquisite sensitivity and an unimaginable talent for the path of the zither. One rendition of Birds in the Hollow Mountain could assemble 1,000 birds. One rendition of Pearl Tears of the Songhai Sea would tug at the heartstrings and bring tears to the eyes. Now merely 20 years of age, she was already a master of the zither path. Her head of soft wine-red hair cascaded down to her waist. Her face was pure and delicate, with ink-jade starry eyes, an oval face fair and exquisite. Her 10 fingers plucked the strings, her rose-colored lips lightly pressed together. Her beautiful eyes lifted gently, clear as autumn water, filled with boundless affection, as she gazed at the young man before her. The young man was named Zhao Wu. His long hair flowed freely, his brow was sword-like, and his eyes were like stars. His figure was fit and tall, handsome and ethereal. He lay lazily, his head pillowed on a beauty's lap. That beauty was exquisite to the extreme, enchanting to the utmost. Her tenderness was like water, her passion was like fire. A soft, delicate blue dance dress outlined her graceful figure perfectly. Her jet-black hair fell loosely with an indescribable softness. A pair of exquisite jade-like feet were exposed, their shape graceful, and rounded, the toes delicate and elegant like the most beautiful art pieces in the world, evoking an urge to hold them in one's palm. A pair of water-blue eyes, dreamlike and enchanting, as tender as water. Yan Lingji looked at Zhao Wu, who lay pillowed on her shapely long legs, breathing in the scent of her body, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and love. 20 years ago, the state of Han attacked Baiyue. The commander was none other than the infamous Bloody Marquis Bai Yifei. Baiyue was but a tiny land. How could it withstand the renowned Bloody Marquis and his white armor army? No surprise. Baiyue fell. The kingdom was destroyed, the family lost. Her only brother, alive or dead unknown. Just as she thought she was about to be captured, a man appeared holding a bow, his face cold and stern. Even facing the fearsome Bloody Marquis Bai Yifei and his 100,000 white armor soldiers, that man remained expressionless, without a trace of emotion, as if he regarded the 100,000 troops and the Bloody Marquis as nothing. Bai Yifei flew into a rage and ordered their attack. At that moment, the man moved. He only released one arrow. 4 arrows shot forth, simultaneously transforming into the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, annihilating 30,000 white armor soldiers, and severely wounding the Bloody Marquis. Then he left calmly with her, the remaining tens of thousands of troops on the battlefield. Not a single one dared to move. What stunned her even more was that the man addressed Zhao Wu as master, and his purpose in saving her was to care for the 2-year-old Zhao Wu. And Zhao Wu seemed like a reincarnated immortal born, with innate knowledge and extraordinary intelligence. He also promised to help her find her brother. Now not only had her brother been safely found, but he had also joined Zhao Wu's ranks and gained a mysterious power. In her eyes, Zhao Wu was a reincarnated immortal, a godlike man. This was no metaphor, it was fact. Though she was no longer young, she still looked as youthful and beautiful as an 18-year-old maiden. That was because Zhao Wu had bestowed upon her a divine artifact called the Dog Talisman. This talisman possessed miraculous power, granting her eternal life and eternal youth, rendering her immune to death and all fatal attacks. If this was not a reincarnated immortal, what was? Master. Yan Lingji's voice was seductive and soul-stirring. With her jade-like fingers, she picked up a peeled grape and gently placed it into Zhao Wu's mouth. Zhao Wu had not only saved her life, but also helped her find her brother, and granted her divine power for protection. This grace and virtue were higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Only by offering her life could she repay it. Even if she risked her life, she could hardly repay a fraction of his kindness. Zhao Wu opened his mouth and spat out the grape seeds, landing precisely in an empty dish on the table, before him, neatly arranged in a full dish. Yan Lingji's beautiful eyes were filled with affection, gazing at Zhao Wu with infatuation, as if just being by this man's side surpassed all vows of eternal love. Now the world outside is in turmoil. Even the first emperor cannot sit still. Only you, my lord, can remain calm and enjoy music and pleasure. Accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking, a charming and alluring voice came from the side. Life is meant to be enjoyed when it comes. Don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. Zhao Wu raised his wine cup. Yan Lingji's fair jade-like hand naturally lifted the wine pot and filled his cup with practiced elegance, as if rehearsed countless times. Gulp. Zhao Wu drained the cup in one go. He looked up and saw a tall, stunningly beautiful woman approaching gracefully with a fruit platter. The woman was extremely tall and voluptuous, with black hair cascading like a waterfall. Several exquisite hairpins bound her soft hair with long dangling stepsway ornaments at the ends adorned with 2 precious pearls. As she walked, they swayed, slightly accentuating her breathtaking allure. Her narrow, elongated eyes blinked gently. A smile carried a hint of seduction, as if her delicate lips, slightly upturned and red, were inviting a kiss. She wore a black lace dress, extremely revealing, with fair collarbones and shoulders exquisite and rounded. Her bosom was ample with a deep cleavage. Her slender waist was cinched to a handspan, and her chest was covered by a batwing-style garment with 2 ribbons connecting to the waist. A black ribbon wrapped around her waist, connecting to the high-quality black lace miniskirt at her hips decorated with patterns. The right side of the skirt was slightly longer, allowing it to adjust with the movement of her legs, and a lace strip was tied on her left leg, adding a unique charm. She was the title which Lady Mingzhu, a woman exuding enchantment from the very core of her being. She seemed to radiate seduction at all times, tempting men and teasing their nerves. Her demeanor was noble and elegant, yet carried a demonic seductiveness like a blue rose, alluring yet dangerous. My lord, your words are poetry, your literary grace is brilliant. Even a Confucian disciple would be abashed and feel inferior. The title which Lady Mingzhu placed the fruit platter on the table, sat down beside Zhao Wu, smiled sweetly, and with her jade-like hand lifted the wine pot to refill the empty cup. Zhao Wu reached out and wrapped his arm around the beauty's slender waist, asking, "You said Ying Zheng can't sit still. He's coming." He was quite fond of this big shark. Her skills and abilities were excellent. A large part of his intelligence network was under her charge. My lord is wise. Lady Mingzhu smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes darting, looking at Zhao Wu, her breath like orchid. Just received news from Xianying. Ying Zheng is coming in person to meet our dear martial god. If the martial god would offer the dragon pearl, he will be in theft, as the king of Qin becomes sworn brothers with Ying Zheng, share in the prosperity of the state, and enjoy wealth and honor together. It turns out to be the King of Qin, a title of utmost nobility. Yanlingji's enchanting eyes roamed over Zhao Wu, her voice seductive and captivating. Master, this is a position second only to the emperor above countless others. Aren't the two of you enchantresses enough for me? Zhao Wu sat up, pulling the bewitching Mingzhu and Yanlingji into his embrace, a gentle smile on his lips. These two enchantresses. One was supremely bewitching, every smile, every frown, even her walk exuded an aura of seduction. The other was utterly alluring, soft as water, embodying the essence of tender passion and fiery ardor. The depths within were unfathomable. Only he could truly grasp them. Take King Hanen for instance. He married the bewitching Mingzhu and made her his consort, yet he never even touched her fingertip. Every day he was intoxicated by her Baiyue incense illusions and charms, living in a daze without realizing it. As long as you like, master, whether above or below. Yanlingji's supple, graceful body leaned against Zhao Wu's chest. Her slender, fair fingers traced circles on his chest, her eyes seductive as silk. I like it all. Her voice tender as water mingled with her unique feminine fragrance, teasing Zhao Wu's ears and nostrils. The hardest burden to bear was a beauty's favor. And there were two such enchantresses. Actually more than two. An ordinary man would likely die of exhaustion within 2 days. Only Zhao Wu with his dragon god physique could handle them. His Majesty the First Emperor decrees, if the martial god offers the dragon yuan, he shall be infeft as the King of Qin, become a sworn brother of the empire, share in its eternal glory and wealth. His Majesty the First Emperor decrees. A series of resonant voices echoed in Zhao Wu's ears. Zhao Wu looked out the window. A general clad in black armor rode a warhorse holding the imperial edict high, galloping and shouting loudly. Amplified by his peak grandmaster Tru Chi, his voice resounded through the sky, echoing across the entire Shuhe County. My heavens, infeft as King of Qin, becoming a sworn brother. If only I had the dragon yuan. As long as I offer it to His Majesty, I'd enjoy endless wealth and honor for life, glorifying my ancestors. You're dreaming. Besides, the dragon yuan is a divine object that grants immortality. The martial god may not offer it up. Indeed, who wouldn't desire immortality? If I had the dragon yuan, I wouldn't know how to choose. On one hand, immortality. On the other, the title of King of Qin, glory for ancestors and endless wealth. The martial god is no ordinary man. He may not care for worldly power and wealth. True. I never expected the martial god to be in our little Shuhe County. If only I could catch a glimpse of his presence. Maybe we've all seen the martial god without recognizing him. Makes sense. I might have even dined with him. I even visited brothels with him. As the imperial decree resounded, the once peaceful Shuhe County erupted into excitement. Hey there, quick. Zhao Wu smiled wryly, withdrawing his gaze from the window and glancing at a blood-red orb on the desk beside him. The orb was like amber, crystal clear and round, yet it contained an immensely vast and terrifying power. This was none other than the dragon yuan, the reward for ranking first on the divine sword list. A supreme treasure that could grant immortality. Mingzhu's eyes flickered as she watched the black-armored knight galloping through the streets. This man is codenamed Yenri, a heaven-rank assassin of the net, at the peak of Grandmaster Realm, second only to Zhao Gao. He must have received the mission and rushed here using light body techniques. It seems Ying Zheng is truly desperate for the dragon yuan. Ying Zheng has been obsessed with the elixir of immortality for years. Now that the dragon yuan appears, can he afford not to be eager? Yanlingji smiled radiantly, a smile that could be described as peerless elegance. Mingzhu laughed. But Ying Zheng is bound to be disappointed. Not only does our master have no interest in the title of King of Qin, but even an ordinary person wouldn't give away such a treasure as the dragon yuan. Yanlingji nodded slightly, her voice tinged with pride. Forget the title of King of Qin. If our master desired the emperor's throne, it would be within easy reach. At this, Yanlingji and Mingzhu couldn't help but gaze at Zhao Wu. The world's people schemed and exhausted their lives for the emperor's throne, yet never attained it. Zhao Wu clearly had the power to seize the throne, yet he made no move. Did he truly not want to be emperor? Did he not desire this supreme position that drove all men mad? Sensing their gazes, Zhao Wu smiled faintly. What's so good about being emperor? Like Ying Zheng, who had to review memorials weighing over 100 jin every day. Morning court began before dawn, forcing him to rise early. It was a grueling task. Mingzhu the Tide, which said, "The emperor is the supreme ruler of the world. A single word can decide the life and death of millions, wielding immense power. With one word, I can also decide the life and death of millions." Zhao Wu said indifferently, his calm voice carrying an indescribable dominance and confidence. "The emperor's authority cannot touch me. The emperor is supreme." Yanlingji leaned close to Zhao Wu's ear, her fragrance intoxicating, her voice filled with infinite allure. And he can legitimately select beauties from all over the realm and keep them in his harem. She knew Zhao Wu loved beautiful women, so she said this deliberately. "Are they as beautiful as you?" Zhao Wu chuckled, pinching Yan Lingji's delicate cheek. Fair, smooth, and irresistible. Supreme. Can he withstand a single punch from me? As he spoke, an intangible aura emanated from Zhao Wu. In an instant, Yan Lingji and Mingzhu seemed to see a peerless martial god, dominating the world, standing tall between heaven and earth, overlooking all, ruling the 8 directions. Master's martial arts are divine, and naturally no one in the world can withstand your punch. Yan Lingji's dreamy eyes sparkled with admiration and devotion, full of tender affection. The master is mighty. Mingzhu's voluptuous body seemed to be electrified, collapsing limply, pressing tightly against Zhao Wu's chest. Her eyes were filled with passion, springs surging within. Zhao Wu extended his hand and clenched it firmly before them. The fist is power. Clenching the fist is grasping power. Striking with force is authority. A man must never be without power, even for a day. This is my fist power. Zhao Wu shook his clenched fist lightly. His power resided within himself. Where in the world could he not go? Imperial supremacy. In his eyes it meant nothing. Master's insight enlightens me. Yan Lingji and Mingzhu's eyes shimmered with intense admiration. Even Nongyu, who was playing the zither nearby, had her eyes sparkling with astonishment, her heart trembling. Zhao Wu leaned down and kissed each enchantress's forehead. Besides, what's so good about being emperor? Can you two sleep in until you wake naturally while holding me? No. Mingzhu shook her head. You have to attend morning court. Can you do nothing all day, lie in the arms of you enchantresses, listen to Nongyu's zither, and watch Xuenu dance? No. Yan Lingji said. You have to review memorials. Can you spend every day visiting Feishan Tower, Zuaming Tower, and Xylan Pavilion, chatting all night with the top courtesans and sleep until the sun is high? No. Yan Lingji and Mingzhu shook their heads blankly. How could a sovereign act lightly, let alone sleep in brothels every day? That was impossible. Zhao Wu spread his hands. So why should I be emperor? Am I short of money? Am I short of beautiful women? Is there anyone who dares to bully me? Mingzhu and Yan Lingji shook their heads in unison. They had followed Zhao Wu for many years, especially Yan Lingji, who had been with him for 20 years. Though they still could not fathom the full extent of Zhao Wu's power, even a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg revealed to them how terrifying his energy was. For instance, the most prosperous inns and taverns in every county and prefecture. 9 out of 10 were under Zhao Wu's control. He had invented hot pot stir-fried dishes, and even refined poisonous salt mines into pure salt, amassing wealth greater than the Qin Empire's 10 years of tax revenue. And famous money traps like Feishan Tower, Xylan Pavilion, Zuaming Tower, and Feishua Pavilion. Though bearing different names, they all shared a common master. That was Zhao Wu. Moreover, the chief managers of places like Feishan Tower and Xylan Pavilion were both familiar to them. The former owner of Xylan Pavilion in Xinjiang, Han Zinu. Zinu was also responsible for intelligence gathering, similar to Mingzhu, but their duties were not entirely identical. Mingzhu had taken over the Nightfall organization, once led by Ji Wuye, and expanded it. Now Nightfall was no less formidable than the dreaded net. If Ying Zheng was the sovereign on the surface, Zhao Wu was the hidden ruler behind the scenes. Turning his hand, he could summon clouds. With a flip, rain would fall. You are most astute, master. I am humbled by your wisdom. Yan Lingji responded with a charming smile, her voice dripping with allure. Though you are not an emperor, you surpass one. Zhao Wu grinned, lowering his head to plant a hearty kiss on her. Not bad. It seems that after so many years by my side, Lingji has absorbed a measure of my insight. Sister Lingji has absorbed more than a mere measure. Our master constantly guides her, pouring knowledge and wisdom into her mind. Mingzhu let her jade-white hand glide over Zhao Wu's firm chest, her voice tinged with playful envy. It truly makes me jealous. Sister Mingzhu always complains. No wonder master says the chirping bird gets the worm. Yan Lingji blinked her beautiful eyes, a light laugh escaping her lips. Master imparts his teachings. Has he ever forgotten you? You have the biggest appetite. Zhao Wu cupped the exquisite snowy chin of the seductress Mingzhu, gazing at her bewitchingly beautiful face. A true great white shark. No matter how much you feed her, she is never satisfied. Yet he loved this very shark. Master always bullies me. Mingzhu's eyes were like silk, a mix of coquettishness and feigned grievance. Her expression seemed to plead, but the tone of her voice whispered to Zhao Wu, master, come bully me, ravish me. Slap. Zhao Wu's palm struck her curvaceous rear. Mingzhu's body trembled, her eyes glistening as if they could drip water. Zhao Wu paid no heed. He reached out, and the dragon pearl lying on the table 2 meters away flew into his palm. It looks just like a ruby. Yan Lingji examined the dragon pearl. Having already received the dog talisman from Zhao Wu, granting her immortality and eternal youth, she felt only a flicker of curiosity, not covetousness. Mingzhu felt the same. Moreover, the dragon pearl belonged to Zhao Wu. In her heart, he was the reincarnation of a war god, a man of divine stature. She was delighted with what he gave her. What Zhao Wu did not give her, she would never touch. I wonder if it will hurt my teeth. Zhao Wu toyed with the dragon pearl. Its surface was smooth warm like jade faintly etched with mysterious arcane patterns. Hurt your teeth. Mingzhu and Yanlingji rolled their eyes at him in unison. This was a treasure coveted even by the first emperor and you are worried about hurting your teeth. If you think it will hurt, give it to us. Zhao Wu waved his hand. Leave now. Mingzhu and Yanlingji rose and departed. They knew Zhao Wu was about to consume the dragon pearl. Nongyu also left the room carrying her guqin. As everyone departed, Zhao Wu instantly activated the 5 elements heaven-sealing array arranged in the room. Invisible light curtains rose, isolating the space from the outside world. I wonder how powerful Master will become after consuming the dragon pearl. Yanlingji stood guard at the door, alert to the surroundings, her eyes filled with anticipation and joy. When the dragon pearl was bestowed, Master did not even inspect it. He only prepared to take it after Nongyu finished her performance. It seems the dragon pearl holds little appeal to him. Mingzhu analyzed. Though the dragon pearl was a reward from the Dao Steely, Zhao Wu possessed many treasures including the dog talisman, a heaven-defying artifact that rivaled the dragon pearl. Thus for others the dragon pearl was an unparalleled treasure, but for Zhao Wu it might not be the same. Not necessarily. Yanlingji held her ground, retorting, Master values people over objects. He did not rush to examine the dragon pearl. Perhaps he simply did not want to interrupt Nongyu's playing. The dragon pearl was there. It wouldn't run away. Checking it sooner or later was the same. Is that so? Mingzhu's voice was teasing, a sly smile playing on her lips. How about a bet? We bet on how much the dragon pearl will enhance Master. What's the stake? Yanlingji did not back down. Didn't Master give you a little trinket before? Click. A delicate stainless steel lighter appeared in Yanlingji's hand, a flame springing from it. You mean this lighter? Yanlingji released her finger, extinguishing the flame. This was a small trinket Zhao Wu had obtained from a check-in earlier and casually bestowed upon her. Exactly. Mingzhu nodded. You are a walking lighter yourself. You have no use for this. True, but this is a gift from Master. What will you wager? Yanlingji toyed with the lighter. Though useless to her, it held great sentimental value and was exquisitely crafted. She loved it. What do you want? Mingzhu deflected, asking instead. The butterfly knife Master gave you. Yanlingji did not ask for anything extravagant, but the butterfly knife's worth and significance were no less than the lighter's. Agreed. Mingzhu nodded slightly. In truth, she did not particularly desire the lighter. She had noticed that after certain moments Zhao Wu liked to take out a stick called a big cigar to smoke. And that needed lighting. If she could get Yanlingji's lighter, she could light Zhao Wu's cigars in the future. Seductress Mingzhu, that great white shark is about to lose. Inside the room, Zhao Wu, seated cross-legged on the bed, curled his lips. With his power, he could clearly hear every word exchanged between Yanlingji and Mingzhu. He also guessed Mingzhu's intentions. Just yesterday I checked in and got a box of lighters. I'll give her one later, so she can light my cigars conveniently. Zhao Wu mused to himself. He had traversed here over 20 years ago, still a fetus. The moment he regained consciousness, he encountered his mother Xia Yufang jumping off a cliff. Fortunately, at the critical moment Zhao Wu awakened the check-in system. On the first day, he obtained a super bodyguard Jian, in a peak celestial realm archer. Jian Yin was a character from the world of magic sword and chess of life, and death, a descendant of the archer god Hou-Yi, wielding the 4-phase sun-chasing arrows of devastating power. After the check-in, he posed as a reclusive master and saved Xia Yufang. On the second day, Zhao Wu obtained the divine martial Dao body, allowing him to master any martial art with staggering speed and power. On the third day, he received the upgraded dragon god art. On the fourth day, he obtained. Thus from birth Zhao Wu was already at the Grandmaster realm. Over the years, though he rarely cultivated his daily check-ins, had raised his cultivation to the peak of the Divine Void Realm, the 9th layer. The Divine Void Realm was a level beyond the Celestial Realm, allowing one to soar through the air realm, the void, and travel from the northern seas to the southern Cyprus in a single morning. Those outside called it a land immortal with a lifespan of 500 years. Of course, the land immortal was not the endpoint. Above it lay the Supreme Void Realm. A Supreme Void Realm cultivator lived for 1,000 years and was called a Supreme Void True Immortal. I thought that with my cultivation this dragon pearl would offer little help, but unexpectedly it has stirred my dragon god art, showing signs of breakthrough. Zhao Wu divided the complete dragon pearl into 7 parts. After swallowing one, he immediately sensed the immense energy contained within. It greatly benefited his dragon god art. The dragon god art was originally the hereditary supreme technique of the Long family from Water Moon Cave Heaven. It was the most rigid and yang martial art in the world, created by the dragon god, enabling one to cultivate into a deity. A flawless divine skill. It allowed flight through the air, transformation into a dragon to attack enemies, and could expel poison, heal wounds, seize objects, and protect the body. Versatile and infinitely powerful. Ying Zheng stole the dragon god art and became a half-human half-deity, achieving immortality. The dragon god art Zhao Wu obtained from Qin was an ultimate evolved version. Cultivated to the deepest level, it could transform into a true dragon god primordial dragon body. Invincible, undying, and eternal. After devouring the remaining 6 dragon pearls, the dragon god art should advance to the 6th layer, and my cultivation will break through to the supreme void realm. Zhao Wu gazed at the 6 remaining dragon pearls, and without hesitation swallowed them all in one gulp. Outside Xianyang, by the ancient road, green grass stretches to the sky. Clatter clatter. The black dragon banner flutters in the wind, rustling loudly. The mighty Qin soldiers holding long spears march like a black torrent. 6 sturdy horses escorted by Qin soldiers pull the golden carriage, striding with firm and powerful steps toward Shuhe County. Inside the golden carriage, it was resplendent and majestic. Ying Zheng sat upright on the dragon throne, clad in a black dragon robe, wearing a crown with 12 strings of jade beads that obscured his face, hiding his emotions. The imperial might was unfathomable. Sitting there, he exuded an aura of ruling the world and swallowing the heavens. Guinye, holding the abyss rainbow, stood silently beside him like a statue, unmoving as a mountain. Master Guy, do you think this trip will yield the dragon essence? Suddenly Ying Zheng's calm voice rang out, betraying no emotion. Your Majesty, the dragon essence not only grants immortality but also enhances power, unlocks potential, and makes one immune to poisons. If the martial god is a powerful warrior, he might find it hard to resist the temptation. Guinye did not speak directly, but the implication was that Ying Zheng's chances of obtaining the dragon essence were slim. Ying Zheng snorted softly and fell silent, lost in thought. In truth, he knew this well, yet he still came. His purpose was twofold. First, if the martial god had not consumed the dragon essence, he might have a chance to obtain it. Even if slim, he had to try. Second, if the martial god had consumed the dragon essence, he would become immortal and his power would reach a terrifying level. Such a strong man was worth personally recruiting. After all, making an enemy of him would be a huge loss for the empire. It might even cause immense trouble. Moreover, the martial god possessed one of the top 10 divine swords from the divine sword ranking and the 3 transformation creation pill. Even if he couldn't obtain the dragon essence, getting the 3 transformation creation pill would make the trip worthwhile. The 3 transformation creation pill could add 100 years of cultivation and lifespan, giving him more time to seek other elixirs of immortality. Especially the appearance of the Great Dao Golden List proved that immortality elixirs truly existed. Moreover, the top of the divine sword ranking was 1. It wouldn't be surprising if other rankings later, or even when the divine sword ranking refreshed in a month, produced another immortality elixir. Thus, if he could recruit the martial god when the divine sword ranking refreshed next time, he might obtain an immortality elixir. That was why he placed such importance on this and came personally. While Ying Zheng was rushing to Shuhe County, the nobles of the 6 states and the 100 schools of thought were all in motion. The Mahis school. Grand Master Yen Dan galloped on a fine horse, his eyes burning with urgency. The martial god is very close to Xianyang. If Ying Zheng finds him first, my dream of restoring my kingdom will be forever distant. Dragon essence. Dragon essence. I must have it along with a top 10 divine sword. Yen Dan clenched his fists, shouting in his heart. With a neigh, the horse suddenly stumbled and collapsed from exhaustion. Yen Dan lightly tapped his toes, ignoring the fallen horse, and used his lightness skill to advance quickly. When his qi was nearly depleted, he found another horse riding forward while recovering his qi. Not only Yen Dan but also Donghuang Tai and Xinghuan of the school of Yinyang Tian Meng and Tian, who of the farmer school Wei Zhuang of the flowing sand, and countless other powerhouses were desperately rushing toward Shuhe County. The world storm gathered at Shuhe. Heroes from all directions set out. Meanwhile, the instigator Zhao Wu had entered a state of divine clarity and profound mystery. Golden qi surged around him, transforming into small dancing dragons. These qi dragons shuttled through his body, strengthening his flesh meridians, bones, and organs. His body was transforming. His body was evolving. Cultivation is a process of transformation and evolution toward perfection. This is why powerful people are generally not ugly, unless they practice heretical arts, which not only fails to beautify but makes them look neither human nor ghost. Crackling. The space trembled and thin hair like black cracks flashed, exuding a terrifying, spine-chilling aura from beyond. At this moment, Zhao Wu's aura was terrifying. His blazing blood energy like a primordial beast, forming a faint golden ancestral dragon shadow around his body. Around the room, flowing light formed an invisible shield, sealing Zhao Wu inside. The 5 elements heaven-suppressing array. This was an array Zhao Wu had obtained from a sign-in capable of sealing all auras. Otherwise, the commotion of his cultivation would have been earth-shattering. Roar. After an unknown time, a resounding dragon cry echoed from within Zhao Wu. Golden light blazed behind him, condensing into a 9-clawed golden dragon phantom. The dragon's might was vast and domineering. Dragon-shaped qi swirled around him. Zhao Wu abruptly opened his eyes, and 2 sword intense, almost solid shot out, piercing the void, and rippling the 5 elements heaven-suppressing array. Breaking through to the Tai Su realm will bring a lightning tribulation. I cannot break through here. Zhao Wu's sharp, profound gaze seemed to pierce the cosmos, sensing the vast pressure of fate, and he understood. He stood up. Roar. In an instant Zhao Wu transformed into a phantom divine dragon, soaring upward, passing through the flying immortal pavilion, and vanishing into the 9 heavens. I feel like something flew up into the sky. Yanlingji raised her head, her dreamlike beautiful eyes, gazing at the sky above the flying immortal pavilion, puzzled. Even as a heavenly human realm expert, she only vaguely sensed something flying away. What thing? If there is, it must be the master. Mingzhu looked up. She was also at the heavenly human realm, but weaker than Yanlingji, so she felt nothing. Although Zhao Wu had not yet broken through, he had already comprehended a hint of the Tai Su realm's essence, enabling him to pass through walls and earth. Thus, when he used the dragon god art to transform into a dragon, it was like the legendary wall-piercing technique. He left without damaging the flying immortal pavilion at all. His speed was so fast that even Yanlingji couldn't see clearly. Maybe it really was the master. If so, you might have lost. Yanlingji smiled, lightly turned, and walked away with her long legs. Zhao Wu's cultivation did not require them to guard the door, because there were invisible strong guards in the shadows. No one could break in. They stood guard merely because they had nothing else to do, as a gesture of goodwill. Guarding or not, it didn't matter. Yanlingji trusted her intuition. She felt that Zhao Wu must have made a breakthrough and left quietly. Since Zhao Wu had left, there was no point in staying. Could it be that the master really left? Mingzhu's beautiful eyes moved. She also decided not to stay, planning to check the news of the world, so she could report to the master as soon as he emerged. At the shore of the East Sea, tens of thousands of feet high, roar, a phantom divine dragon swooped down from the sky, transforming into a handsome jade-like man with a graceful bearing. The man stood in the void, his sword-like eyebrows slanting into his temple's eyes like stars, deep gaze flickering like galaxies. Boom! In the 9 heavens, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded. Vast heavenly might poured down, and layered clouds like mountain peaks instantly covered the sky, shrouding the entire world. Sunlight vanished, blocked by black clouds, and the sky grew dark and dim. Only Zhao Wu's tall, upright figure like a bright lamp hung high in the sky, illuminating the dark firmament. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared and lightning serpents danced in the black clouds, releasing thrilling power. This was heavenly might, the power of thunder. It represented the will of heaven and earth. It represented the Great Dao. Terrifying aura filled every inch of space, growing heavier and more oppressive, like a volcano that had accumulated for eons about to erupt. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering. Today Zhao Wu entered the Tai Su realm and approached true immortality. Open! The terrifying aura on Zhao Wu burst forth like a mountain flood, instantly breaking through the barrier of the Tai Su realm, advancing from the Shun Su realm to the Tai Su realm. The dragon god art naturally advanced to the 6th layer. Booming thunder, dark oppressive thunderclouds churned and surged across the sky as if enraged. The next moment, a terrifying thunder dragon dozens of zhang in length swooped down, brandishing its claws and fangs, exuding an aura of utter annihilation. Space trembled, splitting into pitch-black fissures like the gaping maw of an abyssal demon. Zhao Wu, with an expression as calm as ever, stood proudly in the void. Gazing at the descending thunder dragon, he reached out and grasped the air sword. Come! With a dragon's roar that echoed across the heavens, a golden divine dragon soared upward, landing in Zhao Wu's hand and transforming into a golden divine sword. The divine dragon sword. Zhao Wu had obtained it through a 10-year sign-in, and like the dragon god art, it was an ultimate evolved version, within which a true dragon soul was sealed. As Zhao Wu's power increased, the seal would gradually loosen, and the dragon soul's power would be released, growing stronger and stronger. With the divine dragon sword in hand, Zhao Wu's aura transformed. He resembled a peerless divine weapon, his edge unmatched, capable of cleaving the heavens. The sword intent radiating from him soared to the sky, growing stronger and sharper. The divine dragon sword seemed to merge with him, becoming part of his body, as obedient as his own arm, connected by blood and spirit. Suddenly Zhao Wu struck with his sword. A single light stroke cleaved through the sky. It seemed heavy yet light. It seemed fast yet slow. The sword light was like a shooting star, leaving only a blindingly bright radiance. Dazzling beyond measure, it stung the eyes, making them unable to open. Rip! The thunder dragon was silently torn apart, and the sword light continued unabated. One sword stroke split 10,000 li of layered clouds. One sword stroke sundered the vault of heaven and the earth. Beneath that single stroke, the thunder tribulation was annihilated. The sky cleared and became bright. A wind arose from nowhere, and in a blink it blew away the dark clouds. The terrifying thunder tribulation, not fully descended, ended just like that. Destiny, sword path. Destiny is with me. I am destiny. Zhao Wu stood with sword in hand, his bearing unparalleled, like a peerless sword, immortal, transcendent, and ethereal. The stroke just now was precisely the sword path of the 10 supreme martial arts, the destiny sword path. Although it was only a single stroke, it had already exerted 70% of his power. So this is Tai Su. Zhao Wu sensed himself, his entire being seeming to merge with the void. Not only did his strength surge, but his speed also became incredibly faster. The next moment his figure moved, and as if teleporting he silently appeared above a range of undulating mountains thousands of li away. Roaming the Tai Su, merging with the void, a lifespan of 1,000 years. The Tai Su realm is truly formidable. No wonder it is called the Tai Su True Immortal. Zhao Wu gazed down at the mountains, then suddenly drew his sword and slashed. A dazzling sword light descended from the sky. Boom! In an instant the heavens shattered and the earth split. 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak under this sword stroke was cleaved in two from top to bottom. A massive fissure stretched from the summit all the way to the base, extending more than 10 li. Such was the power of a sword that could split a mountain. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Wu was very satisfied. He casually tossed the divine dragon sword, which let out a joyful chirp, and like a golden divine dragon it soared in a circle through the air before landing at Zhao Wu's feet. Whoosh! The divine dragon sword shot up into the sky carrying Zhao Wu and pierced the clouds. Riding the sword and riding the wind, he roamed freely between heaven and earth. With his cultivation as a Tai Su True Immortal, Zhao Wu had long been able to ride the wind and traverse the void, touring the northern sea in the morning and reaching Kanggu by evening. Sword flight was merely a pleasure. In his past life Zhao Wu had also admired those peerless sword immortals. Riding the sword and riding the wind, they came to vanquish demons between heaven and earth. How dashing! How joyous! Above the sky Zhao Wu looked down upon the world. Clouds and mist swiftly flew past him, wind howled in his ears, and mountains and rivers leaped by in an instant. 1,000 li of mountains and rivers, 10,000 li of rivers and ranges all lay beneath his feet. In a daze Zhao Wu seemed to return to 15 years ago. That year he had broken through to the land immortal Shin Su realm. The Shin Su realm allowed one to ride the void and wind, roaming heaven and earth like an immortal, hence the name Land Immortal. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he could soar into the clouds and travel the sky by his own power. He was naturally overjoyed and spent a whole day reveling in the flight before calming down. Today he had entered the Tai Su realm and become a Tai Su True Immortal. His spirits were high and his ambitions soared. However, sword flight and roaming the world no longer held much appeal for him. After merely circling around to familiarize himself with the power of the Tai Su realm, Zhao Wu returned to the Feishan Pavilion. Meanwhile, in Shuhe County, teams of armored soldiers, bearing sharp weapons, took over the streets, guarding both sides with sharp, vigilant eyes. His Majesty the First Emperor has arrived. He requests the Divine Martial God to come forth for an audience. His Majesty the First Emperor has arrived. He requests the Divine Martial God to come forth for an audience. The First Emperor. Sharp, high-pitched voices echoed and rolled in all directions. Ying Zheng, holding the Tianwan sword, sat upright in his rolling carriage. His deep gaze quietly stared ahead, revealing neither joy nor anger. Still no news of the Divine Martial God. Ying Zheng asked, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This servant is incompetent. We have not yet found any trace of the Divine Martial God." Zhao Gao knelt prostrate, trembling with fear. He had brought the 6 sword slaves and net experts following Yan Ri to Shuhe County. He immediately deployed the net's agents to secretly investigate everyone in Shuhe County who might be the Divine Martial God. At the same time, he also found Chen Yu, the county magistrate of Shuhe, and inquired about any suspicious individuals in the county. However, no matter how he searched, he found not a single trace of the Divine Martial God. "Your humble servant is incompetent. I dispatched numerous shadow secret guards, but they also found no trace of the Divine Martial God. I beg your Majesty to punish me." Zhang Han knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with shame. The shadow secret guards were Ying Zheng's personal bodyguard. As their name implied, they moved swiftly, were decisive in killing, and followed like shadows, like death itself. Though low in rank, they held the power of life and death, taking direct orders from Ying Zheng. Hence they were described as, like maggots clinging to a bone, like shadows following the body, like the emperor in person. They were the sharpest blade in Ying Zheng's hand. Yet knowing that the Divine Martial God was in Shuhe County, they had found nothing. Truly shameful before the imperial grace. "Continue searching." Ying Zheng's voice was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of disappointment. He had come in person. If the Divine Martial God wished to meet him, he would have appeared already. He was afraid he would not see the Divine Martial God. As for the shadow secret guards and the net, since they had not found him immediately, later attempts to find the Divine Martial God would be nothing but a fool's dream. This servant obeys the decree. Zhao Gao withdrew and went to the net's temporary stronghold. Yan Ri was waiting there. Zhao Gao asked, "Have you found any trace of Jing and I?" "Your Excellency, after arriving in Shuhe County, I thoroughly inspected the entire county. Neither the Divine Martial God nor Jing and I left any trace at all." Yan Ri bowed and then said, "In my humble opinion, the Divine Martial God and Jing and I probably left before we arrived." Although he had rushed here immediately, the journey still took considerable time. Moreover, both the divine martial god and Jing and I were supreme experts. Once they received their rewards and left, they would be impossible to find. Then investigate everyone who suddenly left Shuhe County after the divine sword list rewards were distributed. We must find their traces by any means. Zhao Gao's voice was icy like a bone-chilling wind, leaving no room for doubt. Yes, my lord. Yan rebowed and withdrew. Shuhe County was not large, and in this ancient era the floating population was scarce, so it was not too difficult to ascertain who had recently departed. While the net and the shadow guards were searching for the martial god Ying Zheng, inside the golden cart suddenly spoke. This Shuhe County is quite impressive. The streets were clean and the houses stood in orderly rows. It was no less than Xianyang. Especially the lives of the people here seemed quite prosperous. Not a single refugee or beggar was to be seen. He knew that his arrival had been urgent and sudden, and according to Zhang Han's shadow guard report, the county magistrate had not driven away refugees or beggars in a pretense of order before his arrival. It could be said that what he saw was the true appearance of Shuhe County. It is entirely due to your majesty's sage rule. Your subject dare not take credit. Chun Yu, the county magistrate who had been serving, nervously flushed with excitement upon hearing this. To receive praise from the first emperor Ying Zheng. What a glorious honor. With Ying Zheng's words, his future prospects were bright. Of course, Shuhe County's present state was closely tied to another person. Chun Yu dared not conceal it and quickly said, Your Majesty, Shuhe County was not originally wealthy. Its current prosperity is largely thanks to one person. Oh, who? Ying Zheng was curious. Could this small county harbor a great talent? Your Majesty, this person is named Zhao Wu. Chun Yu hurriedly said. He was born a commoner with only his mother at home, now 22 years old. But he has been exceptionally clever since childhood with many ingenious ideas. For instance, he brewed a delicious fruit wine from wild berries that were otherwise discarded, making it renowned far and wide. Not only did he become the richest merchant in Shuhe County, but he also helped improve the lives of the local people. In addition, there are stir-fried dishes and hot pot. A glint flickered in Ying Zheng's eyes and he said calmly, I have tasted this fruit wine myself. Indeed, it is excellent, mellow, fragrant, and with an endless aftertaste. The stir-fried dishes and hot pot are also innovative and I enjoy them greatly. I didn't expect the inventor to be right here. How interesting. Summon him to appear before me. Your Majesty. Chun Yu hesitated, his eyes filled with conflict. Speak your mind, what is this halting manner? Ying Zheng reprimanded. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Chun Yu was startled and quickly said, Your Majesty, although Zhao Wu has some ingenious ideas, he is unambitious and does not apply his intelligence to proper pursuits. He spends his days frequenting brothels and taverns. Moreover, he invented fruit wine, stir-fried dishes, and hot pot, only because he found the previous food and drink unpalatable and wanted to satisfy his own cravings. He could see that Ying Zheng was interested in Zhao Wu, but Zhao Wu was truly not a great talent. He was merely a lecherous and indolent fellow. He feared that when Ying Zheng met Zhao Wu he would be greatly disappointed and accuse him of deceiving the emperor. Therefore, he had to give Ying Zheng a warning and clarify Zhao Wu's character. By the way, Your Majesty, the largest mansion ahead is Zhao Wu's residence. Zhao Wu is usually out enjoying himself, but his mother is generally at home. Chen Yu pointed to a large mansion ahead, where a 3-story pavilion stood in the courtyard. At the window on the 3rd floor, there happened to be a stunning woman who appeared to be about 20. The woman seemed curious, standing at the window, her beautiful eyes gazing at Ying Zheng's carriage. Ying Zheng followed Chun Yu's indication, his gaze passing through the carriage curtain, and instantly caught sight of the exquisite woman looking out from the pavilion. At that moment, Ying Zheng felt as if struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, his mind went blank, and his eyes fixed on the ethereal figure on the pavilion. What is wrong with Your Majesty? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to Zhao Wu's mother? Seeing Ying Zheng staring blankly at the woman, Chun Yu quickly said, Your Majesty, that is Zhao Wu's mother, Yufang. She is 36 years old. I don't know how she maintains herself, but she shows no signs of age. Yufang, a Fang. Ying Zheng clutched the Tianwan's sword tightly, ignoring Chun Yu, his mind already in turmoil. Nervous, expectant, excited, anxious. A Fang. It must be a Fang. I cannot be mistaken. After all these years she has not changed at all. Ying Zheng's heart surged with excitement, but when he thought of Zhao Wu his heart suddenly sank. His emotions rose and fell. How old did you say Zhao Wu is? Ying Zheng's gaze abruptly turned to Chen Yu, and his voice trembled involuntarily. Under Ying Zheng's stare, Chun Yu felt the world spinning. An overwhelming, terrifying pressure surged from all directions, nearly suffocating him. With a thud, Chun Yu prostrated himself on the ground, his entire body limp, unable to muster any strength. How old is Zhao Wu? Ying Zheng frowned and pressed again. Chun Yu shuddered, his mind blank, and instinctively replied, Your Majesty, Zhao Wu is 22 years old. At that moment he had completely lost the ability to think. The majesty and aura of the first emperor were too terrifying. For a mere county magistrate to meet the first emperor was already a blessing from the martial god. Who else is in Zhao Wu's family? Where is his father? Tell me everything about him and his mother. If there is any falsehood you will die without mercy. Ying Zheng's low voice frightened Chun Yu so much that his heart pounded, and his liver quivered, nearly causing him to wet himself in terror. I swear, your majesty, I would never dare deceive you. Trembling with fear, Chun Yu had no time to think why Ying Zheng was asking these questions and quickly said, Your Majesty, Yufeng came to Shuhe County from elsewhere 22 years ago. She was already several months pregnant at the time because she gave birth to Zhao Wu 6 months later. As for Zhao Wu's father, we have never seen him. Moreover, Zhao Wu's household has only maidservants, no male servants. The entire residence has only Zhao Wu as the male head. I do not know who his father is. Hearing this, the great weight in Ying Zheng's heart finally lifted by more than half. Ying Zheng had never appointed an empress over the years, because his heart had always belonged to one woman, Xia Yufeng. Xia Yufeng was someone he had known since his days in the state of Zhao. She had accompanied him through the most difficult times of his life, and was the woman he loved most. 22 years ago he wanted to make her his queen, but was opposed by Lu Buwei and the civil and military officials. At that time Lu Buwei held immense power. To avoid causing him trouble, Xia Yufeng jumped off a cliff and committed suicide. At that time, he had sent people to search for her but found nothing. Although they found nothing, it suggested that Xia Yufeng might not have died. So, he had been searching for her all these years. Unfortunately, still to no avail. Heaven had mercy. He never expected to encounter Xia Yufeng here. He did not know why she had not aged after more than 20 years, but he believed he had not mistaken her. Moreover, the timeline given by Chun Yu matched. If everything was true, Xia Yufeng had borne him a son. Thinking of this, Ying Zheng could not help but become excited. Zhang Han, go investigate immediately. Remember, do not let anyone know and do not disturb them. Ying Zheng commanded. Rest assured, your majesty. I understand. Zhang Han acknowledged the order, and his figure vanished from the carriage in an instant. His shadow guards had also been ordered to search for Xia Yufeng over the years. Therefore, Zhang Han knew exactly what to do. In fact, when Zhang Han first saw Xia Yufeng, he had also recognized her. He was just a little uncertain. After all, Xia Yufeng looked far too young. What happened today must not be leaked. Violators will be severely punished. Ying Zheng's authoritative gaze swept over Chun Yu, and his voice like a dragon's roar echoed majestically. Rest assured, your majesty. I know nothing, I heard nothing. Chun Yu, trembling with fear, quickly promised. A Feng Zhao Wu. Ying Zheng's gaze drifted, 1,000 emotions churning within him. At the temporary headquarters of the net in Shuhe County. My lord, I have discovered a special situation. Yan Ri hurried over with an assassin reporting to Zhao Gao. Have you found traces of the martial god? Zhao Gao's eyes lit up with anticipation. My lord, not the martial god but Xia Yufeng. Yan Ri said. Xia Yufeng. Zhao Gao raised an eyebrow. As Ying Zheng's close attendant and the master of the spider web, he naturally knew the woman Xia Yufeng. The spider web, known as the net of heaven and earth, penetrated every crevice. If Ying Zheng wished to find Xia Yufeng, he would inevitably employ it. Hence, the spider web was also the main force in the search for Xia Yufeng. Have you discovered Xia Yufeng? Zhao Gao's voice trembled with excitement. As one who served Ying Zheng daily, he better understood the emperor's obsession with Xia Yufeng. If he could locate Xia Yufeng, it would be a monumental achievement, earning him even greater trust and favor from Ying Zheng. My lord, we have found that the mother of a notable figure in Shuhe County, Zhao Wu, named Yufeng, bears an exact resemblance to Xia Yufeng, and her age matches as well. You say Xia Yufeng has a son? Zhao Gao frowned. If Xia Yufeng had married, then, even if Ying Zheng saw her again, he might not be pleased. In that case, this would no longer be a merit. It would be better not to inform Ying Zheng. My lord, I have investigated. Zhao Wu is already 22 years old, and there is no man besides Xia Yufeng. He might be. Yan Ri paused, not continuing, but Zhao Gao instantly grasped the implication. Zhao Wu was likely Ying Zheng's son. Are you certain? Zhao Gao's sinister eyes turned cold like a venomous snake poised to strike a fatal blow. My lord, the time of Xia Yufeng's arrival in Shuhe County matches exactly the time of her disappearance, and she was already pregnant when she came. These matters are widely known and easy to verify. There can be no mistake. Moreover, I have discovered that Zhang Han was also investigating. He too seems to have uncovered Xia Yufeng's identity. Zhao Gao's eyes flickered, and he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. What about this Zhao Wu? Yan Ri, prepared for this, quickly replied. Zhao Wu is 22 years old. His appearance resembles the emperor's younger days, and he is exceptionally handsome, reputed as the most beautiful man in Shuhe County. Beyond his looks, Zhao Wu is extremely intelligent. He invented fruit wine hot pot and stir-fry dishes, and through these, he became the wealthiest man in Shuhe County. However, his flaws are also evident. He is lecherous and lazy, spending almost every day in brothels and taverns indulging in pleasure. He is still at the Facian Tower now, likely not yet out of bed. Lechery and laziness are nothing. This Zhao Wu is no simple man. Zhao Gao's mind raced, his voice cold and piercing, laced with a fierce murderous intent. My lord is wise. Yan Ri said admiringly. Zhao Wu and Xia Yufang, a widow and orphan, have no power or influence. Even if Zhao Wu invented fruit wine, he would have been devoured to the bone by others, making a wedding garment for them. But Zhao Wu has thrived and become the richest man in Shuhe County, which shows he is not simple. Furthermore, I have discovered that any ruffian who tried to harass or molest Xia Yufang would vanish without a trace the next day. They all met with various accidents, such as slipping off a cliff, being bitten by a venomous snake, or struck by lightning. I suspect that Zhao Wu has someone backing him. Indeed, without strength one cannot guard wealth. Zhao Gao looked up, his gaze soft and venomous, exuding an aura of sinister evil. A timid person, if looked at by him, would likely wet themselves in fear. This bastard child cannot be allowed to live. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Zhao Gao's mind. Zhao Wu was intelligent and the eldest son, while Ying Zheng not only cherished Xia Yufang alone, but also owed her much over the years, feeling guilty. If Ying Zheng and Xia Yufang were reunited as mother and son, and brought back to the court, Hu Hai would face a formidable rival. As for Zhao Wu's frequenting of brothels and his lechery and laziness, these were not issues at all. Is Zhao Wu still at the Facian Tower? Go there yourself and make sure he dies on a woman's body. Remember, leave no trace of anything unusual. Zhao Gao commanded. He did not care whether Zhao Wu had backing or not. Even if he did, what of it? In this small Shuhe County, how strong could it be? My lord, rest assured. I guarantee he will die naturally and happily, and no one will detect anything amiss. Yan Ri's cold voice brimmed with confidence. Had Zhao Wu not been the empire's eldest son, he would not have needed to act personally. A mere profligate who frequented brothels. Even a low-level assassin could have killed him silently. Yan Ri did not linger. He turned and left, heading toward the Facian Tower. At the Facian Tower, Zhao Wu's figure suddenly appeared. He withdrew the 5 elements heaven-sealing formation, and Yan Lingji and Mingzhu, sensing it, quickly arrived. When they saw Zhao Wu, their beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. Zhao Wu seemed to merge with the void. He was the void, and the void was him. Had they not seen him with their own eyes, they would have been completely unaware of his presence. What did this signify? It meant Zhao Wu had broken through his power, rising to another level. Yan Lingji bit her rosy lips, lightly walked over with her long, straight, fair legs, tender as water, fragrant as flowers, her voice soft and seductive. Congratulations, master, on your divine accomplishment. Eternal bliss and longevity as the heavens. Eternal bliss and longevity as the heavens. I prefer the bliss of many wives. Zhao Wu chuckled, reaching out to pull Yan Lingji and Mingzhu's voluptuous soft bodies into his embrace. Master, you are so wicked. Mingzhu's eyes were as limpid as water, her breath like orchid. Congratulations, master, on your divine accomplishment, invincibility under heaven and eternal immortality. I have even more wicked things. Zhao Wu grabbed her roughly, causing the beauty to pout softly, her body melting, her eyes growing hazy. Master, how effective was the dragon essence? Yan Lingji's voice was leisurely, clear and coquettish. As she spoke, her dreamy, watery eyes glanced meaningfully at the enchantress Mingzhu. Not bad. Zhao Wu nodded, pinching Mingzhu's pretty face. Mingzhu, my dear, you miscalculated this time. As long as master achieves great skill and advances in cultivation, even if I lose everything, I would gladly accept it. Mingzhu wrapped her fair arms around Zhao Wu's neck, her voice deep and affectionate, alluring and enchanting. That Zhao Wu knew of their bet surprised neither her nor Yan Lingji. Given his strength, it was only natural for him to overhear their conversation outside the door. Zhao Wu smoothed Mingzhu's hair. I will compensate you well in the future. Thank you, master. I will open the door wide, prepare the bed, and welcome you with open arms. Mingzhu laughed, her large, striking, and seductive oval face fair and smooth as jade, her curves voluptuous, her body trembling with laughter. A gentle breeze blew, lifting her long hair like a waterfall, her 3,000 black strands flowing, a mermaid tail dress cinching her waist, her upper curves bursting. This was a woman of enchanting beauty, nearly perfect in figure and appearance. Radiant and brilliant as a pearl. She truly deserved the title Lady Mingzhu. Master, sister Mingzhu lost and got compensation, but I won. Don't I deserve a reward? Yan Lingji leaned close to Zhao Wu's ear, her voice stirring the soul, coquettish and petulant, as if filled with infinite charm and tenderness. How about rewarding you with several 100 million? Zhao Wu chuckled, his eyes playful. Yan Lingji, hearing this, looked dreamy, formed a fist, and lightly tapped Zhao Wu's chest, pouting, Master, you are so bad. Aha! Zhao Wu tightened his arms, pulling the 2 enchanting beauties close, lowering his head to taste their delicate, fragrant lips. What a lucky lad, blessed with such extraordinary beauty. In this small brothel there are actually 2 such stunning women. Yan Ri arrived quietly at the Facian Tower, and seeing the Mingzhu and Yan Lingji in Zhao Wu's arms, felt a surge of envy and admiration. He had seen many peerless beauties throughout his life, but none could compare to these two. Even if there were any, they would at most be equals, each with their own merits. No wonder this boy spends all his days in brothels and pleasure houses. With such enchanting beauties, what man could resist, especially a young passionate man like Zhao Wu? Yen did not act immediately. Killing Zhao Wu was easy, but he needed to kill him without a trace, making it appear natural. He had to wait for the right moment. He would wait until Zhao Wu was in the throes of passion with these two beauties, then guide the process. Ensuring Zhao Wu's death seemed exactly like a case of overexertion. Even if Ying Zheng learned of it to avoid a family scandal, he would never launch a full investigation. The chance of discovery would be even smaller. Just then Yen Lingji let out a soft moan, her eyes seductive as if captivating souls, and said weakly, "Master, there's a mouse. I'm most afraid of mice." Yen was startled. There was no mouse in the room. Could she have discovered me? How is that possible? He had great confidence in his concealment skills. Moreover, could this enchanting, peerless beauty have detected him? Impossible. He did not move. Perhaps it was just a coincidence or a test. Zhao Wu smiled. What's there to fear in a mouse? Step on it, hit it, crush it, or hammer it. Wouldn't that be too easy for it? Ming Zhu shook her head, her blueberry-colored lips parting slightly. "Master, no other man has ever set foot here uninvited. This little mouse seems quite sturdy. Perfect for being a lab rat for my poison testing. You seek death." A low, hoarse voice suddenly erupted from a corner of the room, and the sky seemed to darken. An overwhelming murderous aura so intense it blocked the sunlight rolled in like a black cloud, devouring all light. A figure clad in armor wearing a mask slowly emerged from the shadows. He held a blood-tinged sword, his entire body radiating a terrifying, killing intent. Shading the sun, the Yin overpowers the day. Yen, the heaven-rank top assassin of Luowang. Ming Zhu parted her crimson lips and spoke softly. Who would have thought that such a small place as Shuhe County harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers? Who are you? Yen's sharp, piercing gaze fixed on Yen Lingji and Ming Zhu. From the two women, he vaguely sensed a dangerous aura. He had not expected to be discovered the moment he arrived. Even less did he anticipate that the stunning beauties flanking Zhao Wu were peerless masters. Who was backing Zhao Wu? Who are we? He. Ming Zhu laughed heartily, her voluptuous form swaying with captivating curves like a flower trembling in the wind. To think that two such enchanting, peerlessly skilled beauties would willingly serve and attend to him. Yen frowned. Was his question that amusing? Should he recognize them? There were not many female experts in the world. He knew of the former Jing and I of Luowang, the protectors and elders of the Yinyang school, and Master Xiaoming of the heaven sect of Taoism. But the two before him were neither known nor understood by him. Were you not searching for the master? Now the master stands before you, yet you fail to recognize his true visage. Yen Lingji sneered, her seductive voice dripping with mockery. We were looking for Zhao Wu. Yen froze, then suddenly realized Zhao Wu. The martial god. You are the martial god. Yen's voice trembled. His once calm heart was now a storm of shock. He had never imagined that the martial god whom Luowang and Yingmiwei had turned Shuhe County upside down for without finding was right here, enjoying wine and women, living in bliss. With that thought, Yen turned to leave. This news was too significant. He must report to Zhao Gao immediately. As for killing Zhao Wu, are you joking? Though he knew not the martial god's cultivation, it was certainly formidable. Moreover, there were Ming Zhu and Yen Lingji, two experts of unknown depth. He dared not act rashly. With a sharp sound, Yen turned, his right foot lifted but not yet landed. Suddenly his entire body froze motionless, his eyes filled with terror. He looked down and saw a gash in the armor on his chest, blood flowing freely. Who are you? Yen's horrified gaze fixed on the empty space before him. Though invisible to the naked eye, he knew someone was there. The other held a sword against his chest. An unseen person. The very thought sent chills down his spine. Yen 20 years unseen, have you forgotten me so soon? A clear, cold voice rang out, and a graceful figure materialized out of thin air. She wore a form-fitting metallic battle suit with purple and white stripes, fishscale armor on her legs, and right arm, a slender waist, long fishnet stockings, black high heels, and held a beautiful pink sword. Its tip was pressed an inch into Yen's chest. Jing and I. Yen exclaimed in shock, never expecting the invisible person to be his former subordinate Jing and I. Such a technique was terrifying. Though right before his eyes she was unseen. Even the weapon was invisible. The Jing and I of old had never possessed such an ability. Had she would not have been nearly killed by him back then. He then recalled the terrifying man with the bow from that time. Could the person behind Zhao Wu be the same one behind that bow-wielding man? As for Zhao Wu being that man, he dared not even think it, nor was it possible. How old was Zhao Wu back then? Still an infant. Perhaps the true martial god was not Zhao Wu but the man hidden in the shadows. Kneel. With a tap of Jing Ni's sword, Yen fell to his knees. He tried to rise, but the sword pressed down on his shoulder like a mountain, rendering him immobile. Transcendent realm. Yen Ri's eyes widened. At that moment, he sensed Jing Ni's cultivation level, and despair filled his gaze. As far as he knew, only the old monsters like Donghuang Tai Giguzi and Bei Mingzi had reached the transcendent realm. And the man with the bow from before. He never expected that, after following the other Jing and I, had also broken through. Meanwhile, he had remained stagnant all these years. Still a pinnacle grandmaster swordsman. Speak, why do you want to kill me? Zhao Wu, with one arm around Yen Lingji's slender waist, and the other holding Mingzhu's curvaceous form, gazed indifferently at Yen Ri. If you're going to kill me, then kill me. Don't expect to get a single word out of me. Yen Ri was resolute, facing death with defiance. Such a cold tone won't do. It seems you lack warmth. A pitiful child. It makes my heart ache. Yen Lingji's voice was languid as she smiled seductively. Come feel the blazing passion of my flames. Whoosh! Flames erupted instantly on Yen Ri's body. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. The agony of scorching the soul was unbearable even for a hardened, merciless killer like Yen Ri. Sister Lingji, don't burn him to a crisp. I want to try my poison on him. Mingzhu parted her lips, flicked her jade finger, and a venomous worm flew into Yen Ri's mouth, instantly burrowing into his body, gnawing at his internal organs. Speak, why do you want to kill me? Zhao Wu wasted no time. Starlight flickered in his eyes as his terrifying soul power enveloped Yen Ri. With his cultivation at the Tai Su true immortal realm, Yen Ri had no resistance. It's Xia Yufeng. Your mother Xia Yufeng is the beloved of the first emperor. Zhang Han has also discovered her identity, and his majesty will soon confirm it. And you are the eldest son of Great Qin, a threat to Prince Hu Hai's position. Thus Zhao Gao ordered me to kill you. Damn it! How cliché! Zhao Wu was speechless. Did every time traveler have a hidden identity as a prince or imperial descendant, like starting a rebellion against his own father, the first emperor? So the master is indeed a prince of royal blood. No wonder he is so handsome, divine, and transcendent. Yen Lingji smiled charmingly, her voice sweet and gentle like pearls falling on a jade plate. Alluring and captivating. Sister Lingji, that's not right. The master is divinely gifted and invincible. What has that to do with being a prince? It's because the master himself is too outstanding. Mingzhu parted her rosebud lips and smiled lightly. Sister Mingzhu is right, master. I was wrong, punish me. Yen Lingji's eyes were like water, and her voice was seductive. Was this an admission of error? It was a death sentence. A woman's waist is a blade that scrapes bones. Zhao Wu pulled Mingzhu and Yen Lingji into his arms, holding them close. With each breath, the lady's fragrance intoxicated him. He scolded playfully, just wait. I'll deal with you two later. As for the identity of the eldest son of Great Qin, Zhao Wu paid it no heed. It was just strange to have an extra father, the first emperor, out of the blue. But that was all. He didn't care. He looked at Yen Ri and withdrew his soul power. Yen Ri snapped back to reality. Remembering the words he had involuntarily spoken, a chill ran down his spine. This Zhao Wu was too terrifying, too eerie. With just a glance he had controlled him. Could Zhao Wu really be the martial god? But he was only 22 years old. The timeline didn't fit either. He was probably a disciple of the martial god. While Yen Ru was pondering, Zhao Wu spoke. I'll give you a chance. Strike with your full power. If you can wound me, I'll let you go. Fine. Yen Ri's voice was hoarse. He didn't ask for any guarantee from Zhao Wu. He was an assassin. He knew full well that any promise was worthless. Moreover, he knew clearly that Zhao Wu had no intention of letting him go. Saying he would let him go was just a game. If he believed that all his years as an assassin would have been wasted. But having a chance to draw his sword, he naturally seized it. No matter how monstrous Zhao Wu was, he was only 22. Perhaps he had an opportunity. If he could capture Zhao Wu, he might escape. He was already prepared to die. If he was not afraid of death, what else was there to fear? Boom! Yen Ri rose to his feet, clad in black armor and a black mask. A scarlet sword aura diffused outward, and a rolling murderous intent surged into the sky. This time, he held nothing back. The tangible murderous aura burst forth from the Faxian Tower, so intense that it could blot out the sun, turning into dark clouds that shrouded the heavens. His entire body exuded a shocking killing intent. What's going on? Such terrifying killing intent. Who is this? Could it be the martial god? That's the Faxian Tower. Quick, let's go check it out. Yen Ri's astonishing killing intent and terrifying aura instantly shook countless martial artists in Shuhe County. It was already half a day after the distribution of the Divine Sword ranking rewards. Ying Zheng had already arrived from Xianyang. The martial artists around Shuhe County had naturally reached the area long ago. Shwa shwa shwa. Countless martial artists displayed their abilities, racing toward the Faxian Tower at top speed. Such a powerful killing intent. Zhang Han, who was investigating Xia Yufeng and Zhao Wu, suddenly looked up. That's the Feixian Tower. Not good. Prince Wu is in danger. Zhang Han was alarmed. Through his investigation he had confirmed that Yufeng was Xia Yufeng and Zhao Wu was the son of Ying Zheng and Xia Yufeng. He was the eldest prince of the Great Qin Empire. Zhao Gao. How dare he? How dare he? Zhang Han was furious, leading the shadow guards toward the Feixian Tower with all speed. The members of the net had spotted him, and he had naturally spotted them as well. He knew that Zhao Gao must have learned of Zhao Wu's identity. The terrifying killing intent emanating from the Feixian Tower, that aura, was all too familiar to him. He had dealt with it many times. The net's top assassin, one of the 8 swords of Yue Yenri. Yenri. At the net's temporary headquarters, Zhao Gao raised his cold eyes, his gaze dark, as water filled with nothing but ice and murderous intent. He had sent Yenri to assassinate Zhao Wu, repeatedly instructing him to do it cleanly. Now he had stirred up such a commotion. Even if Zhao Wu were killed, how could he escape blame? Even if he pinned everything on Yenri as the master of the net, he would still be held accountable. Damn it! Follow me! Zhao Gao's killing intent was fierce, as he led the 6 sword slaves toward the Feixian Tower at breakneck speed. Inside the golden root carriage, the sword Saint Gai Niez Yuan Hong trembled. His sharp gaze shot up, looking toward the Feixian Tower. Such a formidable killing intent. Ah! That's the Feixian Tower. Zhao! Prince Zhao Wu seems to be there. Chan Yu, the magistrate of Shuhe County, looked on in horror. He felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. From Ying Zheng's questioning earlier, he had vaguely guessed Zhao Wu's identity. Likely Ying Zheng's illegitimate son. If Ying Zheng's illegitimate son died under his jurisdiction, he would be finished. Yen Chu by Yenri, one of the 8 swords of Yu. Gai Nye spoke in a low voice, a strand of sharp sword intent rising. The hand gripping Yuan Hong involuntarily tightened. Hearing this, Ying Zheng's face instantly turned cold. A shocking murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Master Gai, please go at once. Ensure Zhao Wu's safety. Zhao Wu is likely my son. Mine and Afeng's. I will not allow any mishap. Yes, your majesty. Gai Nye wasted no words. With a flicker of his figure, he used his lightness skill to race toward the Feixian Tower. The sky was completely dark. Yenri had used the power of his Yenri sword to create a solar eclipse, plunging the surroundings into darkness and trapping his enemy in a confined space. The next moment, Yenri gathered all his strength. The area 3 zhang around him was completely enveloped in eerie red light. These beams appeared as light, but in truth they were composed of countless sword energies. Anyone who stepped into this domain would be torn to shreds by the pervasive razor-sharp blades. All flash and no substance. Zhao Wu, holding the 2 peerless beauties Mingzhu and Yan Lingji in his arms, inhaled the intoxicating fragrance of their bodies. He made no move. Courting death. Yenri was furious to see Zhao Wu still embracing women and enjoying himself as if he didn't exist. He admitted that Zhao Wu had controlled him with just a glance, powerful and eerie, but no one had ever dared to ignore him so thoroughly. Yin Shangyang Miezhou and Yenri. Enraged Yenri burned his boats, embracing a death wish, and unleashed the most powerful killing strike of his life. He leaped high, the Yenri sword wrapped in crimson sword energy, his entire form like a streak of blood charging at Zhao Wu. Facing this terrifying world-shaking blow, neither Yan Lingji nor Mingzhu showed any change in expression. They leaned against Zhao Wu, alluring and enchanting, as if Yenri didn't exist. But at that moment Zhao Wu moved. He released his right hand from Yan Lingji's slender waist, curled his thumb ring and little fingers, extended his index and middle fingers, and slowly pointed forward. A sharp sword energy shot forth, instantly piercing through Yenri's forehead. Ugh! The Yenri sword was less than an inch from Zhao Wu's chest. Yet that inch became an eternal, insurmountable chasm. Clang! The Yenri sword fell to the ground. Then Yenri's armored, robust body crashed straight down dead. Master, what is that finger technique called? So powerful, so cool. It makes my body go weak. Yan Lingji leaned her soft, boneless body against Zhao Wu, her limpid eyes filled with deep affection, speaking in a breathy whisper. Her voluptuous figure curved gracefully. Beneath her azure dancing skirt, her skin was like snow, a truly peerless beauty of icy jade and creamy skin. She was indeed a city-toppling, world-enchanting, tender beauty. This is the One Yang finger. Zhao Wu wiggled his fingers, looking at the beauty. He had signed in for over 20 years, acquiring countless martial arts. The One Yang finger was only average. Among the powerful ones were the 10 strong martial arts of the invincible martial artist, the sword 23 of the sword saint, and so on. Master, I want to learn it too. Can you teach me someday? Mingzhu's jade hand brushed across Zhao Wu's handsome face, and she smiled radiantly. Lovely, voluptuous, seductive. Her deep, narrow eyes and every movement intoxicated men. Truly a bewitching enchantress who could captivate a king. Of course you can learn. Zhao Wu tapped Mingzhu's straight nose with his finger, laughing. You both can learn. I'll definitely guide you properly when I have time. Master, is it easy to learn? Yan Lingji asked. Easy. Zhao Wu smiled. With my thorough and profound guidance I guarantee you'll learn it at once and never forget it. You make me want to try it right now. Mingzhu licked her red lips, her jade hand gently brushing across Zhao Wu's firm, powerful chest. There's still business to attend to. Although Zhao Wu was eager to instruct these two vixens, the fact that Zhao Gao had sent Yan Ri to kill him was not over. A gentleman takes revenge even if it takes 10 years. But he was no gentleman. He avenged grievances on the spot. Master wants to act personally. Mingzhu guessed Zhao Wu's intention at once, her rose-like lips parting. Master, he's just a eunuch. Why trouble yourself? I can go and destroy him. No need. This time I'll do it myself. Zhao Wu shook his head. The tree may crave stillness, but the wind will not cease. He had wanted to stay low-key teasing beauties and living carefree every day. But the Dao Heaven list and his identity as the eldest prince of Great Qin kept pushing him forward. Especially now that his identity was exposed, there would be many troubles ahead. For instance, many things from his sign-ins couldn't be explained. Therefore he decided to act personally, and with divine means solidify the identity of the martial god, mythologize it in people's minds. Separate the martial god from himself. Anything hard to explain could be blamed on the martial god. In short, the martial god is omnipotent. What couldn't be explained was given by the martial god. If anyone doubted, they could go and verify with the martial god. Otherwise, a eunuch like Zhao Gao didn't warrant his personal intervention. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Thinking this, Zhao Wu sighed. His gaze turned sharp like a sword, or spear, his aura like the heavens. Yan Lingji and Mingzhu trembled as if mortals facing a deity. Their awe-filled eyes held infinite worship, admiration, and love. This was their man. A godlike man. Zhao Gao, let you taste my heaven-annihilating sword. 23. Dying by this technique is your honor. Zhao Wu murmured in his heart. The next moment, a golden figure identical to him stepped out from his body. It was Zhao Wu's primordial spirit. Mingzhu, Yan Lingji, and Jing and I immediately became vigilant, scanning their surroundings to guard against any surprise attacks. In truth, no one could launch a sneak attack on Zhao Wu. Nor could anyone harm Zhao Wu's physical body. Even they were no exception. This was precisely why Zhao Wu did not hesitate to let his primordial spirit leave his body. The next moment, an endless golden radiance emanated from Zhao Wu's primordial spirit, sharp as a sword, making him appear like a divine being. Even a heavenly master could not discern his form or bear to look directly at him. Whoosh! Zhao Wu took a step and arrived above the flying Immortal pavilion. He stood in the void, his sword aura fierce and sharp, exuding an extremely soul-shaking presence. The aura caused Jing and I, who held her sword in the flying Immortal pavilion, to tremble uncontrollably, her long eyelashes quivering with fear. Is this the power of my master? Jing's beautiful eyes held awe, reverence, and fervor, with a faint trace of admiration and attachment. Back then she was pregnant and hunted by the Luo net. Although she had repelled several waves of assassins, when facing Yan Ri only despair remained. It was Zhao Wu who sent someone to rescue her. Because of the battle with the assassins, she suffered from premature labor, causing Tianyan to be born prematurely and weak and sickly. Zhao Wu gave her a divine pill that not only compensated for Tianyan's congenital deficiency, but also purified her meridians and marrow, granting her a congenital body. Now Tianyan is a top-tier grandmaster. The character Tian, in her name, was bestowed by Zhao Wu. She was named Tianyan because she was born between the ridges of a field. Zhao Gao, you seek death. Just as Jing and I was reminiscing, a voice like a thunderclap echoed through heaven and earth, reverberating in the ears of everyone in Shuhe County, leaving their minds blank and breathless. The voice sounded like a sword's chant and also like a celestial melody. It was indistinguishable as male or female, young or old. The instant the voice sounded, everyone seemed to see a peerless divine sword that reached the heavens, descending from the sky. This is... In the golden root carriage, Ying Zheng suddenly raised his head, an indescribably terrifying aura shrouding down from the horizon. His eyes were shaken, feeling as if his heart was crushed by a mountain, and the air of the entire world seemed frozen. Could it be the martial god? What has Zhao Gao done again? In this small Shuhe County, the appearance of such a powerful figure made Ying Zheng immediately think of the mysterious martial god. He had never seen the martial god, but being able to control the top 10 divine swords of the sword god, ranking the martial god's strength, must be earth-shattering. Clang! At this moment, the heavens questioned sword vibrated and hummed, causing Ying Zheng's arm to tremble, as if it wanted to unsheath itself and pay homage to the king of swords. Such terrifying sword chi. The sword Saint Gaia, hurrying toward the flying Immortal pavilion, gripped Yuan Hong tightly, his resolute and cold face looking up at the sky with a grave expression. This sword chi far surpasses even my master Geguzi. Could this be the martial god? Gaia also immediately thought of the martial god, but he did not pause in his steps. His mission was to protect Zhao Wu. Moreover, the direction of this sword chi was also the flying Immortal pavilion. Not only Gainye but also Zhang Han's Long Xiong, the 6 sword slaves' famous swords, and even every sword in Shuhe County trembled, wanting to unsheathe themselves. It was as if they were paying homage to an emperor of swords or celebrating the arrival of a peerless sword immortal. What is happening? Could it be the martial god? Is he related to that brat Zhao Wu? Zhao Gao felt uneasy, not knowing how he had offended such a terrifyingly powerful being. The only thing he could think of was that Yan Ri had just burst out with a shocking murderous aura, and then a terrifying voice came from the sky. The two must be connected. At that moment a golden figure like a small sun appeared above Shuhe County. It radiated an incomparably sharp and terrifying sword aura like a peerless sword immortal. Ah! Who is that? Could it be a god? Definitely a god. How else could he fly in the sky? Countless people in Shuhe County were shocked and terrified. They stared blankly at the sky, watching a blurry figure bathed in golden light striding through the void. The terrifying sword aura surged into the sky, stirring the layers of clouds like a heavenly god, descending his divine might unstoppable. Bow to the immortal! Bow to the immortal! Immortal bless us! Countless people in Shuhe County knelt and prostrated themselves. Then another majestic and dignified voice like a sharp sword rang out. Sword 23. At the utterance boom! An extremely terrifying sword aura spread out. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by the horrifying sword aura, countless golden sword lights burst from Zhao Wu's body, shining like a blazing sun, covering the entire Shuhe County from above. The next moment, the elite Qin soldiers in the county galloping horses, the common people in the houses along the streets. Everyone and everything was completely frozen by the sword light shining down. They could not speak or move, only their eyes could turn. Silence. A deathly silence. An absolute stillness. The entire Shuhe County was frozen under the sword 23's light. The cold wind howled. Dark clouds covered Shuhe County, yet in the sky beneath the clouds stood a majestic golden figure like a god. The golden figure stood in the void like a heavenly sword, emitting golden sword light like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire Shuhe County. On the streets 5,000 Qin soldiers were terrified, frozen in place, unable to move. Is this a god? Ying Zheng sat in the golden root carriage, unable to move, only his eyes could turn. He stared in awe at the golden figure in the sky, radiating 10,000 beams of light. Legend says that beyond the heavenly man realm there are earth immortals. But are even earth immortals this terrifying? Such power seems not meant for mortals. The county magistrate Chun Yu beside him was even more terrified, his liver and gall seemingly splitting. If not frozen by the sword light, he would have collapsed into a pool of mud. How is this possible? The sword Saint Gainye, rushing toward the flying immortal pavilion, suddenly stopped, completely frozen. His eyes stared fixedly at the sky, his heart shaken like stormy waves, unable to believe it. He, the sword saint, a grandmaster peak swordsman, a disciple of the Ghost Valley sect, was frozen by a golden light. He could not move an inch, oppressed by an inexplicable force, utterly unable to resist. Like a mortal facing a god. Move! Gainye refused to accept it, shouting in his heart, struggling desperately. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not budge half a step. Too terrifying. Too horrible. This was not a mortal sword technique. Not far away, Zhang Han and the shadow guards, also hurrying to the flying immortal pavilion, were likewise frozen. Their hearts pounded with fear and panic. But at this moment the most terrified of all was not them. It was Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao and the 6 sword slaves were frozen, especially Zhao Gao, who felt an indescribably terrifying sword aura locking onto him. If it exploded, he would die without a burial place. Why? Why does that brat Zhao Wu, a mere illegitimate son, who hasn't even been recognized by his clan, have such a being behind him? Zhao Gao screamed in his heart, howling and roaring, but he could not speak. His eyes, the only thing that could move, were bloodshot, filled with indescribable, boundless terror. He seemed to see death approaching, swinging the scythe to reap his life. Outside Shuhe County, atop a towering mountain of 100 zhang, a stunningly beautiful and tall maiden stood proudly aloof, solitary and haughty in her coldness. The maiden wore a water-blue dress and had long silver-white hair. Her exquisite face was delicate and moving, with a fair, oval-shaped visage. Her figure was curvaceous, and her temperament was cold and pure. In her hand she held a 5-foot-long sword, its hilt adorned with countless silver threads, resembling a Taoist duster. Her cold, indifferent eyes, like cut-pupiled pools, seemed devoid of emotion, as if embodying the heavenly Tao itself. Yet now, gazing at the sky above Shuhe County, her indifferent eyes rippled with layers of emotion tinged with shock. To actually freeze the entire city with sword light. Xiaoming murmured, her voice cold and melodious. She had left the Tianzong sect of Taoism and rushed straight to Shuhe County. She had never expected to witness such a soul-stirring sight upon her arrival. Even her master Beimingzi was far from matching this. Is this the martial god? Xiaoming gazed with her deep, beautiful eyes, channeling her true qi to enhance her vision, in an attempt to see through the divine figure shrouded in golden light. Sizzle. However, the golden light around that figure was composed of countless sharp sword chi. With her strength it was utterly impossible to see through. Instantly the sword chi rebounded and Xiaoming spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes bleeding. Her heart churned with shock. She had only glanced, seen nothing, yet was severely wounded by the backlash of sword chi. This was too terrifying. It was absolutely an existence beyond the heavenly human realm. In the void, Zhao Wu seemed to sense something and looked over. So it's this little tsundere. Serves you right for being so stubborn. Now you'll suffer a bit. Although Zhao Wu saw Xiaoming for the first time, he instantly recognized her identity. That head of silver hair, those long legs, her proud assets, especially the famous sword Qiuli whose hilt resembled a duster. It was simply too distinctive. But Zhao Wu didn't stare. His gaze shifted to Zhao Gao. Die. The cold, emotionless voice rang out as Zhao Wu slowly raised his right hand, merging his index and middle fingers into a sword. Infinite sword intent condensed at his fingertips. No. Zhao Gao, seeing Zhao Wu's movement in the sky, felt his hair stand on end. He wanted to shout, but no sound came out. Zhao Wu formed his fingers into a sword. He gently slashed down. A terrifying sword chi dominating heaven and earth descended from the void. Zhao Gao's terrified, sinister eyes widened as he was split in two from the forehead down. The sword chi did not diminish. Rumble. The earth trembled, dust rose, revealing a dark, bottomless crack 50 meters long and half a meter wide. The 6 sword slaves were thrown back by the shockwave. Staring at Zhao Gao split in two from the forehead down, they trembled all over, their minds blank, forgetting to breathe. Fear filled every nerve. Dread occupied every cell. This was not a human. It was a god of death reaping lives. Not only them but also the sword Saint Gunye, the leader of the Shadow Guards Zhang Han, and the Taoist Tianzong sect leader Xiaoming on the mountaintop. Countless people witnessed this sword strike like a divine judgment. Terror, fear, shock, solemnity. Various emotions surfaced in everyone's eyes. The all-pervasive net, the fearsome weapon of the Luo net. Its leader Zhao Gao was split in two by a single sword strike, left without a corpse. Is this the power of a land immortal? Xiaoming's cold, proud face showed shock and deep longing and desire. Her talent was extraordinarily high. At the age of 8, she defeated the 6 elders of the Taoist Tianzong sect aside from sect leader Qi Songzi. She was accepted as the last disciple of Bei Mingzi, who had not taken apprentices for 50 years, and received the famous sword Qiuli, retreating to cultivate for 10 years. At 18, she succeeded her deceased senior brother Qi Songzi as the sect leader of the Taoist Tianzong sect. Despite her youth, her mastery of inner energy and profound cultivation were unmatched in Taoism. She was called the first person of the Tianzong sect by Chu Nangong. Now she was at the peak of the great Grandmaster realm. She had absolute confidence in becoming a heavenly human realm powerhouse. But the land immortal realm above, that was a different landscape altogether. Even with her pride, she dared not claim she could reach the land immortal realm. So strong. Gunye and Zhang Han gazed at the glowing golden figure in the sky, its features unclear, their hearts filled with indescribable shock. The Holy Spirit Sword, Art Sword 23. Not bad. Zhao Wu stood proudly in the void, overlooking the world. He was quite satisfied with the effect of this sword strike. When this sword was unleashed, it formed a sword chi barrier where everything came to a halt subject to his will. The sword chi space of Sword 23 was also known as the Sword Heart Hell. From the 23rd form onward, the Holy Spirit Sword Art was guided by the heart. The stronger the heart, the stronger the sword. Where the heart goes, the sword follows. Therefore, Sword 23 had different variations depending on the person and their state of mind. The heaven-destroying, earth-annihilating Sword 23. The Sword 23 of Sentient World. The 6th Destruction No-Self Sword 23. Zhao Wu had just executed the first variant. He swept a casual glance at the crowd below, then his figure flickered, transforming into a golden divine dragon that soared into the clouds and vanished. As Zhao Wu departed, the golden sword light also disappeared, and everyone in Shuhe County could move again. Ying Zheng stood up abruptly, his eyes blazing. Was that divine being just now a divine dragon? His Qin dynasty took the black dragon as its totem, and had a strong reverence for dragons. Although Zhao Wu was not a black dragon, he was still a dragon. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for receiving the blessing of the gods. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years and the Qin dynasty for 10,000 years. Chun Yu, the magistrate of Shuhe County, knelt weakly on the ground, shouting loudly. Well said. You shall be rewarded. Ying Zheng looked toward the direction of the sky, where Zhao Wu had departed, laughing heartily. Whether that being was a god, a martial god, or something else, he seemed to bear no ill will toward him or the Qin dynasty. Otherwise he could have killed him with a single sword strike just now. And such a figure who appeared and disappeared like a divine dragon, freezing an entire city with one sword, could be regarded as a god, even if not one. Today's incident could only be seen as divine favor eliminating the treacherous, and protecting the Qin dynasty's eternal rule. After all, with that being strength, even if he exhausts all the Qin forces, he could not capture him, nor could he afford to offend him. Otherwise Zhao Gao would be his fate. As the first emperor he was supremely sovereign and he disliked having a god above him. But he was not foolish. Such a powerhouse was clearly not something mortals like them could offend. Thank you, your majesty. Chun Yu quickly expressed his gratitude, overjoyed. Prepare the carriage. We are going to Feishan Tower. Ying Zheng ordered. He felt that the divine being who had appeared was most likely the martial god and probably related to Zhao Wu. Even if not related to Zhao Wu, it was connected to Feishan Tower. Perhaps it was even in Feishan Tower. Because a moment ago a fierce killing intent erupted from Yen Ri in Feishan Tower, followed by the god's wrath, a single sword freezing Shuhe and killing Zhao Gao. If these two events were unrelated he would not believe it. Yen Ri must have done something in Feishan Tower to provoke the being. And Yen Ri was Zhao Gao's subordinate. So it was only natural that the being killed Zhao Gao. This was not only realized by Ying Zheng but also by anyone with a bit of insight. Young Master Zhao is in Feishan Tower and Yen Ri came there. It is highly likely that Yen Ri knew young Master Zhao's identity. Could the divine being be related to young Master Zhao? Zhang Han speculated in his heart as he rushed to Feishan Tower with his shadow guards. Master Gu. At the entrance of Feishan Tower Zhang Han encountered Gunye, who had also arrived. Master Gu, are you here to protect young Master Zhao? Indeed. Gunye replied calmly. As they spoke, neither paused, hastening into Feishan Tower. Soon they found the room where Zhao Wu was staying. They rushed in instantly. However, when they saw the scene in the room, both Gunye and Zhang Han froze. They stood there stunned. Flying Immortal Tower. Top-level fragrant chamber. Sword Saint Gainye and Shadow Secret Guard Zhang Han burst into the room, greeted by a shocking scene they had never imagined. On the soft couch of the fragrant boudoir, a breathtakingly handsome man reclined half-sitting clad in splendid feathered robes, his hair bound with a golden crown. His face was like jade with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an otherworldly aura. His eyes were filled with warmth and strength, between his brows a hint of 3 parts languor, 3 parts unrestrained elegance, and 3 parts ethereal grace, perfect as a divine being descending to the mortal world. A man as fine as jade on the street, a young master unmatched in the world. Zhang Han was stunned, utterly shaken. What an extraordinary handsome man! Gainye marveled inwardly. Outside the world had turned upside down, yet Zhao Wu sat securely like a fisherman on a boat, calm and composed, free and unrestrained. Such a temperament was truly extraordinary. He was no ordinary man. Then look at the beauty in his arms. One had a face of exquisite beauty, flawless and pure. Her long black hair gently swaying, falling like a waterfall. A blue sea-like long dress outlining her slender delicate waist in a graceful and alluring manner. Tender and charming like water, passionate like fire. The pinnacle beauty of southern beauties was fully displayed in her. Even figures like Gainye and Zhang Han couldn't help but be stunned, filled with admiration. There was such a captivating beauty in the world. What amazed them even more was that the beauty beside her was no less stunning. If the former had pushed tenderness and charm to the extreme, then this woman displayed enchanting allure to its pinnacle. She was a woman who exuded seduction from the very core of her being. It seemed she was constantly radiating charm, tempting men and teasing your nerves. Her temperament was noble and elegant, yet carried a demon-like allure, like a blue enchantress, enticing yet dangerous. Young Master Wu is truly blessed with extraordinary romantic fortune. Zhang Han dared not look too much, marveling inwardly. To possess one such peerless beauty is already a blessing from heaven. Young Master Wu actually has 2. No wonder he is indulged and unable to extricate himself. Beside him, Gainye couldn't help but take a deep look at Yanling Ji and Ming Zhu. Don't misunderstand. He was not coveting their beauty. In Gainye's heart, women only affected the speed of his sword draw. As a supreme swordsman, he subtly sensed that these 2 peerless beauties seemed not simple. Moreover, Ming Zhu and Yanling Ji had concealed their auras, and they bore no hostility toward Gainye. Therefore Gainye did not feel a faint dangerous aura from them like Yen Ri did. Who are you 2? Bursting in so rashly, is this not too rude? Zhao Wu, his eyes like stars, appraised Gainye and Zhang Han. Although he had already recognized them, he still pretended not to know and questioned them. To play the role thoroughly. Forgive me, sir. I am Zhang Han. I was tracking an assassin and found him here. Fearing he might harm you, I rushed in and offended you. Please forgive me. Zhang Han pointed to the fallen body of Yen Ri on the ground, cupped his hands and bowed. Apologies. Gainye also cupped his hands and said calmly, I see. Zhao Wu put on a look of sudden realization, waved his hand. You both are thoughtful, please sit. Thank you, sir. Zhang Han bowed and said, May I ask, sir, this assassin was highly skilled in martial arts. I wonder which master killed him. I need to report back. As for Yen Ri dying here, neither he nor Gainye was surprised. Clearly they both thought Yen Ri was killed by that divine swordsman who had frozen the Shu River with a single sword strike. Zhao Wu raised his head, looked out the window, and pointed to the dazzling Dao golden list in the sky. Zhang Han and Gainye's spirits lifted their breathing, becoming hurried. Zhang Han said excitedly, "Sir, are you referring to the war god, the top of the divine sword rankings?" Before coming he had guessed that the divine figure who had stunned the world with a single sword frozen the Shu River and slain Zhao Gao was the war god at the top of the divine sword rankings. But he had no evidence. Correct. Zhao Wu nodded. Earlier he had hidden his appearance and voice to kill Zhao Gao, first to avenge, second to establish authority, and third to create a divine figure onto whom he could shift blame at any time. Otherwise a mere Zhao Gao was not worthy of his intervention. "Sir, do you know the war god?" Zhang Han upon confirmation was both surprised and delighted. His heart leaped to his throat and his voice trembled slightly. Unexpectedly, after searching far and wide, he found it without effort. If Zhao Wu knew the war god, then His Majesty the First Emperor would find it much easier to obtain the Dragon Origin, or the Three Revolutions creation pill from the war god, since Zhao Wu was the first emperor's eldest son. And the war god was willing to kill Zhao Gao for Zhao Wu, indicating a deep relationship between them. Gainye also pricked up his ears. For a divine figure like the war god he too looked up with reverence. If he could behold the war god's true appearance, he would have no regrets in this life. "I suppose you could say we know each other." Zhao Wu nodded. "Speaking of which, getting to know the war god has something to do with my scumbag father." Scumbag father? Zhang Han shuddered, struck as if by a thunderbolt. Zhao Wu shouldn't know about his father. Could he have investigated wrong? Did Xia Yufeng have another man besides Ying Zheng? Or was Xia Yufeng taken advantage of by another man after leaving Ying Zheng? No. The scumbag father Zhao Wu refers to must be His Majesty. It must be His Majesty. It cannot be another man. Zhang Han comforted himself, inwardly looked at Zhao Wu and hurriedly asked, "Sir, have you met your father? Or did you just hear it from your mother?" "Never met him. My mother didn't tell me about that scumbag father either, but she jumped off a cliff while pregnant with me. No matter the reason, he's definitely a scumbag, don't you think?" Zhao Wu complained, looking at Zhang Han. Zhang Han's mouth twitched. He dared not agree. Calling the first emperor a scumbag, Zhao Wu was the first to do so. Even Gainye, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He wondered what expression His Majesty would have upon hearing this title. It must be quite interesting. Having confirmed that the scumbag father Zhao Wu referred to was not another man, but Ying Zheng, Zhang Han's suspended heart finally settled. His Majesty the First Emperor had no hat on his head nor a green grassland. However, Zhao Wu seemed to have some grudge against His Majesty. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Zhao Wu had grown up without a father, raised by a single woman, Xia Yufeng. He must have faced discrimination and bullying, so resentment was natural. Of course the term scumbag father indicated that Zhao Wu harbored resentment but not hatred. Otherwise it would not be scumbag father, but simply scumbag. Thinking of this, Zhang Han cautiously asked, "Sir, perhaps your father had some difficulties or hidden circumstances back then?" No matter what the hidden circumstances, as a man allowing his woman to jump off a cliff is inexcusable. Zhao Wu waved his hand and said directly, "If I didn't know there might be hidden circumstances, it wouldn't be just scumbag father." Zhang Han opened his mouth but was speechless. What Zhao Wu said seemed somewhat reasonable. Well, let His Majesty worry about that. Zhang Han stopped dwelling on this issue and then asked another crucial question. "Sir, you said you know the war god and it's related to your father. This is... The war god saved your mother, didn't he?" At this moment Gainye, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Although it was a guess, his voice was unusually certain. "Yes, indeed. Madam jumped off the cliff, but now the master and his mother are alive and well. Clearly the war god saved Madam." Zhang Han suddenly realized, and after some speculation he excitedly said, "Could it be that the war god saw the master's extraordinary talent and took him as a disciple? Trying to probe my relationship with the war god?" Zhao Wu saw through Zhang Han's little scheme and smiled. "You are right, but not entirely." Zhang Han was puzzled. "What does he mean?" Zhao Wu said, "The war god saw that I was as graceful as a jade tree in the wind, with extraordinary bone structure, innate talents, divinely endowed martial prowess unparalleled in the world, and unique through the ages." Gainye, Zhang Han. At that moment the two realized that Zhao Wu was not only extremely handsome but also extremely narcissistic, such thick skin. However, Zhao Wu was oblivious and said enthusiastically, "Although the war god had the intention to take me as a disciple, he felt his own abilities were insufficient and unworthy to be my master. So he simply guided me from childhood, and we are both teacher and friend." Gainye, Zhang Han. The corners of their mouths twitched, thinking, what a guy. The war god is unworthy to take you as a disciple. Why don't you just ascend to heaven, especially when you were still a baby, and graceful as a jade tree? What a show-off. "I don't lean on the wall, but I bow to you." Zhang Han didn't know how to describe it, but seeing Zhao Wu's tone, he was definitely very familiar with the war god. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Master is truly extraordinary. I, as well as His Majesty the First Emperor, greatly admire the war god's demeanor." May I ask if the master could arrange an introduction? Zhao Wu said nothing, holding the two peerless enchantresses in his arms, stood up and walked to the window. His gaze was deep and distant. Zhang Han and Gai Nie followed and stood behind Zhao Wu. Under their expectant, nervous, and anxious gazes, Zhao Wu shook his head. The war god is a celestial figure, transcendent and unparalleled, appearing and disappearing like a dragon. If the war god wishes to see you, he will naturally appear. Those destined to meet will cross thousands of miles to do so. Those without destiny will not meet even face to face. Destiny comes and goes, it cannot be forced. Zhang Han was taken aback, then bowed with clasped hands. Master speaks wisely. I was too presumptuous. Gai Nie was somewhat disappointed but inwardly admired. Truly worthy of one favored by the war god, indeed extraordinary. Those destined to meet will cross thousands of miles to do so. Those without destiny will not meet even face to face. Destiny comes and goes, it cannot be forced. The more he thought, the more profound the philosophy seemed, leaving a lasting aftertaste. In his heart, his evaluation of Zhao Wu rose to a higher level. Destiny comes and goes, it cannot be forced. The more he thought, the more profound the philosophy seemed, leaving a lasting aftertaste. In his heart, his evaluation of Zhao Wu rose to a higher level. Master, Zhang Han has disturbed you greatly. Now that the assassin has been executed, I must return to report. May I take the assassin's body with me? Zhang Han had obtained the information he wanted, and was eager to return to report to Ying Zheng, not daring to stay longer. As you wish. Zhao Wu nodded slightly. Thank you, master. I take my leave. Zhang Han bowed with clasped hands, then two shadow guards appeared eerily from behind him, carrying Yenri's body, and quickly departed. Of course, they only took the body, not the Yenri sword. That was Zhao Wu's trophy. Whether Zhao Wu was Ying Zheng's illegitimate son, or had a connection with the war god, they dared not offend Zhao Wu by taking his spoils. Gai Nie also bowed with clasped hands and took his leave. He had come to ensure Zhao Wu's safety. Now it seemed Zhao Wu was perfectly safe. Since Zhang Han had not revealed the relationship between Zhao Wu and Ying Zheng, Gai Nie could not take it upon himself to disclose it either, so he had no reason to stay. Master, what do you plan to do next? Yan Lingji gazed at the departing figures of Zhang Han and Gai Nie and asked softly. Just wing it. Zhao Wu pouted, pulled the two peerless enchantresses back to the couch and lay down. I don't care about the title of the eldest son of Great Qin. Whatever it was before, it's still the same now. If it weren't for my mother Sake, I wouldn't bother with Brother Zheng. Brother Zheng. Yan Lingji and Mingzhu's lips twitched. On the other side, Zhang Han and Gai Nie left the Feishan Tower and began to examine Yenri's body. Yenri has two wounds. One is a sword wound on the chest 1 inch deep, not fatal. The other is a finger wound on the forehead, the fatal blow. After examining the body, Zhang Han asked, Master Gai, what do you think? The first sword wound. Yenri was clearly subdued without any reaction. That strike could have killed him, but it didn't. A scene formed in Gai Nie's mind. Yenri sneaked into the Feishan Tower, and before he could act, someone suddenly subdued him with a single sword strike. If the other party hadn't spared his life, he wouldn't have had the chance to unleash his full strength. Zhang Han nodded and continued. It must be that Yenri was unconvinced, or the attacker gave him another chance. This is probably why Yenri, disregarding the exposure of his identity, went all out in the Feishan Tower. Gai Nie said, An ant is still an ant. Even if given another chance, it would still be instantly killed. Master Gai, do you think the attacker was the war god? Zhang Han asked. I don't know. Gai Nie's face was expressionless, but his voice was full of confidence. But I know that the two wounds on Yenri were left by two different people. Two people. Zhang Han's heart stirred, but he said nothing more. He took Yenri's body and quickly returned with Gai Nie to report. Inside the imperial carriage, Ying Zheng tightly gripped Tianwen, his heart rarely pounding with anxiety. Did Yenri appear at the Feishan Tower because of Zhao Wu? What is the relationship between Zhao Wu and the war god? Just as Ying Zheng was pondering, a servant's voice came from outside the carriage. Your Majesty, General Zhang and Master Gai have returned. Summon them quickly. Ying Zheng's spirits lifted, and he felt inexplicably tense. Your servant Zhang Han pays homage to your Majesty. Gai Nie pays homage to your Majesty. Zhang Han and Gai Nie stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Rise. Ying Zheng's eyes were blazing, and he looked at Gai Nie. Master Gai, you have worked hard. Is Zhao Wu all right? Reporting to your Majesty, Master Zhao is fine. By the time I arrived, Yenri was already dead in Master Zhao's room. Gai Nie said. That Zhao Gao, what audacity. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Ying Zheng was furious. Earlier, when Yenri erupted with killing intent at the Feishan Tower, they had some suspicions but couldn't be certain. Perhaps Yenri had another mission, his target not being Zhao Wu, and he just happened to have a conflict with someone at the Feishan Tower. But now Yenri was dead in Zhao Wu's room. Clearly, Yenri was there to kill Zhao Wu. What exactly happened? Although Ying Zheng was angry, he quickly regained his composure and asked, General Zhang is more clear about the specifics. Gainye said. Zhang Han did not decline and said with a bow, reporting to your majesty, I investigated the information on Master Zhao and Yufeng, and it matches what County Magistrate Chun reported. At the same time, I discovered traces of Luo Wang. They must have also discovered Master Zhao's identity. At that moment Yen Ri erupted with intense killing intent at the Feishan Tower. I feared for Master Zhao's safety, so I led the shadow guards and rushed over. Zhang Han recounted everything he knew in detail, including the scene when he and Gainye entered, and saw Zhao Wu without any concealment. So it was the war god who saved Afang. Heaven be praised. Ying Zheng's face was filled with joy beyond words. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Divinely endowed, unparalleled in the world, the war god felt unworthy to take him as a disciple. Ha ha ha, this kid is just like me, exactly like me when I was young. Ying Zheng laughed heartily upon hearing Zhang Han's recitation of Zhao Wu's words. Then he sighed softly. What a pity that I have no chance to meet the war god. Your Majesty's fortune is vast as heaven. Master Zhao has a close relationship with the war god, so you will surely meet the war god in the future. Zhang Han said. Indeed, Zhao Wu's encounter with the war god is a blessing in disguise, a profound fortune. Ying Zheng was very pleased. The war god had a close relationship with Zhao Wu and Zhao Wu was his son. In other words, the war god was already tied to the chariot of Great Qin. Your Majesty, there is one more thing. I don't know if I should speak. Zhang Han opened his mouth hesitant. Speak. Ying Zheng's voice was not loud, but it was full of majesty, suffocating. Gainye glanced at Zhang Han, already guessing what he wanted to say. It seemed interesting. Reporting to your Majesty, Master Zhao has never seen your Majesty since childhood, and his mother never spoke of your Majesty. Therefore Master Zhao seems to have some resentment towards your Majesty, and he calls your Majesty. At this point Zhang Han's voice paused. On his resolute and steadfast face a trace of hesitation and conflict appeared. What does he call me? Ying Zheng's heart skipped a beat, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. And Zhang Han was still stammering, teasing him, making him anxious. Ying Zheng glared at Zhang Han. Speak quickly. Zhang Han was startled and said tremblingly, Deadbeat dad. That scumbag father. As the words fell, Ying Zheng's expression abruptly froze, and he stood there stunned. Zhang Han knelt prostrate, his forehead covered in cold sweat, drenched in perspiration. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Mr. Zhao is unaware of your Majesty's identity. Zhang Han attempted to explain, but Ying Zheng cut him off. Calm my anger. What anger could I have? Ying Zheng pressed one hand on the Tianwen sword, slowly walked to the window, and gazed into the distance. In front of Zhao Wu, am I not just a father? Zhang Han lowered his head even further, not knowing what to say, afraid to speak. That scumbag father. Ying Zheng murmured, his gaze distant and complex, tinged with guilt. Although he did not fully understand the term scumbag, from its literal meaning, he knew it referred to a bad man. He did not blame Zhao Wu. In the common world, a woman bearing a child out of wedlock would endure countless scornful glances and whispered curses behind her back. Zhao Wu's resentment toward him was only natural. Although back then Xia Yufeng had secretly left to avoid putting him in a difficult position, in the end, it was he who had failed to protect her. It was his own inadequacy at the time. Now, he had unified the realm and stood supreme. He would never allow anyone to harm them again. With this thought, Ying Zheng's mind turned to Zhao Gao, that wretched dog of a servant. He dared to assassinate Zhao Wu, slashed dead by the martial god's sword. It was too merciful for him. His entire clan should be exterminated. Once he welcomed back Afang and Zhao Wu, he would return and annihilate Zhao Gao's 9 clans. But now he could hardly wait to see Xia Yufeng. Ying Zheng halted the carriage, and he, Gainye, and Zhang Han changed into plain clothes to head for the Zhao residence. Meanwhile, in Shuhe County, the Yinyang School's stronghold, Dong Huangtai was shrouded in a black robe, wearing a black mask, his entire figure wrapped tightly, revealing nothing. Dark, eerie, mysterious, and unfathomable, Yu Shun was graceful and elegant, with a flawless countenance and a transcendent aura. Xing Han was short in stature, with a haughty gaze and a proud demeanor. The two stood on the left and right of Dong Huangtai. What just happened? Xing Han looked at the disciples of the Yinyang School before him and asked arrogantly. When they had arrived earlier, they had sensed a terrifying sword intent that shook heaven and earth from afar. That sword intent even he found terrifying and horrifying. Reporting to the leader and the 2 guardians, a supreme powerhouse just made a move, unleashing a peerless sword technique called Sword 23. That Yinyang School disciple dared not delay and hastily reported. When this sword art was unleashed, it instantly froze all living beings in Shuhe County. Even the sword Saint Gainye could not move an inch. Impossible! Xing Han interrupted him. How could such a powerful sword art exist in this world? Guardian, every word this disciple speaks is true. This matter is known to everyone in Shuhe County. I would never dare to deceive you, honored sirs. The Yinyang School disciple was startled, prostrated himself on the ground, trembling with fear and trepidation. He was merely a minor figure in charge of Shuhe County. Ordinarily, he could not even meet the elders of the Yin school. Now abruptly seeing the legendary leader Dong Huang Tai along with the left and right guardians Xing Hun, and Yushun, his heart was filled with terror and anxiety. A single sword freezing Shuhe. This is no ordinary mortal sword art. Yushun's voice was clear and cold, her beautiful eyes beneath the veil carrying 3 parts shock, 3 parts curiosity, and 3 parts doubt. Who is the other party? Why did they strike? Dong Huang Tai's voice was hoarse, indistinguishable as male or female, old or young, but carried an intangible majesty and immense terror. Reporting to the leader at that time, both the Net and the Shadow Guard were searching for the martial god in Shuhe County. Suddenly a terrifying killing intent erupted from the Feishan Pavilion, blotting out the sun. It should have been the Net's top-tier assassin Yen Ri. The Yin school disciple said, and just as Yen Ri's killing intent burst forth, a great shout came from the sky. Zhao Gao, you seek death. Immediately after, a divine figure wrapped in golden sword energy strode through the air, looking down upon the world. A single cry of Sword 23, and the sword light froze Shuhe. A terrifying sword chi descended from the heavens, cleaving Zhao Gao in two. The residual sword chi split the earth, leaving a pitch-black fissure 50 meters long, half a meter wide, and of unfathomable depth. Upon hearing this, Xing Hun fell silent, his eyes filled with reluctance. Even though he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge the other's power. Far beyond what he could contend with. A person with such divine abilities appearing in Shuhe County must be the martial god. Yushun's voice was ethereal. She wore a moon-blue robe and her dreamlike eyes were veiled with a strip of gauze, making them even more mysterious. Correct. Dong Huang Tai gazed into the distance. Yen Ri appeared at the Feishan Pavilion, and then Zhao Gao was killed. This means they either offended the martial god, or someone related to the martial god. The Lord Dong Huang is wise. The martial god, or someone connected to him, must be at the Feishan Pavilion. Xing Hun looked at the disciple in charge of the Shuhe County stronghold and asked, does the Feishan Pavilion have any special features or unusual people? Replying to the guardian, the Feishan Pavilion is the finest establishment in Shuhe County. The ladies there are of high quality and the prices are steep, renowned far and wide. But as for anything special, there seems to be nothing different. As for unusual people, the wealthiest man in Shuhe County, Zhao Wu, is the most frequent visitor to the Feishan Pavilion, spending most of his time there. Is that all? Xing Hun's eyes turned hostile. This was utter nonsense. As for Zhao Wu, the richest man in Shuhe County, in his eyes he was nothing. The disciple in charge of the Shuhe County stronghold was terrified, prostrated himself and said tremblingly, this disciple is incompetent. I have not paid much attention to the Feishan Pavilion before. I will investigate immediately. No need. If you go, you will only alert the enemy, and may not uncover anything. Dong Huang Tai said indifferently. Lord Dong Huang, I am willing to go to the Feishan Pavilion to investigate. If I encounter the martial god, I will surely invite him to join our Yin school. Xing Hun stepped forward, a blue flame tattoo adorning his sinister face, his voice confident and arrogant. If you encounter the martial god, the most likely outcome is being cleaved in two by his sword. Yushun's rose-colored lips parted, and her indifferent words enraged Xing Hun. If I can't do it, can you? Xing Hun glared at Yushun. Will you seduce the martial god with your beauty and make him fall at your feet? You insolent fool. Yushun's pretty face flushed with anger as she shouted. Enough! Dong Huang Tai interrupted their quarrel. Xing Hun was proud, arrogant, and overconfident. If he went, he would surely ruin things. Perhaps, as Yushun said, he would be cut down by a single sword stroke. Moreover, the martial god's power seemed to exceed his expectations. I shall go myself. Dong Huang Tai spoke, his voice like a great bell carrying immense authority. No one dared to defy or resist. Even Xing Hun dared not be presumptuous. He bowed respectfully. As you command, Lord Dong Huang. Yushun gave a graceful salute. As you command, Lord Dong Huang. Dong Huang Tai led Xing Hun and Yushun toward the Feishan Pavilion. At the Mahist school's stronghold, the Mahist leader Yen Dan had traveled without rest and finally arrived at Shuhe County. He too had learned of the great event in Shuhe County from Mahist disciples. I never imagined the martial god could be so powerful. Perhaps he has already transcended the mortal realm and reached the legendary level of an earth immortal. To obtain the Bimo sword and the dragon origin, I must rely on strategy. I wonder if the martial god has already consumed the dragon origin. If I could invite the martial god to join the Mahist school, that would be ideal. The Feishan Pavilion. Yen Dan did not linger and headed straight for the Feishan Pavilion. At the School of Agriculture's stronghold, Big Brother the martial god is almost certainly at the Feishan Pavilion. Even if I sent someone there, must know his whereabouts. We should hurry over before someone else beats us to it. Tian, who carrying the tiger soul blade, spoke in a booming voice, his face fierce and menacing. Among the School of Agriculture there was a saying, heaven has no two sons, but the Tian family has a fierce tiger, referring to the brothers Tian Meng and Tian Hu. What you say is right, second brother. Tianmeng with thick eyebrows and big eyes spoke in a coarse voice full of confidence. Our school of agriculture has 100,000 disciples spread across the land, the largest among the 100 schools of thought. If the martial god joins our school of agriculture, we will be like a tiger with wings able to accomplish great deeds. I believe the martial god will make the right choice. Big brother is absolutely right. Tian Hu flattered. Let's go. Tianmeng, brimming with ambition, waved his hand grandly, and led the school of agriculture's elite, Tian Hu, Tianzhong, Yanu, Guyao and others, straight toward the Feishan Pavilion. Feishan Tower. The tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. This Feishan Tower can no longer be our sanctuary. Zhao Wu reclined upon Yan Lingji's lap, her legs as fair and supple as ivory jade pillars, inhaling the faint alluring fragrance of her body that soothed his very soul. Master, you are divinely gifted and unmatched in the world. As they say, gold will shine eventually, but you are no mere gold. You are a diamond's radiance impossible to conceal. Mingzhu gave a faint smile. Her oval face was dignified and grand, her narrow eyes elegant and noble, yet carrying a seductive charm like a bewitching blue enchantress. Her slender fingers pale as Jade gently lifted a piece of cut fruit and fed it to Zhao Wu. Jing and I had shed her metal battle suit and fishnet stockings, now clad in a shoulder-bearing blue and yellow gown, resembling a gentle maiden from the Jiangnan water towns. Her delicate face was serene and refined. Now she seemed utterly unlike a cold-blooded assassin. Yet she spoke little, quietly serving as a maidservant, gently massaging Zhao Wu's shoulders and legs. Tianmeng of the Lisan Hall Nongjia, together with his younger brothers Tian Hu and Tianzhong, humbly request an audience with the war god. At that moment a rough booming voice came from downstairs. Tianmeng. Zhao Wu's gaze sharpened, and he couldn't help but glance at the beauty beside him, Jing and I, who was massaging his legs. Master Tianmeng is the master of Lisan Hall in Nongjia, and after the disappearance of the Nongjia chivalrous leader Tianguang, he is the strongest contender for the position. He wields the 16th ranked Ganjiang and Moyi swords on the divine sword ranking. Tian Hu is the master of Chiyu Hall, wielding the 23rd ranked Tiger Soul sword. There is a saying in Nongjia, the sky has no two suns, but the Tian family has its fierce tiger, referring to these two men. Both are peak grandmasters. Jing and I assumed Zhao Wu was asking about Tianmeng, unaware that he knew far more than any of them. The reason he looked at Jing and I was that, in the original future, she had a deep connection with Tianmeng. In that future, Jing and I gave birth to Tianyen, and to escape the pursuit of the net, she took refuge in Nongjia and married Tianmeng. Tianmeng held great prestige in the Tian family, but he was a vile scoundrel. Crude, violent, cruel, and debauched. After Jing and I married him, she not only saved his life in times of crisis, but also bore him a child, Tianci. Yet, taking advantage of her weakness during pregnancy, he kidnapped little Tianyen, threatened Jing and I, and ruthlessly crippled her 8 extraordinary meridians and martial arts. This caused Jing and I to go into premature labor, resulting in Tianxi's intellectual disability. Had Tianmeng not coveted her beauty, and wanted to keep her as a plaything for his pleasure, he would have killed her outright. To protect Tianyen and Tianci, Jing and I silently endured all this, bearing humiliation, and suffering Tianmeng's relentless torment day after day. But now, because of Zhao Wu's intervention, Jing Ni's fate had changed, and Tianmeng had never even laid eyes on her. Zhao Wu had initially been too lazy to deal with the scum Tianmeng. Like a piece of dung far away on the horizon, it had no effect on Zhao Wu, and he saw no reason to step on it and dirty his own feet. But now that piece of dung had come hopping right in front of him. Wasn't that a deliberate attempt to disgust him? Master, I'll kill him. At that moment, Jing and I, sensing Zhao Wu's displeasure with Tianmeng, immediately spoke up. Anyone who displeased the master must die. No need. Zhao Wu gently shook his head. If Jing and I acted, it would inevitably expose her identity. It was better for him to do it himself. Besides, the war god had already struck once. 1 time and 2 times, or even countless times, made no difference. It was like a woman's first time. Only 0 and countless times. Just then, Tianmeng's voice rang out again. Tianmeng of the Lisan Hall Nongjia, together with his younger brothers Tian Hu and Tianzhong, humbly request an audience with the war god. Oh dear gentlemen, we have no war god here. If you're looking for women, our Feishan Tower has plenty to satisfy you. The madam's voice was syrupy, her face full of fawning smiles. Get lost. Tian Hu pointed his amber blade at the madam, his face fierce and threatening, and barked. The madam shrank back and dared not utter a word. At the same time, around Feishan Tower, many powerful figures appeared silently. Yan Dan, the Mahist Grandmaster, Donghuang Tai, leader of the Yinyang school, along with the left and right protectors Xinghuan and Yushen. Xiao Meng, the master of the Tianzong of Taoism. Shadow guards under Zhang Han. Members of the various schools were all present. Though many strong figures from the schools had not yet arrived, the area was not lacking in their presence. These Nongjia people are all brawn and no brains. Do they really think shouting loud enough will summon the war god? The left protector of the Yingyang school Xinghuan gazed at Tianmeng shouting inside Feishan Tower. A hint of disdain flickered in his sinister eyes, and he couldn't help sneering. Do you have a better idea? Yushin stood elegantly in a light blue gown of veil covering her face like a goddess of the celestial palace. Her voice was cool and ethereal. Faced with the war god who appeared and vanished like a dragon, she could think of no better method than Tianmeng's. Of course. Xinghuan's face was arrogant, but in truth he had no good idea either. However, since Yushin had spoken, he couldn't afford to appear weak. Once he had bluffed, he had to see it through, even if it meant suffering. Seeing Yushin's gaze turn toward him, Xinghuan declared proudly, "Simply use Yingyang arts to control the madam and interrogate her. Then we'll know everything." "You are courting death," Yushin said flatly. "Humph, Yushin, you are far too quick to boost other spirits and dampen your own. Do you truly believe the war god is omnipotent and invincible?" Although Xinghuan had heard that the war god had subdued the Shu River with a single sword strike and slain Zhao Gao, he had not witnessed it himself. Even knowing that the disciples of the Yingyang school dared not deceive him, he still did not find the war god particularly fearsome. Many things in the world are like this. Without personal experience, one cannot understand nor hold reverence. One always thinks oneself impressive and that others are all exaggerations. Especially for a genius as gifted, proud, and arrogant as Xinghuan. Whether the war god is omnipotent or invincible, I do not know. But I do know that you cannot withstand even a single sword strike from him. Yushin said, "Humph, who knows how many years the war god has lived?" Xinghuan was furious, his sinister eyes flashing with malice. However, although he did not believe the war god was as divine as the legends claimed, he still had some self-awareness. He was certainly no match for the war god now. He snorted, "Give me 10 years and I'll cut him down with a single sword." Buzz. The moment Xinghuan's voice fell, a majestic, sacred, and awe-inspiring sword intent suddenly erupted from Feishan Tower. Sensing this sword intent, vast as the heavens, blazing as the sun, Dong Huangtai's every hair stood on end as if facing a great enemy. Yushin's face paled, Xinghuan's visage turned livid, as if he had swallowed a fly. Then a domineering, sacred, and noble dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. Everyone felt an overwhelming pressure from the very essence of life, as if the legendary divine beast, the true dragon, had descended. A terrifying, boundless, sharp, formless yet supreme sword intent, as if an immortal king from the 9 heavens filled every inch of space. A dazzling golden light burst forth from Feishan Tower, its blinding radiance forcing everyone to close their eyes involuntarily. Rumble. A tremendous roar came, and when everyone opened their eyes, they stood frozen in shock, awestruck by the scene before them. There, on a massive circular stone pillar opposite Feishan Tower, the ferocious and grim Tianmeng was pinned with his Ganjiang and Moyi swords by a single blade. It was a sword with a crimson gold blade, its hilt shaped like a soaring divine dragon, exuding an aura that could shatter the void and slay stars. Seeing it felt like gazing upon a supreme divine dragon soaring through the heavens and roaming the seas. Xiaomeng's fair hand gripped the trembling famous sword Qiuli. Her slender waist, long legs, and striking figure, with her cold and proud beautiful eyes fixed on the sword, she parted her rosebud lips. The first-ranked divine sword, the divine dragon sword. The first on the divine sword, ranking the divine dragon sword. It's the divine dragon sword. The top of the divine sword ranking truly lives up to its reputation. If anyone still doubted before, let them dare say the divine dragon sword is unworthy of first place now. I'll be the first to tear them apart. Heavens! I actually get to see the divine dragon sword, the first on the divine sword ranking, with my own eyes. This life is worth it. Truly worth it. That's Tianmeng, master of Lisan Hall of the Nongjia, wielding Ganjiang and Moi, ranked 16th on the divine sword ranking. And yet he was nailed to death with a single sword strike. No wonder the divine dragon sword, its might truly shakes heaven and earth. In that moment I truly thought a divine dragon descended to the mortal world. I fell to my knees with a thud, and now my legs are still weak. I can barely stand. The crowd gazed at the divine dragon sword thrust into Tianmeng's chest, and nailed to the stone pillar, revering it as a divine object, murmuring among themselves in awe and astonishment. Amid the reverence and astonishment of the crowd, countless burning gazes also flickered. The divine dragon sword, the first on the divine sword ranking. On the rooftop of an Yin Dan, clad in a black robe, and wielding Mo, May the 26th on the divine sword ranking, stared with burning eyes. If I can get the divine dragon sword when the divine sword ranking updates next month, I'll receive the reward for the first place. Having heard of the martial god's single sword stroke that settled the Shu River and slew Zhao Gao, and now seeing the martial god annihilate Tianmeng with one sword, he understood clearly seeking the dragon origin from the martial god would be courting death. But the divine dragon sword was right before him. If he snatched it and fled, given his strength, the martial god might not be able to catch him. And wielding the divine dragon sword, his combat power would skyrocket. Without the divine dragon sword, the martial god's strength would decline. With one increase and one decrease, the gap between him and the martial god would greatly narrow. To steal or not to steal? Yandan's heart was in turmoil. His palms were drenched in sweat. He knew that once he acted he would be betting his life. Success would bring unimaginable gains. Failure would mean immediate death. From the fact that Tianmeng was nailed to death with a single sword strike merely for seeking an audience, it was clear that the martial god was decisive and unpredictable in mood. He would not count on the martial god showing mercy. Should he take the risk? On the other side, Lord Donghuang, this is a God-sent opportunity to obtain the divine dragon sword. Should we still not act? Xinghuan's sinister eyes flickered with an eerie green gleam fixed on the divine dragon sword itching to move. Not so fast. We are not the only ones coveting the divine dragon sword. Let them test the waters first. Donghuang Tai's voice was ethereal, his entire figure shrouded in a black robe and a black mask, making him appear even more mysterious and eerie. Before the martial god appeared, he too was a man at the pinnacle of this world's food chain. But after the martial god appeared, he felt an instinctive fear. Therefore he dared not be careless. Caution and prudence were the foundation of his success today. Big brother. Just as the crowd was hesitating and debating whether to make a move for the divine dragon sword, a thunderous roar exploded from the Feishin Tower. Tian, who charged out like a fierce tiger wielding the tiger soul blade. Tian Zhong, Bone Demon Mute Slave, and other Nongjia experts followed closely behind. Big brother. Seeing Tianmeng's brutal death nailed to the stone pillar, Tian, whose eyes nearly split with rage, and he was furious. However, despite his hot temper, he was not foolish. Tianmeng's strength was on par with his own. Yet he had been nailed to death without any resistance. He was definitely no match for the martial god. But if he just fled like that, how could he face the world afterward? The only way was... Boom! Tian, who pushed off with his legs, the ground exploded, earth and rocks flew, and he shot toward Tianmeng like a cannonball. He had to get the divine dragon sword first. Without it, the martial god's strength would inevitably drop sharply. That was his only chance. Tian, who? Yandan, Donghuang, Tai, Xinghuan, Yushen, and other masters of the 100 schools of thought stared intently at Tian, who. Once Tian, who got his hands on the divine dragon sword, it would be their moment to strike. 10 steps. 5 steps. Tian, who, holding the divine weapon Tiger Soul in his right hand, reached out with his left hand toward the divine dragon sword. The divine dragon sword is mine. Gazing at the sword so close, he could almost grasp it, the hatred and fury in Tian, whose eyes were instantly replaced by greed and burning desire. The divine dragon sword, the top-ranked divine sword on the divine sword ranking. Each of the top 10 divine swords on the ranking possesses earth-shaking power. And the divine dragon sword can suppress all divine swords under heaven and sit at the top, showing its immense might. He believed that the martial god was so powerful likely because of the divine dragon sword. If he obtained it in a month's time, he might receive a treasure reward no less than the dragon origin. He gathered his true chi into his palm and reached for the hilt of the divine dragon sword. Yandan, Xinghuan, Donghuang Tai, and other experts widened their eyes. They raised their full power, ready to strike. Whoosh! But at that moment a sharp sword aura burst forth from the divine dragon sword. Like a dragon's roar, like a tiger's howl, sound like thunder, speed like lightning. The sharp golden sword aura flashed across the void, in an instant cutting through the air, and faint pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Tian, whose eyes bulged with fury, in his pupils shone indescribable terror. He could only watch helplessly as the sword aura swept across his outstretched left hand. Ryup! An arm fell to the ground, blood splattered. A piercing pain seized every nerve. Pain, a pain beyond any words. Ah, my hand! My hand! Tian, who let out a miserable, heart-wrenching scream. Losing his balance, he fell from midair and crashed heavily onto the ground. Hiss! In an instant, the sound of countless gasps filled the air. The burning desire in Yandan, Xinghuan, and others' eyes was suddenly doused with cold water, their hearts sinking to the bottom. Tian, who, as the master of Chiyu Hall of the Nongjia, wielding the divine weapon Tiger Soul, was among the top experts in the world. There cannot be two suns in the sky. In the Tian family, there is a fierce tiger. This was evident. Yet without the martial god present, a mere sword aura from the divine dragon sword had severed Tian, whose arm. How is this possible? How can it be so strong? Yandan was shocked and terrified. Even as the Mahist Grandmaster with his outstanding martial arts, if he ambushed Tian, who it would be nearly impossible to cut off his arm. Is this the power of the divine sword, or is the martial god controlling the sword from afar? Donghuang Tai's deep eyes flickered with endless light. Even with his cultivation and strength, he could not discern the truth. I have also read some records of the legendary land Immortals. How could it be this strong? Could it have surpassed the land Immortal realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Donghuang Tai directly dismissed this unrealistic conjecture. In the present world, a land Immortal could hardly be born, let alone someone surpassing the land Immortal realm. That the martial god could become a land Immortal was already a stroke of unimaginable luck. It was absolutely impossible to surpass the land Immortal realm. Lord Donghuang, what should we do now? Yushin's beautiful eyes seemed to hold countless stars, her voice ethereal and melodious. Wait and see. Donghuang Tai's voice was deep and unfathomable, revealing no emotion. Hall Master. At this moment the stunned Tianzhong Bone demon mute slave and other Nongja experts snapped back to reality and rushed toward Tian, who their eyes wary of their surroundings, as if facing a great enemy. It was as if a man-eating tiger lurked nearby, ready to leap out and devour them at any moment. Tian, who got up from the ground, planted the tiger soul sword into the earth with his right hand and quickly sealed his meridians to stop the bleeding. Given his temperament, he should have been cursing and fuming. But now Tian, who was unusually silent, if one looked closely, they could see deep fear lurking in the depths of his eyes. In that instant he had truly felt the arrival of death. If that sword aura had been slightly off, it would not have been just a severed arm. Instead, he would have been cleaved in half. Roar! Suddenly a clear dragon's cry rang out, and the divine dragon sword thrust into Tian Meng's chest began to move. Seeing the divine dragon sword tremble, Tian, who Tianzhong Bone Fiend and Mute Servant were stricken with terror, boundless fear flooding their hearts. They believed the martial god intended to annihilate them all. Yet the divine dragon sword paid them no heed. With a flash of light, it transformed into a divine dragon sword into the clouds and vanished without a trace. Even more astonishing, the Ganjiang and Moe swords in Tian Meng's hands also flew away with the divine dragon sword. Bloody hell! Am I seeing things? Is this the divine dragon sword's ability, or can the martial god control swords from afar? Countless warriors gaped in speechless shock. It was one thing for the martial god to command the divine dragon sword to fly away, but he also took the Ganjiang and Moe from Tian Meng's hands. If this was the divine dragon sword's innate power, then it was indeed formidable, worthy of being the #1 divine sword. If it was the martial god's ability, one could only say it was terrifying beyond measure. Thud! At the same time, Tian Meng's corpse, no longer supported by the divine dragon's sword, fell from the stone pillar and crashed heavily to the ground. The crisp sound struck like a heavy hammer deep into everyone's hearts, snapping the dazed crowd back to reality. They exchanged bewildered glances. Heaven and earth fell into utter silence. Take my brother. Let's go. Tian, who uttered no threats, nor did he care about the stolen Ganjiang and Moe. Clutching his bleeding, severed arm, he turned and fled. There was a distinct air of panic in his retreat, as if some terrifying beast were chasing him. Yes, master. Tianzhong and the others raised no objections and followed swiftly. Among them, Mute Servant of the Liang Hall carried Tian Meng's corpse, trailing behind Tian, Hu and the other experts of the peasant school. They had no desire to linger here for even a moment. That feeling of having one's life and death in another's hands was too horrifying. Watching the peasant school's hasty retreat and glancing at the luxurious Feishan Tower, the mighty figures of the 100 Schools, Yandan, Donghuang, Tai Xinghuan and Yushen, could not help but feel a deep reverence. Though the martial god had not spoken a word, they dared not enter the Feishan Tower again. Let's go! Donghuang Tai turned and left, decisively followed by Xinghuan and Yushen. Yandan, holding the Moe sword, his eyes flickering, was reluctant to leave like this. But the martial god's power and ruthlessness made him hesitate. We have too little information about the martial god. Let's wait until Xiao Gao and the others arrive and gather more intelligence. Yandan withdrew his resentful gaze and turned to leave. Martial god. Xiao Meng's voice was cold and emotionless. Holding the famous sword Qiuli, she stood serenely, then gracefully walked away on her long, slender legs. She seemed indifferent to everything, but the ripples in her heart had long since stirred into a tempest. At the Zhao residence, Ying Zheng finally met Xia Yufang. Back then, Xia Yufang chose to leap off a cliff to avoid putting Ying Zheng in a difficult position. They shared deep feelings for each other. After years apart, both still held the other in their hearts. With Ying Zheng's arrival, they reconciled. Xia Yufang told Ying Zheng about her life over the years. Your Majesty, Zhang Han requests an audience. At that moment, Zhang Han's urgent voice came. What is it? Ying Zheng was displeased by the interruption, but he knew Zhang Han would not disturb him without a grave reason. Your Majesty, members of the peasant school went to the Feishan Tower to seek an audience with the martial god. Other experts from the 100 schools have also arrived in Shuhe County and are likely nearby. Insolent! How dare they? What do they intend? Ying Zheng was furious and immediately ordered, summon 2,000 Qin soldiers to ensure Wu's safety. If anyone dares cause trouble, kill them without mercy. Though he knew Zhao Wu was protected by the martial god was the martial god, and he was he. Back then, if he had been strong enough, Xia Yufang would not have had to leap off the cliff. If not for the martial god's rescue, it would have been an irreparable regret. Now heaven had given him another chance along with Zhao Wu. He would not allow any mishap. Understood. I swear to protect Prince Wu with my life. Zhang Han replied. Your Majesty, why not have General Zhang Han call Wu back? He doesn't know about you yet. Let me explain to him. Xia Yufang suggested. No, I will go personally. Ying Zheng shook his head and said solemnly. Zhang Han's body trembled slightly. Ying Zheng personally going to welcome Zhao Wu was an honor not even Prince Fusu or Hu Hai had received. Your Majesty, this. Xia Yufang wanted to persuade him, but Ying Zheng cut her off. Ying Zheng's voice was firm and unquestionable. Afang, say no more. We will go together to welcome Wuer. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ying Zheng with Afang protected by Zhang Han and Gai Nye boarded the carriage, and led the grand procession toward the Feishan Tower. But as they left, the Shadow Guard brought new intelligence. The Divine Dragon Sword appeared, and the martial god pinned Tian Meng, the master of the Liang Hall, to the pillar at the entrance of the Feishan Tower with a single strike. Tian, who tried to retrieve the sword but lost his arm to a sword aura. He fled with Tian Meng's corpse and the peasant school experts. Thus the experts of the 100 schools retreated, not daring to set foot in the Feishan Tower. Ying Zheng marveled. The martial god is truly divine. At the Feishan Tower in the top floor boudoir, Zhao Wu rested his head on Yan Lingji's smooth round lap, savoring the unique fragrance of the beauty, and eating fruit fed by Mingzhu, utterly content and at ease. Before him 3 swords were planted in the floor. The Yan Ri Ganjiang and Mo Yi. Congratulations, master, for acquiring 3 divine swords. Yan Lingji's slender fingers gently pressed on Zhao Wu's temples, massaging him. If you like, pick one. Zhao Wu smiled indifferently. He cared little for these swords. Thank you, master. Yan Lingji smiled seductively and reached for the Yan Ri sword. This one. Yan Ri sword and Yan Lingji. Quite fitting. Zhao Wu nodded slightly. Master is so biased, doting on Lingji the most. I want one too. Mingzhu's beautiful eyes were filled with reproach, as she looked at Zhao Wu, her expression both delicate and charming, exuding endless allure. Then I'll give you the Ganjiang and Mo Yi. Zhao Wu said directly. He truly didn't care about these swords and was not stingy with his women. No. Mingzhu shook her head. Then what do you want? Zhao Wu was puzzled. Perhaps she wanted a better sword. Speaking of the top 10 divine swords aside from the divine dragon sword, he used himself, he intended to bestow the others upon suitable people. I want you, master. Mingzhu licked her glossy red lips, her breath like orchid, her enticing voice like a kitten's paw scratching at Zhao Wu's chest, stirring his soul. You little vixen Isle. Zhao Wu chuckled and pinched Mingzhu's fair cheek. This big shark was truly delightful. Mingzhu already had a weapon, the legendary red and white swords of the Blood Marquis Bai Yifei. After Bai Yifei's death, those swords fell into Zhao Wu's hands, and he later bestowed them upon Mingzhu, also teaching her swordsmanship. With Zhao Wu's cultivation of various treasures, Mingzhu was now a heavenly realm swordswoman. Of course, her skills in poison, charm, and illusion had become even more terrifying under his resources. Over the past 20-plus years, Zhao Wu had accumulated countless miscellaneous skills through signing in poison, medicine, illusion, and more. He had imparted these to suitable individuals. After more than 2 decades of development, he had a vast array of talents and experts under his command. Just as Zhao Wu was flirting with Mingzhu, Dong Huang Tai and his 2 companions returned to the Yinyang School's stronghold. Dong Huang, are we just going to let it go? Xing Huan's sinister eyes burned with resentment. They had traveled a great distance only to be intimidated into retreat without even seeing the martial god's face. How humiliating. The martial god might be powerful, but was the Yinyang School so weak? Then go to the Feishan Tower and confront the martial god yourself. Yushin mocked. You. Xing Huan was furious, but even in his arrogance, he dared not seek out the martial god now, because that would be suicide. The martial god is too mysterious, his moods unpredictable. For now it's best not to confront him directly. Dong Huang Tai recalled the scene of Tian Meng's death, then said, but our Yinyang School excels in divination. Since direct contact is too dangerous, we'll approach from the side. Wise decision, Dong Huang. Xing Huan's eyes lit up, a sinister smirk on his face. Everyone has weaknesses. Family, friends, women. Once we divine the martial god's information and tailor our approach, we can make him submit. Xing Huan grew more excited, envisioning the climax of controlling the martial god. That idea is dangerous. If it angers the martial god, it will bring disaster upon our school. Yushin's cold voice doused Xing Huan's enthusiasm like a bucket of ice water. Xing Huan's anger flared and he sneered disdainfully. How is it dangerous? I never said we must target his people. I said, tailor our approach. Do you even understand what that means? Women are short-sighted and ignorant. Yushin was about to retort when Dong Huang Tai interrupted. Enough. First divine the martial god's information. We'll decide after we see the results. Yes, Dong Huang. Xing Huan and Yushin dared not argue further and obediently replied. Dong Huang Tai held absolute authority in the Yinyang School. Even the arrogant Xing Huan dared not defy him. The 2 stood on either side of Dong Huang Tai. Dong Huang Tai took out an ancient tortoise shell used for divination and performed the unique Yinyang divination technique. Xing Huan and Yushan assisted from the side. The three channeled their true qi of different colors into the shell. Donghuang Tai's qi being the primary with Xinghuan and Yushin's qi as support. Humming. As the qi entered the turtle shell began to tremble, then floated into the air, spinning rapidly. Around it countless stars seemed to revolve, creating a wondrous spectacle. Boom! However, before the divination was halfway through, a colossal sword aura descended like the Milky Way from the ninth heaven, crossing the river of time and space. Suddenly appearing, the terrifying sword intent felt like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting. Fierce, sharp, overwhelming. In the void, a supreme, terrifying figure seemed to stand. A single sword strike cleaved sun, moon, and stars like a celestial sword, immortal. Bang! Bang! Under this sword aura, the ancient turtle shell shattered, instantly turning to dust. Donghuang Tai, Xinghuan, and Yushin were struck heavily, vomiting blood with a wow, their minds going blank. A majestic, resonant Dao voice echoed in their ears. Immortals must not be insulted. Immortals cannot be insulted. The voice of the Great Dao resounded, deafening and enlightening. Donghuang Tai's body trembled. He had never imagined the war god could be so terrifying. Lord Donghuang, this is... Yushin's delicate frame quivered slightly, and her deep, mysterious eyes revealed a hint of profound terror. Such a horrifying scene was something she had never encountered before. Immortals cannot be insulted, cannot be fathomed, cannot be spied upon. The war god has already become an immortal. Donghuang Tai's eyes were complex, filled with deep reverence and fervor. Immortals. Who, in this world, does not wish to become an immortal? Even the unruly and arrogant Xinghuan now had no anger, jealousy, or resentment in his eyes. Only profound reverence and fear remained. When the gap is small, people feel envy. However, when the gap is so vast that it is beyond reach, people only feel reverence and admiration without any trace of jealousy. The war god has already become an immortal. From now on, the school of Yin Yang must never provoke him. Anything concerning the war god, the school of Yin Yang will no longer intervene. Donghuang Tai declared solemnly. Lord Donghuang is wise. Lord Donghuang is wise. Yushin and Xinghuan quickly said. Even if Donghuang Tai had not said it, they would never dare to provoke such a terrifying existence. They had merely attempted divination but were rebounded before they could divine anything. The war god is a god, not something mortals like them can pry into. Reporting to Lord Donghuang, Ying Zheng's carriage is heading toward the flying immortal pavilion. At this moment, a disciple of the school of Yin Yang hurried over and reported. Ying Zheng wouldn't still be thinking of the war god's dragon origin, or the threefold creation pill, would he? Xinghuan curled his lips and said disdainfully. His identity as emperor is useless to the war god. If he angers the war god, he'll be struck down by a single sword stroke. Tianmeng is a precedent. A man of wealth should not sit under the eaves. Ying Zheng may long for immortality, but he is not foolish. With Tianmeng's precedent, if he dares to go to the flying immortal pavilion, he must have some trump card we don't know about. Yushin's gaze was deep as she spoke softly. A trump card? Isn't it just his Great Qin armored soldiers? But while they are effective against ordinary experts, they are a joke before the war god. Xinghuan sneered. When one's power reaches a certain level, numbers become utterly meaningless. You all know that the Great Qin soldiers are a joke to the war god. Even if Ying Zheng doesn't know, the war god has become an immortal based on the war god's feat of pacifying the Shu River with one sword strike and slaying Zhao Gao. Ying Zheng knows that if the war god wanted to kill him, even his Great Qin soldiers and Gainye could not protect him, Yushin said. He dares to go to the flying immortal pavilion only because he is sure the war god will not attack him. Therefore, he must know something about the war god that we don't. In that case, Yushin, go and see what Ying Zheng intends to do. Remember, do not provoke the war god. Donghuang Tai was also somewhat curious. Yes, Lord Donghuang. Yushin was not only the right protector of the school of Yin Yang, but also one of the two imperial guardian masters of the Great Qin Empire. Going to pay respects to Ying Zheng while probing his intentions was perfectly proper and unremarkable. Of course, Xinghuan was also an imperial guardian master of the Great Qin Empire. However, his personality was too arrogant, so it was better for Yushin to go. Meanwhile, as Yushin of the school of Yin Yang went to pay respects to Ying Zheng, Mozi's leader Yandan and other masters of the 100 schools also learned of Ying Zheng's visit to the flying immortal pavilion. Instantly, countless masters rushed to the flying immortal pavilion. They wanted to see what trump card Ying Zheng had and whether he could meet the war god. The flying immortal pavilion once again became the center of attention. Inside the flying immortal pavilion, Zhao Wu was resting his head on Yan Lingji's soft lap, listening to Mingzhu's report. Master, the first emperor and the empress are heading to the flying immortal pavilion. They are expected to arrive in a quarter of an hour. In this world, how can one be without ties? Zhao Wu shook his head. He was not born from a stone, nor was this a place like the Qidian orphanage where one is born with both parents dead. If it were merely Ying Zheng, even if he were the first emperor, Zhao Wu would not bother with him. But Xia Yufang was his mother. He had been her son since he was in the womb. She had doted on him immensely over the years. For Xia Yufang's sake, He reluctantly accepted Ying Zheng, his ancestral dragon father. After all, it was just a change from being a carefree young master to a carefree prince imperial son. He would give Ying Zheng a dog talisman which grants immortality and eternal youth, making Ying Zheng this tool immortal, and the Great Qin Empire eternal. Then he could remain a carefree prince forever. As for the dog talisman, he had plenty as common as cabbage. He had even used them to form a 1,000-strong immortal army. Giving one to Ying Zheng was no problem at all. Now that I think about it, being a carefree prince seems not bad. All the hard work will be done by Ying Zheng, and I can even take a few minions to tease virtuous women. Life is sweet. At this thought, Zhao Wu immediately relaxed. In his past life he was a corporate slave. In this life, being a dissolute and carefree prince seemed like a good experience. He had power and influence and no work to do. State affairs were left to Ying Zheng, that tool. He didn't need to worry. Blissful. A quarter of an hour later. Suddenly a commotion arose outside the flying Immortal Pavilion. Pedestrians on both sides of the street hastily made way as a procession of elite Great Qin soldiers slowly approached. It's the Emperor's procession. The Emperor has come to the flying Immortal Pavilion too. Could it be for the war god? Look, that is the sword Saint Gainye, and the sword in his hand is Yuan Hong, ranked 13th on the Divine Sword list. Amazing! Of course, the Sword Saint is from the Ghost Valley School. It is said that each generation of the Ghost Valley School has only 2 disciples, one vertical and one horizontal, both prodigies. Many people whispered among themselves. The chief swordsman of the Qin state, the sword Saint Gainye, was a very renowned title. Of course, now he was incomparable to the war god. But people no longer compared Gainye with the war god, because one was a man and the other was a god. The two were completely incomparable. Ying Zheng. On a rooftop not far from the flying Immortal Pavilion, Yen Dan clutched the mo tightly, his eyes revealing a bone-deep hatred. National enmity and personal hatred. Irreconcilable. But reason suppressed his hatred. He knew that if he went now, he could not kill Ying Zheng, and would only throw away his life. Who is that woman? Suddenly Yen Dan saw Ying Zheng and a beautiful woman step out of a golden carriage. His eyes were full of confusion. As far as he knew, Ying Zheng had not brought any woman to Shuhe County. That meant this woman was one Ying Zheng had found in Shuhe County. There is something wrong with this woman. Yen Dan immediately reached a conclusion. He would never believe that Ying Zheng, unable to bear loneliness, had found a woman in Shuhe County. People from the school of Yin Yang are here too. At that moment, Yushin, in a blue long dress and wearing a veil, gracefully walked up to Ying Zheng. Yushin pays respects to your majesty. As she spoke, Yushin also curiously examined Xia Yufang. Rise. Ying Zheng's expression was calm, exuding authority without anger. He said indifferently, I didn't expect the imperial master to come as well. I heard that the war god is in Shuhe. Yushin was curious and also wished to obtain the dragon origin for your majesty. Unfortunately, the war god's cultivation is unfathomable, and it is difficult to meet him. Yushin, neither humble nor arrogant, said in a soft voice, Your majesty came here also for the war god. No. Ying Zheng's voice was resolute and firm. I came here today to welcome the Great Qin's eldest prince back to court. The Great Qin's eldest prince. The world fell into dead silence. Ying Zheng's words were like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone's mind blank. The eldest son of Great Qin. Prince Fusu is at Feixian Tower. Impossible. Even if Prince Fusu were here, how could it make the emperor come personally to welcome him? The masters of the 100 schools of philosophy were dumbfounded. They could not fathom what Ying Zheng was up to. The eldest son of Great Qin. That woman is Xia Yufang. Upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, Yen Dan scrutinized Xia Yufang once more. A flash of insight struck his mind and he finally recognized her. During his years as a hostage in Qin, he had seen Xia Yufang before and later heard that she had died. He had failed to recognize Xia Yufang earlier because she possessed the dog talisman granted by Zhao Wu, which preserved her youthful beauty, making her appear like a maiden of 20. The thought of Xia Yufang had never crossed his mind. Xia Yufang didn't die, and she bore a son for Ying Zheng. Yen Dan was somewhat surprised, but he paid it no heed. Ying Zheng had plenty of sons. One more made no difference. Moreover, this was a wild prince hardly worth fearing. So Ying Zheng came to find his son, not the martial god. I thought he had some hidden card, but it seems he's nothing special after all. Yen Dan's previously tense heart instantly relaxed. Since no one could meet the martial god, the threat he posed to Yen Dan was greatly diminished. The other 100 schools masters also felt relieved. As long as he wasn't looking for the martial god, that was fine. As for Ying Zheng having another son, was that even a matter of concern? Nobles and royalty kept harems and toiled daily. Without any contraceptive measures, it was normal to have several sons each year. For an emperor like Ying Zheng, it went without saying. Congratulations, your majesty. Heaven has blessed you with the return of your eldest son. The moon goddess, having recovered her composure, pressed her hands to her abdomen and bowed gracefully. Ying Zheng nodded faintly, then led Xia Yufang into Feishan Tower. Zhang Han and Gai Nie flanked them as guards. When they reached the entrance, Ying Zheng and Xia Yufang walked inside while Gai Nie and Zhang Han remained outside. "Mother, why are you here?" Zhao Wu rose and came before Xia Yufang, ignoring Ying Zheng. However, Ying Zheng was sizing up Zhao Wu. Elegant and jade-like with extraordinary bearing. Truly his seed. "Wooer, let me introduce you. This is His Majesty the First Emperor," Xia Yufang said. "Oh." Zhao Wu nodded lightly, speaking indifferently. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Wooer, no need for formalities." Ying Zheng's voice was gentle. Inwardly he marveled. No wonder the martial god values this genius. Such extraordinary composure. Ordinary people upon hearing his name would have trembled and lost their speech from fear. Yet Zhao Wu showed no fear, as if facing an ordinary person, calm and unruffled, neither humble nor haughty. "Wooer, actually His Majesty is your biological father." Xia Yufang's voice was tense, and even Ying Zheng's heart involuntarily tightened. Earlier he had heard from Zhang Han that Zhao Wu seemed to hold some resentment toward him. Yet under the anxious and worried gazes of Ying Zheng and Xia Yufang, Zhao Wu showed no unusual expression. With calm eyes he looked Ying Zheng up and down and said, "So you're that deadbeat dad, huh?" Zhang Han and Gai Nie, standing guard at the entrance, couldn't help twitching the corners of their mouths. They secretly marveled. Truly young Master Wu, no wonder he dared say the martial god wasn't qualified to be his teacher. It was the first time they had ever seen anyone cursing Zheng to his face. "Wooer, don't talk nonsense. That year it was I who left on my own. It wasn't His Majesty's fault. He has been searching for us all these years." Xia Yufang tugged at Zhao Wu's hand, quickly explaining. "All right, Mother, I won't call him deadbeat dad anymore." Zhao Wu gently patted Xia Yufang's shoulder to comfort her. However, Xia Yufang and Ying Zheng were taken aback. "Brother Zheng, what was that supposed to be?" "Your Majesty, please forgive Wooer, he is young and ignorant." Xia Yufang hurriedly looked at Zhao Wu, feigning anger. "Wooer, how can you address His Majesty as Brother Zheng? Call him Imperial Father." "Yes, Mother." Zhao Wu didn't want to make things difficult for Xia Yufang, so he called out flatly, "Imperial Father." "Good, good, good." Ying Zheng was overjoyed and laughed heartily, then asked curiously, "Wooer, aren't you surprised that I am your father? And why did you call me Brother Zheng? I wasn't born from a rock. I must have some father. Whether it's you or someone else, it's all the same." Zhao Wu said slowly, "As for Brother Zheng, didn't you say that if the martial god offered the dragon origin, you would confer the title of King of Qin and become sworn brothers with him?" "What? Did the martial god give you the dragon origin?" Ying Zheng's body trembled. He grabbed Zhao Wu's hand and spoke with a quavering voice. Zhang Han and Gai Nie, standing guard at the entrance, immediately tightened their grip on their swords, their sharp eyes alert to the surroundings. They summoned all their strength, ready to strike with thunderous force should anyone intrude. "You're dreaming." Zhao Wu rolled his eyes at Ying Zheng, instantly cooling the burning hope in Ying Zheng's heart to the depths. "But although I don't have the dragon origin, I can still make you immortal." Zhao Wu's words lifted Ying Zheng's heart from the abyss, sending him on a roller coaster of emotions that left him ecstatic yet tormented. Is this how Ah Fang was? Ying Zheng thought of Xia Yufang's unchanged appearance over more than 20 years, surely. Because she had obtained Zhao Wu's elixir of immortality. He had suspected as much when he first saw Xia Yufang. But he had refrained from asking. Exactly. Zhao Wu took out a dog talisman and tossed it to Ying Zheng. This is the dog talisman. It grants its holder eternal life and youth, immunity to death, and protection from all lethal attacks. What? Such a divine object exists in the world. Ying Zheng frantically clutched the dog talisman in his hand, his eyes filled with shock. This was too incredible. Instinctively, he wanted to doubt it. But the moment he grasped the dog talisman, he clearly sensed a tremendous change in his body. He grew younger, brimming with strength. His waist no longer ached. His legs no longer hurt. Ying Zheng immediately looked in the mirror. He had truly regained his youth. Haha, wonderful. Wooer, you are truly my lucky star. Ying Zheng laughed heartily, strode over to Zhao Wu and said, Wooer, you have rendered great merit by offering the elixir of immortality. Ask for anything you desire and I shall grant it. Even the position of crown prince. No, please don't give me the crown prince position. I have no interest in handling state affairs. Besides, now that you are immortal, there is no need to appoint a crown prince. Just give me some idle prince title with no responsibilities. I want to be a carefree prince basking in the sun every day and flirting with beauties. Zhao Wu walked to the couch, pulled Mingzhu and Yan Lingji into his arms and said casually, This boy. Ying Zheng chuckled inwardly. He realized that Zhao Wu showed no fear of him, chatting as casually as if they were two ordinary friends. He liked this feeling. In the past, whether ministers or princes, they all treated him with awe and reverence, flattering him or speaking insincere words. He had truly experienced what it meant to be a solitary ruler. But with Zhao Wu it felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. All right, come back to Xianyang with me, and I will make you a prince. Ying Zheng said happily. For my mother's sake, I have no problem returning to Xianyang with you. But if I ever find out you mistreat her, be careful. I'll beat you up. Zhao Wu raised his fist as a warning. His words made Gai Nie and Zhang Han outside the door tremble, nearly dropping their swords. In all the world, perhaps only Zhao Wu dared to speak of beating the first emperor to his face. Wooer, how can you speak to your father like that? Xia Yufang tugged at Zhao Wu's arm. Although Ying Zheng was Zhao Wu's father, he was also the first emperor. The emperor's wrath could make blood flow like rivers. Ah Fang, it's fine. I like Zhao Wu's character. Ying Zheng waved his hand dismissively, then looked at Zhao Wu with a smile. I have the sword Saint Gai Nie by my side. Can you really beat me? I am a genius of unparalleled talent, a man even the martial god couldn't obtain. If I say I'll beat you, I'll beat you. Zhao Wu smiled confidently. Ying Zheng gazed deeply at Zhao Wu and laughed. Good. My son is truly extraordinary with the bearing of a martial god. Bearing of a martial god. Zhao Wu twitched the corner of his mouth. A phrase inexplicably surfaced in his mind. My son has the bearing of an emperor. This wasn't filial piety. It was a curse. During the conversation between Ying Zheng and Zhao Wu, the news that Zhao Wu was the eldest son of Great Qin became known to all in Shuhe County. Zhao Wu was a famous figure in Shuhe County. Many people knew his mother Xia Yufang. It was easy to confirm Zhao Wu's identity. Soon Ying Zheng emerged from Feishan Tower with Zhao Wu, further confirming Zhao Wu's status as the eldest son of Great Qin. Yet at this moment the crowd was not focused on Zhao Wu but stared in disbelief at Ying Zheng. His Majesty has regained his youth. The moon goddess with her mysterious and profound eyes gazed at Ying Zheng, her heart shaken. Has His Majesty met the martial god and obtained the dragon origin or the 3 revolutions creation pill? How is this possible? Didn't this tyrant come just to acknowledge his wastrel son? How could he have met the martial god and regained his youth? Yandan's face twisted with rage, his eyes filled with unwillingness, anger, and disbelief. No! If this tyrant doesn't die, when will I ever restore the Yan kingdom? Yandan's expression contorted, his eyes brimming with boundless murderous intent. Ying Zheng must die. Xiao Gao and De Tietue will arrive tonight. Perhaps this is the best chance to assassinate Ying Zheng. Yandan's eyes flickered. Ying Zheng rarely left Xianyang, giving them no opportunity to strike. But this time Ying Zheng had rushed here with only 5,000 Qin armored soldiers and the shadow guards of Gai Nie and Zhang Han. If he planned carefully, he might be able to kill Ying Zheng. Once Ying Zheng died, the realm would surely fall into chaos. He would have a chance to restore the Yan kingdom. With this thought, Yandan quickly departed to prepare for the assassination tonight. Meanwhile, the news of Zhao Wu being the eldest son of Great Qin, and Ying Zheng regaining his youth through the martial god's gift, spread rapidly across the land. Midnight, Zhao Manor. Mingzhu, as she had hoped, received Zhao Wu's guidance in divine arts. After several hours of effort, she fell into a deep sleep, exhausted. Zhao Wu held the beautiful woman in his arms content, and mentally commanded, check-in. Daily check-in had become a habit for Zhao Wu. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Wangquan sword, 1 divine sword fusion card. The divine sword fusion card can merge up to 3 swords, taking their strengths and combining them into one. Not bad. Zhao Wu nodded with satisfaction. In the system space, he directly fused the Wangquan sword, the divine dragon sword, and the peerless good sword. The 3 divine swords merged into one, the Wangquan sword intent, the divine dragon sword's dragon soul, and the peerless good sword's material, all perfectly united. A golden majestic divine sword coalesced, its sword intent soaring to the heavens, dragon roars, resounding, exuding boundless edge and dominance that could sever the sun, moon, and stars and shatter the cosmos. What a sword! This sword can be called a celestial sword. Gazing at the brand new divine sword in the system space, Zhao Wu was overjoyed. Ding! Please name the new divine sword for the host. Zhao Wu thought for a moment and said, let it be called Wangquan sword. One sword of heaven and earth, Wangquan dominating the world. Shuhe County, the Mahist stronghold. We pay our respects to the Grandmaster. Gao Jianli Big Hammer and Dao Ji clasped their fists in salute to Grandmaster Yandan. No need for such formalities, 3 commanders. Yandan's voice was gentle as he produced the intelligence gathered by Mahist disciples. This is the latest news from Shuhe County regarding the tyrant Ying Zheng and the martial god. Grandmaster, I heard on my way here that the martial god subdued Shuhe with a single sword strike and executed Zhao Gao like an immortal from the heavens. Is it true? Gao Jianli asked as he took the intelligence. The legend of the martial god was too astonishing. Even though he had heard many people swear to its truth, he still found it hard to believe. Moreover, rumors multiply in the world. One should trust only 20% of the news from the martial world. It is true. I estimate the martial god has already reached the legendary realm of the land immortal. For now we must not provoke him. Yandan's gaze was solemn. Recalling how Tianmeng was pinned to death before his eyes with a single sword, he could not help but feel a tremor of fear. What? That tyrant Ying Zheng obtained the elixir of immortality and regained his youth. Suddenly Gao Jianli exclaimed, his arm veins bulging. He bore a deep hatred for Ying Zheng. Both his close friends Kuang Xiu and Jing Ku had died at Ying Zheng's hands. He shared an irreconcilable enmity with Ying Zheng. How did Ying Zheng obtain the elixir of immortality? Did the martial god give him the dragon origin or the three-revolution creation pill? Dao Ji rested his chin on his thumb and index finger, deeply puzzled. In his view, a divine being like the martial god would have little use for worldly power. The dragon origin was far more precious, and it seemed unlikely he would give it to Ying Zheng. Have you heard the news that Ying Zheng found his eldest son Zhao Wu the lost heir of Great Qin? Asked Yandan. Of course the whole of Shuhe County is buzzing. They say Zhao Wu, the richest man in Shuhe, is Ying Zheng's estranged son. Big Hammer, carrying the Thunder God hammer, spoke in a booming voice disdainfully. Just a playboy. I heard that when Ying Zheng met him he was still fooling around with women in the flying Immortal pavilion. A pampered pretty boy like that who squeezes the people dry and lives in luxury. If I ever run into him I'll crush him with one hammer blow. Zhao Wu is just a lecherous buffoon not worth fearing, said Yandan. But we must not move against him for now. Why? Just because he's the son of the tyrant Ying Zheng. Big Hammer grumbled, confused. You fool. We're not afraid of Ying Zheng himself. Why would we hesitate to touch Zhao Wu just because he's Ying Zheng's son? Dao Ji sneered, making Big Hammer feel embarrassed. At that moment Gao Jianli seemed to realize something, his eyes growing serious. Is Zhao Wu connected to the martial god? Big Hammer and Dao Ji were startled. How could that be? How could someone like Zhao Wu have any connection to the martial god? They looked at Yandan hoping he would deny it. But Yandan confirmed. According to intelligence gathered by Ma's disciples, when Xia Yufeng jumped off a cliff to commit suicide she survived because the martial god saved her. After that, although the martial god did not formally take Zhao Wu as a disciple, he did guide him. The reason Ying Zheng obtained the elixir of immortality is likely because of Zhao Wu. Moreover, when Zhao Gao was slain by the martial god, it was because Zhao Gao sent Han Ri to assassinate Zhao Wu, which enraged the martial god. Damn! That pretty boy is incredibly lucky. Even before he was born he encountered the martial god. Dao Ji said with envy and jealousy. The martial god. A legendary land immortal who surpassed the celestial realm. Even ancient masters like Giguzi and Beimingzi were only at the celestial realm. To be able to become their disciple or even just receive their guidance was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. How much more so for a divine being like the martial god? What good is luck? He's a big name in Shuhe County, but I've never heard of him having any martial arts skill. Instead he spends his days drinking, carousing and womanizing. His body is already drained. How could he ever practice martial arts? Big Hammer sneered. No wonder the martial god didn't take him as a disciple. He's nothing but a pile of mud that can't be plastered on the wall. Big Hammer is right. He had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and failed to seize it. Truly rotten wood that cannot be carved. Gao Jianli shook his head. If he had such a chance he might already be a celestial-level swordsman. Zhao Wu is just a lucky fool. Forget about him. Today I want to talk about the tyrant Ying Zheng. Yandan looked at Gao Jianli and the others, his voice heavy. Everyone focused their minds, gathering their thoughts, and listened attentively. Regardless of whether Ying Zheng obtained the dragon origin or the 3-revolution creation pill, he won't die anytime soon. Yandan continued, even if he didn't get the dragon origin for immortality this time, and only got the 3-revolution creation pill to extend his life by 100 years with the appearance of the Dao Golden List, he might still obtain an elixir of immortality in the future. So we cannot wait for him to die naturally. Gao Jianli's spirits lifted, and he asked abruptly, Grandmaster intends to assassinate Ying Zheng. Assassinate Ying Zheng. Excellent. My Thunder God hammer has been itching for action. I dream every day of smashing Ying Zheng to pieces with one blow. Big Hammer swung his Thunder God hammer, causing a fierce wind and an awe-inspiring aura. Exactly. Yandan nodded. Ying Zheng's visit to Shuhe County is our best chance to assassinate him. But Grandmaster, if the martial god intervenes, our chances of success are slim. Although Gao Jianli was eager to kill Ying Zheng, he was self-aware. He had never seen the martial god in action, but the martial god was rumored to be divine, and Grandmaster Yandan even speculated that he might have reached the land immortal realm. Even confident in his own strength, he knew he was no match for the martial god. What of the martial god? If he dares to aid the tyrant and help Ying Zheng, I'll teach him the power of my Thunder God hammer. Big Hammer raised his hammer defiant. A man must face death fearlessly. Big Hammer feared nothing. Even a god. He would dare to fight. From the 2 instances when the martial god killed Zhao Gao and destroyed Tianmeng, it seems he is an aloof godlike figure who looks down on the mortal world. He is not Ying Zheng's bodyguard. He probably won't get involved in Ying Zheng's affairs. As for Zhao Wu, a lucky libertine and a hopeless piece of mud, even if the martial god still remembers their past connection, and killed Zhao Gao for him and gave Ying Zheng the pill, the goodwill is probably mostly exhausted. As long as we don't touch Zhao Wu, the martial god should ignore us, analyzed Yen Dan. If he were the martial god, he would have long kicked away someone like Zhao Wu who had no ambition, no drive, and was only interested in pleasure and women. The Grandmaster is right. Gao gently nodded. Assassinating Ying Zheng is inherently high risk. This opportunity is rare. Taking the risk is worth it. When do we strike? How about we charge over now and smash Ying Zheng with one hammer? Big Hammer's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to try. No, we cannot act in Shuhe County. The risk of provoking the martial god is too high here. We will ambush Ying Zheng on the road back to Xianying. Yen Dan shook his head and said, on the way to Xianying there is a must-pass place called Dragonfall Valley. I think it's a fitting burial ground for Ying Zheng. Gao gently proposed after a moment's thought. Dragonfall Valley. Yen Dan pondered for a moment, then nodded. Good, Dragonfall Valley it is. For the sake of the people of the world, this time we must succeed, no failure allowed. We must eliminate the tyrant Ying Zheng. Eliminate the tyrant. Slay Ying Zheng. Big Hammer raised his Thunder God hammer, his fighting spirit soaring. Let's go. We'll set up the ambush in Dragonfall Valley first. Yen Dan gave the order and led the Mahist masters and disciples traveling through the night to Dragonfall Valley. Gao gently gripped his water-chill sword, ranked 19th on the divine sword list, his eyes cold with murderous intent. Kuang Xiujing could rest assured. Tomorrow I will cut off the tyrant's head and offer it to your spirits in the heavens. In Xianying, at the residence of Hu Hai. What did you say? The teacher died. Split in two by a single sword stroke of the martial god. Impossible. Impossible. Hu Hai stared wide-eyed at the messenger, unable to believe it. Zhao Gao was a grandmaster-level powerhouse guarded closely by the 6 sword slaves. Even the sword Saint Gainye could not have killed Zhao Gao. You dare deceive me. You seek death. Hu Hai flew into a rage, drew his sword, and beheaded the messenger with a single stroke. The maids and guards prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. Hu Hai was cruel and prone to killing. In his fury, it was all too common for him to cut them down. Humph, how could the teacher be dead? This must be false. In truth, Hu Hai knew in his heart that his men would not dare deceive him. But he could not accept this fact. Zhao Gao was his greatest ally in the struggle for the throne. Once he lost Zhao Gao, it was like losing a leg. He would have no ability to compete with Fu Su for the position of crown prince. Damn martial god. Hateful martial god. I'll kill you. Kill you. Hu Hai grew angrier the more. He thought feeling his chance at the crown prince position was completely ruined. He picked up his blood-dripping sword and madly slaughtered the surrounding maids, venting his fury. Spare me, young master. Ah, no. In Hu Hai's residence, chaos ensued. At the same time, all the civil and military officials in the court received news from Shuhe County. At the Li residence, Prime Minister Li Si looked at the message in his hand, pacing back and forth, his eyes full of contemplation. I never expected so many things to happen when His Majesty went to Shuhe County. Zhao Gao sent Yen Ri to assassinate Prince Wu, but was slain by the enraged martial god. Not only did His Majesty retrieve Xia Yufeng, but thanks to Prince Wu, he also obtained the martial god's elixir and regained his youth. With Prince Wu's return, the situation in the court is bound to change. Li Si thought to himself. Although Zhao Wu had no power in the court, he had the backing of the martial god, whose martial arts were divine, and Xia Yufeng, whom Ying Zheng loved most. Zhao Gao was killed and Prince Hu Hai's influence plummeted. The only princes capable of becoming crown prince were likely Fu Su or Zhao Wu. It seems I need to pay more attention to this newly emerged Great Qin eldest prince. Li Si decided in his heart. He and Fu Su had conflicting ideologies, so he could not choose Fu Su. However, if His Majesty can achieve immortality, then the position of crown prince would be meaningless. While Li Si was pondering, Prince Fu Su, Meng Yi Wang, Jian Wang Ben and others were all discussing the matter of Zhao Wu becoming the Great Qin eldest prince. It could be said that the entire upper echelon of Xianying was stirred up by Zhao Wu. Tonight for most people was destined to be a sleepless night. However, Zhao Wu, the person at the center of it all, slept soundly. He slept until broad daylight. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the exquisite and noble face of Mingzhu, the siren, which along with her voluptuous figure and ample bosom. Young master, you're awake. Mingzhu, seeing Zhao Wu awake, attended to him, helping him dress and wash. Yan Lingji entered carrying water today, dressed in fiery red attire, exuding an incomparable charm as hot as flame. Zhao Wu looked at the 2 enchantresses attending to him, especially Yan Lingji. Truly the fire starter, making the flames within him surge. But they had to return to Xianying today, so Zhao Wu had to restrain himself. At most he could use his hands. For a little satisfaction. An hour later, Zhao Wu along with Yan Lingji and Mingzhu boarded a finely decorated luxurious carriage following Ying Zheng's convoy to Xianying. Inside the carriage, Zhao Wu rested his head on Yan Lingji's smooth, fair thighs, eating fruit fed to him by Mingzhu, utterly content. The young master truly knows how to enjoy himself. Zhang Han riding on horseback and guarding the convoy side inwardly. A especially Yan Lingji and Mingzhu, two peerless beauties. He wondered where Prince Wu had found them. Clatter clatter. The wheels rolled crushing stones on the road, leaving 2 tracks of wool ruts winding all the way toward Xianyang. By noon, the convoy arrived at Yunlong Valley. Gainye, the sword saint who had been sitting in front of Ying Zheng's carriage with eyes closed, suddenly opened them and said in a deep voice, "There is killing intent." Zhang Han, hearing this, was greatly alarmed, and immediately drew his sword, commanding, "Halt! Protect His Majesty and the Prince! Protect His Majesty and the Prince!" Immediately rows of armored soldiers with shields tightly guarded the carriages of Ying Zheng, and Zhao Wu in the center, while rows of soldiers with spears pointed outward on alert all around. Kill! Slay the tyrant, eliminate Ying Zheng! Slay the tyrant, eliminate Ying Zheng! Suddenly shouts erupted from the forests on both sides of Yunlong Valley, and countless large rocks and logs were pushed down. At the same time, countless arrows rained down like raindrops, but they were blocked by the shields, with only a few soldiers unfortunate enough to be wounded. Shield soldiers form ranks. Protect His Majesty and the Prince. Archers shoot. Zhang Han cleaved an incoming arrow with his sword, brandishing his blade Longxiang, and commanded the troops to counterattack. "Who are they?" Ying Zheng's authoritative and calm voice came from the golden carriage. "They are from the Mahist school." Gainye, guarding the carriage, said calmly. "Mahist rebels. It seems I have been too merciful with them." Ying Zheng's calm voice carried an underlying infinite fury. They dared to ambush him openly. Utterly audacious. The world is all white. At that moment, accompanied by a loud slogan, a large figure wielding a giant hammer descended from the sky, smashing dozens of Qin armored soldiers away. "Only I am black. Non-attack Mahist sect. Universal love for all." 3 different voices sounded in succession, and 3 more experts leaped down from above Yunlong Valley, killing dozens of armored soldiers with a single sword stroke. What the hell? Where did these idiots come from? Assassinating Brother Zheng and still finding time to show off. Inside the carriage, Zhao Wu, resting his head on Yan Lingji's lap, looked through the open window at the 4 experts descending from the sky, and couldn't help but mock. "Young master, that man wearing a bamboo hat and wielding a black sword like a ruler is Yan Dan, the leader of the Mahist school. The other swordsman is Gao Jianli, the master of the Waterhan sword." Mingzhu, while feeding fruit to Zhao Wu with her slender fingers, introduced. "The remaining 2, the big one with the hammer is De Tietue, and the other is called the King of Thieves, Dao Ji." In fact, Zhao Wu recognized these people even without Mingzhu's introduction. As they were speaking, Yan Dan, holding Mo Mei, charged at Ying Zheng. Clang! A sharp sword light suddenly flashed. Gainye had made his move. The abyss rainbow pierced toward Yan Dan like a bolt of lightning. Clang clang clang. The 2 exchanged dozens of moves in an instant, sword energy rampant, extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, Gao Jianli, taking advantage of Yan Dan, holding off Gainye, unhesitatingly charged at Ying Zheng, cutting down armored soldiers one after another along the way. "Protect His Majesty!" Zhang Han roared, blocking Gao Jianli, and the 2 engaged in fierce combat. "Tyrant, die!" De Tietue smashed surrounding soldiers away with his hammer, and leaped into the air. The giant hammer in his hands crackled with lightning, aimed at the golden carriage where Ying Zheng was. Thunder God Hammer! The giant hammer carried the power of the Thunder God, causing the wind and clouds to change color. Even without direct contact, it could pulverize an enemy from yards away. A killing hammer technique. If this hammer strike landed Ying Zheng, and the entire carriage would be reduced to dust, leaving no trace. Yet at that moment 6 phantasm-like figures materialized out of nowhere, moving as one entity, their swords plunging into De Tietue's body in an instant. De Tietue? Witnessing this, Gao Jianli's eyes burned with fury. He never expected the 6 sword slaves to be lurking in the shadows, delivering a fatal blow to De Tietue. "Aya! Die! Die! Die!" Gao Jianli's gaze turned manic as he struck Zhang Han aside with a single sword stroke, and charged toward the 6 sword slaves. "Kill!" The 6 sword slaves remained icy and indifferent. Even after slaying De Tietue, their hearts held not a flicker of emotion. Originally they were to be punished because Zhao Gao had sent Yan Yue to assassinate Zhao Wu. But Ying Zheng had anticipated trouble along the way, and granted them a chance to redeem themselves through merit. They had been trailing Ying Zheng's convoy in secret all along. Each of the 6 sword slaves was a top-tier assassin of the heavenly word rank, a grandmaster-level swordsman. Even with the Waterhan sword in hand, Gao Jianli was completely overwhelmed the moment they clashed. "Where the hell is old Ban?" Dao Ji, besieged by a multitude of Qin soldiers, relied on his peerless lightness skill to stay unharmed, but he could not break through to kill Ying Zheng. Moreover, Zhang Han stubbornly held his ground. The giant is tied down by Gunye, and Xiao Gao is no match for the 6 sword slaves. He's in grave danger. Dao Ji's heart churned with anxiety. They had originally counted on Master Ban's Mahist mechanism, Beast the White Tiger. The White Tiger possessed devastating killing power. It was their trump card for assassinating Ying Zheng. Yet for some unknown reason the White Tiger had still not arrived. This left them utterly outmatched, crushed in a one-sided rout. Little did they know that at that very moment Master Ban was staring in shock at a tall, voluptuous woman before him. The woman held a pink sword with a fish-head hilt, the Jingni sword, and wore a metallic battlesuit and fishnet stockings. Her fierce killing intent made their bodies go rigid. The Jingni sword of the divine sword list. Su Fuzi standing beside Master Ban stared at the blade with grave eyes. How did you know we were here? He and Master Ban had not traveled with Yen Dan and the others aboard the mechanism Beast White Tiger. Their route was unknown even to Yen Dan. Yet Jingni had been lying in ambush for them here. Even more terrifying was that Jingni was a heavenly human-level swordsman. Thus even with the White Tiger they were no match. The dead need not know so much. A crisp cold voice fell, and two heads instantly flew into the air. Daring to oppose the young master. Truly reckless. Jingni sheathed her sword and turned away. In the valley of the falling dragon Yen Dan was locked in a fierce stalemate with Gunya, his heart frantic. What is Master Ban doing? Why isn't he here yet? On a small battlefield the mechanism Beast White Tiger was virtually unstoppable. That was the trump card that had emboldened him to risk this assassination. No, Xiao Gao can't hold out much longer. Yen Dan's peripheral vision caught Gao Jianli and the 6 sword slaves and his anxiety sword, but Gunya stubbornly held him back, making it impossible for him to assist. Defeating Gunya was also beyond his reach. Retreat! Yen Dan gritted his teeth and gave the order. Assassinate His Majesty and still think you can flee. Gunya's Yuanhong sword surged with even greater sword chi, directly suppressing Yen Dan and preventing him from escaping. We're doomed. The giant and Xiao Gao are both pinned down. If this drags on and the army arrives, we'll be trapped here. I have to think of something. The only one who could move freely on the battlefield, Dao Ji, was like an ant on a hot pan pacing frantically. Suddenly he spotted Zhao Wu reclining on a beauty's lap eating fruit and watching the spectacle. Damn! While my Mahist brothers fight with blood, this pretty boy is lying in a woman's arms enjoying the show. Dao Ji's anger flared instantly. At the same time a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Ying Zheng has too many guards around him. I can't get close. But this brat's defenses are not as tight. If I take him hostage I can make Ying Zheng hesitate, then rescue the giant and Xiao Gao who are pinned down. As this thought crossed his mind, Dao Ji's eyes lit up. He activated his lightning and thunderstep and charged straight at Zhao Wu. He knew there was a martial god behind Zhao Wu, but he only intended to take the boy hostage, not kill him. Surely the martial god wouldn't hunt him down for revenge afterward. Quick! Protect the young master. Zhang Han, stationed by Ying Zheng's carriage, was alarmed and immediately caught Dao Ji's intent. He shot forward like a sword. But Dao Ji's lightness skill was unparalleled in the world. Zhang Han was too late to intervene. The guards around Zhao Wu were also no match for Dao Ji, who broke through them with ease. Wooer! Xia Yufang cried out in panic, but Ying Zheng remained calm. Ah Fang, don't worry. Wooer will be fine. Ying Zheng reassured her. Though he did not know the extent of Zhao Wu's cultivation, he knew the boy was no weakling. After all, Zhao Wu had trained under the martial god. Even if he had learned only 1/10 of that skill, it would be enough to dominate the world. Inside the carriage, Zhao Wu seemed oblivious to Dao Ji's charge, chewing on a green date fed to him by Mingzhu, watching the scene with keen interest. Kid, you've got some nerve. Dao Ji reached the carriage and reached out to grab Zhao Wu. Are you so eager to meet your death? Zhao Wu spat out the date pit, which shot forth like a bullet. Too late. Dao Ji, despite his unmatched lightness skill, could not dodge. The pit pierced his brow and he crashed heavily to the ground. Xiao Ji! Gao Jianli roared, his eyes bloodshot. The wind whistles, the Yi River is cold. An endless surge of chill energy erupted from Gao Jianli, freezing the air, and then he swung the Waterhan sword, sending countless ice crystals blasting outward. Fall back! Even the 6 sword slaves had to retreat from this wide-area attack. Seizing the moment, Gao Jianli broke free from the battle and charged at Zhao Wu. Die! Gao Jianli was now utterly mad, his mind consumed by a single thought: kill Zhao Wu and avenge Dao Ji. To hell with the martial god. The Waterhan sword radiated bone-chilling cold. Even before the blade struck, a layer of frost had formed on the carriage. Young master, I'm so cold. Mingzhu pressed her voluptuous body closer to Zhao Wu, utterly unconcerned by Gao Jianli's killing blow, which carried boundless fury. Come, let me hold you. Zhao Wu wrapped his left arm around the bewitching beauty's slender waist and smiled faintly. You're asking for death. At the sight, Gao Jianli's rage intensified, and the Waterhan sword seemed to resonate with its master's fury, ringing with a sharp hum. In that moment, Gao Jianli appeared to shatter his bottleneck, becoming one with the sword. The sword was the man, and the man was the sword. The blade flashed like lightning, piercing straight into the carriage. Young master! Zhang Han roared, rushing madly toward Zhao Wu. Wooer! Xia Yufang's beautiful eyes widened, and she fainted from a surge of anxiety. Ah Fang! Yet inside Zhao Wu's carriage a crisp clang rang out. Zhao Wu's 2 fingers clamped down on the incoming Waterhan sword. Gao Jianli's figure materialized, his arm straining, but the water-han sword would not budge. How is this possible? Gao Jianli was horrified, never expecting Zhao Wu to possess such terrifying strength. 2 fingers had caught his water-han sword. Young master, what finger technique is this? It's incredible. Mingzhu smiled alluringly, her charm enchanting. Sister Mingzhu, didn't you just ask the master to teach you the one-yang finger? Could it be you want to learn this one too? How greedy you are, sister. Can you handle it? Yan Lingji's voice was sweet and playful. This is called the heart-connecting finger, unmatched in the world. No matter what weapon the opponent wields, sword, blade, spear, or whip, I can catch it between my right index and middle fingers, and it can never move again. Zhao Wu held the water-han sword between his fingers, giving it a gentle shake, and chuckled. I've even taught this technique to Snow Maiden. Snow Maiden? Gao Jianli's bloodshot eyes froze, and he stared at Zhao Wu. You know where Snow Maiden is? He had once seen her at the Feishua Pavilion. He had fallen for her at first sight, unforgettable for life. In his midnight dreams, her graceful figure lingered, impossible to dismiss. He had intended to pursue Snow Maiden, but before he could act, Yan Chunjun coveted her. He had wanted to play the hero and save her. Yet before he could make a move, Yan Chunjun was eliminated, and Snow Maiden was taken away. He had searched for her for years, but found nothing. Even at death's door, you're still thinking about Snow Maiden. A true simp through and through. Zhao Wu laughed. In the original story, Gao Jianli had simped for Snow Maiden for countless years, only to receive a friend zone card, ultimately dismissed by her excuse of never marrying. He had never even touched her hand. Now, because of Zhao Wu's intervention, Gao Jianli and Snow Maiden had no connection. He had only seen her and was nursing a one-sided crush. You have good taste, I must say. Zhao Wu looked at Gao Jianli and said, Snow Maiden. She's quite something. Xuenu, she is quite smooth. Zhao Wu's voice echoed in Gao Jianli's mind like a curse, lingering endlessly. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The air, deathly silent, exuded a dangerous aura as terrifying as the abyss. Shut up. A fearsome, icy sword aura erupted from within Gao, Jianli, sweeping outward with chilling force. The frigid cold radiated from him, rapidly freezing the surroundings. The entire ground was covered in a layer of frost visible to the naked eye. The Qin elite soldiers who had gathered around retreated, some frozen solid by the cold. Gao Jianli's face was as dark as stagnant water, his bloodshot and ferocious gaze fixed on Zhao Wu. A surging tide of murderous intent flowed like a raging sea. Though Xuenu was merely a dancer in the Feishua Pavilion, she was the pure moonlight in his heart. Unblemished from the mud, unsullied by the clear ripples, she was beautiful and holy. He fell for her at first sight, a love at first glance. In truth, he was merely coveting her body. Unfortunately, before he could make a move, she was taken away by a mysterious figure. He had searched for her all these years. Never did he expect that the mastermind behind it all was Zhao Wu. Given Zhao Wu's lecherous nature, Xuenu must have suffered in his hands. Gao Jianli's expression twisted like a maddened beast, his eyes bloodshot. Through gritted teeth, he squeezed out the words. You deserve to die. Boom. The icy chilling qi spiraled around the Shueihan sword, causing the blade to quiver in resonance. The Shueihan sword, as if attuned to Gao Jianli's intent, blazed with an ever brighter and piercing icy light, bone-chilling cold. Zhang Han, charging forward, felt his Longxiang sword tremble. He was halted by Gao Jianli's icy sword aura, unable to approach. Such a powerful killing intent. Gai Nie, who was dueling with Yan Dan, sensed the situation and marveled inwardly. I never expected Zhao Wu to be this strong. Indeed, I should have realized. With the guidance of the martial god, even a pig could not remain without cultivation. Yan Dan was astonished that Zhao Wu had caught Gao Jianli's Shueihan sword between 2 fingers, sighing in his heart. In truth, it wasn't that they couldn't have foreseen it. Rather, deep down they refused to believe that Zhao Wu, a pleasure-seeking libertine, could be a genius with formidable strength. Because they were jealous. Jealous that Zhao Wu had received the guidance of the martial god. If Zhao Wu were a useless fool, they would feel comfortable and relieved. What use is the martial god's guidance? A waste remains a waste. Yet, Zhao Wu's performance today exceeded his expectations. Ha ha ha, I was not mistaken. My son Zhao Wu has the bearing of a martial god. Ying Zheng, holding the waking Xia Yufang in his arms, laughed heartily. Seeing Zhao Wu's strength, Xia Yufang, though still a little worried, was no longer as tense and anxious. Humph, Zhao Wu may be formidable, but he is only in his 20s. How powerful can his cultivation really be? Yan Dan sneered inwardly. The Heaven sect of Taoism had produced a once-in-a-century unparalleled prodigy. She was pure and elegant with extraordinary talent. At the mere age of 8, she defeated 6 of the Heaven sect's elders, excluding the sect leader Qi Songzi. She was accepted as a closed-door disciple by Bei Mingzi, who had not taken disciples for 50 years, and was bestowed the famous sword Chili. After 10 years of secluded cultivation at 18, she succeeded her deceased senior brother Qi Songzi as the sect leader of the Taoist Heaven sect. Despite her youth, her mastery of inner energy and profound cultivation were unmatched within the Taoist sect, earning her the title of the First of the Heaven sect, from Chu Nangong. Even so, Xiaomeng had only reached the Grandmaster realm. With Zhao Wu's talent though high, he spent his days indulging in pleasure and idleness. Even with the martial god's guidance, reaching Grandmaster would be a miracle. And he had never seen Gao Jianli so incomparably furious. He truly seeks death. Yan Dan sneered with a cold smile. Driven to the peak of rage, Gao Jianli's execution of Yi Shui Han would only grow stronger. Moreover, at this moment, Gao Jianli had forgotten life and death, forgotten everything around him. His mind was consumed by endless fury and killing intent. Even he or the sword Saint Gainye, when facing Gao Jianli's reckless and all-out strike, could be severely wounded. Die! The bone-piercing cold surged like a storm toward Zhao Wu in the carriage. The Shui Han sword in Gao Jianli's hand suddenly burst with endless icy radiance, aiming to sever Zhao Wu's two evil fingers and pierce his chest. My lord, be careful! Zhang Han, seeing the terrifying might of that sword strike, couldn't help but cry out, even knowing Zhao Wu was powerful. Sai, is this all the power you have? So soft and weak, no wonder you can only be a lifelong simp. Zhao Wu shook his head and suddenly exerted force with his two fingers. Gao Jianli's ferocious gaze trembled. He felt an indescribable terrifying force transmitted through the Shui Han sword, numbing his arms, splitting his tiger's mouth, and forcing him to release the sword hilt involuntarily. A swordsman without his sword has only one fate. That is death. Go down and keep your good friend company. Zhao Wu's cold voice rang out. Gao Jianli's last sight was the flash of the Shui Han sword's cold light. The sword's edge swept across his throat. Chi! Blood spurted, his head flew, and even the tree behind him was cleaved in two. Bang! The head hit the ground, blood spreading. But under the chill of the Shui Han sword, the blood quickly became coated in frost. The air fell silent. Zhang Han and the surrounding guards stared wide-eyed, shocked by Zhao Wu and the Shui Han sword he held between two fingers. The master of the Shui Han sword ranked 19th on the divine sword list, and the Mahist leader Gao Jianli had died by his own sword, with no resistance whatsoever. How is this possible? Yan Dan's eyes bulged. He had never imagined that Gao Jianli, even in his ultimate outburst, could be killed instantly without a fight. Even he could not do that. Indeed, the young lord's strength is not beneath mine, Gainye marveled inwardly. With Gao Jianli's displayed power, he estimated that he would need to use the Ghost Valley ultimate move 100-step flying sword to kill him in one strike. Yet Zhao Wu had casually slain Gao Jianli, truly worthy of being the martial god's successor. Though the martial god had not taken a disciple since he passed martial arts to Zhao Wu was the martial god's heir. Flee! At that moment Yan Dan had no other thought. Where there is life, there is hope. One Gainye was already hard to handle. Now a terrifying Zhao Wu appeared. If he didn't leave, he would surely die. Gainye's eyes narrowed. He stood, his sword upright before him, tip pointing upward, a faint dragon's roar echoing. Humming. Yuan Hong trembled as Gainye poured his terrifying chi into it, causing visible ripples to spread. The next moment, a terrifying storm of sword chi erupted like a wild beast's roar. The sharp, astonishing sword intent locked onto Yan Dan. The onlookers' hearts leaped. 100-step flying sword, a blade to sever the throat. The ultimate killing sword of the Ghost Valley vertical sword. Such a terrifying sword aura. Zhang Han's eyes burned. He had long heard of the famed 100-step flying sword but rarely seen it, for it was a killing sword. Gainye seldom used it, and few were worthy of his 100-step flying sword. Is this the Ghost Valley's 100-step flying sword? Yan Dan's hair stood on end as a terrifying sense of crisis surged through every cell of his body, making him feel as if facing a great enemy. All under heaven are white, only I am black. Yan Dan gripped the MO tightly as an astonishing sword aura radiated outward, faintly transforming into an inky black dragon in the sky. 100-step flying sword. Gainye whispered coldly. The Yuan Hong trembled and shot forth its vast sword energy, causing the surroundings to tremble, stirring up sand and stones. Yan Dan gripped the MO with both hands and thrust his sword forward. This strike was the highest achievement of the Mahist school, a technique only the successive Mahist leaders could cultivate. The tip of the MO met the blade of the Yuan Hong. A thunderous explosion erupted from the collision of two fearsome sword auras, shattering rocks and tearing trees apart, while countless cracks spread across the cliffs of the fallen Dragon Valley. The two forces clashed continuously, the cracks on the cliffs growing larger, until they finally exploded with a roar, burying both figures under a torrent of rubble. Yan Dan spat out a mouthful of blood, severely wounded, marveling inwardly. The 100-step flying sword truly lives up to its reputation. Yet, taking advantage of the cliff collapse, he managed to break free from Gainye and vanished into the nearby woods. Gainye could have pursued and killed Yan Dan, but his primary duty was to protect Ying Zheng. Thus he had to abandon the chase lest he fall for a diversionary tactic. Inside the carriage, Zhao Wu watched Yan Dan's fleeing figure and said indifferently, I don't wish to hear of Yen Dan anymore. Fei Yen go. Yes, my lord. A clear, captivating voice emerged from the empty air. Their words were not concealed, yet none of the guards around the carriage heard them. Only Mingzhu and Yen Lingji could. The two were unfazed, attending to Zhao Wu as if nothing had happened. My lord, is your hand all right? Mingzhu took Zhao Wu's hand and examined his index and middle fingers. Pale as jade, unusually long and powerful, yet utterly unscathed. She exclaimed, My lord, that finger strike of yours was so magnificent it made my heart nearly leap out. I think Sister Mingzhu isn't content with just the one young finger. She wants the master to teach her the spirit-guiding finger as well. Yen Lingji smiled charmingly, her tenderness as soft as water, her allure captivating. Don't worry, you'll both have your turn. I'll teach you everything in due time. Zhao Wu smiled lightly, then rested his head on the pillow of his beloved's lap. Lying back like a loafer. My lord, are you all right? Zhang Han approached the carriage, his voice respectful, his gaze toward Zhao Wu tinged with awe and admiration. Truly extraordinary. No wonder he was the heir of the martial god. I'm fine. Zhao Wu replied, casually eating the fruit the beauty fed to his mouth. Since my lord is unharmed, I shall take my leave. Zhang Han, seeing Zhao Wu lounging like a fish in the arms of a beauty, tactfully withdrew, taking the heads of Gao Jianli and Dao Ji to present to Ying Zheng. Elsewhere, Gai Nie, watching Yen Dan's fleeing figure, suddenly frowned. I sense someone. He focused but detected no one ahead, shaking his head. I must be overthinking. The sword Saint Gai Nie is indeed formidable, a true disciple of Ghost Valley, able to faintly sense my presence. 100 meters away, a curvaceous figure stood, invisible to the naked eye. She was a stunningly beautiful woman in a noble black and gold gown. Her jet-black hair was coiled with a golden hairpin, her demeanor cold and aloof. Her peerless beauty rivaled that of Mingzhu and Yen Lingji, yet her aura was entirely different. Mingzhu was seductive, Lingji was enchanting. She, however, was noble and cold. Her long, shapely legs moved slowly, yet each step covered 10 yards. In moments she crossed the mountaintop and caught up with the frantic Yen Dan. Suddenly Yen Dan halted abruptly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and stared warily at the empty space before him. Who's there? He sensed a great terror ahead but saw nothing, his heart trembling. Feigning bravado, he shouted. A hum filled the air and a ravishing figure materialized out of thin air. Startled, Yen Dan stumbled back 2 steps. The manner of her appearance was simply too terrifying. Like a ghost she appeared from nowhere. Dongjun Yanfei. He gasped, recognizing her flawless, exquisite face. Years ago, when he was a hostage in Qin, the school of Inyang had sent Dongjun Yanfei to approach him. He knew all too well that she sought to uncover the secrets of the Azure Dragon's 7 stars. He didn't expose her. Instead, he used Yanfei to help him escape Qin. He also harbored a grand scheme. He would use Yanfei to eliminate the previous Mahist leader, Six-Finger Black Knight, then kill Yanfei, becoming a Mahist hero, and ascending to the position of Mahist leader. Moreover, Yanfei was not only the second in command of the school of Inyang, but also a breathtaking beauty. He could exploit her while enjoying her company for free. Why not? However, to his surprise, before he could make a move, Yanfei inexplicably left. Without her, he had to expend immense effort to eliminate Six-Finger Black Knight and become the Mahist leader, nearly losing his life when the plot was exposed. He regretted it for a long time. Later he heard that Yanfei had betrayed the school of Inyang, taking with her the water element elders Huang and Nuiying. Dong Huang Tai was furious and pursued them relentlessly but never found a trace. Yanfei, Huang and Nuiying had vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. He never expected Yanfei to appear here, and with ill intent. Yen Dan clasped his hands in salute. Yen Dan pays respects to Yanfei. May I ask why you block my path? My lord does not like you. Yanfei stood calmly, her rosebud lips parting slightly. Thus there is no need for you to remain in this world. Her voice was serene, as if stating a trivial matter. May I ask who your lord is? Is he not being too overbearing? Yen Dan fumed inwardly. Did he, the Mahist leader and former crown prince of Yen, count for nothing? Merely because his lord disliked him, he would kill him. Had he not been gravely wounded by Gai Nie's 100-step flying sword, he might not have feared Yanfei. Die! Yanfei said no more, extending her slender white jade finger, and pointing at Yen Dan's forehead. Humph, you think I'm an easy target? Yen Dan roared in fury, gripping the MO made to counterattack. Yet, as he raised the sword, a finger beam pierced through his brow. The ultimate technique, One Yang finger. Heavenly. Yen Dan's eyes widened in shock, never expecting Yanfei to have reached the heavenly realm. Staring at her with profound resentment, he collapsed to the ground. Dead, yet his eyes remained open. A betrayer of masters and sect deserving of death. Yanfei did not spare him. Another glance, turned and left. Activating the power of the snake talisman, her graceful figure faded into invisibility, leaving only a faint trace of her fragrance in the air. Fallen Dragon Valley. On the official road. A shadow secret guard armed with a short blade and chains came like a shadow before Zhang Han knelt on one knee and reported, "General, we have discovered the bodies of the Mahist leader Yen Dan and 2 other Mahist commanders near the fallen Dragon Valley, along with a mechanical beast, the White Tiger." Yen Dan is dead, and the mechanical beast White Tiger. Zhang Han was somewhat startled. He had inquired with Gunye, who confirmed that Yen Dan's injuries were not fatal, meaning Yen Dan had been killed by someone else after escaping. "Where are the bodies?" Zhang Han asked. "General, the bodies have been brought." Immediately several shadow secret guards carried the corpses of Yen Dan Bandmaster and Su Fuzi swiftly before Zhang Han. Behind them dozens of men were transporting the mechanical beast White Tiger. Zhang Han ignored the beast and instead examined the 3 corpses. The sword Saint Gunye had somehow also arrived beside Zhang Han. A single finger piercing through the crown of the head with fierce and rigid force. Identical to the death of Yen Ri, the same technique but not executed by the same person. Gunye looked coldly at the wound on Yen Dan's brow. Zhang Han nodded, then turned to Bandmaster and Su Fuzi. A single sword stroke to the throat, seemingly from the Jingni sword. "Every famous sword is unique. The wounds differ," Gunye said. The sword wound on Yen Ri's chest was also from the Jingni sword. Seeing this, Zhang Han and Gunye already knew who had killed them. It must be the people of Wushan. As for whether it was Wu Shen himself, that seemed unlikely, because the attack came from 2 individuals. Moreover, what kind of figure was Wu Shen? Why would he use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The previous 2 strikes were likely intended by Wu Shen to display his power and deter those with ill intentions. After all, possessing one of the top 10 divine swords on the divine sword ranking does not necessarily mean one's own strength is formidable. For instance, Han Fei, the 9th prince of the former Han state, knew no martial arts, yet possessed a sentient divine sword, an Ailin. If an Ailin had not been destroyed along with Han Fei's death, when the sword spirit perished, it would surely have entered the top 20 of the divine sword ranking. A pity. Dismissing these thoughts, Zhang Han went to Ying Zheng's carriage and reported the deaths of Yen Dan and the Mahist commanders. Hearing this, Ying Zheng was overjoyed and said, "Wu Shen's great kindness. With Wu Shen's elite experts protecting me in secret, Prince Wu's safety is assured." Xia Yufang, standing beside him, also felt completely relieved. Then Ying Zheng's eyes turned cold. "The Mahist rebels dared to assassinate me, defying the law. Send the heads of Yen Dan and all the commanders to be displayed across the realm. Capture the Mahist rebels and kill them all without mercy. Let all rebels see what happens when they betray the Qin." "Yes, your majesty." Zhang Han immediately ordered his men to take the heads of Yen Dan, Gao Jinli de Tiechue, and others to Xianyang with the capital as the first display site. Soon news spread throughout Xianyang that the Mahist leader Yen Dan and all the Mahist commanders had failed in their assassination attempt on Ying Zheng and had been completely wiped out. And from Xianyang it rapidly spread to the various schools of thought and the nobles of the 6 former states. Li residents. "These Mahist rebels are truly audacious, daring to ambush your majesty. Now that the Mahist strongholders are almost all dead, the end of the Mahist school is near," Li Si said coldly, looking at the news in his hand. "Father, what surprises me most is not that Prince Wu, who spends his days carousing and indulging in wine and women, is actually a peerless martial artist. Spitting a date pit to kill Dao Ji and pinning down Shui Han with 2 fingers, instantly killing Gao Jianli. But how?" Li Si's son Li Yu still felt as if he were dreaming. He had never imagined that Zhao Wu, whom Ying Zheng had just found, could be so formidable. Isn't it perfectly normal for Prince Wu to be a martial arts master? If Prince Wu were truly inept in martial arts, that would be abnormal. Li Si looked at Li Yu and admonished, "Prince Wu inherits from Wu Shen. You didn't really think he was talentless, did you? If Prince Wu had no ability, why would Wu Shen have taught him martial arts? Many things cannot be judged by appearance alone. I hear that Prince Hu Hai has been slaughtering many servants and slaves in his mansion today." Li Si said meaningfully, "Father's teaching is correct." Li Yu bowed humbly, accepting the lesson. Prince Hu Hai usually presented a good image outside and was well liked by Ying Zheng. But what was the truth? Hu Hai was violent, bloodthirsty, debauched, and often kidnapped women. However, due to Zhao Gao, his deeds were all covered up. Moreover, Hu Hai usually indulged in his own residence, where Zhao Gao's net guard protected him and cleaned up after him, so his scandals remained unknown. Now that Zhao Gao was dead and the net guard was in disarray, Hu Hai was at a loss and all his problems emerged. "Father, rest assured, I will keep my distance from Prince Hu Hai from now on," Li Yu said. He understood that Li Si's mention of Hu Hai was not only to teach him not to judge by appearances, but also to warn him that Hu Hai was unreliable and best avoided. Li Si nodded slightly. At this moment he felt a new curiosity toward the newly emerged Zhao Wu. He was not alone. In Xianyang, whether it was Prince Fusu Hu Hai or the generals and ministers like Wang Jian, Wang Ben Feng Quji, and Meng Yi, all were curious about this Zhao Wu who had yet to arrive. In the afternoon, Ying Zheng's carriage returned to Xianyang with Prince Fusu, and the civil and military officials lined up to welcome him. When they saw Ying Zheng, everyone trembled. Although they had already heard that Ying Zheng had regained his youth, seeing it with their own eyes was still profoundly shocking. But they only lost focus for a moment before bowing reverently. "We pay homage to your majesty. Congratulations on obtaining the divine elixir, achieving immortality, and living as long as the heavens. Rise." Ying Zheng, dressed in a black dragon robe, and wearing a 12-pearl crown, stood on the golden carriage overlooking the crowd of ministers with an inscrutable imperial majesty. He stood there exuding an aura of ruling the world and swallowing the universe. "Thank you, your majesty." The ministers rose and then examined Zhao Wu beside Ying Zheng. They were extremely curious about Zhao Wu. What a handsome and elegant noble son. Their first impression was of his striking beauty, peerless and transcendent in bearing. He could be called the most beautiful man under heaven. Big Brother's figure is straight, his face flawless like a deity, completely not resembling a supreme martial artist. Prince Fu Su marveled inwardly. He himself was handsome and learned also a handsome man, but compared to Zhao Wu he seemed insignificant. And Zhao Wu showed no trace of a martial artist's aura, appearing instead like a carefree, dashing noble scion. Damn! How can a bastard be so handsome and gain Wu Shen's favor? Why? Hu Hai stared at Zhao Wu, deep hatred in his eyes roaring in his heart. Prince Wu is truly extraordinary, no wonder he won Wu Shen's grace. Li Si Wang, Jian Wang Ben and other ministers thought in their hearts. This brat is the infamous Hu Hai, the second emperor of Qin. He dares to show hostility toward me. Seems he lacks a good beating from society. Zhao Wu calmly surveyed the ministers, but with his profound cultivation, he instantly sensed Hu Hai's malice. His gaze fell on Hu Hai, who immediately shuddered, lowered his head, and dared not meet Zhao Wu's eyes. Seeing Hu Hai like this, Zhao Wu shook his head inwardly. Truly a waste. No wonder De Qin fell in the second generation. Today I have two great joys to share with you, my ministers. Ying Zheng looked at the ministers, a rare smile appearing on his dignified face. The first joy, as you have surely guessed, is that I have obtained the elixir of immortality offered by Prince Wu. Congratulations, your majesty. The ministers congratulated, but they were astonished. They had not expected the elixir to be offered by Zhao Wu himself. Although they knew the elixir must have been given to Zhao Wu by Wu Shen, the fact that Zhao Wu offered it to Ying Zheng versus Wu Shen doing so were two entirely different concepts. Fu Su's heart tightened, and he couldn't help feeling jealous of Zhao Wu's fortune. With this immense merit of offering the elixir, Zhao Wu would rise meteorically, even posing a huge threat to him. Hu Hai's jealousy twisted into madness. The ministers suddenly felt the court's balance shifting. Ying Zheng ignored their thoughts and continued. The second joy is that I have found a Fong and Prince Wu. Congratulations, your majesty. Amid the ministers' congratulations, Ying Zheng said no more. It was getting late and they were weary from the journey. Whatever needed to be done could wait until tomorrow. For instance, enfeoffing Zhao Wu as a prince. He had already decided on the title and would announce it tomorrow. However, that night was destined to be sleepless for many. But Zhao Wu, the instigator, suffered no insomnia at all. Another new day. Just after midnight, Zhao Wu embraced Yan Lingji, whose cheeks were flushed with passion, and whose eyes shimmered with desire, feeling thoroughly refreshed. He silently recited, "Check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a dream entry card. This card allows you to enter others' dreams and weave dreams." Dream entry card. What use is that? Zhao Wu sneered, finding it quite useless. By the way, that little brat Hu Hai dared to show hostility toward me. He's probably scheming how to deal with me. Thinking of Hu Hai's gaze from earlier, Zhao Wu was moved. Little brat, as your big brother I'll teach you what it means to be beaten by society. Zhao Wu used the dream entry card. But he did not enter Hu Hai's dream. After all, bullying Hu Hai in a dream was no fun. He wanted to enter Ying Zheng's dream. Spoiling the story for Brother Zheng would be quite entertaining. Zhao Wu recalled some chat group novels he had read in his previous life, where the group leader played the role of a fortune teller, spoiling the plot for members. Spoiling once is delightful, spoiling constantly is always delightful. He would enter the dream and spoil for Ying Zheng the fall of De Qin in the second generation. With the use of the dream entry card, Zhao Wu arrived in Ying Zheng's dream. Where is this? Wasn't I resting? Ying Zheng looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, deeply puzzled. Boom! Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed the sky and earth changed color, and a meteorite fell from the heavens. Am I going to be crushed to death by this meteorite? Just as Ying Zheng thought he was doomed, he discovered that he seemed to be transparent. The meteorite caused no harm to him at all. Am I dead? With confusion, Ying Zheng looked at the meteorite before him, on which were inscribed 11 characters. The one who will destroy Qin is who? The first emperor will die and his land will be divided. Ying Zheng's sword-like eyebrows twitched and his face instantly turned cold, as dark as 10,000-year-old ice. What is going on? How could I die? I have Wuer's dog talisman, immortal and eternally young. Great Qin will last for 10,000 generations. Ying Zheng muttered in a low voice, his sharp gaze fixed on the meteorite. At that moment the surroundings suddenly changed. Ying Zheng found himself in a palace. He recognized this palace, the Shakiu Palace of Zhao. Ying Zheng walked toward the palace and saw an extremely eerie sight. On the bed lay a pale-faced man who looked exactly like him. Is this me? Ying Zheng's gaze sharpened as he stared at the figure on the bed, then looked at Zhao Gao beside him, even more confused. Where is this? Wasn't Zhao Gao killed by the martial god? He was split in two. There's no way he's alive. Zhao Gao! Ying Zheng called out. However, Zhao Gao seemed not to hear. Ying Zheng stepped forward and reached out to push him, but was horrified to find his hand passing through Zhao Gao's body. It was as if he and Zhao Gao were not in the same world, as if one of them was illusory. He realized he could not affect anyone here. Ying Zheng stopped speaking and watched quietly. At that moment, the first emperor on the bed was on his deathbed. He issued a deathbed edict appointing Prince Fusu as his successor and then passed away. Your Majesty! Zhao Gao reached out and checked. Upon discovering that the first emperor had died, his eyes instantly turned ferocious. He looked at the edict in his hand and said in a vicious voice, Your Majesty, you made Fusu succeed the throne. How am I supposed to survive? Seeing Zhao Gao's change of expression, and hearing his vicious words, Ying Zheng's heart immediately filled with a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, Zhao Gao did not immediately announce the first emperor's death. Instead, he first summoned Prince Hu Hai and Li Si. What? The emperor has died. Li Si was shocked. Hu Hai immediately feigned grief. However, what they cared about more was the matter of the edict. Lord Zhao, did the emperor leave an edict? Li Si asked. Zhao Gao handed the edict to Li Si. The emperor appointed Prince Fusu as his successor. Now that the emperor has died, we need to bring back the prince as soon as possible to take charge of Great Qin. Li Si said as he looked at the edict. Ying Zheng, standing aside like a spectator, nodded with relief upon hearing this. Li Si truly lives up to my expectations. Lordly Prince Fusu favors the Confucian school, which is completely different from your principles. If Prince Fusu succeeds the throne, will you still be able to maintain your current position? Zhao Gao looked at Li Si meaningfully. Zhao Gao, what do you mean by that? Li Si's face stiffened as he questioned. Zhao Gao let out a sinister laugh. Lordly, if Prince Fusu takes the throne, you can imagine what your fate will be. It would be a blessing if you could even escape unscathed. Why don't you join me in supporting Prince Hu Hai to succeed the throne? Then you will be a meritorious minister, second only to the emperor above all others. Hearing this, Hu Hai's eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly promised Li Si that he would be second only to the emperor above all others with an unshakable position. This rebellious son! Ying Zheng clenched his fists. If he could intervene, he would certainly go up and break Hu Hai's legs. And that dog slave Zhao Gao, so treasonous and audacious. Suppressing the fury in his heart, Ying Zheng stared intently at Li Si, wanting to see what choice this chancellor, who had served him for so many years, would make. Lord Zhao, Prince Fusu has the support of Meng Tian, who commands 300,000 elite troops of Great Qin. Li Si did not agree, but he was clearly tempted. Zhao Gao was well prepared. With a wrinkly smile, he said, Now that the emperor has died, only the three of us know. Let's alter the edict, then escort the emperor's body back to the capital and issue an order to have Fusu and Meng Tian executed. Thus our great plan will succeed. Li Si thought it over. This plan was indeed feasible. Given Fusu's character, he would never dare to disobey the emperor's decree and rebel with Meng Tian. As long as Fusu and Meng Tian were dead, Hu Hai would succeed the throne without any pressure. With this thought, Li Si also agreed. Traitors! Dog slave! You deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Seeing this, Ying Zheng was furious beyond measure. He wanted to rush forward and cut down these traitors. However, he did not know if this was a dream or some other place. He could only watch, unable to intervene. The scene continued. Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai, following the plan, escorted the first emperor's body back to Xianyang, without letting anyone know. Those who were suspicious were dealt with by Zhao Gao's net assassins. Then Zhao Gao issued an order to execute Fusu and Meng Tian. Hu Hai succeeded the throne. Although Hu Hai's succession was illegitimate, he was still Ying Zheng's son. Ying Zheng wanted to see if Hu Hai could be a passable emperor. He was not entirely unwilling to consider it. However, what Ying Zheng did not expect was that Hu Hai was utterly incompetent, allowing Zhao Gao to dominate the court, calling a deer a horse. Waste! How did I father such a rebellious son? Ying Zheng cursed but could not stop it. The scenes kept shifting. He saw Hu Hai slaughtering his brothers and sisters. He saw flames of war rising across the land. He saw Li Si being executed by waist-cutting under Zhao Gao's orders. He saw Great Qin overthrown by warlords, such as Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, and Xianyang was burned to ashes by Xiang Yu's Great Fire. My Great Qin is lost. Ying Zheng was stunned. In the palace, on the dragon bed in the imperial bedchamber, Ying Zheng woke up with a start. So it was a dream. Ying Zheng gasped heavily, still shaken. His Great Qin had fallen in just 2 generations. Even though it was only a dream, but this dream was deeply etched into his heart, and mind impossible to shake off or erase. Why didn't I see Wooer in this dream? Ying Zheng was somewhat puzzled. Then a flash of insight crossed his mind. He had been able to find Zhao Wu because of the appearance of the Great Dao Golden List. If the Great Dao Golden List had not appeared, he would not have sought the martial god, nor would he have found Xia Yufeng and Zhao Wu. Could everything in the dream be what would have happened without the Great Dao Golden List? Although Ying Zheng did not believe it, he carefully analyzed the events in the dream and found no flaw. If he had truly died suddenly and Zhao Gao had not been killed, then things could indeed have unfolded as they did in the dream. His Great Qin would have fallen in 2 generations, ruined by that fool Hu Hai and that dog-slave Zhao Gao. At this thought, a cold gleam flickered in Ying Zheng's eyes. But he had obtained the dog talisman, granting him immortality. The events of the dream could never happen again. And Zhao Gao was already dead. The night was deep. Ying Zheng suppressed his anger and decided to wait until tomorrow. After giving Ying Zheng the spoiler, Zhao Wu stopped worrying about it, and holding Yan Lingji's soft and exquisite body, fell into a pleasant dream. A night passed in silence. The next morning, young master, Zhao Wu was awakened by a knock at the door. He lifted his head from Yan Lingji's warm bosom, blinking his drowsy eyes. Enter. At his voice, Mingzhu walked in carrying hot water. She said softly, young master, you cannot sleep in today. Why not? Zhao Wu asked lazily, turning over like a lazy fish and resting his head on Yan Lingji's lap, continuing to sleep. Young master, today is the day you return to the clan. Besides, His Majesty will grant you a princely title. Surely you cannot miss it. Mingzhu, towel in hand, approached the bed and smiled at the sluggish Zhao Wu. The young master was truly willful. It doesn't matter. I don't care about Brother Zheng's rewards. Zhao Wu reached out, wrapped his arm around Mingzhu's waist and pulled her close. Mingzhu gasped, her curvaceous body falling into his arms. She chided playfully, young master, stop it. When you return, I'll do whatever you want. Sister Lingji, won't you persuade him? Mingzhu cast a wistful glance at Yan Lingji, who was watching the scene. If Zhao Wu were emperor, she would surely be a seductress who topples kingdoms. From then on, the sovereign would neglect morning court. The master does as he pleases. What does skipping morning court matter? Yan Lingji's voice was soft, melodious, and enchanting. You understand me, Lingji, my dear. Zhao Wu pulled the 2 beauties into his arms and smiled. But I still have to give Brother Zheng face. I'll go after I've had my sleep. Zhao Wu nuzzled his head into the bosom of the big shark. Mingzhu held him with her fair arms and said no more. She had only come early to remind him, since Zhao Wu knew she would not interfere. After all, whatever the young master liked was fine. The sun was high in the sky. Zhao Wu finally woke up. Content and satisfied with the help of Mingzhu and Yan Lingji, Zhao Wu washed and dressed neatly, ready to give Brother Zheng face and attend the morning court. Oh, young master, you're finally awake. The eunuch waiting outside hurried forward, his eyes full of anxiety. Since it was Zhao Wu's first time at court, he needed someone to guide him. The eunuch had arrived early in the morning. But Zhao Wu was still asleep, and Jing and I stood guard outside, preventing the eunuch from entering. Of course, the situation had already been reported to Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng said nothing, only ordering them to wait until Zhao Wu woke up. Let's go. Zhao Wu said calmly. He followed the eunuch to the Zhangtai Palace. The palace was built dozens of zhang above the ground, with 108 towering pillars inside. Black dragons coiled around the pillars, majestic and solemn. At this moment, the morning court was in session at Zhangtai Palace. Because of Zhao Wu's return, Prince Fusu, Prince Hu Hai, Prince Gao, Prince Zhonglu, and all civil and military officials stood in the hall, solemn and dignified. Ying Zheng sat on the dragon throne above, clad in a black dragon robe, and wearing a 12-tassel crown. His face was indistinct, his emotions unreadable. Majestic, dominant, an unfathomable imperial might. Your Majesty, Prince Wu has arrived. A eunuch entered to report. That boy finally awake. Ying Zheng thought with amusement, his face expressionless. Summon him. Summon Prince Wu to the court. With the sharp, piercing voice, Zhao Wu walked in leisurely. Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned to him. Facing those gazes, Zhao Wu remained composed. He walked to the front of the civil and military officials, cupped his hands, and said, Greetings, father. In front of the ministers, he still gave Brother Zheng some face. No need for formalities. Ying Zheng's voice was gentle. Did you rest well last night? Zhao Wu nodded. Pretty well. Just then, Hu Hai, hearing Ying Zheng's words, thought it was a reprimand for Zhao Wu's lazy morning. He jumped out and demanded, Elder brother, this is your first time at court. Being late due to ignorance is understandable, but ordering your men to block the emperor's messenger, and deliberately sleeping in making the emperor and ministers wait so long. Isn't that too much? Li Si Wang, Ben Meng Yi, and other ministers tensed up, ready to enjoy the drama. They were also somewhat dissatisfied with Zhao Wu's tardiness. You're the 18th brother, Hu Hai. Zhao Wu squinted at the one who had jumped out. Indeed, elder brother. What advice do you have? Hu Hai nodded, raising his chin to meet Zhao Wu's gaze. Having finally found a handle on Zhao Wu, he was not afraid. Father didn't say anything, so why are you in such a hurry? Zhao Wu looked at Hu Hai coldly and scolded. Don't you know the order of seniority? An elder brother is like a father. Is this how Zhao Gao taught you? No, Zhao Gao is a traitor. Today your eldest brother will teach you a lesson. With that, Zhao Wu raised his hand and slapped him. A crisp sound echoed through the hall. Everyone was stunned. Fusu Li Sifeng, Qiji Wang, Ben Meng Yi all opened their mouths wide and stared in disbelief. They never expected Zhao Wu to resort to violence. And Hu Hai was completely dazed by the slap. The searing pain ignited a surge of rage in his heart, blood rushing to his head. You dare hit me? Hu Hai's eyes reddened. Pain, anger, and humiliation drowned his reason. He roared, You bastard, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the ministers turned pale. A cold glint flashed in Ying Zheng's eyes. And when Zhao Wu saw Hu Hai draw his sword and charge at him, his gaze turned icy. He was not angry that Hu Hai attacked him. He was angry that Hu Hai dared to call him a bastard. You're looking for death. Zhao Wu kicked Hu Hai in the chest. The powerful force exploded, sending Hu Hai, a Xiantian realm cultivator, flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a stone pillar of the hall. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Hu Hai fainted. He was not dead, but he was crippled. He would spend the rest of his life lying in bed. A living death. The hall fell into dead silence. No one had expected things to escalate like this. 18th brother. Fusu cried out, rushing over to check on him. He found that Hu Hai was severely injured. Elder brother, although 18th brother was wrong, wasn't your strike too harsh? Fusu demanded. If it weren't for Father's sake, he would already be dead. Zhao Wu said calmly. He knew Ying Zheng would not blame him, because the previous night he had already set the stage against Hu Hai. If Hu Hai had behaved, he wouldn't have bothered. But Hu Hai jumped out to provoke him and even called him a bastard. Leaving him alive was already an act of mercy. Hu Hai showed no respect for his elders. He brought this upon himself. Take him away and have the imperial physician treat his wounds. Ying Zheng spoke at last, his words final. The ministers felt a chill. They realized that His Majesty favored Zhao Wu greatly. It seemed Zhao Wu held a high position in the emperor's heart. Thinking this, many ministers simultaneously thought, Zhao Wu must never be offended. That man is a ruthless one. A ruthless man is not terrifying. What is terrifying is a ruthless man protected by the emperor. Yet there were always those with thick skulls. For instance, at this moment the imperial censor stepped forward and impeached. Your Majesty, Prince Wu was late for court without observing protocol, and he committed violence in public, showing no respect for the law. I beg your Majesty to investigate. Facing the impeachment, Li Si Wangben and others turned to Zhao Wu, curious how he would respond. But Zhao Wu acted as if he hadn't heard, standing still with an air of calm and dominance, as if besieged by thousands of enemies yet unmoved. Such a temperament and bearing. Even Prince Fusu fell far short. This boy indeed has my style, but he's too lazy. Beneath his 12-tassel crown, Ying Zheng's deep eyes held both admiration and helplessness. Today Zhao Wu had deliberately stayed home with his beauties, and slept until noon once again, showing that he wanted no part in court or governance. In Zhao Wu's own words, he just wanted to be a lazy fish. Now that I am immortal, it's not impossible for him to be a lazy fish, but he still needs to turn over once in a while. Ying Zheng looked at Zhao Wu standing calmly below. He had already made up his mind. Alright, it's Wu's first time at court. Being late is excusable. Hu Hai showed no respect for his elders and brought it upon himself. The matter is settled. No further discussion. Ying Zheng's gaze swept over the imperial censor with an undeniable authority. As you command. The imperial censor trembled, dared not speak further, and quickly retreated. Seeing this, everyone understood the depth of Zhao Wu's favor. Zhao Wu was deeply cherished by the emperor. He must never be offended. After the imperial censor withdrew, Ying Zheng directly ordered, "Someone read the edict." "Yes, your Majesty." An old eunuch stepped forward, took out the prepared imperial edict, and read it aloud to the ministers. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees Prince Wu, gifted by nature, inheritor of the war god, accomplished in cultivation, slew the Mahist rebels at Fallen Dragon Valley, and presented the elixir of immortality. His merits are immense. He is specially permitted to enter court without hurrying, to wear sword and shoes in the hall, to be addressed without formal name, to freely enter and leave the palace, to be exempt from morning court, to command the spider web, to govern the martial world, to hold the rank of prime minister, and to be granted the title of King Wu. What? Zhao Wu has been made a king? This? The hall erupted into an uproar. No one had expected that Ying Zheng would infect Zhao Wu as a king with privileges, such as not having to hasten in court wearing a sword and shoes when entering the hall, being addressed without formal titles, free access to the imperial palace, and exemption from attending court sessions. These treatment were simply extraordinary. Truly he was second only to the emperor and above all others. Even Prince Fusu felt jealousy in his heart. He himself still had no noble title, yet Zhao Wu had already been made a king. Your Majesty, this matter might be improper. Immediately a minister stepped forward to dissuade. Ying Zheng interrupted directly. I said that if the martial god presented the dragon origin I would infect him as the king of Qin. Now that Wuer has presented the elixir of immortality it is only right to make him a king. Do you want me to break my word? As he spoke an overwhelming aura of supreme authority that could swallow the 6 directions and sweep the 8 wastelands radiated forth. The minister who had just stepped forward prostrated himself on the ground trembling with fear and hurriedly said, I dare not. This matter is settled, no further discussion is needed. The court is dismissed. With that Ying Zheng gave no one else a chance to speak, rose and walked straight toward the rear hall. He left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. King of War. Zhao Wu was also somewhat surprised. He had originally thought a leisurely noble title would suffice. He never expected Brother Zheng to give him the title of King of War. Watching Brother Zheng beat a hasty retreat it seemed he was not only avoiding the ministers but also avoiding him. But King of War it is. It sounds quite imposing. Besides my name is Zhao Wu and my martial arts are divine. So what if I am titled King of War? Who dares to defy? A surge of dominance rose in Zhao Wu's heart. Having been a salted fish for so long it was good to roll over occasionally. Moreover, as King of War, he didn't need to handle state affairs, didn't need to attend court, and at most had to manage matters of the Jianghu. And matters of the Jianghu were not troublesome as long as one had enough martial power. And he was never lacking in that. His subordinates were numerous and powerful. Suppressing the Jianghu was as easy as turning his hand. Compared to the court, Zhao Wu preferred the Jianghu. King of War it seems not bad. While Zhao Wu was pondering, the surrounding princes and ministers came forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, elder brother, on being promoted to King of War. Congratulations, King of War. Congratulations, King of War. Zhao Wu nodded slightly, exchanged a few casual pleasantries, then left Zhongtai Palace and returned to his own residence. And the news of his beating Hu Hai in Zhongtai Palace and presenting the elixir of immortality to be infected as King of War spread across the world like a Category 12 storm. All schools of thought, the nobles of the 6 states, were all shaken. In Dongjun, the little sage manor, Xuanzi stood by the window of the scripture pavilion, his gaze distant. One sword to settle the Shu River to slay Zhao Gao. Even if exaggerated, it is beyond the reach of mortals. He is probably already in the realm of land immortal. No wonder he dares to call himself martial god. Xuanzi sighed inwardly. Even if the martial god had not yet reached the land immortal realm before after obtaining the dragon origin, he certainly would. As for the elixir of immortality that Ying Zheng obtained, in his view, it was probably just a 3-revolution creation pill extending life by 100 years. Behind him were the 3 leaders of the Confucian school, Fu Nian, Yan Lu, and Zhang Liang. Each was lost in thought. Zhang Liang held the news in his hand, his mind heavy. Ying Zheng actually obtained the elixir of immortality. Would the martial god actually give him the dragon origin? Even if Gongzi Wu is the martial god's disciple, it shouldn't be like this. Could it be that the martial god has truly become a deity and no longer needs the dragon origin? Or perhaps the elixir of immortality that Ying Zheng speaks of is just a 3-revolution creation pill. Making Zhao Wu a king is just to confuse the world. In reality, he did not obtain the dragon origin at all. Countless speculations flooded Zhang Liang's mind. Astute as he was, he could not figure it out. But he understood the terror of an immortal emperor. And if Ying Zheng never died, his dream of restoring his state was almost impossible. Even if Ying Zheng now only had a 100-year extension of life with the Great Dao Golden List, immortality was within reach. He raised his head and looked at the Great Dao Golden List in the sky. Ying Zheng thus gains immortality. If I want to overthrow the tyrannical Qin, perhaps I can only rely on the rewards of the Great Dao Golden List. The Great Dao Golden List had no morality or bias. If he found more famous swords, he could gain more rewards. Even if he could top the later lists, he might obtain the power to overthrow the tyrannical Qin. It's a pity that Master Su of the Mahis school was killed, otherwise he might have forged a few more swords like the Waterhan sword. Zhang Liang sighed secretly and resolved to unite the anti-Qin forces across the land, collect the divine swords on the divine sword list to obtain rewards, and simultaneously seek out master swordsmiths to forge even stronger swords, striving for better rankings. Second, unite all anti-Qin factions to secure more rankings on the upcoming lists and obtain more rewards. Only by doing so could they possibly overthrow the Great Qin. As for waiting for Ying Zheng to die, that was no longer possible, unless they assassinated him. In Kuaiji, the Xiang clan, Xiang Yu, holding the Overlord's spear, listened to his subordinate's report and sneered, King of War, martial god's disciple. I'd like to see how much of the martial god's power this King of War possesses. And that so-called martial god, one sword to settle the Shu River, they've blown it all out of proportion. He really thinks he's a god. Xiang Liang, hearing this, quickly admonished, you are the story of the martial god settling the Shu River with one sword may be exaggerated, but the fact that he could easily kill Yenri and Zhao Gao means his strength is extraordinary. He might have reached the legendary land Immortal realm. You must not provoke him. They had not seen it with their own eyes. Even if scouts from all sides swore it was true, they refused to believe that anyone could settle the Shu River with one sword. That was not a power that humans could possess. But the fact that the martial god's strength was terrifying was beyond doubt. I know, Xiang Yu casually dismissed, though in his heart, he was naturally unconvinced. He looked at the Great Dao golden list in the sky, his eyes full of anticipation. I wonder what the next list will be. If there's a general's list, I'll definitely take first place. In Day's Mountain, the farmer school, Gongzi Wu, martial god's disciple, king of war. Tian, who listened to the report from his subordinate, holding the tiger soul sword in one hand, his eyes ferocious. I'll test this king of war's mettle sooner or later. Martial god's disciple. Mentioning the martial god Tian, who couldn't help but look at his severed left arm, his eyes filled with deep resentment and fear. Hall master, I heard that the Mahis school has been wiped out. Tian Zhong said cautiously from the side. No matter the martial god Ying Zheng or the king of war, none were to be trifled with. A single misstep could bring catastrophe to the farmer school. I'll just test my sword against that pretty boy Gongzi Wu. I'm not going to kill him. Would the martial god jump out and kill me for that? If that were the case, why would Gongzi Wu be made king of war? He might as well go home and suckle at his mother's breast. Tian, who sneered. In truth, the martial god had cast a long shadow over his heart. Therefore he dared not seek revenge against the martial god. But the grievance of losing his arm, he was unwilling to let go. Bullying the martial god's disciple, the king of war, was the only way he could take revenge. He couldn't beat the martial god, but could he not beat Zhao Wu? Although he had heard that Zhao Wu had instantly killed Gao Jianli, in his view rumors were always exaggerated. Besides, Gao Jianli was just a pretty boy in his eyes. If he went, he could do the same. Tian Zhong, hearing this, was somewhat relieved. As long as it was just a spar and not taking Zhao Wu's life, it wouldn't be a big problem. Days passed one by one. The news that Gongzi Wu, the eldest prince of Great Qin, disciple of the martial god, had been granted the title of king of war spread throughout the world. Not only the nobles of the various schools and the 6 states, but even ordinary people had heard of the king of war. Zhao Wu became famous overnight, known to all under heaven. While the world was discussing the name of the king of war, the instigator Zhao Wu had already moved into the majestic and imposing king of war's mansion. Inside the mansion, Zhao Wu lounged in a grand armchair, lazily basking in the sun. Yan Lingji and Mingzhu sat on either side, serving him, feeding him wine and fruit. Suddenly Zhao Wu turned over. Is this what master calls a salted fish's turn? Yan Lingji's voice was melodious and charming, her white jade-like fingers holding a grape to feed Zhao Wu's mouth. That's because Sister Yen'er has arrived. Mingzhu raised the wine pot with her jade hand, pouring wine with a faint smile. As her words fell, a slender, graceful figure appeared out of nowhere before Zhao Wu. Her delicate face was exquisite, 70% similar to Jing and I, her eyes like autumn water brimming with wisdom. In her hand she carried a sword with a domineering shape and a fierce aura. Tian Yen pays respects to your highness. Congratulations on being titled king of war. Tian Yen knelt on one knee, holding the sword with both hands, and said, I heard from the young master that an ancient divine sword, the Qiyu sword, is sealed in Lulan. I have brought it especially to present to your highness. You are thoughtful, Yen'er. Zhao Wu sat up, reached out, and pulled Tian Yen into his embrace, and with one hand picked up the Qiyu sword, casually waving it. The sword aura was awe-inspiring. Legend says that the Qiyu sword was forged by the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden, from a fallen star possessing infinite power. However, this was not a mythical world. The power of the Qiyu sword was limited. It was roughly on par with Zhao Wu's nether sword, a decent divine weapon. As long as your highness likes it. Tian Yan's pretty face flushed with a tempting rosy hue, a brilliant smile blooming on her face. It was worth the journey to Lulan, traveling day and night. Tian Yan was the daughter of Jing and I, and she had grown up with Zhao Wu as childhood sweethearts. Although she was only 20 years old, her cultivation had reached the heavenly realm, comparable to ancients like Geguzi and Beimingzi. Moreover, Tian Yan was extremely intelligent and unmatched in strategy, deeply favored by Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu's secret intelligence network was managed by Tian Yan. She lived up to expectations, managing it in an orderly manner, even earning the admiration of Mingzhu the Tide, which, besides, they understood. They had joined Zhao Wu halfway. Tian Yan, on the other hand, had been with Zhao Wu since birth, raised together, and received his full cultivation. That bond and trust were unparalleled. The Qiyu sword is good, but it's useless to me. Since you still lack a suitable sword, I'll give it to you. Zhao Wu handed the Qiyu sword to Tian Yan. Thank you, your highness. Tian Yan didn't stand on ceremony, took the Qiyu sword, smiled radiantly, and bent down to plant a firm kiss on Zhao Wu's forehead. Don't be so polite with me. Going all the way to Lulan, it must have been tiring. Zhao Wu pinched the lady's fair and tender cheek, concerned. Not tired. Tian Yan said. Nonsense, you've lost weight here. I'll reward you well later. Your highness. Tianyan lowered her head, her face pink, as clouds, her eyes seemingly able to drip water. 2 days passed in a flash. Tianyan stayed inside the King of War's mansion resting. While Zhao Wu rewarded her, he also didn't forget to guide her in cultivation. She had grown up with Zhao Wu as childhood sweethearts, absorbing much of his wisdom. Coupled with her own innate intelligence, she learned all kinds of knowledge with astonishing speed. Zhao Wu was not stingy, teaching her everything he knew, pouring all his knowledge into her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly the Great Dao golden list hanging high in the sky trembled, emitting thousands of auspicious rays and myriad beams of light, startling countless people. Emperor Ying Zheng, the various schools, and the nobles of the 6 states were overjoyed. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Today was the 1-month deadline. The Divine Sword list on the Great Dao Golden List would refresh and issue rewards for the 2nd time. Many of them had already obtained several famous swords and were just waiting for this reward distribution. At the same time, what was most anticipated was the new list that was about to appear. I wonder what list it will be. In Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng, accompanied by the civil and military officials, gazed at the Great Dao Golden List in the sky, his heart filled with curiosity and boundless expectation. The humming sound resonated. Above the firmament, myriad rays of rosy clouds and thousands of auspicious glows created a magnificent spectacle visible clearly across the entire Great Qin. At the Little Sage Manor, Zhang Liang gripped the Lingshu sword ranked 21st on the Divine Sword list, his wise eyes filled with anticipation. I wonder what the new list will be. As for the Divine Sword list, the rankings would certainly not change much, at most only the rewards and holders might differ. Moreover, Divine Swords ranked beyond the top 10 do not reveal their holders' names. Even if a Divine Sword changed hands, they would hardly know. Therefore, everyone's anticipation for the new list far surpassed that for the Divine Sword list. Of course, everyone remained deeply tempted by the rewards of the Divine Sword list. At the Flow Sand headquarters, Wei Zhuang gazed at the Great Dao Golden List. I wonder what rewards we can obtain this time. If only the new list were the Combat Power list. With his cultivation level and strength, setting aside those ancient Heavenly Man Realm Masters and the newly emerged Martial God, he would surely rank in the top 10. And judging from the rewards of the Divine Sword list, the top 10 rewards were significantly richer than the rest. Yinyang School. Donghuang Tai, draped in a black robe and wearing a black mask, appeared utterly mysterious. With deep-set eyes, he gazed at the Great Dao Golden List. I hope it is the cultivation level list. If it is the cultivation level list, even counting the Martial God based on my cultivation, I can at least enter the top 5 and even compete for 2nd or 3rd. Perhaps I might have the chance to obtain a 3-revolution creation pill, or even a priceless treasure like the Dragon Essence, and then break through to land Immortal in one go. Donghuang Tai's heart was filled with anticipation. Now he had abandoned any thought of contending with the Martial God. In the world, the only ones whose cultivation could match his were the 2 ancient relics Beimingzi and Geguzi, but it was hard to say who was stronger. They had never truly fought in a great battle. In Xianyang at the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng, clad in a black dragon robe, pressed one hand on the Tianwen sword, and stared intently at the Great Dao Golden List. I wonder what rewards this time will bring. Will there again be a treasure like the elixir of immortality? Ying Zheng speculated silently. Although he already possessed the dog talisman which granted him immortality and eternal youth, the dog talisman was ultimately an external object in his eyes. He still desired the elixir of immortality. The Divine Sword list is entirely the Martial God's domain. If there were a general list, I might even claim first place for fun. Tungu Marquis Wang Ben, with burning eyes, gazed at the Great Dao Golden List and indulged in wishful thinking. In truth, among the civil and military officials present, Wang Ben was not the only one with such thoughts. All others felt the same. The military generals wished for a general list. The civil officials hoped for a civil official list. In any case, everyone wished the Great Dao Golden List would rank a list of their greatest expertise, so that they could also be listed and obtain rewards. Suddenly the Great Dao Golden List burst forth with endless radiance. Everyone's spirits lifted knowing that the Divine Sword list was about to refresh. Indeed, the Divine Sword list seemed to surge with infinite sword energy. Across the world, swords clanged and hummed, as if eager to break free and pay homage to the Sovereign of Swords. The Divine Sword list has refreshed. It seems nothing has changed. No. Look quickly, the top 3 of the Divine Sword list have changed. What is going on? The Divine Dragon Sword and the Peerless Sword have actually disappeared, replaced by the King's Authority Sword and the Chiyu Sword. The King's Authority Sword has taken first place, the Underworld Sword has risen to second, and the Chiyu Sword occupies third. Countless exclamations erupted and all eyes focused on the top 3 of the Divine Sword list. Divine Sword list: First, King's Authority Sword holder, Martial God description. The Sword of Heaven and Earth authority reigns over the world. This is a celestial sword forged by merging the Divine Dragon Sword and the Peerless Sword. Reward: Divine Grade Top-Tier Sword Technique. Slay ghosts and gods, embodying the righteousness of heaven and earth, eternally enduring, not seeking to slay immortals, but to slay ghosts and gods. Second underworld sword holder martial god description: a sword imbued with demonic nature and curse. When drawn it must drink blood. When the underworld emerges heaven and earth darken. Reward: divine grade mid-tier pill. Life-giving creation pill can revive the dead, regenerate flesh and bones, reshape the body pure and spotless, granting an unparalleled form. Third Chiyu sword holder Yen description: forged by the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens from fallen stars for the warrior Chiyo. It contains immense divine power, possesses demonic nature, and can corrupt people into demons. Reward: divine grade mid-tier pill. 7 orifice exquisite pill can forge an exquisite heart with 7 apertures, enhancing wisdom and nature 100-fold, granting a steadfast heart undisturbed and unswayed by external things, immune to all evil. So the martial god melted down the divine dragon sword and the peerless sword to forge a more powerful celestial sword, the king's authority sword. The sword of heaven and earth authority reigns over the world, truly domineering, worthy of the name celestial sword. I am not surprised at all that the martial god forged the king's authority sword. I'm already numb to it. But who is Yen, the third place holder? How dare he forcefully insert himself among the martial god's ranks and take third place? I thought the top 10 of the divine sword list would still be dominated by the martial god, but unexpectedly, there is an anomaly rising suddenly and forcefully inserting. So the top 10 can also be penetrated. You're dreaming. This Chiyu sword is said to be the personal sword of the ancient demon god Chiyo, forged by the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens from fallen stars. Do you think just anyone can insert themselves? So what about the demon god Chiyu? Wasn't he defeated by the Yellow Emperor? If I go find the Yellow Emperor's personal sword, wouldn't I be able to enter the top 2? As the divine sword list refreshed, the world was in an uproar. No one had expected that someone could forcefully insert into the third place under the martial god's overwhelming might. Truly unbelievable. However, the Chiyu sword ranked third indeed had the strength. At the Yinyang school in the Luosheng Hall, Donghuang Tai stared intently at the third-place Chiyu sword on the divine sword list, his eyes flickering with a hint of fervor, because this meant there would be a divine grade reward every month, enough to greatly increase his power. If the Chiyu sword were in the martial god's hands, he would never consider it. But this unknown Yen couldn't possibly be a land immortal, could he? There aren't that many land immortals in the world. Having the martial god, that freak of nature, was already a miracle. He didn't believe there was another land immortal. And as long as it wasn't a land immortal, he had nothing to fear. Lord Donghuang, I am willing to go at that time and retrieve the Chiyu sword for you. Xinghuan's sinister and enchanting eyes carried arrogance and confidence. Last time he encountered the martial god, he was thoroughly crushed before even making a move, and the entire Yinyang school's experts, without even showing their heads, retreated in disgrace. He held a burning fire in his heart. This time he would vent his anger on Yen. Donghuang Tai nodded slightly. After the new list comes out, we will jointly divine Yan's whereabouts. Then you will lead Grand Destiny and Lesser Destiny to go and retrieve the Chiyu sword at all costs. Rest assured, Lord Donghuang, as long as I know the whereabouts of the Chiyu sword, I will surely bring it back. Xinghuan said with a cupped fist, salute, his voice filled with unparalleled confidence. While Xinghuan and Donghuang Tai were conversing, the divine sword list had finished refreshing. Immediately after, beside the divine sword list, endless rosy clouds interwove and condensed into a huge golden scroll. The scroll exuded a surging war intent like golden spears, and iron horses, magnificent and stirring, making people's blood boil with the desire to fight across the world. What is this? When the divine sword list appeared, sword, intense sword to the heavens, dominating the world, and all swords trembled in submission. I seemed to see the desert, solitary smoke, golden spears, iron horses, generals dying in 100 battles, warriors returning after 10 years. Could it be the general list? I have been on the battlefield, this is exactly the feeling. 9 out of 10, it's the general list. The general list. In Kuaiji Jiangdong, Xiangyu, who had experienced battlefield warfare since childhood, trembled suddenly. Holding the overlord spear, his battle-intense sword to the sky, he would never mistake this familiar feeling. This list was definitely related to the battlefield. 9 out of 10, it was the general list. Who else but me deserves the top of the general list? Pointing the overlord spear to the sky, Xiang Yu's aura surged, full of vigor and high spirits, his tiger-like eyes fixed intently on the newly formed list in the heavens. Not only Xiang Yu but also military generals like Meng Tian, Wang Li, Wang Ben, Wang Jian, Li Xian, Neishi Ting, Ji Bu, Ying Bu, and Long Zhu all became excited, their blood stirring within their chests. Under the burning gazes of all of them, the newly appeared list slowly unfurled. At the moment of unfurling, 3 large characters, bold and vigorous, with iron strokes and silver hooks, majestic in momentum, came into everyone's sight. Legion list. Xianyang, Wu Wang Mansion. Zhao Wu reclined on a grand armchair, leisurely gazing at the Great Dao golden ranking in the sky. Even though he had obtained the reward from the divine sword ranking, he remained unperturbed by favor or disgrace, calm and composed. Your Highness, this is the 7 orifice exquisite elixir. Yenner presents it to you. Tianyan's graceful body sat on Zhao Wu's lap, her delicate jade-like hands holding a jade bottle, offering it to Zhao Wu. Inside the jade bottle was the reward she had just obtained for third place on the divine sword ranking, the 7-orifice exquisite elixir. Zhao Wu reached out to take the jade bottle, opened the lid, and a refreshing mind-clearing fragrance of the elixir wafted out, making one's thoughts become more active. He tilted the bottle downward, and a golden round pill, the size of a dragon's eye, slid into Zhao Wu's palm. He casually tossed the jade bottle aside, picked up the pill, looked at the delicate-faced, soft-boned beauty in his arms, and said, "Yener, open your mouth." Concerning Zhao Wu's words, Tianyan never contradicted. Instinctively, she parted her glossy, rosy, alluring thin lips. The next moment, a round pill was sent by Zhao Wu into her delicate cherry-like mouth. The pill dissolved upon entering her mouth. It turned into a warm current that flowed from her throat into her body. Immediately, Tianyan felt a heat in her chest. It was itchy. It felt as if countless ants were crawling. She knew this was the effect of the 7-orifice exquisite elixir taking effect. Her heart was undergoing a transformation. "Thank you, Your Highness." Tianyan parted her red lips, her breath like orchid. "What is there to thank? This is your reward after all." Zhao Wu reached out to tap her straight, delicate nose, looked at her exquisite, perfect face, and smiled. "You are my little strategist treasure. Besides, the 7-orifice exquisite elixir suits you well." Zhao Wu was not interested in the 7-orifice exquisite elixir. Although the elixir could enhance one's nature and wisdom, it was not suitable for him. Moreover, he had taken similar pills before. The 7-orifice exquisite elixir was of little use to him. Furthermore, he could not stoop to the disgraceful act of taking something from his own woman. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Zhao Wu and Tianyan were speaking, a new ranking condensed in the sky above, with battle intent soaring to the heavens, the clang of weapons and war horses, as if one were in an ancient battlefield. "Yener, what do you think this ranking is?" Zhao Wu wrapped his arm around Tianyan's slender willow-like waist and asked with a smile. "The artistic conception emitted by the ranking is related to its content. The divine sword ranking had sword aura soaring to the heavens. The new ranking is related to the battlefield. It must be either generals or armies." Tianyan gazed at the Great Dao golden ranking and analyzed. "Yener is truly impressive. The army ranking." Zhao Wu watched the ranking in the sky, which was now slowly unfolding, revealing the 3 characters army ranking in bold, flamboyant strokes. "It's just that my army can no longer be hidden." Zhao Wu sighed inwardly, but he did not care too much. With the strength to dominate the world, he had no need to worry. "Congratulations, Your Highness, you will top the ranking again." Tianyan smiled lightly. Having grown up playing with Zhao Wu and managing his intelligence and assassination organization, she had a deep understanding of most of his forces. "It doesn't matter." Zhao Wu was unperturbed by favor or disgrace. Topping the ranking or not meant little to him. But though Zhao Wu could remain calm, the world was in an uproar. Especially the ambitious ones among the 100 schools of thought and the nobles of the 6 states. They were sharpening their swords, ready to claim a spot on the ranking. Yet it turned out to be the army ranking. How could they compete? Now the world was unified under the Qin state. The organized armies of the 6 states had long vanished. Even if some remnants of defeated soldiers barely survived, they could not compare to the Qin army. In other words, this ranking was entirely prepared for Qin. Damn! How can we play? We have no army at all. We've become mere spectators. This golden ranking is unfair. Countless people complained that they had no way to get on the army ranking. For the divine sword ranking, they could at least go and snatch a divine sword. But for this army ranking, could they go and form an army? Even if they formed one, it would be hard to compare with the elite Qin forces. And those capable of forming an army were at most the noble forces of the 6 states. The others could only look on helplessly. At the thought that the Qin army would receive the rewards of the army ranking and greatly increase their strength, the 6 state nobles and 100 schools of thought, who dreamed of overthrowing Qin, were filled with indignation and worry. Army ranking. Damn it, it's actually the army ranking. Xiang Yu's fervent, expectant expression froze instantly, as if his boiling blood had been doused with a bucket of cold water. He had no organized army under his command. The once illustrious Tenglong Soaring Dragon Army, Yinghu Shadow Tiger Army, and Leopard Thunder Leopard Army of the Xiang clan were now reduced to a few stragglers, definitely unable to make the ranking. No, I must rebuild these armies and seize the top spot. After his initial shock, Xiang Yu's eyes once again blazed with boundless fighting spirit. He wanted to restore the glory of the Xiang clan. However, while some rejoiced, others grieved. The anti-Qin forces like the 6 state nobles complained and worried, but for Ying Zheng it was a tremendous surprise. Army ranking. Who in the world can compare with my Great Qin Iron Cavalry? The martial god dominated the divine sword ranking. Now it's finally my turn. My Great Qin Iron Cavalry will surely dominate the army ranking. Ying Zheng was in high spirits. As the emperor who had swept across the 6 states and unified the world, he had been holding back a sense of frustration at the martial god's domination of the ranking. Now it was finally his turn to feel proud. The martial god's cultivation was profound, invincible under heaven, and with many divine swords, he dominated the divine sword ranking. There was nothing he could do. But the army ranking was his domain. No matter how powerful the martial god was, could he become an army alone? Even if the martial god could match a nation single-handedly, he certainly would not meet the requirements of the army ranking. I wonder if the top of the army ranking will offer an elixir of immortality. Ying Zheng's heart filled with anticipation. In his view, the Great Qin Iron Cavalry would surely top the ranking. The first place was already in his pocket. The civil and military officials were equally excited, but the most excited were the military officers. Congratulations, Your Majesty! The Great Qin Iron Cavalry is invincible and sweeps through the world. This time they will surely claim the top spot and exalt the prestige of Great Qin. With the rewards of the army ranking, the strength of the Great Qin Iron Cavalry will surely reach new heights. Long live Great Qin, long live Your Majesty! Ha ha ha, the Great Qin has achieved today thanks to the contributions of all my beloved ministers. Let us work together to build an eternal and indestructible Great Qin Empire. Ying Zheng was in high spirits, laughing heartily. The civil and military officials were also beaming with smiles. Under their expectant gazes, the army ranking fully unfolded, revealing large characters with iron hooks and silver strokes, majestic in momentum. Army ranking 15th, Wolf God Cavalry affiliation, 2-man Shanyu description. This is a king of the grasslands, and the most ferocious wolf on the steppe. Reward heaven grade lower rank, Wolf God Dharma aspect. Can absorb enemy blood, chi killing intent and battle will for cultivation, condensing the Wolf God Dharma aspect. The deeper the cultivation and the more people, the stronger the Wolf God Dharma aspect. If fewer than 1,000 cannot condense the Wolf God Dharma aspect. Wolf God Cavalry Commander Modu reward heaven grade lower rank, Wolf God War Body. Can absorb enemy blood, chi killing intent and battle will for cultivation, condensing the Wolf God War Body, which can merge with the army's Wolf God Dharma aspect, greatly increasing power. Humph, these prairie barbarians actually made it onto the list. Ying Zheng's hand gripping the Tianwan's sword tightened involuntarily, a cold glint flashing in his deep eyes. The wolf tribe beasts are the most detestable. Every year countless tragedies occur at the border. Once these wolf tribe beasts sweep southward, all able-bodied men and the elderly are slaughtered, and children become their food, serving as their rations. And women are the most welcome to them, for they can not only be used for their lust but also be killed and eaten as rations, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the wolf tribe beasts have lived on the grasslands since childhood, excelling at horseback archery, moving like the wind. His Great Qin could only defend, not eliminate them. Thus he spared no expense in mobilizing vast human and material resources to build the Great Wall. Your Majesty, rest assured, the Wolf Tribe Cavalry is merely last place. Our Great Qin Iron Cavalry far surpasses them, and the rewards we obtain will surely be better. Indeed, once our Great Qin Iron Cavalry acquires better rewards and our strength skyrockets, the day of annihilating the Wolf Tribe beasts will be just around the corner. One by one the civil and military officials spoke up. Although somewhat surprised that the Wolf Tribe Cavalry had made the list, they were not worried because the Wolf Tribe Cavalry was merely last place. I have never taken the Wolf Tribe seriously, but if the Wolf Tribe Cavalry is ranked 15th, that means there are 14 other legions in the world that surpass them. Ying Zheng's voice carried authority but also confusion. His Great Qin had 4 elite legions: the Golden Fire Cavalry, led by Meng Tian of the Meng clan, the 100 Battles armor-piercing soldiers led by Wang Li of the Wang clan, the Dragon Tiger Cavalry of his Imperial Guard led by Neishitang, and the Black Iron Armor Army led by Li Xin. This, upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, whether it was Wang Ben Neishitang and other generals or Li Sifeng Qiji and other civil officials, they opened their mouths but did not know how to respond. Now that the realm was unified, aside from Great Qin, only the surrounding barbarian tribes had organized legions, and the Wolf Tribe Cavalry, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was second to none among the surrounding barbarians. Yet now they were only ranked 15th. Excluding Great Qin's 4 elite legions, there were still 10 other legions unknown to them. Could it be? Li Si, Wang Ben and the others suddenly trembled, as if they had thought of something terrifying, their eyes filled with a strange reverence and fear. But they were not certain. Their gazes turned to Ying Zheng. The waters of this world run deep. Beneath the calm river, turbulent waves have long been surging. Ying Zheng ignored their gazes. He looked up at the legion, ranking, his eyes deep and distant, as if piercing through time and space to see the past. In the past, when his younger brother, the Lord of Chang'an Chengjiao, led a rebellion, when Lao Ai revolted, and during the campaigns against the 6 states, an invisible army had appeared. During the Lao Ai rebellion, he had witnessed with his own eyes Lao Ai's retainers and soldiers being sliced across the throat by invisible figures, effortlessly slaughtered without any resistance. From beginning to end, they never saw a single enemy. To this day, Ying Zheng still remembers the boundless terror in those people's eyes before they died. Those who witnessed that massacre regarded the assailants as ghost soldiers. Ying Zheng ordered the news to be suppressed. No one dared to mention the matter of ghost soldiers. Afterwards, during the conquest of the 6 states, similar incidents occurred. Otherwise, it would have taken who knows how much time and how many lives for him to unify the world. He had even received news that in recent years a mysterious force had been active along Great Qin's borders, and any barbarian tribes that trespassed were utterly annihilated. This had made Great Qin's borders peaceful, and the people well off in recent years. The local populace even regarded that mysterious force as heavenly soldiers and generals, as divine troops sent by heaven to save them. But what exactly this force was no one had ever seen. Perhaps some had seen it, but those who saw it all became dead men. Are these mysterious forces legions or individuals? Ying Zheng's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts as he stared fixedly at the legion ranking. Wang Ben Li Si and the other civil and military officials said nothing, their minds occupied with unknown thoughts. The prince of Wu's mansion, Zhao Wu, reclined in a master's chair gazing at the wolf god cavalry on the legion ranking and said, "The arrangements are nearly complete now. Your Highness plans to move against the wolf tribe?" Tianyan asked. "Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. These wolf tribe beasts have incurred blood debts that must now be settled." Zhao Wu spoke softly, his voice calm and gentle, but Tianyan seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushing toward her. Rivers of blood, fields white with bones. Yet Tianyan felt no pity, only excitement. As the overseer of Zhao Wu's intelligence and assassination network, she was well aware of the brutality the wolf tribe beasts inflicted on the people of Qin. She had never shown mercy to foreign tribes. In these years, the wolf tribesmen who had died by her hand numbered no less than 8,000 if not 10,000. Her name was Tianyan. Her code name was Yen, the Yen of Yama, the king of hell. Zhao Wu was the king of hell. If the king of hell decrees you die at the 3rd watch, who dares keep you until the 5th? The king of hell was the martial god. He was also the god of death. It could be said that Zhao Wu's words had sealed the fate of the wolf tribe, and as Zhao Wu spoke, hundreds of thousands of dazzling rays of light from the legion ranking fell like a sky full of meteors toward the boundless green prairie in the north. That was the ancestral court of the wolf tribe. 300,000 wolf god cavalry were gathered there, led by a robust young man with a defiant, sharp gaze. He was Modu, son of the great Chanyu, two-man of the wolf tribe. The next moment, countless golden rays descended, merging into every wolf tribe cavalryman. Thus, a heaven-grade lower-tier cultivation method, the wolf god dharma aspect, instantly appeared in their minds. For an individual, the wolf god dharma aspect had little power, even inferior to earth-grade techniques. For it was meant for the legion. Only by gathering the legion and condensing the wolf god dharma aspect could the true power of a heaven-grade technique be unleashed. Nevertheless, the wolf god dharma aspect was enough to excite these savage and ferocious wolf tribe soldiers, who cheered and shouted, "Thank the wolf god! Thank the great wolf god!" At the same time, Modu also received a heaven-grade lower-tier technique, the wolf god war body. Once cultivated to completion, it would allow him to transform into the wolf god, with the power to shatter mountains and split rocks with every move, possessing infinite might. But the most formidable aspect was its coordination with the legion practicing the wolf god dharma aspect. Once he activated the wolf god war body and merged with the legion's wolf god dharma aspect, he could borrow the power of the entire legion. Destroying a city with a single strike would no longer be a dream. Feeling the might of the wolf god war body, Modu became ecstatic. He looked at the cheering wolf god cavalry and roared, "Warriors of the wolf tribe, this is the power bestowed upon us by the great wolf god. The great wolf tribe is destined to become the hunters at the top of the food chain on this grassland. No, in this world. To become the nobles with the power of life and death, the masters of this world. Not only this grassland, but our great wolf tribe will also conquer more of the Qin people. Everything of the Qin. All the women, livestock, silk, gold, and silver will become your property to dispose of as you wish. Whether you want to sell them, give them away, or kill them outright. That is entirely your freedom. No one can interfere. You can do whatever you want with them. As long as you train hard and comprehend the supreme technique granted by the wolf god, you will possess thousands of livestock and slaves in the future. Those tender and charming Qin women will be so numerous that you won't be able to sleep with even 10 different ones each night. Woo, woo, woo. Long live the wolf god. Long live the wolf tribe." Countless wolf tribe cavalrymen's blood boiled, erupting into deafening wolf howls. Their eyes shone with a green light, revealing boundless fervor and greed, as if they could already see endless wealth and countless women beckoning to them. They could hardly wait to raise their scimitars and charge into Qin. Now all warriors of the wolf tribe, train hard. The moment you succeed in your cultivation will be the moment we invade Qin. At that time you can burn, kill, and plunder, doing whatever you please. Seize their wealth, their cattle, their women, and turn them into slaves. Long live the wolf god. Long live the wolf tribe. Modu raised his scimitar and roared hoarsely, instantly stirring the emotions of all the wolf tribe. Long live the wolf god. Long live the wolf tribe. All the wolf tribe cavalry erupted with unprecedented passion, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty cruelty full of drive. Modu nodded with satisfaction. This time I will see what ghosts and monsters lurk at the border. Cold light surged in Modu's eyes. Once the army succeeded in cultivating the wolf god Dharma aspect, he would go and confront those who had secretly killed his wolf tribe warriors. Of course, he also knew that if they could gain benefits, the Qin army would surely gain even greater ones. But so what? Even if Qin was strong, its army was on the defensive and could not station elite troops everywhere. As long as they avoided Great Qin's elite forces relying on the wolf god Dharma aspect granted by the Dao Golden ranking, he was confident they could quickly breach the city's, loot everything, and then swiftly withdraw. By the time the Qin elite army arrived, they would have already fled far away. Previously, he had been somewhat wary of the mysterious force lurking in the shadows. But now he was not afraid. If the mysterious force in the shadows were truly powerful, why would they act in secret? They would have destroyed them long ago. Therefore he speculated that the other side might have some strange techniques and methods, but their strength was definitely not great. Once the wolf god Dharma aspect was unleashed, no matter what ghosts and monsters or bizarre arts they had, he could break them with brute force. Little did he know that Zhao Wu had not destroyed them earlier, not merely to defeat them, but to completely wipe out their entire race. Moreover, before he had indeed lacked sufficient manpower. But now, just as Modu was in high spirits, brand new characters condensed one by one on the Dao Golden Rankings Legion, ranking instantly capturing the attention of countless people. In the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng stared intently at the Legion ranking. But when he saw the latest ranking on it, his whole body jolted and he stood frozen in place. Legion ranking 14th place, Black Iron Armor Army Affiliation, First Emperor description, one of the 4 major military branches of the Great Qin Empire clad in iron armor and iron face masks. It is the most conventional force, primarily tasked with patrolling, support, and defense. It is numerous and spread throughout Great Qin. Reward: each soldier of the Legion receives 1 body tempering pill, which can remove old injuries and hidden ailments and increase strength by 100 gene. Commander of the Black Iron Armor Army Li Xin is rewarded with a heaven grade lower tier pill, the Golden Body Jade Bone Pill, which can grant a golden body and jade bone strength of 10,000 gene, invulnerability to weapons, remove hidden injuries and ailments, improve innate talent and bone structure, and allow body cultivation techniques to progress 1,000 miles in a day. My Black Iron Armored Army is ranked 14th. How could it be? Ying Zheng's gaze was vacant, his expression one of disbelief. At the same time, a vague sense of foreboding crept into his heart. The Black Iron Armored Army is ranked 14th. Could it be that the other 3 elite forces of Great Qin are also not even in the top 10? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Golden Fire Cavalry is invincible in attack. The 100 battle armor piercing soldiers, as their name suggests, are unstoppable. They will surely make it into the top 10. A storm raged in Ying Zheng's heart. His majestic gaze was fixed intently on the Legion ranking. The civil and military officials were all terrified, not daring to move or make a sound lest they incur the thunderous wrath of His Majesty. Just moments ago they had been elated, believing that the Great Qin cavalry would dominate the ranking, but in the blink of an eye they were proven wrong. Although it was only one army. But often one can infer the whole from a single clue. They could only pray that the most formidable Golden Fire Cavalry and 100 battle armor piercing soldiers would enter the top 10 or even claim the top 2 spots. In fact, it was not only Ying Zheng and the officials of Great Qin who were astonished. At Kuaiji in Jiangdong, the ancestral home of the Xiang clan, Xiang Yu holding the Overlord spear sneered as he looked at the Legion ranking. I never expected that the Black Iron Armored Army of Great Qin would not even make it into the top 10. It seems that after unifying the realm they have lost their fighting spirit. Truly worthless. The Black Iron Armored Army is still quite capable and they have a large number of troops. I didn't think they would fail to enter the top 10. It seems the waters of this world run deep. Xiang Liang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, his gaze intense. Apart from the 3 remaining elite forces of Great Qin, that means there are still 10 legions in the world stronger than the Black Iron Armored Army. Where else in the world are there 10 legions? Could they be from foreign tribes? But the Wolf God Cavalry of the foreign tribes is only ranked 15th. The others are not even qualified to be on the list. Xiang Yu asked in confusion. The Great Dao Golden list cannot be wrong. For example, the martial god on the Divine Sword ranking. Before the Great Dao Golden list was revealed, who knew there was such a peerless expert as the martial god in the world? Xiang Liang said, Martial god. One day I will become a war god and slay him with my spear. Xiang Yu shook his spear, his fighting spirit soaring, showing no regard for the martial god. You are born with divine strength and possess the appearance of a sage with double pupils. In the future you will surely become a hegemon of the world. Xiang Liang warned earnestly. But you are still young now. It's fine to have ambition, but keep it in your heart. There's no need to speak it out loud unless one day you truly possess the strength of the martial god. I will definitely surpass the martial god, and that day is not far off. Xiang Yu gripped the Overlord spear tightly. his face clearly displaying two words: defiance. Xiang Liang also knew Xiang Yu's temperament. Changing it would be too difficult. In fact, if Xiang Yu's arrogant personality were to change, he would no longer be the overlord Xiang Yu. Xiang Liang stopped dwelling on this issue and changed the subject. If we can find the 10 legions outside of Great Qin, and cooperate with them, overthrowing the tyrannical Qin will be within reach. Uncle, cooperation also requires strength. Our urgent task is to rebuild the Soaring Dragon Legion, Shadow Tiger Legion, and Thunder Leopard Legion to dominate the legion ranking. Once the legions are formed, why rely on others? I can lead them to invade Xianying and cut off Ying Zheng's dog head. Xiang Yu said proudly. Yuer is right. Our most important task at present is indeed to rebuild the Xiang clan's legions. Xiang Liang nodded. Although Xiang Yu's words were a bit arrogant, they hit the mark. Without strength, even if they found other legions, they would not be qualified to cooperate with others. At the small sage village of the Confucian school, Zhang Liang looked at the sky, his intelligent eyes brightening. I never expected there to be so many powerful legions in the world. If I can persuade a few of them, I might shake the foundation of Qin. Once Qin falls into chaos, the hidden anti-Qin forces across the world will rise up. Then I can snatch the chestnuts from the fire, and the restoration of Han will be promising. Zhang Liang's thoughts were racing. If Xiang Yu's mind was filled with brute force, then Zhang Liang was the exact opposite. Zhang Liang thought about how to use leverage, combine alliances, and employ strategy. After all, when strength is insufficient, wisdom must compensate. Just as Zhang Liang's heart was stirring, the Legion ranking updated again. Legion ranking 13th, Dragon Tiger Cavalry affiliation, 1st Emperor description. One of the 4 major military branches of the Great Qin Empire, Ying Zheng's personal guard, known for strict discipline, and being as fierce as dragons and tigers. Reward: each member of the Legion receives 1 Dragon Tiger pill, which can eliminate old injuries and hidden ailments and increase strength by 1,000 gene. Neishi Tong, commander of the Dragon Tiger Cavalry, is rewarded with a heaven-grade low-rank pill, the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, which enables one to attain the Dragon Tiger Golden Body, granting strength of 50,000 gene, the ability to tear apart tigers and leopards with bare hands, invulnerability to swords and spears, removal of hidden injuries, improvement of talent and bone structure, and rapid progress in body refining techniques. Of the 4 elite legions of Great Qin, 2 are not even in the top 10. Zhang Liang was stunned then, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Ying Zheng must be furious by now. In the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng's face darkened further. Rustle. Rustle. At that moment, all the civil and military officials, all the guards and eunuchs in the Zhongtai Palace, their faces filled with panic, knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm your anger and take care of your dragon body. Your Majesty, please calm your anger and take care of your dragon body. Your Majesty, please calm your anger and take care of your dragon body. At this moment, the civil and military officials were trembling with fear and panic. The vast Great Qin, which had swallowed the 6 directions and swept the 8 wildernesses, now had 2 of its 4 elite legions ranked outside the top 10. Even the remaining 2 elites might not necessarily make it into the top 10. How could Ying Zheng, who claimed to have virtue equal to the 3 sovereigns and achievements surpassing the 5 emperors, and styled himself the 1st emperor, bear this humiliation? In particular, Neishi Tong, the commander of the Dragon Tiger Cavalry, was trembling, his sweat soaking his collar, and he fearfully begged for forgiveness. Your servant is incompetent, your servant is guilty. Please punish me, your Majesty. At this moment, Neishi Tong felt no joy at receiving the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Ying Zheng said nothing, silently gazing at the Legion ranking. But every civil and military official prostrating on the ground could sense the immense rage hidden beneath that calm exterior. They secretly raised their heads and looked at the Legion ranking. Let it not be the Golden Fire Cavalry and the 100 battle armor-piercing soldiers. Not the Golden Fire Cavalry and the 100 battle armor-piercing soldiers. Not. The officials prayed incessantly in their hearts, especially Wang Ben and Meng Yi, who were drenched in cold sweat. However, the more one fears something, the more it tends to happen. When they saw the latest update of the Legion ranking, all the officials present nearly fainted from shock. How could this be? How could it be like this? Legion ranking 1200 battle armor-piercing soldiers affiliation, 1st Emperor description. The army most trusted by Ying Zheng, directly under the command of military strategist Wang Li. They are the elite of the elite among the Qin army, renowned for the saying, 100 battles armor-piercing, invincible. The 100 battle armor-piercing soldiers wear tiger-like masks and silver armor with strict discipline. All soldiers are equipped with the overbearing mechanism arts of the Gongshu family, especially the newly developed repeating crossbows, excelling in ranged attacks. Reward: heaven-grade low-rank war god avatar, which can absorb battle intent and killing aura to cultivate and condense a war god avatar, making one invincible in battle and unstoppable in attack. Each soldier of the Legion receives 1 body refining pill, which can eliminate old injuries and hidden ailments and increase strength by 100 gene. Wang Li, commander of the 100 battle armor-piercing soldiers, is rewarded with a heaven-grade low-rank war god physique, which can absorb battle intent and killing aura to condense a war god physique. The stronger the battle intent, the stronger the combat power. He is also rewarded with a heaven-grade low-rank pill, the Golden Body Jade Bone Pill. 11th Golden Fire Cavalry Affiliation 1st Emperor Description, the most elite force of the Great Qin Empire, also the core combat power of the Qin state. It is the direct guard of the Meng clan, uniformly clad in red armor, renowned for its quality and swift action, well-equipped and skilled in fire attacks. Reward heaven-grade low-rank war god avatar, and each soldier of the Legion receives 1 dragon tiger pill. Meng Tian, commander of the Golden Fire Cavalry, is rewarded with a heaven-grade low-rank war god physique, and a heaven-grade low-rank pill, the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Heavens, how is this possible? The 4 elite legions of Great Qin didn't even make the top 10. What is going on? Are the top 10 legions heavenly soldiers? This is going to change everything. If the 4 elite legions of Qin didn't enter the top 10, how can they suppress the world? Those forces and ambitious individuals who seek to restore their kingdoms will surely recruit or cooperate with the top 10 legions. Great chaos is coming. I really wonder what kind of legion can surpass the Golden Fire Cavalry and the battle-worn armor-piercing soldiers. How exciting! Ha 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 ha, the tyrant Ying Zheng's 4 elite legions didn't even make the top 10. I really want to see his expression right now. It must be quite amusing. I wonder what rewards the top 10 legions will get. Even the legions outside the top 10 receive rewards that make people envious. How exciting! Indeed, the 4 legions of Great Qin didn't make the top 10, but the rewards they received are enough to increase their overall strength by more than 10 times. This is truly terrifying. Legions without rewards simply cannot defeat those that have received rewards. Correct? Not to mention the pills that can increase strength. Just the appearance of the war god's avatar alone is enough to crush other legions. As soon as the battle-worn armor-piercing soldiers and the Golden Fire Cavalry appeared, the entire world was stirred. These 2 elite legions that once swept through the 6 kingdoms for the Great Qin Empire actually didn't make the top 10, which no one had expected. Confucian School. Little Sage Manor. Xuanzi paused his hand that was stroking his gray beard, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Interesting, not a single elite legion of Great Qin made the top 10. The world is sure to be stirred. I wonder where the top 10 legions are from and who owns them. If we can persuade 1 or 2 to oppose Qin, then great things can be expected. Zhang Liang stared at the legion, ranking excited and full of anticipation. Uncle Master, I have racked my brains, but cannot think of 10 legions in the world stronger than the Golden Fire Cavalry. Where exactly are these top 10 legions from? The Confucian school leader Fu Nian cupped his hands and asked. He was knowledgeable and experienced, but at this moment he had no clue. Xuanzi shook his head, his voice ethereal. Your question, I'm afraid, is known only to the Great Dao Golden List and those who own the top 10 legions. I truly wonder how powerful the top 10 legions are that they can suppress the Golden Fire Cavalry. Fu Nian sighed in admiration. Xuanzi did not speak. Not only Fu Nian, but even he and countless people in the world were curious about this question, including Ying Zheng. In the Zhangtai Palace, the civil and military officials prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Ying Zheng pressed on the Tianwen sword, looking at the legion ranking in the sky. His eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, I never imagined that after Great Qin united the 6 kingdoms there would still be so many powerful legions hidden in the world. His voice was soft but filled with supreme authority, suffocating. Please calm your anger, Your Majesty. Your minister is guilty. Please calm your anger, Your Majesty. Your minister is guilty. Please calm your anger, Your Majesty. Your minister is guilty. The civil and military officials trembled, especially Wang Ben and Meng Yi. The battle-worn armor-piercing soldiers and the Golden Fire Cavalry, led by their families, had brought shame to the Great Qin Empire and to the first emperor. In fact, after the appearance of the black iron armored soldiers and the Dragon Tiger Cavalry, they had little hope of dominating the top spot. But they never expected that not only the top spot, but even the top 10 they did not enter. I want to see what kind of legions are in the top 10. Could they be heavenly soldiers and generals? Ying Zheng squinted, staring at the legion ranking. Countless lights flickered on the ranking, and under the tense and expectant gazes of Ying Zheng and everyone, they condensed into a red cross symbol. What is this? Could it be a legion emblem? Is this the treatment for the top 10? They even have a pattern. Indeed, the top 10 are the true sons of the Great Dao Golden List. Seeing an unprecedented pattern condensed on the legion ranking, the world was in an uproar. Does this symbol represent a legion? Why have I never seen or heard of it? Is it really hidden so deeply? Ying Zheng's gaze was deep, and he pondered silently. Or perhaps these legions are not within the territory of the Great Qin Empire. Just as Ying Zheng was pondering and the world was in turmoil, the legion ranking finally updated. It was truly. After 1,000 calls, it came forth, still half hidden behind the pipa. Legion ranking 10th Divine Physician, Benevolent Soldiers Owner, Martial God Description. This is a benevolent army, focused on medical arts, capable of curing all diseases, eliminating all pains, and healing all injuries. Reward Heaven Grade Mid-ranking, Shinnong's Herbal Classic, containing detailed explanations of all medicinal herbs and ailments in the world. One who obtains it can become a Divine Physician. The commander of the Divine Physician, Benevolent Soldiers Divine Physician, is rewarded with Heaven Grade Mid-ranking, Shinnong's Herbal Classic, and a heaven-grade mid-ranking 10,000 medicine golden pill. Consuming it grants the 10,000 medicine body immunity to all poisons and blood that can cure all toxins. My heavens! It's actually Martial God's Legion. Damn! Could Martial God dominate the list like the Divine Sword ranking? I think it's very likely. Isn't the Divine Sword in Martial God's hand one we've never heard of? It's not impossible that 10 legions we don't know about appear this time. Hey, that's not right. This medical-focused legion actually surpasses the 4 elite legions of Great Qin, such as the Golden Fire Cavalry and the battle-worn armor-piercing soldiers. How is that possible? How is it impossible? The Divine Physician benevolent soldiers can save people so naturally they can also kill people. Didn't you read the description? Being able to cure all diseases, eliminate all pains, and heal all injuries. What kind of medical skill is that? If used to kill, wouldn't it be simple? Indeed, a little bit of deadly poison could kill a 1,000,000-strong army. If it were someone else's poison that could kill a 1,000,000-strong army, I would definitely not believe it, but for the Divine Physician benevolent soldiers I have no doubt. Correct. The Great Dao Golden List is supremely fair and just unlike many people who just boast. The Divine Physician benevolent soldiers ranking 10th must have corresponding strength. I wonder who the Divine Physician is. Could it be someone from the medical school? While the world was in an uproar, Ying Zheng's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. It's actually Martial God's Legion, and a legion with extraordinary medical skills. Who exactly is this Martial God? Could it be that the top 10 are all his legions? Ying Zheng was secretly horrified. If the top 10 were all Martial God's legions, there must be combat legions among them. Could Martial God be planning a rebellion? No, that's not right. If the top 10 were all Martial God's legions plus his own strength, the Great Qin Empire would be no match. It seems I need to find an opportunity to ask Wu about this Martial God. Ying Zheng thought to himself. Your Majesty, Martial God is a being like an immortal, and the Divine Physician benevolent soldiers are clearly not an ordinary legion. It is reasonable that they can surpass the Empire's Golden Fire Cavalry. Feng Qiji spoke up. This was also his way of giving Ying Zheng a way out. Martial God is a god. A god's legion is not comparable to mortals. Losing to a god's legion is a glorious defeat, not shameful. Ying Zheng nodded slightly and said nothing. The civil and military officials breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all, Martial God is not an enemy of the Empire. Moreover, he is the martial prince's teacher, saved Xia Yufeng's life, and has shown kindness to Ying Zheng. More importantly, Martial God is a figure like an immortal. Thus Ying Zheng could accept it. Little Sage Manor, Scripture Repository. It's actually Martial God, and a medical legion actually surpasses the 4 elite armies of Qin. Zhang Liang was dumbfounded. If the top 10 were all Martial God's legions, then his plan to persuade them to oppose Qin could be declared dead on arrival. Impossible. Although Martial God is powerful, he cannot have 10 legions. Being able to cultivate this Divine Physician benevolent soldiers through special methods is already extraordinary. It's impossible to cultivate 10 in a row. Zhang Liang stared intently at the legion ranking, firmly remembering the name of Martial God. I never expected the 10th place on the legion ranking to be such a legion, and it's Martial God's Legion. Xuanzi Funyan and Yen Lu sighed in admiration. This legion ranking is truly unexpected. Could the top 10 be Martial God's legions? This question arose in everyone's mind. They all stared at the legion ranking, their gazes fixed. Finally, the legion ranking updated again. A long-handled broadsword pattern condensed into form. Even separated by tens of thousands of meters, they could still feel the sword's dominance and tyranny. Its terrifying sharpness seemed as if it would split them in two. Legion ranking 9th, Divine Strength Broadsword Soldiers Owner Martial God Description. This is a legion with divine strength wielding broadswords. With one strike, both man and horse are dismembered. They can fight 1,000 alone and are invincible. Reward: each soldier receives 1 Dragon Tiger Pill, a heaven-grade mid-ranking, Divine Sword Avatar, which can condense and absorb battle intent, killing intent, and blood energy to form a Divine Sword Avatar. With one strike it can split mountains and cut off rivers. The commander of the Divine Strength Broadsword Soldiers 100 battles without injury is rewarded with a heaven-grade mid-ranking, Mysterious Steel Dominant Body, and a bottle of heaven-grade mid-ranking Mysterious Steel Dominant Body pills. Consuming them grants the Mysterious Steel Dominant Body with a body like Mysterious Steel, impervious to blades and spears, immune to water and fire, with copper skin and iron bones, and no injury from 100 battles. My heavens, it really is the War God's Legion. Has the War God not only dominated the Divine Sword list, but now intends to seize the Legion list as well? Can anyone else even survive? What are you howling about? Even without the War God, could you have made it onto the list? Isn't the most tragic one His Majesty the First Emperor? Indeed, the Golden Fire Cavalry and the 100 battle armor soldiers swept through the 6 kingdoms, their fame resounding, yet they failed to enter the top 10. The gap? It's unimaginable. Before the Legion list was revealed, everyone, including His Majesty the First Emperor, must have believed that the Golden Fire Cavalry and the 100 battle armor soldiers would dominate the top spot. Who could have guessed that the war god would once again emerge from obscurity, not even sparing the legion list? He's simply inhuman. You're right. The war god truly isn't human. He is a god. The divine might broadsword soldiers. One swing cleaves both man and horse in two. They can defeat 1,000 with one, and their charge is unstoppable. It's utterly terrifying. Just looking at that massive blade sends chills down one's spine. Can they truly defeat 1,000 with one? Even a grandmaster would find that difficult, right? The power of a fully organized army cannot be compared to individual strength. Besides, didn't they say they possess divine strength? True. I would love to witness the might of the divine might broadsword soldiers. If I could behold their glory even once, I would die without regret. The emergence of the divine might broadsword soldiers stirred the entire world. When it came to legions, what everyone anticipated was naturally their combat prowess. Though the immortal physician benevolent soldiers were formidable, the masses had no intuitive sense of their power, still thinking of them as merely healers. But the divine might broadsword soldiers, defeating 1,000 with one cleaving man and horse with a single stroke. The very thought set blood boiling. At the Confucian lesser sage manner, Zhang Liang stared at the legion list. Does such a powerful legion truly exist in this world? Could they all be composed of grandmaster martial artists? Fu Nian, with a profound gaze, looked at the iconic broadsword of the divine might broadsword soldiers and said, "Look at that long-handled broadsword. It must weigh over 100 jin. Only someone born with divine strength could wield it. Even a grandmaster martial artist would find it extremely difficult to use such a blade. Grandmaster martial artists possess formidable true qi, and with sufficient qi they could indeed swing such a sword, but they could not sustain it for long. To use such a heavy weapon in battle, one must be born with divine strength. Those born with divine strength are 1 in 10,000. Forming an entire legion is utterly impossible." Zhang Liang shook his head. The only ones born with divine strength he knew of were the former 100 ghost Wushuang and the Mahist leader De Tiechue. Yan Lu said, "Actually, it doesn't necessarily require being born with it. Body-tempering martial artists are also immensely strong. Moreover, seeing the commander of the divine might broadsword soldiers, by Zhan Wushang, reminded me of someone." Zhang Liang said, "Second senior brother, you mean Dian Qing of the armor-clad sect?" Dian Qing hailed from the armor-clad sect in Daliang, the capital of Wei. He was exceptionally tall and burly, able to temper his body into a shield and armor impervious to blades and spears. His external hard qigong earned him the title, Bronze Head Iron Arms, invincible in 100 battles. Yan Lu nodded. "Indeed," Zhang Liang said, "but body tempering is more arduous and painful than qi cultivation. Those who achieve any success are few and far between. To form an army." Zhang Liang did not finish, but everyone understood his meaning. Forming such a legion of body-tempering martial artists was far too difficult. Not only did body tempering consume enormous resources, but not everyone could succeed. It required a certain talent, and above all an indomitable will and perseverance. Such people were 1 in 10,000. Even Ying Zheng, who had unified the 6 kingdoms, could not have formed such a legion. Otherwise he would have done so long ago. Yan Lu said, "It might be difficult for others, but the war god is no ordinary mortal. If he possesses powerful body-tempering techniques and enough miraculous elixirs, it is not impossible. Just like the Dragon Tiger pill, recently rewarded by the Legion list, one pill can grant 1,000 jin of strength. With enough similar pills, forming the divine might broadsword soldiers would no longer be difficult." Zhang Liang nodded slightly, his gaze distant. "Such pills are rare and hard to come by. Only the Great Dao Golden List can effortlessly produce countless numbers. Who is the war god really? Is he truly a god?" Achoo! In the martial prince's mansion, Zhao Wu, who was lying on a wicker chair basking in the sun, suddenly sneezed. "Could Ronger be thinking of me?" Mingzhu rolled her eyes and said, "I think your highness is the one missing Ronger. Are we not enough for you, your highness?" Mingzhu, the enchantress of the tide, wore black lace, her curves explosive, her figure voluptuous, with long narrow eyes, an enchanting temperament, and a naturally alluring bone structure. "Your highness must think we are old and fading." Yan Lingji parted her red lips, her voice ethereal like a spring brook flowing gently in one's heart. Her burning red robe, graceful figure, and seductive charm were intoxicating. What a bewitching vixen. Zhao Wu reached out and pulled Mingzhu and Yan Lingji close, saying, "Aunt Mingzhu, Aunt Yan Lingji, I don't want to work hard anymore." Mingzhu was taken aback, then lifted Zhao Wu's chin with her jade hand, her tone teasing, her gaze fierce and domineering, exuding the air of a harem queen. In that moment her aura transformed entirely, becoming dignified and noble. "Very well, serve me well, and I shall grant you whatever you desire." Ahem. Tianyan coughed, her face slightly flushed. She could only think, "You two really know how to have fun." Zhao Wu nuzzled his head into the embrace of the great shark-like enchantress of the tide, then rested it on Yan Lingji's lap. He turned over and continued basking in the sun. The life of a slacker was so delightfully simple. As for the Legion list, Zhao Wu paid it no heed. Supremacy was such a lonely affair. At the Mirror Lake Medical Manor, the headquarters of the medical school among the 100 schools of thought, it was a place of tranquility and peace far from conflict, with no ambitious schemers, no conspirators, no martial feuds, and no flames of war. Only physicians with a heart of benevolence resided here. Surrounding Mirror Lake mountain ranges stretched endlessly. The soil here was well suited for growing medicinal herbs, which was precisely why the medical school had chosen this location. At this moment, on a steep cliff, a young herb-gathering girl was carrying a bamboo basket on her back. The girl had long glossy black hair tied into a high ponytail with side bangs brushing her shoulders. She wore a headband of mixed purple and white, and her bangs fluttered lightly in the breeze. Her eyebrows were long and slender. Her deep purple eyes were clear, serene, and elegant. With a gentle blink, they seemed like the most translucent and brilliant gems in the world. She was simply dressed, plain, elegant, and concise. A navy blue tube top dress, a short-sleeved outer garment, in a blend of grayish blue and milky white blue-violet ribbons wrapped around her wrists, revealing her fair lotus root-like arms. Finally, the girl stood gracefully against the wind, wearing a pair of milky white mid-calf boots. Her temperament was simple, rustic, and fresh, entirely different from the allure of the enchantress of the Tide Mingzhu, or the seduction of Yan Lingji, offering a unique pastoral charm. She was ethereally beautiful, cold as frost. But at this moment, holding the Shin Nong's herbal classic in her hand, she gazed at the Legion list with her clear bright eyes and smiled faintly. That smile could topple cities and captivate nations, a peerless radiance that made even the surrounding mountains and rivers lose their color. It seems Brother Wu is going to dominate the list again. I heard that Brother Wu is also the Grand Elder Prince of Great Qin and Feft as the Martial Prince. I wonder when Brother Wu will come to see me. The girl murmured, her voice melodious, her eyes filled with tender affection. She was the Ronger Zhao Wu had spoken of. She was also the leader of the 10th-ranked Immortal Physician Benevolent Soldiers on the Legion list, the medical saintess of the medical school Duanmu Rong. In truth, she was a few years older than Zhao Wu. But she liked to call Zhao Wu Brother Wu. Greatness and smallness were not determined by age. For instance, capital, no, it was ability, character, and wisdom. She still remembered 10 years ago. Her master Nian Duan had fallen ill from overwork at death's door, about to leave her forever. And she, as the heir of the medical school, could not save her own master. Heartbroken, grief-stricken, helpless, she watched helplessly as her only family was about to depart. Just then a thunderclap echoed across the sky. Zhao Wu arrived. At just 12 years old, Zhao Wu, accomplished in martial arts, stood tall and graceful, his bearing like that of a deity. He descended from the sky, and with a wave of his hand, he revived Nian Duan, who was at death's door, restoring her to her peak condition. In the eyes of the 18-year-old Duanmu Rong, Zhao Wu was like a hero descending on a rainbow cloud, fulfilling all the fantasies of a maiden with a budding heart. His perfect handsome face, his tall and imposing stature, and his miraculous medical skills, as if endowed with divine power, deeply shook her pure and innocent young heart. She instantly became Zhao Wu's devoted admirer, and her master Nian Duan, moved by Zhao Wu's miraculous healing and life-saving grace, agreed to let Duanmu Rong follow him. Having won over Nian Duan and Duanmu Rong, Zhao Wu gave each of them a horse talisman. The horse talisman was obtained by Zhao Wu through daily sign-ins, one of the 12 talismans from the Jackie Chan Adventure series. Each of the 12 talismans possessed a unique and powerful ability. The horse talisman represented healing and restoration. It could eliminate all abnormal external forces within the body, cure all ailments, remove harmful influences, expel all interference to restore the body to its original state, and even repair shattered objects to their perfect condition, eradicating all pain and injuries. As Zhao Wu accumulated more horse talismans through sign-ins, he established a medical corps, the benevolent physicians, with Nian Duan and Duanmu Rong at its helm. The same applied to the other talismans. The divine Mei soldiers were formed using the ox talisman. The ox, a symbol of strength, granted the bearer immense brute force, greatly enhancing their physical power. Not only did it increase overall strength, but it also made the user's muscles robust and powerful. The effect was even greater for those already strong and sturdy. The divine Mei soldiers were all sturdy men, carefully selected by Zhao Wu, who then consumed body-refining pills obtained through sign-ins. Combined with the power of the ox talisman, their strength was terrifying. The maces they wielded were specially forged by Zhao Wu using steel-making techniques acquired from sign-ins, each weighing 360 jin. With a single swing they could cleave both man and horse in two, unstoppable on the battlefield. At this moment, on the northern border, two figures, a man and a woman, stood on a small hill gazing at the vast boundless green grassland. The combination of these two figures was rather incongruous. The man had graying hair, an exceptionally tall and sturdy build, standing twice the height of an ordinary person with a slight stoop. His right shoulder was protected by armor, and dragon tattoos covered his face and body. A chest plate resembling an ancient beast adorned his torso. He stood there like a small mountain, In his hands, he carried 2 great axes looking like an invincible war god. He was Dian Qing, the leader of the divine Mei soldiers known as Bronze Head Iron Arms, invincible in battle. The woman on the other hand wore a deep V-red tight-fitting outfit with a fiery figure and a ponytail of wine-red hair. She carried a sickle with a rope and a hole over her shoulder looking both stylish and imposing. She was Dian Qing's junior sister, Mei Sanyang, also a master of external martial arts equally impervious to blades and spears. Brother, you've come to the grassland too. It seems the Lord is about to make a move on the steppes. Mei Sanyang looked into the distance, her voice loud and heroic. Dian Qing nodded, his grip on the axes tightening unconsciously. He was filled with the same killing intent towards the brutal wolf tribe who treated humans as mere livestock. Suddenly Mei Sanyang turned her head, her sharp gaze fixed on Dian Qing. I heard that the Lord is the eldest son of the Great Qin, and now he has become the martial king. I know. The Wei kingdom has fallen, and it has nothing to do with me anymore. My life was saved by the Lord and I belong to him for the rest of my days. Moreover, the Lord can bring peace and prosperity to the people. Now that he is the martial king, he can do even more. Dian Qing will follow the Lord to the death and will cleave all obstacles before him. Dian Qing gripped the axes tightly, his voice low, but filled with unwavering determination. I'm glad you understand, brother. Mei Sanyang breathed a sigh of relief, afraid that Dian Qing still harbored loyalty to the Wei kingdom, and held a grudge against Zhao Wu for being the eldest son of Great Qin. Years ago, the king of Wei had caused the death of their master. Mei Sanyang refused to serve the Wei king any longer and wanted Dian Qing to leave with her. But he foolishly remained loyal to the Wei king and joined the war against Qin. In a rage, Mei Sanyang parted ways with Dian Qing and left the Wei kingdom. Just as she was at a loss, Zhao Wu found her and won her over. She became Zhao Wu's woman. Now her whole being bore the mark of Zhao Wu, and she felt no attachment to the Wei kingdom. She didn't care who Zhao Wu was. All she knew was that she belonged to Zhao Wu. Rest assured, sister. I, Dian Qing, am not someone who forgets kindness. Dian Qing said. When the Wei kingdom was defeated, he was captured by Qin soldiers. It was Zhao Wu who rescued him. Since then he had followed Zhao Wu and become the commander of the divine Mei soldiers. Good. Mei Sanyang laughed heartily, her voice brimming with boldness. This time we siblings can fight side by side again. I'll make those wolf bastards know what fear is. Dian Qing nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. As they spoke, the Legion ranking on the sky updated once more. A golden monkey-like pattern materialized, vivid and seemingly ever-changing. Legion ranking 8th place. Metamorphic Beast Soldiers Affiliation, Martial God Description. This is a legion capable of constantly transforming into various animal forms, only animals, nothing else. Reward 1 Dragon Tiger Pill for each member, a Heaven Grade Mid-Rank, 100 Beasts Battle Art, which can be used in any animal form, increasing combat power tenfold. Metamorphic Beast Soldiers Commander Ink Jade Qilin. Reward Heaven Grade Mid-Rank 1000 Faces Art, a Heaven Grade Mid-Rank Metamorphic Pill. Upon consumption, one can attain the metamorphic mystic body with a body as soft as water, capable of transforming into any form. My heavens, I never thought there could be such a legion. Metamorphic beast soldiers, truly incredible. During a siege, they could turn into mosquitoes, flies, or large birds and fly directly into the city. The city would fall without a fight. Damn, who could withstand that? Everyone was stunned and awestruck by the metamorphic beast soldiers. If the divine Mei soldiers were still understandable, then this legion that could transform into various animals was simply insane beyond human resistance. On the northern border, Meng Tian stood before the Golden Fire Cavalry, looking up at the sky and sighing. Your Majesty, it's not that I am incompetent, but the martial god is simply too formidable. The general speaks truly. These divine Mei soldiers and metamorphic beast soldiers are each more monstrous than the other. They are not something mortals can control. They are divine troops. Our Golden Fire Cavalry, though formidable, are still mere mortals. It's no wonder we cannot compare. The Deputy General spoke. After seeing the divine Mei soldiers and the metamorphic beast soldiers, the once defiant Golden Fire Cavalry were now completely convinced and had lost all their arrogance. Because damn it, there was simply no comparison. They were on entirely different levels. In Xianyang at the Zhangtai Palace. Zhang Han, have you heard of the benevolent physician, the invincible in battle, and the ink Jade Qilin? Ying Zheng's deep eyes gazed at the legion ranking, asking indifferently. Zhang Han stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the healer Duan Wurong is known as the benevolent physician, but I am uncertain if she is the same as the commander of the benevolent physician's legion. As for invincible in battle, I have not heard of it. However, there was once a senior disciple of the Wei Kingdom's armor sect, Dian Qing, who practiced external martial arts and was impervious to blades and spears. He was known as Bronze Head Iron Arms, invincible in battle. Later the Wei Kingdom fell and Dian Qing was captured. He was taken away by someone, but the specifics are unknown. As for the ink Jade Qilin, I have heard that the Korean kingdom once had an assassin known as the moon is dark and the wind is cold. Life is taken without a trace. 1,000 transformations are unfathomable. The ink Jade Qilin also hailed as the #1 assassin of Korea. This person is formless and invisible yet can mimic all beings. He is highly skilled in disguise, and can imitate voices and techniques with remarkable accuracy, making him almost undetectable. Ying Zheng hummed lightly, his face expressionless as he looked at the Legion ranking. Under the 12 tassels of his crown, his stern countenance betrayed no emotion. Zhang Han dared not speak further. He stood respectfully to the side. The civil and military officials trembled in fear, their hearts uneasy, not daring to make a sound. In this eerie atmosphere, the Legion ranking updated again. A rabbit-shaped pattern materialized. Seeing this, the thought as swift as a hair came to everyone's mind. 7th place, Lightning Swift Soldiers Affiliation Martial God Description in the martial world. Speed is the ultimate weapon. This is a legion of extraordinary speed, as swift as lightning and as fast as thunder. Reward 1 Dragon Tiger Pill for each member, a heaven-grade mid-rank, 8-step teleportation, allowing teleportation within 8 steps, shifting positions instantly. Lightning Swift Soldiers Commander Iron Lady. Reward heaven-grade mid-rank Storm Blade Art, which unleashes a furious storm-like blade, light, domineering, and sharp with devastating power. Heaven-grade mid-rank Jade Bone Pill. Upon consumption, the body becomes like jade bones, like jade, pure and flawless, impervious to blades and spears, immune to water and fire. After the Lightning Swift Soldiers were announced, a rat-shaped pattern materialized and another line of dazzling large characters appeared on the Legion ranking. 6th place, 100 Beasts Rampage Soldiers Affiliation Martial God Description. This is a legion of steel beasts, composed of various mechanical beasts of different sizes, transformed from lifeless mechanisms into conscious biological steel beast soldiers. They are equipped for land, sea, and air, moving as easily as on flat ground. Reward 1 enhancement, all attributes increased tenfold. 100 Beasts Rampage Soldiers Commander Tide Temptress. Reward heaven-grade mid-rank, beast taming art capable of commanding all beasts. 1 heaven-grade mid-rank beauty pill to enhance charm. Divine Speed Lightning Soldiers, like lightning and light, swift as thunder. Beast Swarm Soldiers, a legion of steel beasts capable of ascending to heaven and descending into the earth as if walking on level ground. How could there be such miraculous legions in the world? This is not the power of mortals. This might be a legion blessed with the divine power of the war god. In the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng, beneath his 12-tassel crown, gazed at the Legion ranking with profound and majestic eyes, his heart shaken beyond words. At this moment, he thought of the dog talisman that Zhao Wu had given him. The dog talisman contained divine power. Possessing it granted immortality, eternal youth, and immunity to all fatal attacks. Such a divine artifact. Ying Zheng naturally did not believe it belonged to Zhao Wu. He knew it must have been bestowed by the war god through Zhao Wu's hands. Since the war god could grant him such a divine item and make him immortal, then it was not impossible for the war god to bestow other divine powers upon others. The war god is truly a divine being, Ying Zheng sighed in his heart. Even though he had swept across the world and conquered all directions facing the immortal like war god, he could not help but feel awe. If it had been anyone else possessing so many legions, he would surely have been furious. But now, he truly could not muster even a trace of anger. The gap was too vast. For the war god to kill him or seize his throne would truly not be difficult. Moreover, in his eyes, these legions endowed with the war god's divine power were nothing short of heavenly soldiers belonging to a different world from them. Your Majesty, regarding the Iron Lady and Chao Nuyo, I have heard something about them. Zhang Han said cautiously, previously mentioned, bronze head, iron arms, and scathed in 100 battles. Dian Qing has a junior sister, Mei Sanyang, who possesses supreme indestructible martial arts invulnerable to blades and spears, and is known as the Iron Lady. However, whether she is the commander of the Divine Speed Lightning Soldiers, I cannot confirm. As for Chao Nuyo, the former great general of Han Ji Wuye, had an organization called Nightfall. Nightfall had 4 fearsome generals: the Bloody Marquis in white, the Jade Tiger on stone, the Raincoat Guest under the moon, and the Sea Tide Witch. They controlled Han through military, finance, espionage, and politics, respectively. After Han's fall, the Bloody Marquis by Ife and the Jade Tiger were dead, while the Raincoat Guest and the Sea Tide Witch had disappeared without a trace. Under the war god's command, truly women are not inferior to men. Ying Zheng's face was calm, but his heart was filled with admiration. That Mei Sanyang was the commander of the Lightning Speed Soldiers was not surprising. After all, the title of Iron Lady said it all. But Chao Nuyo, having been in charge of Han's political affairs, clearly wielded extraordinary power. For a woman to hold such influence, even able to affect the state of Han, it was highly likely that she was one of King and of Han's consorts and of high status. Moreover, the name Chao Nuyo itself suggested a beguiling enchantress. Yet such a seductress turned out to be the commander of the Beast Swarm Legion. Truly Beauty and the Beast. No, it should be Truly Beauty and the Steel Beasts. Beast Swarm Soldiers. Outside Xianyang, in a serene natural forest estate, a cool, tall, and ethereal woman stood gracefully gazing at the Legion ranking. Her usually calm and unruffled eyes stirred with a rare ripple. The woman wore a blue-green dress revealing her fair and delicate shoulders. Her snow-white hair was tied high and her eyes were cold and arrogant with a striking presence. Her fair jade-like hand lightly held a 5-foot-long sword, its hilt wrapped in countless silver threads resembling a Taoist fly whisk. Her long legs were especially eye-catching. It could be said, legs for a lifetime. How can lifeless mechanical steel beasts transform into conscious living steel beast legions moving from stillness to life? How is this achieved? If one reaches the depths of Dao, can they turn stillness into motion and bestow life upon the lifeless? Xiaoming was filled with curiosity, longing to find the war god immediately, and engage in a deep exchange to explore the true essence of life. The war god is like a dragon whose head is seen but not its tail. Even I cannot find him. It seems I must start with Zhao Wu. Master Xiaoming's beautiful eyes gazed thoughtfully toward the direction of the Prince Wu's residence in Xianying. Confucian School. Little Sage Village. The war god is truly a divine being, to bestow life upon mechanical beasts. Such immortal methods are truly unbelievable. Xuanzi stroked his graying beard, his voice full of emotion. You are right, Uncle Master, Fuji said, shocked and admiring. It seems the top 10 of the legion ranking will all be the war god's extraordinary legions without any surprise. One man suppressing the entire world. The title of war god is well deserved, Yan Lu said. With the war god's presence, all martial artists in the world lose their luster. At the peak of martial arts, who stands supreme? Once encountering the war god, the Dao becomes void. But just as Xuanzi Fuji and Yan Lu were marveling in shock, Zhang Liang, the third head of the Confucian school, fixed his eyes on a name, Chao Nuyo. I never expected Chao Nuyo to have pledged allegiance to the war god, and become the commander of the Beast Swarm Legion under his command. Zhang Liang, as the grandson of Han's Prime Minister Zhang Kaidi, had once followed Han Fei for a time and later uncovered Chao Nuyo's true identity. She was none other than the cousin of the bloody Marquis by Yifei, Lady Mingzhu. If I can find Chao Nuyo, I can learn more about the war god. Zhang Liang's mind began to stir. Only by learning more about the war god could he take appropriate measures. Of course he did not dare to ask the war god for help. He only wanted to know the war god's stance. If the war god firmly stood on Ying Zheng's side, it would be extremely difficult for them to oppose Qin. However, the war god's forces were so terrifying yet previously unknown, which suggested he must be transcendent and uninterested in mundane affairs. Although Zhao Wu was the war god's disciple, Zhao Wu was not the war god himself. But how to find Chao Nuyo? Prince Wu's residence. I never expected Sister Mingzhu's reward to be a beauty pill. Could it be that you want to charm the beasts to death, making them fall under your skirt? Yan Lingji smiled seductively, looking at the beauty pill in Mingzhu's hand, her teasing voice captivating. Sister Lingji, I suspect you're dissing the prince. Do you believe he could turn into a beast and devour you? Mingzhu smiled sweetly. The beauty pill was merely icing on the cake for her, better than nothing. They paid no heed. Slap, slap. Zhao Wu raised his hand and gave 2 heavy smacks on the 2 enchantresses' perky rears. Truly, if not disciplined for 3 days, they would climb onto the roof and remove the tiles. Ah! Yan Lingji let out a soft moan, her beautiful eyes like a pool of spring water, gazing at Zhao Wu with grievance. I wasn't dissing you, master. The Great Dao Golden List rewarded Sister Mingzhu with the beast taming art, and a charm pill to enhance charm. Obviously it's to increase her charm and seduce the beasts. So Sister Lingji likes beasts. Mingzhu's fair arms wrapped around Zhao Wu's neck, her breath like orchid, her voice seductive. Prince, it seems you've been too gentle with Sister Lingji. She's not satisfied. I think you 2 enchantresses are asking for a spanking. Zhao Wu glared at them, raised his hand and gave several slaps. Slap, slap, slap. The 2 enchantresses went limp in Zhao Wu's arms, instantly becoming well-behaved. At this moment a fiery dragon pattern formed on the legion ranking. The dragon roared, spewing scorching, blazing, explosive magma radiating heat and destruction. 5th place, explosive fire dragon soldiers owner war god description. This is a superpowered legion capable of spewing scorching, blazing, explosive magma attacks with immense explosive destructive power, devastating all in its path. Reward celestial grade superior true dragon of flame incarnation, capable of transforming into a blazing fire dragon, soaring through the sky, and diving into the earth, invincible. Commander of explosive fire dragon soldiers Yan Lingji. Reward celestial grade superior flame / condensing flame into a blade, devastating all. Celestial grade superior flame pill, can form a flame body and control fire. 4th place, divine wing heavenly soldiers owner war god description. This is a legion that descends from the sky, capable of flight. Reward celestial grade superior true form of the rock, can transform into a rock soaring upward, traveling to the northern sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening. Commander of divine wing heavenly soldiers by foam. Reward celestial grade superior phoenix heavenly wings. Celestial grade superior wind essence, allowing you to merge with the wind, fly higher and fly faster. 3rd place, divine eye laser soldiers owner war god description. This is a long-range attack legion. whose eyes can emit high-pressure thermal energy current laser beams capable of taking a head from 1,000 miles away. Reward Divine Grade Lower Eye of Judgment can condense a divine eye to judge evil and annihilate heretics. Commander of Divine Eye Laser Soldiers Yen. Reward Divine Grade Medium Eye of Insight observing minute details perceiving heaven, earth, and human hearts. Oh my heavens, are these heavenly soldiers! The blazing fire dragon soldiers can spew scorching burning explosive magma. The divine wing heavenly soldiers can fly, but the most terrifying are the divine eye laser soldiers capable of emitting high-voltage thermal melting energy current laser beams from their eyes taking enemies' heads from 1,000 miles away. How terrifying! How horrifying! Damn! The commander of the divine eye laser soldiers is actually Yen, ranked 3rd on the divine sword ranking under the martial god. I thought a miracle had occurred, but the only anomaly among the top 10 of the divine sword ranking turns out to be the martial god's subordinate. Yes, how is this different from the martial god dominating the ranking? I bet the martial god is definitely not human. Nonsense. Of course the martial god is not human. The martial god is a god. If only I could join the martial god's legion, this life would be worth it. You're just dreaming. The whole world was in an uproar. Countless people were seething with excitement, because these legions were simply too terrifying. They were simply not something mortals could possess. At the headquarters of the flowing sand, Wei Zhuang, with his white hair flying, and a cold domineering expression, couldn't help but tremble as he pressed his hand on Shark Tooth. He stared at the legion ranking and a storm surged within his strong, unyielding heart. If not for the Great Dao Golden Rankings announcement, he would never have believed that such legions existed in the world. They were simply not something human strength could contend with. I never expected that Bai Fenggai was actually abducted by the martial god. Qi Lian, flaunting her proud assets, swayed her snake-like waist as she approached gracefully, her voice seductive and mesmerizing. Back then Moya was killed by Ji Wuye. The flowing sand valued Bai Feng's lightness skill, and had intended to recruit him, but before they could make a move, Bai Feng disappeared. Over the years they had heard no news of Bai Feng, and assumed he was dead. Unexpectedly, not only was Bai Feng alive, but he had become a subordinate of the martial god, the commander of the divine wing heavenly soldiers. The same was true for Mo Yuqilin and Wu Shuang. As the #1 assassin of the state of Han, Mo Yuqilin was also valued by the flowing sand for her disguise arts, and they had intended to recruit her as well. However, just like Bai Feng, before they could act, Mo Yuqilin had disappeared. Clearly she too had been taken by the martial god. Wu Shuang was the same. The martial god is too terrifying, not human at all. We absolutely must not provoke him, Song Lang Wang said with a trembling voice filled with fear. They had previously considered stealing the martial god's divine sword. Now thinking back, they felt a wave of fear. Fortunately they hadn't acted yet, otherwise Tianmeng's fate would have been theirs. The northern grasslands. Modern gazed at the legion ranking in the sky, deep fear flickering in his eyes. If such legions were to attack them, even if their wolf clan warriors were skilled in archery and valiant in battle, they would be no match. Even if they mastered the wolf god's dharma aspect, they would most likely still be no match. Thinking of this, Modern immediately summoned 2 trusted subordinates and ordered, Xian Kato, Xian Moto, you 2 take a team to the state of Qin. I want to know everything about the martial god. Yes, chief. Xian Kato and Xian Moto asked no questions, and immediately led a team of wolf clan elites toward the border of Qin. The martial god. Modern murmured in his heart with a sense of heaviness and deep worry. He raised his head and continued to look at the legion ranking. He saw a black light shining on the legion ranking, eerie and terrifying, finally coalescing into a pattern of a hidden venomous snake. Legion ranking 2nd, invisible ghost soldiers owner martial god description. This is a legion capable of invisibility, able to hide their bodies and all belongings without shadow or form. Reward divine grade mid-tier, shadowless blade. Kills without trace of blood, invisible and formless. Invisible ghost soldiers Commander Jing Ni divine grade top tier enlightenment pill. Comprehend the Great Dao, gain enlightenment for 1 hour. It's him. It's him. It's him. Invisible ghost soldiers. So it's the invisible ghost soldiers. In the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng's pupils constricted, his mind churning with turmoil, as terrifying and eerie images from the past surfaced in his mind. Back when Lao Ai rebelled, a mysterious force had helped him. At that time, Lao Ai's retainers and subordinates, right before their eyes, suddenly had blood marks appear on their necks, their eyes wide with terror as they died unwillingly. In a short moment, Lao Ai's retainers and subordinates were all slaughtered. Throughout the entire process, Ying Zheng, the civil and military officials, and the many soldiers witnessed it, yet from start to finish they saw no one. It was as if the ones who killed Lao Ai's retainers and subordinates were not humans but invisible ghosts. Everyone thought it was ghost soldiers killing. Ying Zheng could find no results either, and could only forbid anyone from mentioning the ghost soldier killings. And the ghost soldier killings became a taboo. Now finally there was an answer. So that mysterious ghost soldiers were the invisible ghost soldiers under the martial god. The name was indeed fitting. So the ghost soldiers that helped us conquer the 6 states back then were the martial god's subordinates. Wang Ben was stunned. Back then when he followed Wang Jian to lead troops in attacking the six states, whenever the battle was deadlocked, and they couldn't take the city, mysterious ghost soldiers would help them open the city gates. Now he finally knew the answer. It was the martial god secretly helping them. In fact, Zhao Wu had only two purposes in doing this. First, to train his troops and test them out. Second, to end the war as soon as possible and reduce casualties. Naturally, Ying Zheng also knew these things. At this moment, his heart was a mix of emotions full of feeling. So the martial god has been secretly helping me. Perhaps it was no coincidence that the martial god happened to save Afang. At this moment, Ying Zheng's wariness of the martial god completely vanished. If the martial god wanted to rebel, he wouldn't have helped him unify the six states back then. He could have simply taken over. At this moment, the martial god's image in Ying Zheng's heart became completely majestic, like a divine being protecting the Great Qin. So Jing and I has defected to the martial god. No wonder the Jing and I sword could rank 12th. Compared to the invisible ghost soldiers, as a swordsman Gai Nye was more concerned about Jing and I who had surpassed him. The divine sword ranking was based on a comprehensive evaluation of the sword's strength fame and the user's cultivation level. After Jing and I defected to the martial god, the Jing and I sword's intrinsic strength hadn't changed, but Jing Nie's cultivation must have soared under the martial god's guidance. Moreover, Jing Nie's command of the invisible ghost soldiers would also greatly enhance the Jing and I sword. Invisible enemies are indeed terrifying, no wonder they rank second on the Legion ranking. But I wonder what Legion is first able to surpass the invisible ghost soldiers. At the Confucian small sage manner, Xuanzi stroked his white beard, his deep eyes full of curiosity. Not only Xuanzi but also Confucian disciples like Fu Nian Yen Lu Zhongliang, as well as Taoist heaven sect Bei Mingzi master Xiaomeng and human sect Xiao Yaozi. It could be said that all the 100 schools of thought, the nobles of the six states, and all the people under heaven were very curious. Invisible ghost soldiers and unseen legion in their eyes was already an invincible legion. Yet such a legion was only ranked second. How terrifying must the first legion be? Amidst the countless calls, the legion ranking finally updated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless colorful light coalesced into a pattern of an immortal phoenix reborn from flames. The top of the legion ranking appeared. Legion ranking first, immortal divine soldiers owner martial god description. This is an immortal legion. Reward divine grade top tier immortal true body. Can absorb battle intent killing aura and blood essence to condense an immortal war god shaking heaven and earth, immortal and indestructible. Reward divine grade low tier indestructible golden pill. Upon consumption 1. Can achieve an indestructible golden body impervious to blade spears water and fire. Immortal divine soldiers commander Yen Fei reward divine grade top tier immortal phoenix blood. Upon consumption 1. Can achieve immortality and rebirth through nirvana. Undying phoenix blood. Take it and gain immortality. Another treasure that grants eternal life. Is every top-ranked reward on the list like this? If only I could have it. Undying divine soldiers. There are undying legions in this world. Terrifying. As the top legion list appeared, the world instantly erupted into chaos and shock. Not only was there intense desire, envy and jealousy for the undying phoenix blood, but even more shock and amazement at the undying divine soldiers. Could the undying divine soldiers truly be immortal or indestructible? Yinyang School, Luosheng Hall. This was a vast hall where the surroundings, the ceiling, and even the floor seemed enveloped by stars, forming a universe of its own, seemingly boundless. Donghuang Tai stood at the front of the hall, entirely shrouded in a black robe, wearing a black mask, standing calmly. He gazed at the legion list in the sky, his hands clenched tightly within the black robe, veins bulging, his heart both shocked and furious. Behind him, the elders of the 5 departments were in an uproar. It's Dong Jun. Dong Jun actually defected to the war god, and became the leader of the undying divine soldiers under his command. She acquired the undying phoenix blood. One by one, the elders' eyes turned red with jealousy. That was a supreme treasure capable of granting immortality. Could even allow one to undergo nirvana and be reborn. It was utterly maddening. That bitch Yanfei, how can she be so lucky? Xing Huan's sinister face twisted with jealousy, distorting him. He was extraordinarily talented, achieving success at a young age, becoming the left protector of the Yinyang School, while still a youth, proud and arrogant. Yet within the school, the reputation of Dongjun Yanfei overshadowed him. Yanfei was the foremost among the younger generation of the Yinyang School, hailed as the most extraordinary woman in Yinyang arts. Donghuang Tai called her a once-in-a-century prodigy of the school. Although Yanfei had betrayed the Yinyang School, her influence still suppressed him. Now seeing that after betraying the school, she not only failed to hide like a stray dog or become a pariah despised by all. Instead, she became the leader of the undying divine soldiers under the war god and obtained the undying phoenix blood that drove everyone insane. This contrast nearly made his mind explode. Not just him. Donghuang Tai's mentality also collapsed. He had previously wanted to seize the Chiyu sword, but the sword's holder Yen Jingran was actually the war god's subordinate, and the leader of the Divine Eye laser soldiers. Now even if he had 10 times the courage he wouldn't dare to seize the sword. As for that traitor Yanfei with the war god, protecting her, the Yinyang school probably couldn't do anything about her either. With that thought, Donghuang Tai flicked his sleeve and left, instantly vanishing from the hall. Lord Donghuang. The elders of the Yinyang school were stunned, never expecting Donghuang Tai to simply walk away. Lord Xinghuan, should we still search for the Qiyu sword and pursue the wanted Dong? Yanfei Huang and Nuying, the water department elder, looked at Xinghuan. He was the replacement appointed after the former water department elders Huang and Nuying were taken away by Yanfei. His strength was mediocre and his main task was to capture the former water department elders Huang and Nuying. If you want to die, go ahead, Xinghuan said, impatiently, leaving without another word. Xiao Siming wore a veil revealing a pair of clear autumn water-like beautiful eyes, calm and indifferent. Her figure was graceful and elegant, poised and serene, silent. From beginning to end, she did not utter a single word, as if everything had nothing to do with her. She was like an ice lotus on the summit of the Tianshan Mountains, standing aloof from the world. Holy, beautiful, cool. What kind of breathtakingly beautiful face lay beneath that veil? She moved with light lotus steps, following Siming, who was dressed in red, alluring and fiery. The other elders also dispersed with various thoughts. Confucian School, Little Sage Manor, undying divine soldiers. I wonder if they are indestructible or immortal. Xuanzi's gaze was distant, his heart sighing. The once elusive immortality that the first emperor sought but could not obtain seemed to have become commonplace with the appearance of the Taoist Golden List. It seems immortality has become as common as cabbage. Uncle Master, this disciple thinks they should be indestructible. If they were immortal, that would be too terrifying. This is a legion, the Confucian headmaster Fun Yen said. Although I don't know how many people are in a legion under the war god to form an army, there must be at least 100 people. If hundreds of people were all immortal, how terrifying would that be? Xuanzi did not say much, but he clearly acquiesced to Fun Yen's viewpoint. Indestructibility and immortality are entirely two different concepts. Take Dian Qing of the armor sect for example. His body was hardened with martial arts, impervious to swords and spears. If he trained until all his weak points disappeared, he would be virtually indestructible. This could barely be called undying. But immortality pertains to a person's lifespan to time. No wonder they thought this way. Even Ying Zheng, who had obtained the dog talisman, never imagined that the undying divine soldiers were immortal soldiers. Because that was too insane. Yanfei the Dongjun of the Yinyang school and the Nets Jingni are truly fortunate. Zhang Liang looked at the legion list quite emotional. Previously he thought Yanfei's defection from the Yinyang school was unwise and not worth the gain. But now, it turns out the clown was me. No wonder the Jingni sword ranked 12th on the divine sword list, far surpassing Yanyan and Xuanjian, even overpowering Yuanhong and Tai. Fun Yen looked at the Tai sword in his hand, growing even more curious about the war god. Truly a godlike man. Xianyang, the residence of the Protectorate National Master. A dignified, mysterious and elegant figure stood calmly, with light purple hair cascading down like a waterfall, pinned up with purple hairpins, and a strand of hair hanging down on each side. The strands hung straight and smooth, highlighting her long fair neck. Her lips were truly rose-colored, as vivid and captivating as a rose, unforgettable. But the most unforgettable was her dreamlike, mysterious eyes, adorned with a sheer veil, deep and moving. She was none other than Yushin, the right protector of the Yinyang school. Yushin's eyes were full of unwillingness, always feeling a sense of grievance. She and Yanfei were blood sisters, both equally talented whether in figure appearance or mastery of Yinyang arts. She believed she was no weaker than Yanfei, yet she was always overshadowed by Yanfei in every way. Within the Yinyang school, she was the right protector while Yanfei was the Dongjun, one under the highest above the masses. Now Yanfei had betrayed and left the Yinyang school, yet she was living even better. Not only did she become the leader of the undying divine soldiers, she also obtained the undying phoenix blood. The gap between them grew even wider. She seemed forever trapped in the shadow of her sister Yanfei. Why? In what way am I inferior to her? Yushin was unwilling. She had always been strong-willed, and surpassing her sister Yanfei had become an obsession in her heart. But she understood that if things continued this way, the gap between them would only widen. With that thought, Yushin's eyes hardened. She took out the divination jade tortoiseshell formed hand seals, and performed complex, mysterious hand gestures, executing Yinyang arts. It seemed as if countless stars revolved around her. This time she was not merely performing a simple divination. She was prepared to sacrifice 20 years of her life to glimpse a thread of opportunity to change her fate and surpass Yanfei. As her lifespan was consumed, Yushin's beautiful cheeks turned pale, and she looked extremely weak, pitifully fragile. Humming sounds. The jade tortoiseshell trembled, countless mysterious patterns lighting up faintly, revealing 2 lines of large characters. Red Luan star moves. King Wu Zhao. Bang. Before the last character could manifest, it seemed to touch some taboo, and the indestructible jade tortoise shell exploded with a bang, turning into powder. PFF. Yushin spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Red Luan Star moves King Wu Zhao. Is it Zhao Wu? Yushin's rose-colored lips opened and closed, murmuring to herself. Legend has it that King Wu Zhao Wu is the war god's disciple. Although he was not formally accepted as a student, the two have a close relationship. The first emperor obtained the elixir of immortality because of Zhao Wu. Countless thoughts flooded her mind. Yushin's deep, mysterious eyes flickered. Yanfei is the war god's subordinate and King Wu is the war god's disciple. Perhaps it can really work, but I would need to marry King Wu. Yushin's eyes showed conflict, but she was well aware that if she merely allied with King Wu, she would still be inferior to Yanfei, who was directly under the war god. She could not find the war god. She could only approach through King Wu. I'll decide after meeting King Wu. Yushin made up her mind. She staggered to her feet and walked toward her bedroom. This time she was heavily injured and needed to recuperate. Zhangtai Palace. Ying Zheng's eyes lit up when he saw the undying phoenix blood. The war god had already consumed the dragon pill. Could the undying phoenix blood be given to him? With that thought, Ying Zheng's heart tightened. He called out, Zhang Han. Your Majesty, your servant is here. Go summon King Wu and say that I invite him to the palace for a meeting. Yes. Zhang Han cupped his hands and turned to leave. Wait. Just as Zhang Han was about to leave, Ying Zheng called him back. Zhang Han paused, cupped his hands, and said, Your Majesty, do you have further orders? I will go myself. At the martial prince manor, Zhao Wu rested his head on Mingzhu's fair, slender, and curvaceous legs, her unique feminine fragrance permeating the air, a refreshing scent that soothed the soul. Mingzhu's 10 fingers were long and snowy white, peeling a translucent lychee, and feeding it to Zhao Wu. Tianyan sat beside him, her jade-like hands gently massaging his temples. In the air, the zither resounded with clear, melodious notes. Nongyu, dressed in a pale yellow gown, exuded an air of noble grace and refined elegance. The maiden's hands with long and orderly fingers possessed smooth lines and fair skin as delicate as jade as she gently plucked the strings of the 7-stringed zither. The lively music was as clear as celestial notes. Yan Lingji, clad in a water-blue dance skirt, moved with a graceful, undulating rhythm. Her skin was like congealed fat, her hands like tender reeds, and her autumn water eyes brimmed with allure and tenderness. Her slender waist swayed, and her long straight legs moved with captivating grace. A dance that could topple a city. A dance that could ensnare the soul. Jing and I sat nearby, a faint smile on her face, as she poured wine for Zhao Wu with her jade-like hand. Zhao Wu raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp, his expression one of contentment, laziness, and ease. Your Highness, this enlightenment pill is offered to you. Jing and I produced a jade bottle containing the reward for second place in the Legion ranking. Keep it for yourself. Zhao Wu swallowed a lychee without much concern for the pill. Given his cultivation level, the enlightenment pill would have little effect. Besides, he was not lacking such things. Thank you, Your Highness. Jing and I, seeing this, did not stand on ceremony, and tucked the pill into her bosom, a deep admiration hidden in her eyes. At that moment, a tall, elegantly dignified, and supremely beautiful woman approached gracefully from a distance. She wore a dark blue gown, her long hair tied low with a long hairpin, her crown adorned with blue gemstones, and her skirt featured a pattern of the 3-legged golden crow. She was a woman of extraordinary beauty, unique yet universally appealing. Her beauty embodied the splendor of northern beauties. Dignified, grand, and phoenix-like. While the north had many beauties, she was the only one who could combine all their charming features into one. Elegant and noble, refined and aloof. She was none other than Yanfei, the leader of the undying divine soldiers. Your Highness. Yanfei approached Zhao Wu and bowed gracefully, but before she could speak, Zhao Wu said, If you've come to offer the undying phoenix blood, don't bother. Keep it for yourself, it suits you well. Yes, Your Highness. This phoenix blood sword is also a gift for you. Zhao Wu waved his hand and a long sword appeared before Yanfei. Thank you, Your Highness. Yanfei took the sword with both hands, her heart filled with sweetness at the precious gift. His Majesty the First Emperor has arrived. Suddenly a sharp duck-like voice announced from outside. Old Zhao is already immortal, isn't he? Why is he still after the undying phoenix blood? Zhao Wu muttered with a shrug. Mingzhu and the others twitched their mouths. It seemed the First Emperor had gained another nickname, Old Zhao, after the deadbeat dad and brother Zheng. Jing and I and Yanfei bowed to Zhao Wu and vanished in an instant. Snake talisman. Invisibility. Zhao Wu had enough talismans to form an army, so Jing and I, and Yanfei naturally possessed more than one. Some talisman combinations were even more powerful. For instance, the dragon talisman's explosive power, combined with the pig talisman's laser beam, equaled a cannon. Right after Yanfei and Jing and I became invisible, Ying Zheng entered with Zhang Han and Gai Nye. He had seen Mingzhu, Yanlingji, and Nongyu before in Shuhe County, so he was not surprised. As for Tianyan, he paid no attention, assuming she was just another beauty Zhao Wu had found. This kid's life is truly enviable. Ying Zheng watched Zhao Wu reclining on a beauty's lap, Nong Yu playing the zither, Lingji dancing, and Tianyan massaging him. A life of pure pleasure. Even the emperor himself had never enjoyed such luxury. Wait outside. Ying Zheng ordered Zhang Han and Gai Nye to guard the entrance, then walked in alone. Zhao Wu sat up and waved his hand, dismissing Tianyan, Mingzhu, Yan Lingji, and Nong Yu. Old Zhao, what brings you here? Zhao Wu picked up the wine jug and poured a cup for Ying Zheng. Old Zhao. Ying Zheng's mouth twitched. He had changed his nickname again. But he didn't mind. After all, Zhao Wu still showed him respect in public, and such informal address felt more intimate in private. Like old friends. As the first emperor, whether empress, consort, princes, or ministers, everyone faced him with insincere reverence and trembling fear. He was solitary. Indeed, an emperor was a solitary figure, which was why they called themselves the Solitary One. Therefore, he not only didn't mind Zhao Wu's casualness, but actually enjoyed this atmosphere and feeling. Wooer, I came today to ask about the martial god, and whether he could exchange the undying phoenix blood. Name your price. Ying Zheng got straight to the point. Old Zhao, didn't I tell you before? The martial god is handsome, elegant, unrestrained, comes and goes without a trace and follows his whims. When fate arrives, you'll meet him naturally. When fate is lacking, you won't recognize him even face to face. Fate comes and goes, you can't force it. Ying Zheng, though prepared, still felt a twinge of regret. Old Zhao, aren't you already immortal? Why do you still need the undying phoenix blood? Zhao Wu asked. I feel the dog talisman is ultimately an external thing. The foundation lies within oneself, so. Ying Zheng's eyes burned with anticipation as he looked at Zhao Wu. I see. Old Zhao, that's a good thought. Zhao Wu nodded in agreement. Ying Zheng's eyes brightened with even greater hope. So Wooer, are you willing to help me ask the martial god for the undying phoenix blood? Zhao Wu shook his head, speaking with a tone of disappointment. Old Zhao, didn't you just say it yourself? The foundation lies within oneself. The undying phoenix blood is also an external thing. The imperial dragon art from the divine sword ranking is excellent. You can cultivate using the nation's fortune. If you practice diligently and reach the level of land god, even without external aids, you can live 500 years. If you become a void immortal, you'll live 1,000. Ying Zheng was stunned. He had thought Zhao Wu would help him seek the undying phoenix blood from the martial god, but that was it. Just cultivate on his own. Besides, I know the martial god won't give you the undying phoenix blood, Zhao Wu said. Alas, I was too attached. Ying Zheng sighed, raised his cup, and drank it all. The next moment, Ying Zheng's eyes widened. A cool sensation spread through his heart, and his spirit soared. Excellent wine. After a single cup, Ying Zheng felt exhilarated and refreshed. It was even more pleasurable and satisfying than the time he gifted several hundred million to his harem. What wine is this? Ying Zheng quickly poured himself another cup while asking curiously. Bodhi spirit wine refreshes the mind, clears hidden ailments, and aids cultivation, Zhao Wu said calmly. The wine he drank was naturally no ordinary wine. It was spirit wine, a treasure for martial artists. You really have a lot of good things. Ying Zheng laughed, suddenly feeling like a poor emperor. His divine sword wasn't as powerful as the martial gods. His legions were crushed. His food and drink were inferior to Zhao Wu's. Even the beauties from the 6 states in his harem couldn't compare to the songstresses in Zhao Wu's mansion. Just basking in the martial god's glory, Zhao Wu said with a faint smile. After drinking with Zhao Wu for a while, Ying Zheng, seeing he could get no information about the martial god or the undying phoenix blood, didn't linger. As the first emperor, he was even busier than Zhao Wu had been as a corporate slave in his past life. There was a pile of memorials awaiting his review in the palace. His time was tight. Alright, don't spend all day drinking and having fun. You'll ruin your health. Drinking too much is bad for you. I'm confiscating this wine. With that, Ying Zheng took the bottle of Bodhi spirit wine and strode away. I was going to give you a jar, Old Zhao, but since drinking too much is bad for your health, forget it. Zhao Wu sighed. Thud. Ying Zheng stumbled, nearly tripping. After hesitating for a second, he swallowed his pride and walked away quickly. But in his heart he was filled with regret. He had missed out on a fortune. The moment Ying Zheng left Yan Feijing and I Mingzhu, and the others returned to Zhao Wu's side. It's time. Zhao Wu's gaze turned northward. He calmly uttered 5 words. The wolf clan must be eliminated. Yes, your highness. On the northern border, a small village of a few hundred people lay several dozen li outside Lufan County. At this moment, on a small hill outside the village, 100 elite wolfkin cavalrymen surveyed the settlement below, their eyes gleaming with restless anticipation. Elder brother, there are no Qin dogs stationed here, and we've been riding hard for half a day. The brothers are exhausted. Let's go down for a bit of plunder and relaxation, shall we? Xian Modwa's gaze burned with desire, especially when he spotted the tender women in the village. The beast blood within him surged. The chieftain ordered us to scout for news of the martial god. Do not invite unnecessary trouble. Xian Kadwa, though equally tempted, ultimately shook his head, mindful of Modu's mission. Yet in his heart he resolved to indulge in unrestrained pillage and plunder on the return journey. Elder brother, the mission is important, but the brothers need rest too. Xian Maodua's beast blood churned, unwilling to yield. This village has only a few hundred people. We can take it in under a quarter hour, then let the brothers unwind for at most half an hour. It won't affect the mission at all. By the time the Qin dogs discover anything, will be long gone. What can they do? Besides, a tiny village like this won't attract their serious attention. Yes, Commander, let's strike swiftly and decisively. It won't delay the mission. One after another, the Wolfkin cavalrymen voiced their agreement, their eyes fixed on the helpless two-legged sheep below, unable to restrain themselves. Xian Kadwa hesitated. Though he was the commander, dampening the spirits of his brothers would not help his leadership. Moreover, if they were not allowed to vent their primal urges, the wild energy bottled within them would be harder to contain, and might cause trouble once they entered Qin territory. After a long deliberation, Xian Kadwa finally relented. He looked at the men and spoke with a stern tone. It is said that a mysterious force stalks this border, hunting our wolfkin. We must not linger. Therefore I give you only half an hour. When the time is up, even if you are still inside a woman, you must withdraw, immediately kill her, and assemble to leave. Anyone who exceeds the time limit shall be executed without mercy. His final words dripped with boundless killing intent and iron resolve. Yet the men paid no heed, filled with excitement, cheering. Rest assured, Commander, we won't delay. Half an hour was more than enough for them to enjoy themselves thoroughly. Kill. Without further delay, Xian Kadwa gave the order, and the 100 elite cavalrymen descended upon the village like a pack of wolves. No. Wolfkin, the Wolfkin are attacking. A sharp-eyed youth outside the village spotted the charging cavalry at once, his soul fleeing his body in terror as he screamed. But before his words faded, a wolf-fang arrow streaked through the air and pierced his throat. Jiwich. Jiwich. The youth opened his mouth, clutching his neck as blood bubbled forth, then toppled to the ground. Ah! The wolfmen are here. The wolfmen are coming. The villagers now saw the Wolfkin cavalry, and the entire settlement erupted into chaos. People fled in all directions, leaving a scene of utter disarray. Oh woo! Aha, you two-legged sheep, tremble. Oh! The Wolfkin cavalry howled in exhilaration, brandishing their curved blades with savage, cruel faces like mad wolves, and in a flash they stormed into the village. Ah! Piercing screams of agony rang out, transforming the village into a living hell. Mother, mother, save me! A toddler sobbed, his face filled with boundless terror. Xiaosan, a young woman of about 20, cried out in alarm and rushed toward the child. But the child's cries drew the attention of a Wolfkin cavalryman, who galloped over in an instant. A chillingly cold blade flashed. The crying ceased abruptly as the child's frail, tiny body crumpled limply to the ground, lying in a pool of blood. No. The woman's body trembled, and she nearly fainted. Xiaosan. Trembling, she rushed toward her son, but before she could reach his body, a dismounted Wolfkin cavalryman grabbed her and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Aha! The Wolfkin laughed, lewdly slapped her bottom hard, then tossed her onto a nearby haystack and lunged at her. Rip! The Wolfkin tore off her clothes roughly. The woman's eyes were filled with despair and hatred. As the beast leaned in to kiss her, she bit down hard on his ear. Ah! The Wolfkin screamed as his ear was bitten off. You're asking for death. Enraged, he slapped the woman, stood up, grabbed his blood-stained blade, and swung it at her. Blood splattered, a head flew into the air. But it was not the woman's head. It was the Wolfkin's. The woman, who had been resigned to death, stared in utter astonishment. She saw no one. It seemed as if the Wolfkin's head had taken flight of its own accord. Ah! Ghosts! Screams of terror came from nearby, not from the Qin villagers but from the Wolfkin cavalrymen. Their throats were being slit without warning, yet no figure or weapon was visible. Not ghosts. It's the martial gods, invisible ghost soldiers. Retreat. Flee. Xian Kadwa, seeing this, was terrified. He gave the order and fled headlong without looking back. Blood suddenly spurted from his neck, and Xian Kadwa tumbled from his horse. Invisible ghost soldiers. How could they be here? Xian Maoduo scrambled up from a beautiful woman, his legs weak with fear. He tried to run but then froze. A bloodstain appeared on his neck. Xian Maoduo's eyes widened in terror, and he collapsed softly. It's the martial gods, divine soldiers. The martial god has come to save us. The surviving villagers wept with gratitude, watching the Wolfkin beasts, who had ravaged them moments ago, be slaughtered in the blink of an eye, and a wave of fierce satisfaction washed over them. Thank you, Lord Martial God, thank you, divine soldiers. Over and over they knelt and kowtowed, not only for their rescue but for the vengeance they had been granted. The Wolfkin beasts deserve annihilation. Just as the villagers thought, the divine soldiers had left, a clear, moving voice rang out from the sky. In the high sky, 10,000 meters above, a three-legged golden crow made of steel flapped its wings as it flew, its sharp eyes gleaming with a sharp light, full of sentience, as if alive. This was an artificial beast, a three-legged golden crow granted life by Zhao Wu's rat talisman, transforming from stillness to motion. On the golden crow's back, Yanfei stood gracefully, noble and ethereal, holding the phoenix blood sword like a peerless divine maiden, unparalleled in elegance. Yet as she gazed at the village below, a cold glint flickered in her profound, beautiful eyes. Your Highness speaks truly. These beasts deserve extermination. Today shall be their doom. Ming Zhu stood on the back of a giant rock, her tall figure perfect curves, and a waist-hugging fishtail gown creating a flawless match, her figure stunning and voluptuous. Her long jet-black hair rippled in the wind like a waterfall, and her dignified, exquisite face was as white as jade, flawless. She raised her hand, and a small artificial bird flew to her finger, its eyes full of spirit, as if it were speaking. This cavalry unit is under Modu's command. Modu is at the Wolf Clan's ancestral court, where 300000 Wolf Qin cavalry are stationed, currently cultivating the wolf god's dharma bestowed by the Great Dao Golden List. Ming Zhu relayed the information brought by the mechanical bird. Then let us begin with him. In the north, the Qin army camp, General Meng Tian was convening his subordinates for a meeting. Suddenly the closed tent flap was thrown open, and a commander rushed in, drawing all eyes. Meng Tian's face darkened. What matter is so urgent that you must barge in like this? Where is your discipline? Forgive me, General. A report just arrived. A small Wolfkin cavalry unit massacred a village outside Lufan County. Meng Tian's anger grew. Though he was furious about the massacre, was a small cavalry unit worth such a panicked report? Along the northern border, such incidents occurred every 10 or 15 days. Commonplace. Their forces were limited, the defensive line long, and they could only do their best to guard against major Wolfkin incursions. But that Wolfkin unit was annihilated reportedly by the martial god's invisible ghost soldiers. Sensing Meng Tian's fury, the reporting commander hurriedly added, and before leaving, the invisible ghost soldiers left a message. What message? The anger on Meng Tian's face vanished instantly as he demanded. News about the invisible ghost soldiers was of the utmost importance, because the invisible ghost soldiers were incredibly powerful, ranked second on the legion ranking, and they were under the martial god's command. If they moved, would other units follow? Their every action could alter the heavens and the earth. They could not ignore it. Not only Meng Tian, but everyone was staring at the reporting commander with intense curiosity. Under the weight of so many gazes, the commander felt a suffocating pressure, and said solemnly, the Wolfkin beasts deserve annihilation. In an instant, the tent fell into dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Is the information confirmed? Meng Tian snapped out of it, grabbing the commander by the arm in excitement. General, the surviving villagers saw no one. The attackers were undoubtedly the invisible ghost soldiers. The voice was a woman's, likely their commander Jing and I. And no one in the world would dare impersonate the invisible ghost soldiers. Good. Meng Tian and the other commanders nodded, their faces alight with excitement. If anyone else had said such a thing, they would have dismissed it as wishful thinking. But the words came from the martial god's invisible ghost soldiers. They had no choice but to believe. Deploy all scouts immediately to monitor the Wolfkin movements. Prepare the army for action at a moment's notice. Meng Tian issued orders one after another, ecstatic, and also wrote an urgent letter sending it to Xianyang with the greatest haste. Late at night, under a bright moon and sparse stars, the Wolfkin army was encamped outside the Xiongnu ancestral court, with tents stretching for dozens of li. Bonfires blazed in the camp. Inside the central tent, candlelight flickered. Modu sat cross-legged, a faint phantom of a wolf god appearing behind him, exuding a fierce aura like a savage wolf. As if a gust of cold wind had blown in, Modu's eyes snapped open, shooting out two sharp beams of light, and he placed one hand on the hilt of his curved blade. He scanned the entire tent. It was empty. But Modu did not relax his vigilance, who his instincts honed over years told him some danger had already descended. Suddenly a flash of insight crossed his mind. Modu seemed to realize something. Invisible ghost. He opened his mouth to speak, but a bloodstain had already appeared on his neck, blood gushing out. You are... Modu's eyes bulged with terror and resentment. A graceful figure materialized in the tent, clad in metallic armor. A fishnet stocking-clad woman holding a pink sword dripping with blood. The second-ranked Legion invisible ghost soldiers, Commander Jing and I. The last thought flashed through Modu's mind before he collapsed softly. The same scene played out across the entire Wolfkin camp. Slowly the cold moon passed overhead. Half an hour later, a thick stench of blood permeated the camp. Corpses lay strewn haphazardly on the ground. All 300000 Wolfkin troops had been slain by a single cut to the throat. Beneath the cold moon, giant artificial steel birds flapped their wings, hovering in the night sky. On their backs, graceful, peerless silhouettes stood tall, gazing down upon the world like lunar goddesses, majestic and sacred. Yet over this charnel field of 300000 Wolfkin dead, they seemed like goddesses of death in the darkness, reaping lives and judging evil. The Wolf clan's royal court. Under the dim night sky, the outline of a grand royal court lay crouched like a giant beast on the Handan mountain. On the city walls, Wolf clan soldiers, each holding a curved blade, patrolled the perimeter, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Little did they know a steel rock was circling high above in the sky, 1,000 meters up. On the back of the rock Mingzhu, the tide which draped in a fishtail gown bewitchingly beautiful gazed down upon the entire Wolf Clan's royal court. From now on there will be no more Wolf Clan's royal court. A flash of killing intent flickered in Mingzhu's beautiful eyes. Her rose lips parted slightly as she uttered, "Kill." In an instant, a cacophony of buzzing vibrations sounded as countless mantises, each about a zhang in size, flew from behind toward the Wolf Clan's royal court. Under the moonlight these mantises gleamed with a metallic sheen, their steel wings and steel scythes glinting coldly, as if born solely for slaughter, sending chills down one's spine. On the city wall, a Wolf Clan soldier looked up puzzled and asked, "Do you hear something? It sounds like something." Another Wolf Clan soldier chimed in. They looked up and saw under the hazy moonlight something seemingly descending from the sky. "What is that?" A Wolf Clan soldier pointed at the sky, but as soon as his words fell, a dazzling blade light swooped down. A head flew up glaringly conspicuous under the moonlight. "Ah! What the hell? Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Panicked cries erupted. In an instant the entire Wolf Clan's royal court was in uproar as countless Wolf Clan soldiers rushed toward the city walls. Chi-chi-chi! Chi-chi-chi! At this moment the steel mantises, each a zhang in size like ruthless killing machines, swung their scythes mercilessly slaughtering. A flash of blade and bodies were split in two. They were incredibly fast and agile, no different from real mantises. But they were far more powerful. The arrows, blades, and spears of the Wolf Clan soldiers struck them but left not even a scratch bouncing off. What kind of monster is this? They can't be killed. One Wolf Clan soldier after another exclaimed in horror. Roar! Just then a series of deafening roars came from afar. The terrifying sound made the very heavens tremble, causing ears to ring and hearts to quake, while countless warhorses neighed in terror. What is that? A Wolf Clan soldier spotted massive beasts charging from several hundred meters away from the city wall. That's a white tiger. Such a huge white tiger. Snake. There are snakes too. How can snakes be this big? The Wolf Clan soldiers' eyes widened as they watched the terrifying white tigers and giant snakes charging toward them. Finally they saw clearly. Those were not real white tigers or snakes at all. They were monsters just like the mantises. Steel monsters. I know. This is the 100 Beasts mania. They are monsters transformed from steel mechanism beasts. It's the war god. The war god has moved against us. The Wolf Clan commanders exclaimed, their eyes filled with unparalleled terror. The top 10 legions on the legion ranking were all damned monsters. They were simply not something they could withstand. Roar! At this moment the leading giant white tiger let out a roar and charged to the city gate, its massive steel tiger claws swiping. Boom! The entire city gate was instantly shattered and countless Wolf Clan soldiers were sent flying by the shockwave. Following that, one steel white tiger and steel giant snake after another charged into the city, rampaging through, smashing everything in their path. A 100-meter-long steel giant snake flicked its tail and thousands of Wolf Clan soldiers amid screams and wails were flung dozens of meters into the air, blood splattering, their internal organs and bones shattered. As for the Wolf Clan soldiers, whether arrows, blades, or spears, they struck these steel monsters. Blessed by the rat talisman and enhanced tenfold by the legion ranking reward, without leaving even a single mark. There were a full 700 or 800 steel monsters like these white tigers and giant snakes, sweeping everything before them. Wherever they passed, only severed limbs and broken bodies remained, rivers of blood flowing, corpses strewn across the fields. This was a one-sided massacre. No! Don't kill me. Why, I want my mom. In an instant countless desperate cries of despair rang out. Facing the 100 Beasts mania, even these man-eating, cruel and brutal Wolf Clan soldiers felt fear and terror. Violence for violence. That was exactly it. In the sky the tide which held the red and white twin swords of blood, Marquis by Ife, her expression calm as she surveyed the entire battlefield. Suddenly, she leaped, jumping from several hundred meters high. Hiss! Just as Mingzhu, the tide which was still dozens of meters from the ground, a red steel pit viper hundreds of meters long, raised its head and flicked its tongue. The tide witch's voluptuous and graceful figure descended incredibly light, her toes lightly touching down as she stood atop the pit viper's head. Chanyu Tumen, I will offer your head to His Highness. The pit viper slithered swiftly toward the central palace, crushing everything in its path like a tank. However, the closer it got to the palace, the denser the Wolf Clan soldiers became. Archers loose! Stop her! Shoot! Shoot that witch dead! The Wolf Clan commanders shouted with trembling voices. Though terrified, behind them lay the palace of Chanyu Tuman. They could not let the enemy break into the palace. However, in the face of absolute power, everything was futile. Just as they were about to loose arrows at the tide which steel mantises flew over, in an instant their sharp wings and scythes slicing through. Rows upon rows of Wolf Clan soldiers fell like wheat before the wind. The 100-meter-long pit viper crushed over the corpses and rushed toward the palace. The Wolf Clan's palace. Chanyu Tuman was sleeping with his beloved beauty, Hu Ji, in his arms. However, just as he had entered, a thunderous tiger roar erupted from outside the city, forcefully piercing his ears. What was that? Chanyu Tumen's body jolted, startled, and he immediately flew into a rage, shouting outward. Where did that beast come from? Kill it and make soup. Yes, Chanyu. A vigorous voice replied from outside, followed by the sound of footsteps departing, obviously to order the hunting of the beast that had just roared. Chanyu, calm your anger. Getting upset over a beast isn't worth harming your health. Hu Ji's eyes were seductive, her voice alluring. My beauty speaks truly. Chanyu Tumen gazed at the woman before him, whose very bones seemed steeped in seduction, and his heart burned with passion. He reached out, pinched Hu Ji's chin, and lifted it slightly. Your little mouth is so sweet, the best way to quench one's fire. Chanyu Tumen looked at Hu Ji's tempting rosy lips, let out a sly laugh, and then pressed her head downward. Bang! At that moment a loud crash sounded, and the palace gate was violently slammed open. Who let you barge in? Drag them down and boil them. Chanyu Tumen was furious. How dare they directly barge into his bedchamber? They were asking for death. However, when Chanyu Tumen turned his head and saw the person who had burst in, his eyes widened, and he was utterly dumbfounded. What a huge snake! Tumen Chanyu trembled, staring in horror at the entrance. There a giant crimson viper coiled. The crimson viper's head was larger than a tiger's, its tongue flickering out a zhang long, and its cold, merciless crimson serpent eyes fixed on him. Invisible pressure and fear engulfed him like a tidal wave, making him gasp for breath. Ah! Suddenly a piercing scream erupted beside him. Hu Ji's eyes rolled back and she fainted from fright. She feared snakes the most, let alone such a colossal one. How terrifying! You! Who are you? Tumen Chanyu, suppressing his fear, forced himself not to look at the crimson viper, but instead turned his gaze to its head, where a woman in a fish-tailed gown, voluptuous and bewitching, stood. The tide demoness Mingzhu. But at this moment he had no mood to admire beauty. In his eyes she was a death god, a demon. The one who takes your life. With a flash of the red and white twin swords in tide demoness Mingzhu's hands, Tumen Chanyu's head, filled with resentment and terror, soared into the air. The crimson viper was highly intelligent. It opened its mouth and caught Tumen Chanyu's head, then carried tide demoness Mingzhu away. That night was destined to be a sleepless night. The thick scent of blood seemed to stain the moon above the grasslands. Red, a slaughter was unfolding everywhere. Of course, the grasslands were vast, and even though Zhao Wu's divine soldiers were swift, their numbers were limited. It was impossible to annihilate the entire wolf tribe in a single night. However, time was not an issue. At the same time, in the Qin army camp, Meng Tian was still awake, gathering his generals for a council. General, according to scouts, the wolf tribes along the route have all been slaughtered. Some were cleaved in two by heavy broadswords. Likely the divine power broadsword soldiers. Some had their throats cut without any resistance. Likely the invisible ghost soldiers. Some were torn apart like by beasts. Likely the beast rampage soldiers. According to current intelligence, the war god has dispatched several legions, perhaps even all his forces. It's clear he intends to wipe out the wolf tribe. General, we should also send troops. One of the generals could not help but say. Meng Tian tapped his fingers on the table, pondering. After a while he said, the main army must not act rashly. Tomorrow I will lead 30,000 cavalry to scout first. 30,000 cavalry was not too many but not too few either, enough to handle various emergencies. Even if they encountered the wolf tribe's main force, they could retreat. While the northern grasslands were in turmoil, Zhao Wu, the instigator, showed no worry or tension, remaining calm and at ease. Nong Yu's slender jade fingers gently caressed the seven-string zither, producing wondrous notes that flowed like a gentle stream into the depths of the heart. The melody, pearl tears of the vast sea, was a sound of heaven. When the piece ended, Nong Yu gracefully walked to Zhao Wu's side to help him change clothes. Zhao Wu reached out, encircling her slender supple waist, and fell onto the couch. Then he suddenly turned over, pressing Nong Yu beneath him. Your Highness. Nong Yu parted her crimson lips, her breath as sweet as orchid. Her shy, beautiful eyes were full of tender affection. Her fair arms wrapped around Zhao Wu's powerful waist, her heart pounding. Although it was not the first time, she still felt nervousness, anticipation, joy, and excitement. Zhao Wu lowered his head and gently tasted Nong Yu's crimson lips. In the purple-scented boudoir, the wide bed curtain slowly closed. The moonlight outside was thick, the beauty in his arms was like jade. The sun was high in the sky. Bright sunlight mischievously slipped through the window, stealthily climbing onto Zhao Wu's face, which was perfect as a god's. Nong Yu gazed with devoted, affectionate eyes at Zhao Wu, who lay pillowed in her arms. It seemed that simply being by this man's side surpassed all vows and pledges. Zhao Wu opened his eyes, pulled the woman's warm, soft body closer, and inhaled her subtle fragrance, enjoying the warmth of the sun. Nong Yu nestled quietly in his arms, lost in the moment. Whoosh! At that moment a small bird flew in and landed on the windowsill. Nong Yu extended her fair arm, picked up the bird. It was not a real bird but a mechanical bird. The bird opened its mouth and spat out a small note into Nong Yu's hand. Your Highness, news has arrived from the north. Nong Yu looked at Zhao Wu, her eyes filled with tenderness and love. What news? Zhao Wu asked calmly. Nong Yu unfolded the note and said, the Wolf tribe's royal court has fallen. Sister Mingzhu beheaded Tuman Chanyu, and Sister Jingmi killed Modu. Zhao Wu gave a soft hum, unconcerned. Or rather, this outcome had long been within his expectations. Nong Yu was not surprised either, yet she let out a gasp. On the northern grasslands in the Donghu territory at a Wolf tribe camp, plumes of thick smoke rose straight into the sky. The Wolf tribe warriors, exhausted after a night of labor, were ravenous. They set up large cauldrons, flames blazed on the fire and boiling water churned in the pots. In front of the camp, dozens of Wolf tribe warriors were dragging rows of Qin women and children. The scorching heat hit them. The women and children were terrified. Some cried out in fear, others struggled desperately. But they could not break free. They were met with merciless beatings, and some were even beaten to death. Meanwhile, inside the tense Wolf tribe warriors were dragging out women who were naked, covered in bruises, barely alive or even lifeless. From the horrific wounds on their bodies, one could imagine the torment they had suffered the previous night. They were dragged toward the cauldrons of boiling water. These Qin women are so tender, but they can't take a good time. A Wolf tribe warrior said with a lewd grin, his voice loud. What's the worry if they can't take it? If they die, just replace them with another. They'll be killed sooner or later anyway. Exactly. The warriors laughed. But I heard from the higher-ups that we might need to restrain ourselves from now on. No more large-scale capture of these two-legged sheep, for entertainment and food. A well-informed warrior said in a low voice. As his words fell, the laughter abruptly stopped. Many warriors couldn't help but sneak a glance at the sky. A golden scroll shimmering with light hung in the sky. Legions like the Immortal soldiers, invisible ghost soldiers, and divine eye laser soldiers loomed over them like mountains. Clearly they were not fools. What's there to fear? Those are heavenly soldiers and generals. They wouldn't bother with us mere mortals. A warrior shouted loudly. As his words ended, the tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. Exactly. Big fish eat little fish, wolves eat sheep. It's only natural. The crowd chimed in agreement. While the Wolf clan was preparing breakfast, a well-ordered, imposing formation approached from afar. Leading them were a man and a woman. The man was burly, twice as tall as an ordinary person, wielding two giant axes, his aura like a mountain. Majestic and fierce. The woman had a curvaceous figure, a pale shoulder, carrying a scythe. They were none other than Yan Qin, commander of the Divine Power Broadsword Soldiers, and Mei Sanyang, the Iron Lady, commander of the Lightning Swift Soldiers. According to the mechanical bird up ahead, is a Wolf tribe camp of the Donghu. Mei Sanyang said, her gaze fixed ahead. With her cultivation at the heavenly realm, even from 1,000 meters away she could see the tragic scene at the Wolf camp. Suddenly her sharp eyes trembled. She had once been a commander of the Wei elite soldiers, having fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Murderous intent flared in her eyes. You're asking for death. The cold words still hung in the air, when Mei Sanyang's figure had already appeared at the Wolf camp 1,000 meters away. The lightning swift soldiers were known for their speed. With the rabbit talisman's blessing, Mei Sanyang moved almost as fast as teleportation. At the camp entrance, a Wolf warrior was dragging a terrified, crying woman toward the cauldron. Get in there. The Wolf warrior exerted force with his arm, but his head had already flown into the air. How is there a headless man? He thought, watching his own still-standing body as his last thought flashed. With a cold flash of blade light, in less than a breath, the heads of hundreds of Wolf warriors preparing the meal soared into the sky. At that moment the surrounding Wolf warriors finally reacted, shouting in terror, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" As the cries rose, the 20,000-strong Wolf army erupted into chaos. At that moment Yan Qin arrived with 1,000 divine power broadsword soldiers, closely following Mei Sanyang's 1,000 lightning swift soldiers. Kill! Yan Qin swung his two giant axes, and dozens of nearby Wolf warriors were cleaved in two by the sharp blade aura. The divine power broadsword soldiers swung their broadswords. With one strike they cut through both man and weapon, killing several at once. The lightning swift soldiers moved like lightning. Before the Wolf warriors could react, their heads were already separated from their bodies. 2,000 against 20,000. The battle was over in less than a minute. Corpses littered the ground, blood flowed like a river. Pa! Mei Sanyang stood atop a small hill of nearly 1,000 corpses, spitting fiercely. The corpses beneath her feet were all killed by her alone. She was too fast. Even if she were alone, it would not take much time to slaughter 20,000 troops. These bastards. I can't stand it a moment longer. Mei Sanyang looked at Yan Qin and said, "Senior brother, I'll go ahead." With that, Mei Sanyang vanished instantly. Along with her, 1,000 lightning swift soldiers disappeared. Move out. Yan Qin did not delay. He led the divine power broadsword soldiers toward another camp. Upon the boundless verdant prairie, 30,000 iron cavalry galloped fiercely, their black dragon banners and pitch-black armor forming a torrent of darkness. The imposing steeds and riders emanated a terrifying aura of blood and slaughter, the killing intent roaring like a blood dragon toward the heavens. Suddenly a swift horse raced from ahead. "Report, General! A wolf tribe camp lies ahead, 10,000 wolves all slain, only some Qin captives remain." The scout dismounted before Meng Tian and reported swiftly. "Move out." Meng Tian waved his hand and spurred his horse onward. 30,000 cavalry followed close behind. Dust billowed. Soon Meng Tian arrived at the camp the scout had described. Corpses lay strewn across the field, blood flowed like a river, bodies piled high, and the thick stench of blood filled the entire sky. Meng Tian surveyed the scene. Most bodies were mangled and incomplete, cleaved cleanly in two along with their blades. Swift, decisive, and ferocious. This must be the work of the divine power machete soldiers. Meng Tian could almost envision those soldiers wielding heavy machetes with godlike strength, cleaving both man and steed apart in a single blow. The divine power machete soldiers, ranked 9th on the legion list, are truly terrifying. Meng Tian's officers trembled inwardly. The top 10 legions each had distinct characteristics, making their kills easy to identify. Not only Meng Tian but his men could see it too. If they faced the divine power machete soldiers, they would likely suffer the same fate as these wolves. Utterly slaughtered. Beholding the wolves' grim fate, none of the 30,000 troops felt sympathy. Instead they felt the satisfaction of vengeance. Stationed at the border, they knew all too well the wolves' brutality. Moreover, the bones of Qin civilians lay scattered outside the camp, and the survivors, tortured beyond recognition, bore silent witness to the wolves' savagery. They only regretted arriving too late to personally slaughter those wolf beasts. Detail 1,000 men to escort them back and burn the bodies. The rest follow me. After inspecting, Meng Tian gave orders. He led the army onward. Everywhere they passed they saw only wolf tribe camps utterly annihilated. General, could the war god have wiped out the entire wolf tribe royal court overnight? As they approached the royal court, the lieutenant couldn't help but ask in awe. "It seems the royal court has indeed been destroyed." Meng Tian's voice was tinged with wonder. The sights along the way had shown him the true terror of the war god's legions. A top 10 ranking, well deserved. Even he had to concede. Speed up. Meng Tian led the army toward the wolf tribe royal court. Several hours later, Meng Tian finally arrived at the wolf tribe royal court. Before his eyes lay a ruin. The entire city had been razed. On the crumbling walls terrifying claw marks remained. Severed limbs and blood formed rivers, the stench of death overwhelming. A hellish scene. It seems the beast swarm soldiers took part in the siege. Meng Tian's heart trembled at the dreadful traces. He had seen Gongshu's formidable mechanisms and knew the terror of mechanical beasts. Yet the war god's beast swarm soldiers were 100,000 times more fearsome. Mechanical beasts were lifeless, requiring control with many limitations and inflexibility. But the beast swarm soldiers transformed the inanimate into the animate, turning dead things into living creatures. He could not fathom their full horror, but the ruin of the wolf royal court spoke volumes. With the wolf royal court destroyed, the Donghu and Yuezhi will likely follow soon. The wolf tribe is doomed. Meng Tian thought to himself. He no longer doubted the power of the war god's legions. They were simply beyond human resistance. This scene before him proved it. These wolf elites had been utterly massacred with no power to fight back. These wolf beasts finally faced retribution. How satisfying. What a pity not to have been there to slay a few more wolf cubs. A great regret in life. Long live the war god. Glorious war god. Long live Great Qin. The 30,000 troops gazed upon the slaughterhouse before them, their eyes devoid of fear, filled only with exhilaration and delight. In their hearts they felt a newfound respect and admiration for the godlike war god. Meng Tian, looking at the flattened royal court, murmured, "This must be reported to His Majesty immediately." The destruction of the wolf royal court was monumental. Soon a messenger bearing Meng Tian's letter rushed to Xianyang with utmost urgency. While Meng Tian and his men were stunned by the fall of the wolf royal court, legions like the lightning speed soldiers, divine power machete soldiers, beast swarm soldiers, and divine wing soldiers were sweeping through wolf tribe after wolf tribe like an autumn wind scattering leaves. With the divine wing soldiers and beast swarm soldiers scouting, even the wolves scattered across the grasslands could not evade Zhao Wu's legions. Meanwhile, Yan Fei led the undying soldiers, and Tian Yen led the divine eye laser soldiers into the strongholds of Donghu and Yuezhi, beheading their chieftains. Meng Tian with his 30,000 troops followed the trail of battle, handling aftermath. Corpses everywhere. The wolf tribe is utterly destroyed. Xianyang, War Prince Mansion. In the garden's bamboo grove lay a small lake, its waters clear and steaming. This was no ordinary lake but a hot spring. The War Prince Mansion naturally had no hot spring, but Zhao Wu, for his own comfort, had used his great power to extract flame essence and bury it underground, creating a man-made hot spring. He also connected the lake to an underground river, ensuring the water remained fresh and clean. Zhao Wu lounged half reclined in the warm spring, eyes closed in repose, utterly relaxed. "Your Highness, the heavenly sex master Xiaomeng has arrived seeking an audience, and is waiting outside. Nong Yu said softly as she approached Zhao Wu. Master Xiao Meng. Zhao Wu opened his eyes, a haughty and aloof figure surfacing in his mind. Silver hair tied high azure long dress wielding chilly with striking features. Let her wait. Zhao Wu's voice was indifferent. Did she think he would receive her at a moment's notice? He was no lovesick fool to rush over at her summons. He hadn't finished his bath. He turned over lying like a salted fish. No need, I have already come. A calm aloof voice rang out. Master Xiao Meng in high heels, her strikingly long legs moving gracefully, seemed slow but covered 10 meters in a single step, arriving beside Zhao Wu in an instant. An uninvited guest is a pest. Zhao Wu remained composed, lying serenely in the hot spring. And master barging in while I bathe, are you not afraid of tarnishing both our reputations? The world speaks of differences between men and women. These are but foolish vulgar constraints. As for reputation, it is laughable. Xiao Meng's clear cold voice carried disdain. There is a fungus that is born at dawn and dies at dusk, never knowing night or day. The cicada is born in spring and dies in summer, never knowing autumn or winter. Legend speaks of a divine tree called the Great Qin, which counts 8,000 years as a spring and 8,000 as an autumn, yet in the vastness of heaven and earth, it is but a fleeting moment. Life is like a white steed passing a crack. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. What do worldly reputations matter to me? The world has known me, yet I am everywhere. Mystery upon mystery, the gate of all wonders. Master Xiao Meng stood with Qiuli in hand, an ethereal immortal transcending worldly concerns, her deep spring-like eyes gazing calmly at Zhao Wu. I never expected the war prince, as the war god's successor, to be unable to escape these mundane views. Master Xiao Meng, are you implying that you have seen through it all? Zhao Wu's eyes lifted slightly, looking at the tall, haughty Xiao Meng with a playful gaze. The Tao of heaven is without desire, reputation and prejudice are but illusions. The physical body is but a skeleton of red powder. Xiao Meng's voice was as calm and cold as ever, but the pride in her words was unmistakable. Zhao Wu curled his lips. Do you know what I like most? What? Asked Xiao Meng. Exactly what you call skeleton of red powder, Zhao Wu said with a playful smile. The next moment, Xiao Meng felt an invisible, terrifying force pressing down on her. With a splash, unable to resist, or rather powerless to resist, she was pushed into the hot spring, landing before Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu stretched out his arm and pulled her slender waist close. Smooth and delicate, soft and supple. He looked down at her drenched form. At that moment Zhao Wu understood what it meant to see a beauty emerging from a bath. Peerless elegance. Even the goddess of the Luo River would pale in comparison. Xiao Meng's body trembled, her chest heaving, her face cold and dripping with water, murderous intent surging as she gathered a vast surge of true energy. Boom! The hot spring exploded, water splashing everywhere as geysers like swimming dragons surged toward Zhao Wu. Boom! Water splashed everywhere. A powerful aura burst forth from Xiao Meng's body like a volcanic eruption, and water dragons surged toward Zhao Wu. The water dragons were infused with Xiao Meng's true qi, so even a grandmaster warrior would not dare to withstand them. In Xiao Meng's view, even though Zhao Wu had slain Gao Jianli, he would still have to retreat from her strike. Yet the next moment Xiao Meng was stunned. Zhao Wu made no attempt to block. But the water dragons, comparable to a full-force strike from a grandmaster, landed on Zhao Wu only to vanish like a mud ox into the sea, as if a basin of water were poured on him. Completely ineffective. She had no idea that Zhao Wu's dragon god body could not be harmed in the slightest, not even by her grandmaster-level attacks, nor by the sword qi of a land sword immortal. How can he be this strong? Xiao Meng was horrified. She knew Zhao Wu had killed Gao Jianli, and was the heir of the martial god, so his strength was certainly not weak. He was at least a grandmaster. That was why she had struck without hesitation, unafraid of killing Zhao Wu. But she never imagined he would be so powerful. With just his physical body he effortlessly blocked her attack. How formidable must that body be? Her clear cold eyes fixed on Zhao Wu, taking in his chiseled flawless pectorals and 8-pack abs. The tranquil lake of her heart, once pure and undisturbed, could not help but ripple slightly. Suddenly the large hand around her slender waist tightened, and Xiao Meng's graceful proud body fell into Zhao Wu's arms. The two pressed tightly together. They could even feel each other's heartbeats. Xiao Meng's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Their eyes met. Zhao Wu looked down at Xiao Meng's cold, proud and perfect face so close to him and smiled slightly. It seems, Master Xiao Meng, that you too have not seen through it yet. Let go. Unable to maintain her facade, Xiao Meng's cold, proud face cracked slightly. She snapped coldly, not responding to Zhao Wu's words. Women indeed say one thing but mean another. Zhao Wu shook his head, released Xiao Meng and remarked, Your mouth says no, but your body is honest. Having met you today, the martial king is indeed extraordinary. As she spoke, Xiao Meng leaped out of the hot spring. With a surge of true qi, her soaked dress instantly dried. She resumed her aloof and proud demeanor. I will remember today's lesson. In the future I will certainly seek you out again. With these words, Xiao Meng's tall, voluptuous figure quickly faded away, disappearing from the martial king's mansion. Today she was no match for him. She had been humiliated and had nothing to say. But in the future she would surely defeat Zhao Wu and reclaim her honor. Indeed, Xiao Meng, this formidable woman, is not one that ordinary men can handle. Watching Xiao Meng's retreating back, Zhao Wu rubbed his hands and sighed. Your Highness is truly wicked. Now Master Xiao Meng will likely never forget you for the rest of her life. Nong Yu came to the hot spring, massaging Zhao Wu's shoulders and back, and smiled lightly. She had seen Zhao Wu's actions just now. It was far more than just a hug. Not only did she barge in without permission, but she also tried to act tough with me. Zhao Wu smiled calmly. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Your Highness speaks truly. Nong Yu smiled charmingly and said, if not for your Highness's telepathic order to stop, Master Xiao Meng would have been a dead person the moment she barged in. The guards of the martial king's mansion were merely a facade, but countless experts were hidden in the shadows, almost all of them using the snake talisman to become invisible. Even Xiao Meng was nothing more than an ant before such forces. Zhao Wu touched his nose, his fingertips still seeming to carry a trace of the lady's fragrance, and smiled faintly. So I saved her life, taking a little interest and giving her a lesson. Is that too much? Nong Yu laughed. Not at all. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng had returned to a stronghold of the heavenly sect of Taoism in Xianyang. She stood alone by a small pavilion in the middle of the lake, calmly extending her fair jade-like hand. As she raised her slender perfect index finger, a butterfly fluttered over and landed on her fingertip. She lowered her eyes to look at the butterfly. This was no ordinary butterfly. It was a mechanical butterfly. Yet the mechanical butterfly exuded a breath of life, as if it were filled with spiritual vitality, turning stillness into motion, bestowing life. Truly incredible, truly the means of immortals. Xiao Meng was deeply versed in Taoist arts, yet she could not comprehend it at all, and her heart was filled with awe. She felt even more reverence and admiration for the martial god's methods. But how did he know I was curious about the mechanical beast that turns stillness into motion? A hint of confusion appeared in Xiao Meng's limpid eyes. Just now, before she could state her purpose, she had been angered away by Zhao Wu. Only after leaving the martial king's mansion did she realize that Zhao Wu had given her a mechanical butterfly. On the butterfly's wings were engraved two lines: the martial king, and Xiao Meng enchanted by butterflies. A touch of red in the myriad rivers and autumn waters. Vulgar. Xiao Meng looked proud and stubborn, feeling the lingering pain in her chest. Her beautiful eyes were both ashamed and angry. She snorted, "Don't think that giving me a mechanical butterfly will make me forgive you. Despicable bastard. How dare you treat me like this? I will defeat you," Xiao Meng secretly vowed. Achoo! In the martial king's mansion, Zhao Wu, who was soaking in the hot spring, suddenly sneezed and muttered, "Who's thinking of me now? Little flame, little yen, or big shark? Of course, and our beautiful and lovely little jade." Zhao Wu laughed heartily, and with his finger, he gently tapped Nong Yu's delicate nose, making her pout. "Your Highness always knows how to tease me." "I'm not teasing you, I'm telling the truth. Come, let's soak in the hot spring together." Zhao Wu reached out and pulled Nong Yu into his embrace. Good things should be shared. Soaking in the hot spring is only fun when two people are together. Boom, boom, boom. Just then the Great Dao golden list in the sky suddenly trembled. Thousands of rays of rosy clouds and auspicious colors shone across the entire sky and earth. This terrifying commotion instantly alarmed everyone. What's happening? Aren't new lists announced once a month? It's not time yet. Could there be a new list announced early? Just as everyone was puzzled, a line of bold, powerful, and majestic characters appeared on the Great Dao golden list. Detected that the 9 continents are about to merge and reunite. The Great Dao golden list will simultaneously display the lists of other continents and nations. Gasp, gasp, gasp. Instantly the world was in an uproar. In the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng tightened his grip on the Tianwan sword. An aura of swallowing the world and sweeping across the 8 directions emanated from him. The majesty of an emperor made the world submit. The 9 continents unite. I shall sweep across the 8 continents and become the master of the 9 continents. His majestic gaze fixed on the Great Dao golden list, his heart filled with lofty ambition. As the emperor of Great Qin, he knew that in the ancient times there were 9 continents. The continent they now occupied was merely one of them, the central continent. However, too little information from the ancient times had been left behind. He knew little about it and did not know whether the other 8 continents had been destroyed or had drifted to other places. Now it seemed they had drifted elsewhere, and now the 9 continents were about to reunite. Not only Ying Zheng was excited, but the civil and military officials were also stirred. The reunification of the 9 continents was like the former struggle among the 7 states, giving them another opportunity to achieve merit and gain titles and positions. Now Great Qin has the Divine Sword list and the Legion list. The other continents must be similar. I want to see the strength of the other continental nations. Ying Zheng's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He was full of confidence in the iron cavalry of Great Qin. Though they could not compare to that freak the martial god, they could still surpass other nations, couldn't they? At the school of Yinyang Donghuang, Tai's spirit lifted, and he became excited. The fusion of the 9 continents will surely revive the glory of the ancient times. I might even seize this opportunity to become a land immortal. At the Gigu school, Gaguzi's eyes blazed with sword intent, soaring to the heavens. He murmured to himself, the fusion of the 9 continents. This will be an era of great contention, a glorious era. I wonder how strong the other continents are. When the list is announced, we should be able to get some idea. The Taoist masters Bei Mingzi of the heavenly sect, Sun Fuzi of the Confucian school, and all the strong ones who knew some secrets were stirred. At the martial king's mansion, Zhao Wu lay in the hot spring, his head resting on Nong Yu's lap. With lazy eyes he gazed at the sky and murmured to himself, the 9 continents unify. It's much sooner than I expected. He had been cultivating since he was in the womb. He was a master at birth and entered the Grandmaster realm at 1 year old. At 3 he advanced to the heavenly man realm. At 7 he became a land immortal. Once attaining the land immortal level 1 could ride the wind and travel to the North Sea in the morning and Kanggu in the evening. He had once left the central continent and reached other continents. For example, Tianzhou, where the Sui dynasty ruled. Martial arts flourished there. The righteous path had the sacred martial sites of Zihang Jingjai and Jingyanshan Temple, while the demonic sect had 2 factions and 6 schools. Seeing those familiar names, Zhao Wu was excited, and spent nearly a year traveling in Tianzhou experiencing its customs and culture. He had learned from the evil Emperor Xiang Yutian's Dao heart-kindling demon beaten, the evil king Shi Zhishuan, defeated the heavenly blade Song Ke, and experienced the charm of the Yin Empress. After having enough fun in Tianzhou, Zhao Wu, relying on his formidable strength, toured the various continents. Dizhou Great Song, Shenzhou Great Yuan, Yuzhou Great Ming, Hangzhou Great Qing, Huangzhou Great Han. Finally he had enough of wandering. How lonely it was to be invincible. Zhao Wu returned to the central continent Great Qin. In his hometown Shuhe County, he became a salted fish, a slacker. Occasionally he would turn over. Heavenly continent, the Great Sui dynasty, Imperial Palace. Emperor Yangguang dismissed his attendants, leaving only 2 people in the imperial study. One was a middle-aged man with a majestic aura and an air of authority between his brows, the Pillar King of Great Sui Yonglin. The other was a young man clad in golden armor wielding a golden divine sword with a sharp and extraordinary demeanor. He was the imperial guardian of Great Sui Yuan Tua. The sword in his hand was the ancient divine sword Shenyuan sword. These 2 were the twin pillars of the Great Sui dynasty. Pillar King Yonglin commanded the army, and his prisoner dragon staff was invincible. Yuan Tua wielded the Shenyuan sword, his cultivation reaching the pinnacle, suppressing both the martial world and the court. Yet even so, Emperor Yangguang still felt overwhelmed, for the world was in utter chaos. Beacons of war blazed on all sides and feudal lords carved up the land. In the martial world, the Zihang Jingjai, under the banner of aiding the world, supported feudal lords and chose an emperor on behalf of heaven. The 2 factions and 6 paths of the demonic sect also backed their own people, vying for supremacy. In the court, Tang King Li Yuan occupied a region. His eldest son Li Jiansheng commanded the Bu Liangren, infiltrating everywhere. His second son Li Shimin commanded the Xuanjia army, excelling in both civil and military affairs, gathering a large group of strategists and martial generals enjoying immense prestige. His fourth son Li Yuanba, born with divine strength, wielded the drum and gong golden hammers, capable of breaking through thousands of troops. Even Pillar King Yonglin was no match. Only the imperial guardian Yuan Tua with the Shenyuan sword could contend with him. And there were several other feudal lords like Li Yuan in Great Sui. Liang King Zhu when commanded 300,000 troops. His eldest son Zhu Yugui cultivated the 9 nether profound heaven art, established the Dark Nether sect, and was called the Nether Emperor. His second son Zhu Youan, known as the Ghost King, shook the martial world. Jin King Li Qiong commanded 200,000 troops. His 13 guardians were famed far and wide. Except for the second guardian, his biological son Li Kungsu, the other 12 were all adopted sons. He organized the Tunguen Hall with 12 of his 13 guardians as adopted sons. The Tunguen Hall, besides the sacred lord Li Siyuan and the second sage Li Sijao, had the 10 gates of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, courage, forbearance, each headed by one of the 10 adopted sons. Qi King Li Maojian commanded 200,000 troops, secretly adopted the alias of female emperor, established the illusory sound pavilion, and commanded the 9 heavenly saintly maidens. Apart from these, there were also Song Ke, the heavenly blade, who occupied Lingnan, the Yuan clan that was increasingly slipping out of control, and rebels like Li Mi of Wagong Stockade, Wang Shichong, Do Jenda, Lu Wuzhou. Yang Guang's head ached just thinking about it, his mind and body exhausted. He lifted his head, stared at the sky, and said with a distant gaze, The Great Dao Golden List has emerged, making the already chaotic world even more turbulent. Now that the 9 continents are about to unite, the world's landscape will surely undergo a great change. This great sway realm, the only ones I can trust are my uncle and the Imperial Guardian. The rest are all ambitious wolves. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Even if I have to exhaust this old bone, I swear to crush the rebels and clear the world for Your Majesty. I will be ground to dust and die 1,000 deaths without regret. Pillar King Yonglin said in a deep voice. When it came to loyalty to Great Sway, if he claimed second, no one dared to claim first. Uncle, you are the pillar of Great Sway, the supporting beam. The rebels can be left unexterminated, but you must take care of your health. You must not come to harm. Yongguang helped Yonglin up and said with emotion, Your servant will use the sword in his hand to cut down all disloyalty for Your Majesty. Yuan Tua followed. I trust the Imperial Guardian. Yongguang looked at Yonglin and Yuan Tua. Now that the 9 continents are about to unite, the Great Dao Golden List will display the national rankings of each continent. I believe there will surely be an overall ranking of the 9 continents. With the Imperial Guardian's ability and the sharpness of the Shenyuan sword, you will surely top the 9 continents ranking, obtain the Great Dao's reward, and elevate your cultivation to an even higher level. On the Great Sway Divine Weapon ranking, the Shenyuan sword occupied the top spot. Even with the unification of the 9 continents, Yongguang was confident. Yuan Tua felt the same. He said, If the reward is beneficial to Your Majesty, your servant will gladly offer it. Yongguang waved his hand and said, The Imperial Guardian has already given me the 3-turn creation pill from the previous reward, granting me an extra 100 years of life and elevating my cultivation to the heavenly human realm. How can I take your reward again? Besides the divine weapon ranking, there is also the Legion ranking. More rankings will appear in the future. There is still a long way to go. Having gained an extra 100 years of life and greatly improved his cultivation, Yongguang was no longer eager for rewards. Moreover, snatching a minister's reward, no matter how loyal he was, would cause problems. He had that much insight and magnanimity. Yongguang once again looked at the golden list in the sky. Let us see what divine weapons and legions the other continents and countries have. As his voice fell, the Great Dao Golden List in the sky radiated endless splendor. A new list appeared beside the Great Sway Divine Weapon ranking. With the emergence of this list, boundless sword intent filled the sky, and all swords in the world clanged in resonance. Central Continent Great Qin Divine Sword ranking. First place, Wangquan Sword. Holder Martial God. Description: the world's one sword Wangquan dominates the age. This is a celestial sword. Reward: divine grade superior sword technique. Slaying ghosts and gods, heavenly righteousness, enduring vastness, neither seeking to slay immortals, but to cut down ghosts and gods. Second place, Nether Sword. Holder Martial God. Description: a sword with demonic nature and a curse. When drawn it must drink blood. When the nether emerges, heaven and earth darken. Reward: divine grade medium pill. Life-giving creation pill revives the dead, regenerates flesh and bone, reshapes the body, pure and spotless, attainable as a peerless form. Third place, Chiyu Sword. Holder Yen. Description: the 9 heavens mysterious maiden forged it from fallen stars for the warrior Chiyo, imbued with immense divine power and demonic nature, capable of turning people into demons. Reward: divine grade medium pill. 7 orifices exquisite pill can forge an exquisite heart. 7 orifices finely tuned wisdom increased 100-fold, possessing a steadfast heart, unmoved by externals, unswayed by temptations, immune to all evils. Central Continent Great Qin. It is a divine sword ranking, not a divine weapon ranking. Could it be that Great Qin focuses on swords? Yongguang mused inwardly. Because this was a list that had already been announced, it was now manifested simultaneously, revealing everything at once. Unlike a new list appearing which would be ranked one by one from the bottom. And looking at the list, they naturally read from the top down. Wangquan Sword. The world's one sword Wangquan dominates the age. Such a domineering name. Yongguang praised the top-ranked divine sword. Your Majesty, this martial god must have reached the pinnacle of martial arts. The runner-up Nether Sword is also held by him. Pillar King Yonglin said. Indeed. He calls himself martial god. I wonder if he truly lives up to the name. Yongguang nodded slightly and continued to look down. The next moment, he and Pillar King Yonglin were both stunned. How is this possible? The Chiyu Sword is only ranked 3rd. Yongguang exclaimed in disbelief. The Chiyu Sword was an ancient divine sword comparable to the Shenyuan Sword. Such a divine sword was only ranked 3rd. In his view, if the Shenyuan Sword were absent, the Chiyu Sword would surely dominate the top spot. If the Chiyu Sword is ranked 3rd, then on a 9 continents divine weapon, ranking the Shenyuan Sword might not necessarily take the top spot. Yongguang thought to himself. The overall ranking of the 9 continents would surely offer rich rewards. Although he had said he would not take Yuan Tuo's reward, Yuan Tuo becoming stronger would increase the strength of his Great Sway dynasty. Martial God. Could it be him? While Yang Guang and Yang Lin were shocked by the ranking of the Qiyu sword, Yuan Tuo stared at the name Martial God Sword, intent surging in his eyes, and exclaimed, "Oh, the Imperial Guardian knows Martial God." Yang Guang and Yang Lin looked at Yuan Tuo in surprise. After all, Martial God was from Central Continent Great Qin, and Yuan Tuo was in the Heavenly Continent. Logically, they could not have known each other. "Your Majesty, many years ago I encountered a mysterious person. His bearing was extraordinary, his beauty unparalleled, like a perfect divine being, making others feel inferior. I have never seen anyone like him in my life." Yuan Tuo cupped his hands and continued, "Of course, what was most astonishing was not his unmatched beauty and aura but his age and strength. Although he was tall and slender with a languid air like a dashing young gentleman, I could sense that his life force was extremely youthful, definitely no more than 18. Yet, even so, I drew the Shenyuan sword and struck with full force, but was defeated in a single move. He didn't even draw his sword. He merely joined his fingers into a sword and sent a single sword chi that defeated me." "What? A single sword chi defeated the Imperial Guardian? Could he be an old monster who has returned to youth?" Yang Guang and Yang Lin were shaken. They knew Yuan Tuo's talent and strength best. They never imagined there could be such a person in the world. He was almost inhuman. Yuan Tuo said, "Even now that I have entered the so-called divine void realm, the earthly immortal, I feel that I am still no match for him back then. At that time I asked his name and the name of that move. He only left 8 words before drifting away gracefully." "What words?" Yang Guang and Yang Lin were consumed by curiosity. Could there really be such a formidable person in the world? If he was already so terrifying back then, what realm must he be in now? Yuan Tuo's eyes held a trace of recollection. He spoke each word slowly in a deep voice. "Martial arts attaining divinity. Heavenly mandate sword Dao. Martial arts reaching divinity. Heavenly mandate sword Dao." Yang Lin said, "What arrogant words. Without strength it's arrogance. With strength it's called dominance." Yang Guang smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Martial God, martial arts reaching divinity. Perhaps it truly is one person. Whether it's one person or not, when the 9 provinces eventually unite, I shall witness whether his Wangquan sword or my Shenyuan sword is sharper." Yuan Tuo's eyes surged with sword intent, his battle spirit blazing, eager to try. "If there's an opportunity, I would like to watch the battle." Yang Guang spoke, his words filled with anticipation. He had great confidence in Yuan Tuo's strength. Yuan Tuo said softly, "If there is a chance, I will surely report to your Majesty." "Good. Then I shall wait and see." Yang Guang nodded and continued to watch the remaining divine sword ranking. This divine sword ranking actually has 100 entries. It seems the sword path in Zhongzhou Great Qin is extremely flourishing. King Reliance Yang Lin gazed at the entire ranking, his expression solemn. Especially the martial god. He alone occupies 9 of the top 10 spots. His strength must be extraordinary. Perhaps the martial god is a blacksmith. Yang Guang smiled wryly, making a jest. The martial god was certainly not a blacksmith. Otherwise he would be called Iron God or Craftsman God. But why isn't the martial god called the Sword God? Yang Lin looked at the divine sword ranking, a doubt rising in his heart. Could it be that the martial god's strongest skill is not the sword? Taiyuan, Tang King Li Yuan summoned his civil and military officials, gazing at the golden list in the sky, and said, "Now that the 9 provinces are about to unite, the situation under heaven will surely undergo great changes." Upon hearing this, the officials had varied expressions. Some were solemn, some excited, each with their own demeanor. The second son, Li Shimin, stepped forward and said, "Father King, the 9 provinces have not yet united. We should do our utmost to expand our strength. Only by being strong ourselves can we stand firm in the coming great age of contention and achieve the kingly hegemony. At the same time, we must prepare. Once the 9 provinces unite, we must quickly understand the power structures of the other provinces, form alliances and cross-alliances, choose suitable forces for marriage, and forge offensive and defensive pacts." As Li Shimin's words fell, many civil and military officials present echoed, "The second son is absolutely right. Once the 9 provinces unite, there will likely be many empires in the world no weaker than Great Sway. If we want to develop, we must seek allies and engage in strategic alliances. Seeking allies is imperative." Damn, he's showing off again. Watching the official's approval, Li Jianxing, as the eldest brother, roared in his heart, a flicker of murderous intent deep in his eyes. Li Yuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "When the 9 provinces unite, the territories of each province will border each other, inevitably leading to conflicts. If we want to establish ourselves, we indeed need suitable allies. This matter." Li Yuan was about to entrust it to Li Shimin, but before he could finish, Li Jianxing quickly stepped forward and said, "Father King, my subordinates from the Bureau of Secrets are the best at gathering intelligence. Let this matter be entrusted to me. I will surely uncover the details of each force for Great Tang and find the most suitable allies." "Very well, this matter is your responsibility." Li Yuan glanced at Li Jianxing and agreed. He also knew that Li Shimon's prominence had overshadowed his eldest son Li Jiansheng. If this continues, it will not be good. Father King, rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Li Jiansheng bowed and clasped his hands overjoyed in his heart, casting a triumphant glance at Li Shimon like a victorious rooster. Fengxiang, Qi Prince's mansion. By the hall's window a figure stood with hands clasped behind. She was clad in royal robes, noble and weighty, bright eyes and white teeth, a clear and cold visage radiant and spirited. Her tall frame, hair bound high in a crown, heroic and spirited, composed and calm. A long sword hung at her waist, her expression resolute, her bearing extraordinary. 2 red marks between her brows, a cold gaze exuding maturity and aloofness from head to toe. A deep domineering aura radiated around her, fully displaying the demeanor of a monarch. She was Li Maozhen, the Prince of Qi. To be precise, she was Li Maozhen's younger sister Shui Yunji, the Empress of the Illusory Sound Pavilion. Because her brother had gone to the 12 caverns to seek sorcery, she had no choice but to shoulder the heavy burden of Qi state, disguising herself as a man to replace her brother Li Maozhen as the Prince of Qi and guard the kingdom. Over the years she had played 2 roles alone, supporting Qi state and the Illusory Sound Pavilion amidst wolves surrounding her. In the eyes of others, she was the lofty, peerless Empress of the Illusory Sound Pavilion. She was the powerful separatist feudal lord Prince Li Maozhen of Qi. But who knew the loneliness behind her? Who could she confide in? Neither the Prince of Qi nor the Empress was what she truly desired. Her frail shoulders could not bear such a heavy burden. Especially now, with the Great Dao Golden List manifesting and the world in turmoil, one misstep could lead to utter destruction. Her majestic gaze turned to the newly appeared list. The divine sword ranking of Zhongzhou Great Qin, the Wangquan sword. The holder, martial god. Seeing this name, Empress Shui Yunji's body trembled sharply, and her originally stern and resolute eyes seemed to melt into a myriad of tender feelings. He is actually in Zhongzhou Great Qin. Humph, men are no good. Empress Shui Yunji snorted coldly in her heart, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. In her life there were 2 most important men. One had abandoned her 16 years ago. In a daze she seemed to return to that time. Are you really leaving? Why? The still young Empress questioned with tears. For Qi state, said Li Maozhen. The 12 caverns is just a legend. Do you really want to abandon everyone to search for a non-existent place? The Empress refused to give up, wanting to hold him back. It is not a legend, said Li Maozhen. What about the Illusory Sound Pavilion? The Empress pressed. You have it, said Li Maozhen. And Qi state, said the Empress. After I leave you will be the Prince of Qi, said Li Maozhen. You are insane, the Empress roared. I know this is not a responsibility you should bear. To be a king one must first learn to lose. This is the fate of our Li family. You will lose your freedom, your future love, even your life. You will be chained to the throne until death. But as humans there are things we must do. Li Maozhen walked away without looking back. Qi state and the Illusory Sound Pavilion pressed down on her fragile shoulders with internal strife and external threats, wolves surrounding her. No one knew how she had endured these 16 years. 10 years ago another man appeared in her life. That man was like a deity. Graceful, towering, and majestic. His perfection was breathtaking and his strength was unfathomable. After her brother Li Maozhen left during her most difficult time, that man descended from the heavens like the heroic figure she had always dreamed of, riding on colorful clouds, fulfilling every fantasy of her maiden heart. That period was the happiest time of her life. However, good times did not last long. That man was even more heartless. He left without a word. He only left a note and a divine artifact called the Dog Talisman. Parting is for a better reunion. Empress Shui Yunji recalled the words on the note, her jade hand clenched tightly. Bastard. This time I will definitely find you. Empress Shui Yunji gritted her teeth. Bianzhou, the Jiaolon Hall. On the resplendent golden dragon throne sat a corpulent man clad in a dragon robe, his figure broad and obese. The man had a full beard, 2 fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth, and a large golden dragon ornament hanging from his neck. In his arms he held a delicate and beautiful woman. He was Liang King Zhu. The divine sword ranking of Great Qin in the central continent is quite intriguing. So many divine swords exist. Zhu gazed at the golden scroll of the Dao in the sky and fumed. Tang King Li Yuan possesses the dragon spring sword. Qi King Li Maozhen owns the purple dawn sword, yet I the king do not have a single sword on this ranking. The sword that rules the world. The sovereign sword. Not bad. Zhu lowered his gaze, looking at his eldest son Zhu Yogui, who stood in the center of the hall. Zhu Yogui, having forcibly practiced the lower volume of the 9 nether profound heaven divine art, had suffered a Qi deviation, causing his stature to shrink until he resembled a 3-year-old child. He wore skull ornaments, had 2 curved horns on his forehead, and a flame mark between his brows, making him appear neither human nor ghost. Since father favors it, once the 9 continents unite, I shall retrieve the sovereign sword from the martial god and present it to you. Zhu Yugui understood Zhu Wen's intent and cupped his hands in reply. Ha ha ha, excellent. My son's divine art is unmatched. Once you act, you will surely slay the martial god with a flip of your hand and bring back the divine sword. Zhu Wen laughed heartily. I will record this as a great merit. Thank you, father. Zhu Yugui bowed in gratitude. Yet no one noticed the flash of icy coldness deep in his eyes. Father, I established the Dark Nether sect for you, forced myself to cultivate the 9 Nether profound heaven divine art, and became this inhuman ghostly form. Denied even the path of humanity. I did so much for you, yet you still dislike me. Are you trying to use the martial god's hand to eliminate me? A surge of bitter chill and hatred rose in Zhu Yugui's heart. Even though he prided himself on his peerless martial skills, he dared not claim invincibility under heaven, let alone across the entire 9 continents. The martial god who dominated the top of the rankings possessed numerous divine swords, and bore the title of martial god. His strength must be extraordinary. Was Zhu Wen not sending him to his death by ordering him to retrieve the sword? If that little beast were to mutually wound or perish together with the martial god, I would reap the benefits, gaining the martial god's swords and treasures while fully controlling the Dark Nether sect. Zhu Wen thought with anticipation, his eyes flickering with disgust, as he looked at Zhu Yugui's dwarfed monstrous form. Someone like you, a little monster that cannot even tread the path of humanity, dares to aspire to the throne. Look at yourself. But that little monster's wife is truly splendid. Zhu Wen tightly embraced the beauty in his arms, Zhang Xinjiang fondling her without restraint. He showed no scruples. He delighted in his daughters-in-law, especially Zhang Xinjiang, the wife of Dark Nether Emperor Zhu Yugui. Father, since you do not treat me as a son, then do not blame me when the time comes. Zhu Yugui watched Zhu Wen and Zhang Xinjiang, his heart seething with killing intent. Though he had become a dwarf and could not engage in carnal acts, he was still a man. Meanwhile, in the heavenly continent's great Sui, the earthly continent's great Song, the mysterious continent's great Yuan, the universal continent's great Ming, the vast continent's great Qin, and the barren continent's great Han, as they announced the divine sword ranking of Great Qin in the central continent. Another ranking appeared beside the central continent's Great Qin divine sword ranking, at the martial prince's residence. Zhao Wu, who was soaking in a hot spring, looked up and saw heavenly continent Great Sui divine weapon ranking, first place I Shen Yuan sword holder Yuan Tua. Description: legend has it that the Immortals forged the sword for the Yellow Emperor from copper from Mount Shou, later passed to you the Great. One side of the blade bears the sun, moon, and stars, the other side mountains, rivers, and plants. The hilt is inscribed with techniques of farming and animal husbandry on one side and strategies for unifying the 4 seas on the other. Its interior contains boundless power, making it a divine sword for slaying demons and evil spirits. Reward: divine grade mid-rank threefold creation pill, which seizes the essence of heaven and earth. One who consumes it gains a century of martial power and a century of lifespan. Second place, a Dragon Spring sword holder, Li Yuan. Description: also known as the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, a sword of the Imperial Dao. Reward: divine grade mid-rank life-giving creation pill, which can revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, reshape the body, making it pure and flawless, granting unparalleled grace. Third place, Narcissus blade holder Song K. Description: light and agile with unmatched sharpness. Reward: divine grade mid-rank heavenly blade essence pill. Consuming it grants comprehension of the heavenly blade's intent. Those who have already comprehended it will elevate their blade intent to a higher level. It is the ancient divine weapon Shenyuan sword. So the Shenyuan sword is in the heavenly continent's great Sui. No wonder it was not found in Great Qin. Nongyu exclaimed in realization as she gazed at the heavenly continent's great Sui divine weapon ranking. Is it that powerful? Zhao Wu shrugged. He had seen it a decade ago. The strength of a sword ultimately depends on the one who wields it. After all, it is the human who controls the sword, not the sword that controls the human. Of course, it is not as formidable as Your Highness. Nongyu's large eyes were filled with worship, admiration, and love. Your Highness is the mightiest person in the world. In what way am I mighty? Zhao Wu wrapped his arms around Nongyu's slender waist, leaned close to her delicate face, and smiled. Your Highness. Nongyu's exquisite face flushed crimson, her cheeks burning hot. She murmured softly, at a loss for words. Her heart pounded wildly. She knew Zhao Wu was about to tease her again. Anticipation and shyness mingled within her. Suddenly Zhao Wu said, "Have you ever heard a saying?" "What saying?" "Only the envy of Mandarin ducks, not of immortals." Zhao Wu spoke. "How beautiful!" Nongyu's eyes shimmered with longing. "There is something even more beautiful." "What is it?" Nongyu's eyes brightened with curiosity and expectation. Zhao Wu smiled gently. "Mandarin ducks playing in the water." "Ah!" Nongyu was startled, realizing she had been tricked. She shot Zhao Wu a sharp glance and chided. "Your Highness, you are so wicked." "There is something even more wicked." "Ah?" At the Zhangtai Palace, while Zhao Wu was still in the mood for flirtation and sightseeing, Ying Zheng and his assembled ministers stared intently at the golden scroll of the Dao. So the Shenyuan sword is in the heavenly continent's great Sui. I wonder who this Yuan Tuo is. Could he be the emperor of Great Sui? Ying Zheng speculated. Your Majesty, I suspect that the holder of the second-rank Dragon Spring Sword Li Yuan is likely an emperor, for the Dragon Spring Sword is also a sword of the Imperial Dao. The Shenyuan sword itself possesses extraordinary power, so it is natural for it to rank first. But the Dragon Spring Sword, which does not appear overwhelmingly powerful, still claims second place. Li Si analyzed. This indicates that the holder Li Yuan is quite remarkable. Either his martial arts are unparalleled or his influence is vast. Moreover, the Dragon Spring Sword is a sword of the Imperial Dao, so I believe Li Yuan is more likely to be an emperor. Ying Zheng nodded slightly. With no more information, they could only rely on guesses and deductions. I wonder how the Shenyuan sword compares to the Sovereign Sword. Which is stronger? Wang Ben asked with curiosity. The Shenyuan sword is equal in fame to the Qiyu sword, at most slightly superior to it, and about on par with the Nether sword. The martial god's sovereign sword is definitely more powerful, Feng Qiji declared. Indeed, if the 9 continents divine weapon ranking were compiled, the sovereign sword would surely claim first place. If the 9 continents army ranking were made, the martial god would dominate the list. I am now looking forward to the 9 continents army ranking. The expressions of the other continental powers when they see the martial god topping the charts will surely be amusing. The ministers spoke one after another. They held an inexplicable confidence in the martial god. I am also looking forward to it, Ying Zheng said, as if he could already imagine the other continental emperors' faces. Their disbelief and mixed emotions. When they saw their armies utterly crushed by the martial god's legions. He had experienced it himself. He continued to read the heavenly continent's Great Sui divine weapon ranking. 4th place, Purple Dawn Sword Holder Empress. Description: Purple Blade, a sword of kings. Reward: divine grade low rank, heavenly silkworm robe impervious to water and fire, impenetrable by blades, immune to dust, nourishes the skin, making it fair and supple. 5th place, War Drum Golden Hammer, Holder Li Yuanba. Description: weighs 800 jin, overwhelming force, conquers 100 techniques. Reward: divine grade low rank, Great Annihilation Hammer technique. 6th place, Phoenix Wing Golden Halberd Holder Yuan Chengdu. Description: weighs 320 jin, shaped like a trident. The central spear tip is exceptionally sharp, and the 2 wings resemble spread phoenix feathers. 7th place, 8-sided Plum Blossom Bright Silver Hammer Holder Pei Yuan Qing. 8th place, Water and Fire Prison Stick Holder Yang Lin. 9th place, Demon's Loot Holder Zhu Yuyan. 10th place, Colorless Sword Holder Fan Qing Hui. 11th, Golden Armored 4-edged Bronze Mace Holder Qin Shubao. Description: horse tramples both banks of the Yellow River, maces strike 3 prefectures and 6 cities. Filial to mother like Zhuanzhu, generous to friends like Meng Tian. The Divine Fist Guardian Qin Xiong Qin Shubao's weapon, a pair of maces weighing 130 jin. 12th, 5-hook Divine Flying Silver Spear Holder Luo Cheng. 13th, Bronze Cudgel Holder Xiong Kuahai. Holder Xiong Kuahai. 14th, Bamboo Section Steel Whip Holder Yu Qigong. 15th, Huntian Tang Holder Wu Tianxi. Why are most of the weapons on this Great Sui divine weapon ranking heavy weapons? If these people were commanders, they would surely be peerless tiger generals. In Zhongtai Palace, Marquis Tongwu Wang Ben gazed at the golden list and marveled. Take Li Yuanba's hammer weighing 800 jin. Being able to wield such a hammer means Li Yuanba must be born with divine strength and be incredibly terrifying. Such a person on the battlefield would surely crush everything. That 800 jin hammer smashes down. Whether you are man or horse, all are shattered. Others like Pei Yuanqing's hammer weighs 400 jin, Yuan Chengdu's Phoenix Wing Gilded Tang weighs 320 jin, and most other weapons are several hundred jin. How does Marquis Tongwu know they are not generals? Perhaps they are generals of Great Sui. Li Si heard this and asked in return. As the words fell, Ying Zheng and the civil and military officials were all startled. The atmosphere in the hall immediately became oppressive. If these people were all Great Sui generals, then Great Sui's military strength would be somewhat terrifying. For a moment, even Ying Zheng felt a trace of heavy pressure. If only the martial god's legion could be used by me. With the martial god's divine weapons, even the states of the 9 provinces would be nothing to fear. Ying Zheng sighed inwardly, but then his gaze became resolute. Better to rely on oneself than on others. When did Ying Zheng stoop to needing others? Thinking back to those years, he suppressed Lao Ai, overthrew Lu Buwei, swept through the 6 kingdoms, and unified the realm. Even if the 9 provinces were united, he could still pacify them and become the master of the 9 provinces. Even if they are Great Sui generals, so what? What does Great Qin fear from a battle? Ying Zheng's voice was low, imposing, without anger. As he spoke, an aura of overwhelming dominance spread out as if swallowing mountains and rivers. It made people feel an impulse to kneel and submit. The civil and military officials shuddered, and Marquis Tongwu Wang Ben even knelt on one knee and said resolutely, "When the 9 provinces are united, I am willing to lead troops to attack Great Sui. I want to see if the Great Sui generals are really that formidable. I am willing to lead troops to conquer and pacify the 9 provinces. Following Wang Ben's lead, a group of generals volunteered one after another. Good, my Great Qin Iron Cavalry could sweep the 6 kingdoms, and now they can sweep the 9 provinces as well. Ying Zheng waved his hands, spirited and elated, as if he had returned to the time of unifying the 6 kingdoms. He wanted the Black Dragon banner of Great Qin to be planted across the 9 provinces. Alright, let's first look at the ranking. Ying Zheng had the officials rise, then looked up at the Grand Dao Golden List. At that moment, on the Golden List, light surged and majestic characters appeared. Huangzhou Great Han Divine Weapon Ranking First, Fangtian Huaji Square Sky, Halberd Holder Lu Bu. Description: the Fangtian Huaji is 1 zhang and 2 qilong forged from celestial divine iron. The shaft seems to contain the spirit of the 8 wasteland fire dragon, giving a burning sensation when touched. The sharp tip at the top exudes a terrifying murderous aura that stirs one's ferocity. The 4-sided blades seem to harbor the power of Azura, bewitching the mind and thirsting for blood and slaughter. Reward: Divine Grade Mid-Rank 3-turn creation pill, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Those who consume it can gain 100 years of cultivation and 100 years of lifespan. Second, Green Dragon Crescent Blade Holder Guan. Yu description: the Green Dragon Crescent Blade was forged from deep-sea cold iron by the world's greatest blacksmith only on full moon nights. It took 49 days. When completed, suddenly wind and clouds surged and 1780 drops of blood fell from the sky. This blood was the blood of a green dragon, hence the name. The more people it kills, the stronger its blade aura. After killing 1780 people, it can condense the green dragon blade soul. Reward: Divine Grade Mid-Rank Life Creation Pill, reviving the dead, restoring flesh and bone, reforging the physical body pure and flawless, enabling a peerless appearance. Third, Dragon Gall Silver Spear Holder Zhao Yun description. Fourth, Qinggang Sword Holder Chao Chao. Fifth, Etienne Sword Holder Chao Chao. Sixth, 8-foot Serpent Spear Holder Zhang Fei. Seventh, Male and Female Double Swords Holder Liu Bei. Prince Wu's Mansion. Your Highness, do the experts from other provinces not like using swords? Why do most seem to be long weapons? Heavy weapons. In the hot spring, Nongyu lay limp in Zhao Wu's arms, her pretty face blushing like a rosy cloud, her blurred eyes gazing at the celestial golden list with curiosity. In Great Qin, most experts use swords. Feng, who made a sword manual. When the Grand Dao Golden List appeared, it also made a divine sword ranking. But now the successive Great Sui Divine Weapon Ranking and Great Han Divine Weapon Ranking mostly feature long weapons and heavy weapons. Just a coincidence. Both Great Sui and Great Han are in chaotic periods with warlords dividing the land. Most of those on the list are generals, so long and heavy weapons dominate. Zhao Wu said calmly, among the 9 provinces, only our Zhongzhou Great Qin and Yuzhou Great Ming have the most swordsmen. Your Highness is truly amazing, you even know about other provinces. Nongyu looked at him with admiration. She didn't ask how Zhao Wu knew. In her heart, Zhao Wu was all-powerful anyway. Then, Your Highness, are the swordsmen of Great Qin stronger, or those of Great Ming? Nongyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course. Zhao Wu tapped her delicate nose and laughed. Of course, this prince is the strongest. Achoo! As soon as Zhao Wu finished, he sneezed and muttered. Who is thinking of me again? Could it be little Yeye or little Xingxing? At the same time, in Yuzhou Great Ming, Wang Quan's sword martial god. At Wanmei Manor, a figure stood tall, white as snow, like a sculpture that had stood there since ancient times. Although he was dressed in pure white, the sword he was wiping was black. Jet black, narrow, long and ancient, a peerless weapon of the world. The blade was 3 feet 7 inches long, weighing 7 jin and 13 liang. There is a kind of person who has reached the realm of a god, because he is already devoid of emotion. There is a kind of sword technique that no one can see, because those fortunate enough to witness it have all passed away. There is a kind of loneliness that cannot be described, because it originates from the depths of the soul. He was a man called the Sword God, Shimen Chueshue. Shimen Chueshue's cold eyes gazed at the Great Qin divine sword ranking in the sky. Seeing so many swordsmen, even his icy heart could not help but boil. And swordsmen like Shimen Chueshue were not just one. The life-taking swordsman Yan Shisan, the lord of Baiyun City on Feishan Island in the South Sea Yi Guqing, the third young master of divine sword manor Xie Xiaofeng. Countless swordsmen gazed at the newly appeared Great Qin divine sword ranking, their blood boiling. They never expected that besides Great Ming there was another Great Qin with so many swordsmen. Wang Quan Sword, Netherworld Sword, Qi Yu Sword, Phoenix Blood Swordling, Frost Sword, Hero Sword, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Fire Kirin Sword. For a swordsman, a precious sword is a second life. Many swordsmen without a suitable sword set their sights on the divine swords on the Great Qin divine sword ranking. It was not just a sword, but also represented the reward from the Grand Dao Golden List. However, for ordinary swordsmen, the top 10 or even top 20 divine swords they dared not covet. Like their Great Ming divine weapon ranking, the holders were mostly famous and formidable figures. They dared not provoke them at all. They didn't know the situation in Great Qin. As for the martial god who dominated the list, they certainly dared not provoke him. But the Great Qin Divine Sword ranking had 100 slots, more than their Great Ming Divine Weapon ranking. They didn't believe every sword holder was so powerful. Besides, no matter how high one's martial arts, a cleaver can still be feared. No matter how high one's martial arts, a cup can knock them down. Of course, some also set their sights on the martial god. For example, there was a martial arts forbidden ground in Great Ming. Although it was a forbidden ground, it was exceptionally beautiful, with hundreds of flowers blooming like a paradise on earth. What was even more surprising was that there were no men here. All were graceful and beautiful women. This was the men's forbidden ground in the Jianghu Shoyu Valley's Yihua Palace. Rumble. A loud crash came from within Yihua Palace. A table in the hall was split in two, revealing a bottomless dark crack in the floor. Before the crack stood a peerless beauty. She had an extremely beautiful face and bright eyes with an ethereal temperament and unparalleled elegance. In her hand she held a dark green short sword 1 foot 7 inches long. At first glance it seemed to have no luster, but if you looked again you would feel a chilling sword aura pressing upon your brows, making it hard to open your eyes. It was the ancient divine weapon Bishu Danking. The beautiful woman holding it was the Grand Palace Lord of Yihua Palace, Zhao Wu. Damn it! He actually ran to Zhongzhou Great Qin. No wonder I searched all over Great Ming and couldn't find his trace. This time see where you can run. Yao Yu gripped the Bishu Danking tightly, her bright eyes fixed on the martial god at the top of the Great Qin Divine Sword ranking. If you run again, I'll break your legs and make you stay by my side forever. We'll never part. As she spoke, her voice suddenly became gentle, but her words sent chills down one's spine. Eh? In Zhongzhou Great Qin, Zhao Wu, who was lying in Nongyu's arms, while soaking in the hot spring, suddenly shuddered. Damn! Who is thinking of me again? He looked up and saw another list manifesting in the sky. Dezhou Great Song Divine Weapon ranking. First, Profound Iron Heavy Sword Holder Dugu Chobai. Description: made of profound iron, weighing 81 jin. The heavy sword has no edge, great skill without craft. Reward: Divine Grade Mid-rank 3-turn creation pill, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Those who consume it can gain 100 years of cultivation and 100 years of lifespan. Second, Chang'e Holder Shao Choshui. Description: the town protecting sword of the Shao family of Huanhua Sword Sect at Huanhua Stream in Chengdu Shu. Reward: Divine Grade Mid-rank Life Creation pill, reviving the dead, restoring flesh and bone, reforging the physical body pure and flawless, enabling a peerless appearance. Third, Dog Beating Stick Holder Hong Qigong Xiao Feng. Description: the treasure of the beggars sect, the token of the chief, 2 sticks in total. Fourth, Liqian Spear Holder Yu Fei. Description: fifth, Zidian Spear Holder Yang Yi. Sixth, Gentleman's Sword Holder Gong Sun Ji. Seventh, Ladies' Sword Holder Gong Sun Ji. Could it be that Longer is thinking of me? Or Macho? Looking at the Great Song Divine Weapon ranking, Zhao Wu thought to himself. As the saying goes, in the spring breeze the horse gallops swiftly. In one day I see all the flowers of the 9 provinces. Back then he broke through to become a land immortal, invincible under heaven, full of spirit, wielding his sword, and roaming the Jianghu, traveling freely across the 9 provinces. Along the way he was as romantic and unrestrained as Lu Xiaofeng, drifting everywhere. Jianghu, fine wine beauties. Kill 1 man every 10 steps, leave no trace for 1,000 miles. He had unmatched strength under heaven. And a peerless, perfect face. He could not remember how many lovely women he had known. Even Jiang Feng, known as the Jade Prince, and the Pearl of the Rivers and Seas, paled in comparison before him. Countless stunning women were infatuated with him, willing to give everything without regret. And Zhao Wu drifted for 10 years, until he had enough fun and grew tired. Only then did Zhao Wu return to Great Qin, lying down like a salted fish. Your Highness, the Great Ming Divine Weapon ranking has been announced. Nongyu looked at the sky, very interested in the Great Ming that Zhao Wu said had as many swordsmen as Great Qin. Zhao Wu came back to his senses, nodded slightly, and looked up at the sky. Beside the Great Song Divine Weapon ranking, a brand new list appeared. It was the Great Ming Divine Weapon ranking. In the Shenzhou region of the Great Yuan Empire, the Great Qin Divine Sword ranking, the Great Sui Divine Weapon ranking, the Great Han Divine Weapon ranking, the Great Song Divine Weapon ranking. Why does our Great Yuan not have a divine weapon ranking? The Yuan Emperor glared at the golden Taoist list in the sky, which radiated a myriad of brilliant lights and auspicious vapors, his face turning livid as he roared in fury. Divine weapons are but external objects. Only the weak rely on armaments, the strong are powerful in themselves. A deep voice suddenly rang out, and a magnificently attired man of extraordinarily robust build strode forward with the majestic gait of a dragon. The man appeared to be merely in his 30s, with a strikingly handsome and almost demonic visage. What left a particularly deep impression was his crystalline, translucent skin that shimmered with dazzling luster. His jet-black glossy hair was parted in the middle and cascaded down to rest on shoulders far broader than those of an ordinary man. His nose was high and straight, his eyes sparkled with spirit like lightning, concealing a charm that bordered on the sinister. One glance at him would ensure he was unforgettable for a lifetime, and combined with his imposing mountain-like bearing, he evoked an involuntary tremor in the heart. Master! Upon seeing the newcomer, the Yuan Emperor restrained his anger and greeted him. This man, who resembled a demon king descending upon the world, was his teacher, the demon master Pang Ban. Pang Ban was inherently evil, like an incarnation of a demon. He was deeply scheming, never revealing his emotions on his face, his moods inscrutable. Having cultivated the unfathomable Dao heart demon-seeding art of the demonic sect, a technique never mastered by anyone before, he became the foremost figure of the demonic path, his martial arts unfathomably deep. What use are divine weapons? To possess a treasure is to invite calamity. Only the strong deserve such treasures, said Pang Ban. What the master says is most true. The Yuan Emperor's eyes flashed with sharp light, and he said in a deep voice, Our great Yuan's iron cavalry is invincible across the land, and with you, master, and a host of other supreme powerhouses sweeping across the 9 continents and conquering the world is within reach. Meanwhile, the Great Qing Empire in Hangzhou faced a similar plight. The Qing Emperor also discovered that while other continents had divine weapon rankings, his Great Qing only had a military legion ranking. Your Majesty, calm your anger. What does it matter if they have divine weapon rankings? Once the 9 continents are unified, your Majesty can send men to seize all divine weapons. Then our Great Qing will have its own divine weapon ranking. Let everyone else just stare in envy. A slick, oily eunuch spoke with a fawning grin. Little Gizi is right. Our Great Qing's 8 banners army is invincible. Even if they have divine weapon rankings, what of it? The Qing Emperor was brimming with confidence. Though he knew that Wei Xiaobao's suggestion of seizing all divine weapons was utterly impossible, grabbing a few was still feasible. Moreover, what he truly valued was the military legions. He believed that the 8 banners army under his command, even if not ranked first, would certainly be among the top. As they were speaking, another divine weapon ranking emerged. Yuzhou Great Ming Divine Weapon Ranking. First Great Ming Vermilion Bird Holder. Ming Emperor. Description: contains the spirit of the vermilion bird, capable of stabilizing the empire's destiny. Reward: Divine Grade Mid-Grade Threefold Creation. Pill: seizing the wonders of creation, granting the user 100 years of martial power and 100 years of longevity. Second True Martial Sword Holder. Zhang Sanfeng. Description: forged by the true martial emperor from 9 heavens. Mystic Iron. Its edge is unmatched. Reward: Divine Grade Mid-Grade Tai Chi Sword. Intent Pill: consuming which grants immediate enlightenment of the Tai Chi sword intent. Third Bloodstained Qing Dan Holder. Yao Yu. Description: an ancient divine weapon. Its mere presence evokes a chilling sword aura that presses upon the brows. When the sword emerged from the furnace, heaven and earth changed color. Reward: Divine Grade Mid-Grade Ice Marrow Jade Bone Pill. Fourth Pure Yang Wuji Sword Holder. Yan Nan Tian. Fifth Rainbow Sword Holder. Yi Guqing. Sixth Black Sheath Sword Holder. Shimen Chueshue. Seventh Xie Family Divine Sword Holder. Xie Xiaofeng. Eighth Bone Poison Holder. Yen Shirsan. Ninth Rain Covering Sword Holder. Lang Fanyun. 10th Flying Wing Sword Holder. Qin Mengyao. 10th Demon Blade Holder. Fu Hongxue. 11th Full Moon Scimitar Holder. Ding Pong. 12th Deer Cutting Blade. 13th Heavenly Mechanism Rod. 14th Dragon Phoenix Rings. 15th Little Leaf Flying Dagger. 16th Peacock Feathers. 17th Great Ming. 14 Postures. The divine weapon rankings of all 9 continents have been synchronized. Next full moon, the 9 continents' divine weapon ranking will be announced. Ah, is that all? In the Martial Prince's residence gnome, you looked at Zhao Wu with confusion. Your Highness, aren't there 9 continents? How come there are only 5 rankings? 9 continents, that was in the ancient times. Now only 7 remain, and the other 2 continents have no noteworthy divine weapons, so naturally they have no rankings. Zhao Wu smiled. No one understood the situation of the 9 continents better than he did. He was a man who had traversed every corner of the 9 continents. As for the Yuan and Qing, 2 barbarian empires, they don't have a single divine weapon. Serves them right. I see. Nong Yu suddenly understood. Her enchanting eyes gazed at Zhao Wu, filled with adoration and admiration. Next will be the military legion rankings of each continent. But your Highness's legions are undoubtedly the strongest. That's right, so we need a softer, larger bed. Zhao Wu lifted Nong Yu's soft, warm body in his arms and strode out of the hot spring laughing. Otherwise, if I hurt my little Nong Yu, I'll be heartbroken. Your Highness. Nong Yu buried her head in Zhao Wu's chest, a shy expression in her eyes. Her heart was filled with anticipation, joy, and nervousness. However, while Zhao Wu cared little about the legion rankings, others were on tenterhooks. For instance, in the Zhangtai Palace, Ying Zheng's heart was in his throat as he stared intently at the sky. I wonder what legions the other continents have. Just as Ying Zheng was anticipating, an urgent voice came from outside. Report. General Meng Tian has urgent military intelligence, top priority. What? Could the Wolf Tribe be launching a massive attack? The civil and military officials in the Zhangtai Palace, as well as Ying Zheng, were startled. The only thing they could think of was an invasion by the Wolf Tribe. Soon Meng Tian's military report reached Ying Zheng's hands. Opening the scroll, Ying Zheng immediately began reading. Li Sifeng, Qji Meng Yi Wang Ben, and other officials held their breath nervously observing Ying Zheng's expression. Just as their hearts were in turmoil, Ying Zheng suddenly smiled and said, "All of you take a look. Good news." He casually handed the military report to Li Si. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they speculated, could Meng Tian have won a great victory? They turned their eager gazes to Li Si. Li Si glanced at it and directly said, "General Meng Tian reports that a small elite force of the Wolf tribe invaded the border slaughtering civilians, but was annihilated by the invisible ghost soldiers under the war god's command." As they left, a woman's voice was heard saying, "The Wolf tribe shall be destroyed. This person is suspected to be Jing Ni, the commander of the invisible ghost soldiers." General Meng Tian speculates that the war god intends to move against the Wolf tribe and asks Your Majesty how to respond. So it's the war god. With the divine soldiers under the war god's command, the Wolf tribe is doomed. Indeed, with the abilities of the war god's divine soldiers, they could probably wipe out the Wolf tribe in less than 2 months. 2 months. I think 1 month would suffice. The Wolf tribe is scattered across the grasslands. Exterminating them completely is not easy. Even the war god's divine soldiers will need at least a month. The civil and military officials spoke one after another. They had no doubt that the war god's divine soldiers could destroy the Wolf tribe. The key was whether the war god wanted to do it and how long it would take. Send orders to Meng Tian to fully cooperate with the war god and eliminate the Wolf tribe. Ying Zheng was in high spirits and gave the order directly. The war god's action against the Wolf tribe showed that he was a righteous, patriotic man of chivalry, who cared for the Great Qin. Your Majesty is wise. The civil and military officials did not object. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they naturally wanted to seize it. As they were speaking, the golden list in the sky burst forth with brilliant light. Beside the Legion ranking, a brand new list began to form. Great Han Legion ranking First Tiger and Leopard Cavalry affiliation Cao Cao description: the elite heavy cavalry of the Cao family, as fierce as tigers and leopards in battle. Reward: Heaven Grade Mid-Tier Tiger Leopard Dharma Aspect. Commander of Tiger and Leopard Cavalry Chao Chun, rewarded with Heaven Grade Mid-Tier Tiger Leopard Pill, which grants the strength of 1 tiger and 1 leopard upon consumption. Second Flying Bear Army affiliation Dong, Shua description: Dong Shua's personal elite troops, their banner embroidered with a winged flying bear. Composed entirely of elites and extraordinary individuals from the Shiliang army, their combat power is formidable. Reward: Heaven Grade Mid-Tier Flying Bear Dharma Aspect. Commander of Flying Bear Army Li Ju, rewarded with Heaven Grade Mid-Tier Flying Bear Pill, which grants the strength of 1 flying bear upon consumption. Third White Horse Followers affiliation Gongsun Zan description: where righteousness calls, life and death follow. The heavens bear witness, the white horse is the proof. Reward: Heaven Grade Mid-Tier War God Dharma Aspect. Commander of White Horse Followers Gongsun Zan, rewarded with Heaven Grade Mid-Tier Dragon Horse Pill, which grants the strength of 1 dragon horse upon consumption. Shiliang Iron Cavalry Daji Warriors Huban Army, Xianying Camp Buyer Elite Soldiers. Ying Zheng read the names on the legion ranking and speculated, this Great Han seems to have many legions, but they belong to different people. It's probably an era of warlords contending for supremacy. Your Majesty is wise and perceptive. Wang Ben Li Si and others echoed, this Great Han is likely similar to our spring and autumn and warring states periods. Such a Great Han poses no threat. Ying Zheng nodded slightly, his confidence in sweeping across the 9 continents growing even stronger, as they were watching the Great Han Legion ranking. The Great Qin Legion ranking materialized beside the rankings of Tianzhou Great, Sui Dizhou Great, Song Shenzhou Great, Yuan Yuzhou Great, Ming Hongzhou Great Qing, and Huangzhou Great Han. Upon seeing the Great Qin Legion ranking, the emperors of Great Han, Great Sui, Great Song, Great Yuan, Great Ming, and Great Qing along with their vassals and generals all stared wide-eyed, stunned in place. How is this possible? How is this possible? Undying divine soldiers. Can they not be killed? Are there truly unkillable beings in this world? Impossible. Unkillable only means insufficient power. There is no true immortality. Upon seeing the Great Qin Legion ranking, the various continents erupted in uproar. If there truly existed undying divine soldiers, how could they even compete? Yet they believed immortality was only relative. This undying divine army might be exceptionally powerful with unparalleled defense, making them difficult to slay. In the untamed province, Lu Bu, wielding his sky-piercing halberd, stood tall and imposing his aura like a god or demon. His arrogant eyes fixed on the legion ranking, Humph, undying divine soldiers. What a grand title. When the chance comes, I shall see if these undying soldiers can withstand my halberd. But who is this martial god exactly? Could he be the Great Qin Emperor? Not only does he dominate the divine sword ranking, but also the legion ranking. But if the martial god is the emperor, then who is the first emperor? Are the two still contending for the realm? That must be it. This martial god possesses 10 elite armies, yet hasn't unified the world. Truly a waste. Lu Bu speculated instinctively. Being in an era of feudal lords vying for supremacy upon seeing the martial god and the first emperor, he naturally assumed they were competing for the realm. And with the martial god possessing the top 10 legions on the ranking yet allowing the first emperor to thrive, what else could he be but a waste? If he had so many armies, he would have long unified the realm and pacified all directions. Meanwhile he felt that the martial god's 10 legions were nothing special. If they were truly formidable, how could the first emperor still be active? Many shared Lu Bu's thoughts. However, since the descriptions of the martial god's 10 legions were so awe-inspiring, no one dared to underestimate them, secretly committing the name martial god to memory. When the 9 provinces eventually reunite, they must be cautious if they encounter the martial god. In Yan province, Cao Cao along with his generals and strategists gazed at the Great Qin Legion ranking. "What do you think?" Cao Cao asked. A frail young man with a pale complexion and a rebellious demeanor spoke. "My lord, this legion ranking is a manifestation of the Dao's missing part. Its credibility is beyond doubt. However, I do not believe there exists a truly immortal legion in this world. Of course, the undying divine soldiers being rated as an immortal legion by the ranking must be extraordinary. Ordinary people or weapons might find it hard to harm them, but such a legion cannot be large, a few hundred at most. Moreover, following the top 10 legions are the first emperor's forces. Since the first emperor still exists, it shows he has the capacity to resist. Therefore, although the martial god's legions are formidable, they are not invincible. Feng Xiao speaks wisely. However, I am quite curious about this martial god. If given the chance, I would like to meet him," Cao Cao said with a smile. His gaze swept over each legion, his heart still filled with deep apprehension, especially those like the invisible ghost soldiers and the shape-shifting beast soldiers, which were impossible to guard against. In his view, the threat level of such legions far exceeded that of the undying divine soldiers. Yet he believed such legions must have very few soldiers. Otherwise it would be impossible to compete. The legions of Great Qin in the central province are so monstrous. Could the legions of other provinces be the same? After watching the Great Qin Legion ranking fully manifest, Cao Cao sighed. "Rest assured, my lord. The central province is the heart of the 9 provinces, so it's understandable that some formidable powers appear there. But other provinces certainly cannot all be as monstrous as the central province." Sun Yu said. "Exactly. It's already incredible that the central province's Great Qin legions are so monstrous. It's impossible for other provinces to be the same." The others chimed in. If all other provinces were like the central province's Great Qin, when the 9 provinces reunite, they would surely be the first to be destroyed. As expected, when the legion rankings of other provinces appeared, everyone felt relieved. Only one was monstrous. The rest were fairly normal. At the same time, they learned of the legions of various provinces, for example the Xuanjia Army, Shaogua Army, Mountain Infantry, and 18 riders of Yanyun of the Great Sui in the Sky Province, the Beiwei Army, Yang Family Army, Han Family Army, and Zhong Family Army of the Great Song in the Earth Province, the Guaning Iron Cavalry, Xinji Battalion, 3000 Battalion, and 5 Army Battalion of the Great Ming in the Universe Province, the 8 Banners Army of the Great Qin in the Hong Province, the Mongol Iron Cavalry of the Great Yuan in the Dark Province. The synchronized legion rankings of the 9 provinces are complete. The next full moon, the 9 provinces legion ranking will be announced. The 9 provinces legion ranking. I wonder where our Flying Bear Army will rank and how it compares to the undying divine soldiers. Dong Zhuo, protruding his large belly, was filled with anticipation. Although his Flying Bear Army ranked second on the Great Han Legion ranking, it might not be weaker than the martial god's undying divine soldiers. He admitted that in individual combat capability, his Flying Bear Army was certainly inferior, but he believed the undying divine soldiers must be few in number. His Flying Bear Army might overcome them through numbers. Humph, undying divine soldiers. Under my Mongol Iron Cavalry, no matter what divine soldiers you are, you will all be ground to dust. The Yuan Emperor's eyes were cold and fierce. He was determined to claim the top spot on the 9 provinces legion ranking. In the Dark Province, his Mongol Iron Cavalry was invincible. No matter the enemy, they would eventually fall before his Mongol Iron Cavalry. Even if the 9 provinces reunite, his Mongol Iron Cavalry would still be the number 1 under heaven. Martial God. He dominates the Great Qin Divine Sword ranking and Legion ranking. I want to see if you are truly a god. Demon Master Pang Ban's eyes blazed with sharp light like lightning, eerie and sinister, as if a demon king had descended. If the martial god was a god, then he was a demon. A demon god. Achoo! At the martial prince's mansion, Zhao Wu, who was in the midst of exploring the essence of life, sneezed involuntarily. He lifted his head from amidst the mountains and peaks, glanced at the legion ranking in the sky outside. As expected, mediocrity is not envied. I am truly too excellent. I am thought of countless times a day. Shaking his head, Zhao Wu dismissed further thoughts. The important matters were urgent. At this moment, the entire 9 provinces were in turmoil. Only Zhao Wu could remain calm, carefree, and still in the mood for pleasure. The sun rose and the moon set. A night passed quietly. Zhao Wu, his head buried in Nong Yu's embrace, slept soundly. After all, he had gone to bed very late. However, Ying Zheng, who had been reviewing memorials until midnight, got up early to hold the morning court. The 9 provinces were about to reunite, and the forces of each province were bound to clash. Ying Zheng had far too many matters to handle. He dared not slack off and could only toil day and night on state affairs. In fact, Zhao Wu had not rested either, also laboring day and night on his own important matters. In the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng sat on the dragon throne, discussing with his civil and military officials the strategic plans after the reunification of the 9 provinces. Report. General Meng Tian's urgent dispatch top priority. General Meng Tian's urgent dispatch top priority. At that moment, an urgent voice sounded from outside. Ying Zheng and his officials were startled. Only yesterday Meng Tian had sent an urgent report saying the martial god was preparing to attack the wolf tribe. Why another urgent dispatch today? Had something unexpected happened? Present it. Ying Zheng immediately ordered. A eunuch immediately took the dispatch from the messenger and presented it to Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng opened it. The invisible ghost soldiers under the martial god have deployed, annihilating the wolf tribe's 300,000 strong army in a single night. The 100 Beast Rampage and other legions have also mobilized. The wolf tribe's royal court was destroyed overnight. Chanyu, 2 men killed, and the entire court razed to the ground. Ying Zheng's eyes narrowed, his heart filled with shock. Previously, the court officials had discussed how long it would take the martial god to destroy the wolf tribe, and they thought at least a month. But now, in just one night, the wolf tribe's royal court had been destroyed. The wolf tribe still had the Donghu Yuezhi and various scattered tribes. However, given the terror of the martial god's divine soldiers, it would probably take less than a week to annihilate the entire wolf tribe. Truly terrifying. They had vastly underestimated the might of the martial god's divine soldiers. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent, excellent. After the shock, Ying Zheng burst into laughter. The wolf tribe had always been a major threat to his Great Qin, like a fishbone stuck in his throat. To defend against them, he had spared no expense in manpower and resources to build the Great Wall. Now it seemed unnecessary. Your Majesty, have the martial god's divine soldiers achieved victory? Li Si, seeing this, asked. Indeed. Ying Zheng passed the dispatch down. As Li Si and the other officials looked at it, they were utterly stunned. They knew the martial god's divine soldiers were formidable, but they never imagined that the martial god had destroyed the wolf tribe's 300,000 strong army and its royal court in a single night. They wanted to disbelieve, but this was Meng Tian's personal letter with his seal. Meng Tian would never dare to falsify military intelligence, nor would he do so for the martial god. That meant it was true. The martial god had indeed wiped out 1/3 of the wolf tribe in one night. Report. General Meng Tian's urgent dispatch top priority. General Meng Tian's urgent dispatch top priority. Just as Li Si and the others were still recovering from their shock, another urgent call came from outside. It seems there are more surprises. Ying Zheng smiled slightly and ordered, read it directly. Your Majesty, General Meng Tian reports that the Donghu have been destroyed by the martial god. Hiss. Although Ying Zheng and his officials had some expectation that the martial god had likely won another great victory and eliminated many of the wolf tribe, they never expected him to destroy the Donghu so quickly. That was another 1/3 of the wolf tribe's strength. Now 2/3 of the wolf tribe were gone. The remaining Yuezhi would likely be destroyed soon. Report. General Meng Tian's urgent dispatch top priority. Another voice came. Ying Zheng and his officials were petrified. Could it be that the Yuezhi have also been destroyed by the martial god? Ying Zheng's eyes flickered and he said in a deep voice, read it. Your Majesty, General Meng Tian reports that the Yuezhi have been destroyed by the martial god. As the words fell, the hall fell into dead silence. The wolf tribe was thus destroyed by the martial god in a single day. At this moment only one thought filled their minds, the martial god. Terrifying beyond measure. Ying Zheng's shock was beyond words. The martial god's power exceeded his imagination. Countless thoughts raced through his mind until he finally reached a decision. He stood up, looking down upon his civil and military officials like a lofty, inviolable deity. The officials quickly snapped back to reality, looking at the standing Ying Zheng with confusion. Then Ying Zheng spoke. He said, the martial god's merits are vast and profound. First he saved Pang and the martial prince. Then he destroyed the wolf tribe, removing the empire's greatest threat and ensuring the peace of Great Qin's people. His contributions are immeasurable. From this day forward, the Great Qin Empire shall honor the martial god as the empire's guardian deity. All prefectures and counties shall erect statues of the martial god, allowing the people of Great Qin to gaze upon his great achievements and thank him for blessing Great Qin. From this day forth, the Great Qin Empire honors the war god as its guardian deity. Statues of the war god shall be erected in every prefecture and county. so that the people of Great Qin may gaze upon his illustrious achievements and give thanks for his protection over the realm. The voice resounded like a dragon's roar, majestic and boundless. An aura of overwhelming might spread forth, stunning the entire court. Immediately they knelt and chanted in unison, "Your Majesty is sagacious. Long live Great Qin. Long live the war god. Your Majesty is sagacious. Long live Great Qin. Long live the war god." The resounding cries rose from Zhangtai Palace like surging waves echoing across the heavens. "Your Majesty is sagacious. Long live Great Qin. Long live the war god." Outside the palace, within, and beyond the imperial city, everyone joined in the chant. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have objected. But the war god was not human. Since the Dao Golden List appeared, the war god had emerged before the masses. He dominated the Divine Sword List. With one sword strike, he pacified the Shu River. He dominated the Legion List. In one day, he annihilated the Wolf Clan. Now, with the unification of the 9 provinces and the great upheaval of the world, even the mighty Qin cavalry dared not claim invincibility. Having the war god as Qin's guardian deity would serve as a deterrent to other nations after the unification of the 9 provinces. Therefore, they honored the war god as Great Qin's protector. It was all benefit and no harm. The Prince Wu mansion. Amid the deafening roars, Zhao Wu woke groggily from Nong Yu's arms, opening his sleepy eyes, and couldn't help but complain, "What mischief is Brother Zheng up to so early, disturbing my sleep? Long live the war god. Bah! 10,000 years my ass. I'm already immortal." Of course, Zhao Wu knew that 10,000 years was a figure of speech, not literally 10,000 years, but an expression for eternity and immortality. "Your Highness, it must be that the first emperor received news of the Wolf Clan's annihilation, and is grateful for your great achievements." Nong Yu's fair arms wrapped around Zhao Wu's head, her voice soft and seductive. Her exquisite, flawless face still bore a lingering blush, exceptionally alluring. "You're so clever, my precious Nong Yu. You catch on instantly." Zhao Wu smiled lightly, pinching the lady's rosy cheeks. "Your Highness had already guessed it in your heart. I merely voiced it for you." Nong Yu said softly, "It seems we share a telepathic connection, my precious Nong Yu." Zhao Wu laughed. "Then I'll reward you with a technique. The Lingxi finger. Is that the finger move your Highness used to catch Gao Zhenli's Waterhan sword on the way back to Xianying?" Nong Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with envy and anticipation. "I heard from Sister Lingji that Sister Mingzhu is very fond of the Lingxi finger your Highness taught her. They say it's incredibly powerful." "Of course. Soon you'll experience its power firsthand." Zhao Wu wasted no time and immediately began teaching Nong Yu the secrets of the Lingxi finger. Nong Yu was eager to learn, striving to grasp its mysteries. By noon, Zhang Han came seeking an audience, asking for a portrait of the war god to erect a statue. Only then did Zhao Wu understand what had happened in the palace earlier. Since Brother Zheng wanted a statue, so be it. Thus Zhao Wu took up his brush and painted a portrait of the war god on the spot. He was handsome and elegant, transcendent and ethereal, as if a celestial being descended to earth. The only pity was that the war god wore a golden half-mask obscuring his face, yet it made him even more enigmatic. But Zhang Han's expression turned peculiar as he looked at the portrait. "General Zhang Han, what's wrong?" Zhao Wu asked. "Is there any problem?" No other issues. It's just that the war god resembles Prince Wu remarkably." Zhang Han replied hastily, inwardly wondering. Could it be that Prince Wu painted himself as the war god? "General Zhang Han, you truly have keen eyes." Zhao Wu laughed. "The war god can be called the second most handsome man in the world, only slightly inferior to me. It's only natural that we look alike." Hearing this, Zhang Han felt even more that Zhao Wu was unreliable. Could he really have painted himself as the war god? But he dared not voice this doubt. He would leave it to the emperor to decide. "In that case, I'll take my leave." Zhang Han did not linger long, hurrying to Zhangtai Palace with the portrait. "What's the matter? Did you not get the war god's portrait?" Ying Zheng asked, seeing Zhang Han's peculiar expression. "Your Majesty, Prince Wu gave me a portrait of the war god, but this portrait." Zhang Han handed it to Ying Zheng. In an instant it seemed as if a peerless sword immortal came riding the wind. Truly a remarkable presence, a celestial being among mortals. Ying Zheng was full of admiration, suddenly realizing that Zhang Han had been awed by the war god's heroic bearing. No wonder his expression was so strange. Zhang Han's mouth twitched, but he remained silent. This war god's figure looks very much like Wuer." At this moment Ying Zheng also noticed the issue with the portrait. The more he looked, the more it resembled Zhao Wu. At that moment Ying Zheng finally understood why Zhang Han had such a constipated expression. So it wasn't that he was awed by the war god's majestic bearing, but... "General Zhang, did you tell Wuer that this portrait was meant for casting the war god's statue?" Ying Zheng looked at Zhang Han. Zhang Han's heart trembled. He knelt on one knee and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I informed Prince Wu in detail. Before leaving, I even asked him why the portrait of the war god looked so similar to himself." "Oh, What did Wu say? Ying Zheng was curious. Prince Wu said, "The war god can be called the second most handsome man in the world, only slightly inferior to me. It's only natural that we look alike." Zhang Han reported verbatim. Ying Zheng was stunned. The war god is the second most handsome man in the world. Only slightly inferior to him. Then wouldn't he be the most handsome man in the world? He certainly dares to say that. Ying Zheng's eyes flickered, thinking to himself, "It seems the relationship between Wu and the war god is deeper than I imagined." As for the possibility that the war god was Zhao Wu himself, he never even considered it. The timing simply didn't match. Unfortunately, he would never realize that some people even before they were born already exuded a formidable aura. Ying Zheng pondered for a few seconds, then ordered, "Use this portrait for the war god statue. Within 1 month I want to see the war god statue standing in Xianying." Although he had not known Zhao Wu for long, he knew that while Zhao Wu might seem like a lazy fish, he was not unreliable in his actions. Since Zhao Wu gave him this portrait, it meant there was no problem. "Yes, your majesty." Zhang Han said no more and respectfully accepted the order. "What was Wu doing when you went?" Ying Zheng asked. Zhang Han hesitated for a moment, then reported truthfully, "Your majesty, when I arrived at the Prince Wu mansion, Prince Wu had just woken up." "This kid." Ying Zheng chuckled and waved his hand to dismiss Zhang Han. If he could, he too would like to sleep until the sun was high. But he could not, because he was the first emperor. Watching Zhang Han retreat, Ying Zheng's eyes turned sharp and profound. He looked at the sky and said, "The unification of the 9 provinces is imminent. To resist external threats, we must first secure internal stability. The Wolf clan in the north has been destroyed. Meng Tian's army can now march west to subdue the western regions. With the strength of the Golden Fire Cavalry, the western region kingdoms are not to be feared. Now only the Baiwei lands in the south remain." Ying Zheng summoned Wang Benli, Sifeng Qiuji, and others to discuss, and finally decided to announce the southern expedition against Baiwei at the next morning's court. While Ying Zheng was preparing to conquer the western regions and the Baiwei lands far away in the western desert, there was an ancient kingdom. It was called the Lulan Ancient Kingdom. At this moment, in the great hall of Lulan, civil and military officials gathered in 2 rows, their expressions respectful. Above them sat a tall, voluptuous queen wearing a golden crown and holding a scepter. She exuded an aura of nobility and an intangible, indescribable authority. She was the high priestess of Lulan. At the same time, she was the de facto ruler of Lulan. The high priestess, with a composed demeanor, swept her calm gaze across the assembly. "I believe you have already guessed the purpose of today's gathering. The wolf clan that roamed the grasslands with cruelty and savagery has been destroyed." As the high priestess's clear, melodious voice fell, the ministers in the hall could not help but start discussing. "I heard that those ferocious wolves were all killed by ghost soldiers. They never saw their killers even until death, their heads seemingly removed from their bodies in an instant. Absolutely terrifying. Not just ghost soldiers. It said there were also flying monsters impervious to weapons, killing everyone in sight. Wherever they passed, corpses littered the fields, rivers ran with blood, and not a single intact body remained. That's simply inhuman. They are devils, demons." "What devils and demons?" "They are the divine soldiers under the war god. Don't you read the Dao Golden List?" Every minister present was filled with boundless fear at the mention. They had originally thought the wolf clan was savage enough, using women and children as food. Cruel and bloodthirsty. But now they realized that the divine soldiers under the war god were even more ferocious. In just 1 day, the entire wolf clan was wiped out. Millions of wolves were gone just like that. Terrifying. "All right, silence." The high priestess lightly tapped her scepter on the ground, her calm voice carrying an unyielding authority, and the hall immediately fell silent. "Whether it's the war god or the Great Qin Empire, their strength is beyond our capacity to confront. Moreover, the 9 provinces are about to unify, and we are situated on the western edge of the central province, making us vulnerable to forces from other continents. According to the information I have received, the eldest son of the Great Qin Empire, Prince Wu, is the disciple of the war god. Therefore, I intend to lead Lulan in submitting to the Great Qin Empire. In this way, we can not only avoid military action by the Great Qin Empire or the war god against Lulan, but also gain the protection of the Great Qin Empire, ensuring our survival in the upcoming upheaval." The high priestess is wise. The ministers, already terrified, all echoed in agreement, with not a single dissenter. There was no other choice. The destruction of the wolf clan in a single day had dealt a massive shock to them. They were all scared to death, fearing that at any moment invisible ghost soldiers would take their heads. The high priestess nodded, slightly unsurprised by everyone's reaction. She continued, "To show our sincerity, I plan to take the future queen of Lulan, Jingjue, to visit the first emperor. If we can arrange a marriage between Jingjue and Prince Wu, then Lulan will have security in the future." The high priestess is wise. "We entrust everything to you." Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy, and they raised their hands in approval. Prince Wu was after all the disciple of the war god. If Princess Jingjue could marry Prince Wu, they would no longer have to worry about their heads suddenly leaving their bodies one day. Moreover, they would be connected to the war god. With the 9 provinces about to unify, they would also have a place to stand. The high priestess said, "This matter should not be delayed. I will set out immediately. I entrust the affairs of Lulan to all of you. Rest assured, high priestess. We will guard Lulan with our lives and await your return." The next day, at the Zhangtai Palace, as the grand morning court concluded, a startling news spread like wildfire. Ying Zheng dispatched General Tu Sui to lead 500,000 troops in 5 columns to conquer the Baiyue, with 1 column attacking Dongoyu and Mingyue, 2 columns attacking Nanyue, and the remaining 2 columns attacking Shoyu. As the saying goes, provisions and fodder precede the army. With the plan to subjugate the Baiyue, finalized, the entire imperial machinery began to operate, revealing its formidable power. At the Prince Wu's mansion, the sun was high in the sky. Zhao Wu slept until he naturally awoke, then staggered to his feet, dressing and washing under the meticulous care of Yan Fei. Yan Fei, Yan Lingji, Mingzhu, and others had returned to the Prince Wu's mansion after annihilating the wolf tribe. Having endured hardships on the road, they were amply rewarded and comforted by Zhao Wu upon their return. "Your Highness." At this moment Mingzhu approached, carrying a bowl of lotus seed soup, a fragrant breeze wafting around her as she walked with graceful, mysterious steps. She sat beside Zhao Wu, picked up the spoon, gently blew on it, and fed it to his lips, reporting, "Your Highness, His Majesty decided at today's morning court to appoint Tu Sui as general and dispatch 500,000 troops to attack the Baiyue. The Baiyue region is dense with forests and plagued by miasma. Tu Sui's army will find it hard to adapt, and will surely be defeated." Zhao Wu couldn't help but recall the first emperor's 3 campaigns against the Baiyue in his past life. Although the Baiyue were eventually conquered, the initial battles were exceptionally brutal, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers and generals lost, and even Tu Sui was killed in action. "Have Qing'er and Mayer lead the Baiyue to surrender, and also arrange a marriage alliance with me, so that their coming will be perfectly legitimate." Zhao Wu thought for a moment and then commanded. Qing'er and Mayer's full names were Hu Qing'er Lady Hu and Hu Mayer Beauty Hu. They were once the heiresses of the Huayu Villa in the Baiyue region. Because the left Sima of Han Lu-yi coveted the treasures of the Huayu Villa, he colluded with the 3 wolves of disheveled hair to destroy the villa. The 2 sisters were rescued by Zhao Wu's men. Not only them, but also Nong Yu, who was still in swaddling clothes. Unlike the original story, Nong Yu was not the daughter of Hu Qing'er and the right Sima Li Kai, but their younger sister. After being rescued, they stayed by Zhao Wu's side, caring for him, while also receiving his guidance in martial arts. 5 years ago, Zhao Wu sent them back to the Baiyue, and helped them seize control, making them the queens of the Baiyue. Sisters Qing'er and Mayer will surely be overjoyed. Mingzhu smiled faintly, a hint of envy in her eyes. For Hu Qing'er and Hu Mayer to enter a marriage alliance with Zhao Wu as the Baiyue queen and saintess would make them his consorts. What a meteoric rise. It's been a long time since I've seen them. Zhao Wu mused, their images floating before his mind, and suddenly he missed their presence. Mingzhu raised her hand, and a mechanical bird blessed with the rat talisman flew over. She wrote Zhao Wu's instructions on a slip of paper, and sent the bird swiftly to the Baiyue. At the Baiyue royal palace, in the resplendent hall, 2 exquisite figures stood side by side, their gazes serene and distant, looking northward. The woman on the left wore a pale pink long dress with glimpses of her undergarments faintly visible. Her seductive eyes were alluring to the bone. A coquettish aura emanated from her brow, her figure graceful, her skin fair, as fine jade suffused with a pinkish radiance. Her gentle water-like eyes turned to the woman on the right, blinking, slightly rippling with charm. Her voice was sweet and alluring. "Sister, what do you think the young master is doing right now?" "Sister Lingji, Sister Mingzhu." Hu Qing'er's voice was soft, her demeanor gentle and serene. She wore a crown and a royal robe exuding a noble and dignified air. Her skin was fair and delicate, and despite her dignified attire, she could not hide her stunning curves and breathtaking figure. Standing beside her sister, Hu Mayer, they were like twin lotuses, unparalleled in beauty. Hu Mayer was taken aback by her sister, Hu Qing'er's words, not expecting the usually dignified and gentle sister to make such a joke. "Do you think the young master misses us?" Hu Mayer continued, her eyes seductive, her figure proud. Though she was the younger sister, she was in no way inferior to her elder, and even outshone her in certain aspects. "The young master is busy with 1,000 affairs and a myriad beauties. How could he have time to think of us?" Hu Qing'er's eyes held a hint of reproach, but before she could finish, a mechanical bird descended from the sky and landed before them. "It's a message bird. The young master must be thinking of us." Hu Mayer's enchanting eyes brimmed with joy. She hurriedly picked up the bird and retrieved the message. "Does the young master have news?" Hu Qing'er's reproachful look had vanished, replaced by anticipation and nervousness, as she asked anxiously. "His Majesty the First Emperor is sending troops to attack the Baiyue, and the young master wants us to surrender." Hu Mayer suppressed her excitement and joy, looking at her sister as she spoke. There was only one Baiyue queen, her sister Hu Qing'er. Hu Mei'er herself was the saintess of Baiyue. Oh! Hu Qing'er nodded slightly, her earlier anticipation dissolving into deep disappointment. It was just about surrendering. They had been elevated by Zhao Wu in the first place. Whatever he asked them to do they would comply without objection. What disappointed her was that he hadn't mentioned missing them. Hee, but the young master isn't just asking us to surrender, Hu Mei'er said with a sly fox-like smile. He wants us to enter a marriage alliance with him as the Baiyue queen and saintess. What? A marriage alliance? Hu Qing'er's eyes widened, overwhelmed by the tremendous surprise. She had never dreamed of becoming Zhao Wu's consort. As long as she could stay by Zhao Wu's side even as a mere bed servant she would be content. Are you joking? Hu Qing'er stared intently at Hu Mei'er, nervous that she might reveal it was all a joke. No joke, it's absolutely true. The young master really wants to marry us. Hu Mei'er handed the message to Hu Qing'er, smiling brightly. It's true. The young master is so good to us. Hu Qing'er was ecstatic, quickly saying, hurry and pack. We'll set off immediately for Xianyang to meet the first emperor and present our surrender and the marriage alliance. I think you can't wait to see the young master. Hu Mei'er teased, suddenly reaching out to grab Hu Qing'er's vital spot, laughing mischievously. Ah! Hu Qing'er yelped, scolding, you little vixen. Don't you miss the young master? She lunged at Hu Mei'er. After a brief scuffle, they summoned the civil and military officials of the Baiyue and announced their decision to surrender to Great Qin and marry Prince Wu. Thanks to Zhao Wu's covert support, the Baiyue had long become their absolute domain, and no one dared to oppose. After giving their instructions, Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er hurriedly set out for Xianyang. 2 days later, in Xianyang, at the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng sat on the dragon throne, clad in a black dragon robe, and wearing a 12-tasseled crown, an invisible aura of majesty enveloping the entire hall. Right Chancellor Feng Quji reported, Your Majesty, the provisions for the southern campaign against the Baiyue are ready. General Tu Sui's army is poised to march. The logistics for 500,000 troops were astronomical, involving every aspect of the empire. Warfare was not just a contest of strength, but more a test of logistics and national power. Report. Just then, a eunuch's voice came from outside. Your Majesty, General Zhang Han requests an audience on urgent business. Summon him. Ying Zheng said. Clack clack. Zhang Han, clad in armor, strode into the hall with steady steps and bowed. Your servant pays homage to your Majesty. What is your matter? Ying Zheng spoke calmly, his voice level, yet it felt like a towering mountain, its invisible pressure suffocating. Zhang Han dared not delay, quickly reporting, Your Majesty, I have discovered that the Baiyue Queen and the Baiyue Saintess have arrived in Xianyang. Upon inquiry, they wish to seek an audience with Your Majesty to express their submission. What? The Queen of Baiyue has come to pledge allegiance. Did I hear that correctly? Feng Quji and Li Si exclaimed, their faces frozen in disbelief. Before the army even set out, Baiyue surrendered. Are you certain of this? Ying Zheng shot to his feet like a slumbering dragon, awakening his terrifying aura, pressing down on Zhang Han. He demanded in a low voice, Has her identity been verified beyond doubt? Zhang Han felt as if he could barely breathe. He quickly replied, Your Majesty, rest assured. The Queen of Baiyue's identity is confirmed. Excellent. Ying Zheng was overjoyed. With the unification of the 9 provinces imminent, he naturally wished to avoid depleting his forces, yet the unification of the realm was an imperative. Chaos within must be quelled before addressing external threats. To subdue the enemy without fighting was the best outcome. The daily cost of deploying 500,000 troops was astronomical. Moreover, once battle commenced, the casualties would be immeasurable. Where are they now? Ying Zheng asked. Your Majesty, I have arranged for them to stay at the post station awaiting your summons at any time. Well done. Ying Zheng nodded in approval. Do they have any requests? Your Majesty, they have no other demands, but... Zhang Han hesitated. But what? Ying Zheng, Feng Quji and Li Si were all curious. They wish to form a marriage alliance with the martial king, Zhang Han replied. Oh! Ying Zheng, Feng Quji and Li Si were taken aback. They had expected the Queen of Baiyue to propose terms favorable to Baiyue, not this. There is indeed a person of foresight among the Baiyue leadership. Feng Quji remarked with emotion. Indeed. Li Si added, the martial king is not only the eldest son of Great Qin, but also the martial king of Great Qin and the successor of the war god. A marriage alliance with him is far more advantageous than any other condition they could propose. If they sought welfare benefits once Baiyue surrendered and was absorbed into Qin, the final treatment would be determined by Qin alone. Promises of such benefits might hold initially, but over time their effectiveness would inevitably diminish. However, a marriage alliance with Zhao Wu was a different matter entirely. It would be a lasting guarantee. Moreover, given Zhao Wu's status as the war god's successor, the martial king, and the eldest son of Great Qin, becoming his women would ensure not only their own future, but also favorable treatment for Baiyue. This condition is not excessive, Ying Zheng thought to himself. If it were any other prince, he would have agreed without hesitation. But Zhao Wu, he might not be able to decide. How do the Queen of Baiwei and the Saintess of Baiwei look? Ying Zheng asked. This question was the most critical. Your Majesty, rest assured. The Queen is dignified and noble, gentle and refined, while the Saintess is bewitchingly alluring, born with a natural charm. Both possess beauty that could topple cities and outshine the moon and flowers. Zhang Han's voice was firm. He understood Ying Zheng's concerns. Even compared to the singing girls in the martial king's residence, they are no less. Are you certain? Ying Zheng was somewhat surprised. He had seen a few of Zhao Wu's singing girls like Mingzhu the courtesan, Yan Lingji and Nong Yu. Each was a peerless enchantress born with a seductive allure that could ruin kingdoms. I stake my head on it. Every word I've spoken is true. Good. Ying Zheng was delighted. This would solve the problem. He could resolve the Baiwei issue and present two great beauties to Zhao Wu, who would surely be pleased. It was killing two birds with one stone. Ever since finding Zhao Wu, he had wanted to compensate him properly. But Zhao Wu seemed to lack nothing. He had no interest in power. Besides, he had already been enfeoffed as the martial king. There was nothing left to grant. Gold, silver and jewels went without saying. Even peerless martial arts and divine weapons were not lacking in Zhao Wu's possession. As for beautiful women, he had many. But having seen Mingzhu, Yan Lingji and the others in Zhao Wu's residence, he felt embarrassed to offer any. Zhang Han, go inform the Queen of Baiwei and the Saintess that I will receive them at tomorrow's court session. Ensure their safety is paramount. Ying Zheng commanded. Understood. I shall take my leave. Zhang Han bowed and withdrew. Protecting the Queen and Saintess was essential. If anything happened to them, war between Great Qin and Baiwei would be inevitable. With Baiwei's surrender, the southern expedition can be postponed. After tomorrow, barring unforeseen circumstances, we can take over Baiwei. Ying Zheng informed Feng Quji, and Li Si then left with Gai Nie for the martial king's residence. Meanwhile, as Ying Zheng headed to the martial king's residence, news spread across the realm. The divine soldiers under the war god had annihilated the wolf tribe in a single day, slaughtering millions, and Ying Zheng had mobilized 500,000 troops for the southern campaign against Baiwei. Alongside this, the news that Ying Zheng had enshrined the war god as the guardian deity of Great Qin and erected a statue spread far and wide. My heavens! The wolf tribe is destroyed. Excellent. Father, Mother, your spirits in heaven can finally rest in peace. Thank the war god. Long live the war god. My wife, you can rest in peace now. The beasts of the wolf tribe are finally wiped out. I will set up a longevity tablet for the war god and worship him day and night. The war god is mighty. Glory to the war god and Great Qin. Long live the war god. The news of the wolf tribe's annihilation swept across the world like a Category 12 hurricane, causing an uproar far greater than Ying Zheng's southern campaign against Baiwei. The wolf tribe was brutal, repeatedly raiding the borders. When they crossed, they left nothing but destruction. A river of blood. Adult men and the elderly were slaughtered outright. Children became their food. Women were used as playthings and sustenance. Especially along the border regions, which people had not suffered from the wolf tribe's depredations. At that moment, the war god had already become a deity. The Confucian school. Little sage village. Fu Nian, the head of the Confucian school, looked at the news and sighed. Slaughtering millions of the wolf tribe in a single day. Truly brutal, terrifying, and inhuman. Ying Zheng indeed has extraordinary boldness, enshrining the war god as the protector of Great Qin and erecting a statue. The war god's prestige has already surpassed his own. Yan Lu, the second in command of the Confucian school, spoke. The war god not only has divine martial arts, but his army far surpasses that of Qin. Now that the unification of the 9 provinces is imminent, Ying Zheng's move is merely to bind the war god to his chariot. Zhang Liang sighed softly. If the war god fully sided with Ying Zheng, his hopes for restoration were virtually dashed. However, with the unification of the 9 provinces and the changing landscape, he might still have a chance. Do you think Ying Zheng's southern campaign against Baiwei will succeed? Xuanzi, who had been silent until then, suddenly asked. Fu Nian said, the Qin iron cavalry is invincible. Baiwei is but a tiny land. It cannot withstand the Qin cavalry. Headmaster, you are mistaken. Zhang Liang shook his head. The strength of the Qin cavalry is undeniable, but Baiwei is mountainous, dense with forests rife with miasma, and teeming with sorcerers and witchcraft. As long as they avoid a direct confrontation with the Qin army and hide in the mountains, the Qin forces will be powerless. On the contrary, the Qin army is unfamiliar with the terrain and climate. A long-distance expedition stretches logistics. If they get bogged down or their supply lines are cut, they will surely be defeated. Of course, if the war god's army were to assist, pacifying Baiwei would be a simple task. Xuanzi nodded, slightly satisfied with Zhang Liang's analysis. He said calmly, the war god has not yet declared his stance, nor has he met Ying Zheng. Such a figure cannot be manipulated by Ying Zheng. His intervention to destroy the wolf tribe is understandable. But helping Ying Zheng to pacify Baiyue is unlikely. The master is right. Fu Nian Lu and the others agreed. Zhang Liang's eyes flickered. Perhaps he could go to Baiyue and cause some trouble for Ying Zheng, dampening the Qin army's morale. The peasant school. Chiyu Hall. Hall master, the divine soldiers under the war god are too terrifying. To slaughter millions of the wolf tribe in a single day is unimaginable. Our peasant school has 100,000 disciples, but I think it's best not to provoke them. Tian Zhong, the master of the Gonggong Hall, looked at Tian, who with lingering fear. Damn it! I never wanted to provoke him, but he's too domineering. He cut off one of my arms and killed my brother. I can't swallow this anger. Tian, who now with only one arm brandished his blade Tiger Soul in frustration. He dared not provoke the war god, but he was unwilling to let it go. He asked, "Any news on that brat Zhao Wu?" This was his plan all along. He couldn't touch the war god, but he could challenge Zhao Wu in the name of a duel to teach him a lesson. The war god couldn't just come out and beat him, could he? That would be beneath his dignity. Hall master, since Zhao Wu was in theft as the martial king, he has stayed in the martial king's residence. They say he built a hot spring, a pool of wine and forest of meat, and spends his days hugging beautiful women, indulging in drunken revelry and pleasure. Tian Zhong said, "That waste. Even with the war god's legacy, what good is it? He was just born under a lucky star. Being able to kill Gao Jianli must have been from the war god's pills. And he dares to call himself the martial king. Keep a close watch on him. As soon as he leaves Xianyang, I'll go and teach him a lesson to vent my anger." Tian, who brandished his blade and said loudly, "Yes, Hall master." Tian Zhong responded verbally, but inwardly, he shook his head disapproving of Tian Hu's decision. But he could not stop Tian Hu. "I hope nothing goes wrong." Tian Zhong prayed silently. Meanwhile, in Xianyang, Ying Zheng, accompanied by the sword Saint Gai Nye, arrived at the martial king's residence. Zhao Wu was lying on a lounge chair in the garden beside the hot spring. Nongyu played the zither and Yan Lingji danced. Mingzhu, the courtesan, wore a black sheer gown, sitting beside Zhao Wu. Her proud figure, veiled by the thin fabric, appeared all the more alluring and captivating. "Your Highness, His Majesty is here." Mingzhu spoke with a hint of a smile, her long enchanting eyes blinking as if brewing seduction, her voice soft and teasing. "I wonder where wooer found such enchantresses. Even though I've seen them before, every time I do I'm struck by their stunning allure." Ying Zheng marveled inwardly. With 3,000 concubines in his harem, including beauties from the 6 kingdoms, he had seen countless women and possessed extraordinary self-control and taste. Yet the singing girls in Zhao Wu's residence were of the highest quality. Truly top tier. "Old Zhao, come over and sit." Zhao Wu waved at Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng had grown accustomed to Zhao Wu's casualness, and directly sat down on a stool beside Zhao Wu. "What are these?" Suddenly Ying Zheng noticed the various strange foods on the table before Zhao Wu. Even with his vast knowledge, he could not identify them. Zhao Wu glanced at them and said, "Roasted corn, roasted sweet potato, potato chips, heavenly silkworm potato, roasted corn, roasted sweet potato, potato chips, heavenly silkworm potato." A large question mark appeared above Ying Zheng's head. Even though he had unified the 6 kingdoms, he had never heard of these things. It seemed these were new ingredients. However, he did not pay much attention. There were plenty of edible things in the world. It was normal for him not to know. Crunch, crunch. Hearing the sound of Zhao Wu eating potato chips, and the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, and corn drifting to his nose, Ying Zheng swallowed his saliva. He picked up a piece of potato chip and put it in his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Ying Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. "It's delicious." "Wooer, what is this chip made of?" Ying Zheng asked. "It's this sweet potato." Zhao Wu pointed to an uncooked sweet potato nearby. Ying Zheng looked over and saw a palm-sized sweet potato. He curiously picked it up and examined it. Round and smooth as a stone. Heavy. There's a red skin on the outside. So this is sweet potato. And this roasted sweet potato is also made from this thing. Ying Zheng studied it repeatedly, as if he had found a treasure, his eyes brimming with delight. This is a new ingredient. Although I don't know the yield of this thing, the people of Great Qin will have one more food in the future. Wooer, what is the yield of sweet potatoes? Is it easy to grow? Ying Zheng raised his head, his eyes full of anticipation. He had just tasted the chips, and the flavor was truly extraordinary. Moreover, this sweet potato could also be roasted. It meant the taste itself was good. About 5,000 jin. Zhao Wu casually mentioned a moderate yield. Thump. Ying Zheng's body trembled, and he nearly fell to the ground. His mouth gaped and his eyes were filled with shock. A yield of 5,000 jin per mu. What did that mean? The wheat and millet of Great Qin barely yielded 300 jin per mu at most. After all, agricultural techniques in this era were truly backward. There was also no hybrid rice. The yield could be imagined. Wooer, are you joking? This sweet potato yields 5,000 jin per mu. Ying Zheng stood up abruptly, clutching the sweet potato tightly, as if it were the he sure buy, his eyes both surprised and majestic fixed firmly on Zhao Wu. Why would I lie to you? The potato beside you also yields 5,000 jin per mu. Zhao Wu pointed to the yellow potato next to Ying Zheng. What? Potato also yields 5,000 jin per mu. Ying Zheng nearly jumped up, immediately picking up the potato from the ground, and holding it in his arms, as if it were a priceless treasure. In fact, it wasn't just Ying Zheng who was astonished. Gainye, who had come with him, was also stunned. A yield of 5,000 jin per mu. There are such divine things in the world. Gainye was deeply shaken. If Great Qin planted large quantities of potatoes and sweet potatoes, wouldn't all the people under heaven be able to eat their fill? Wuer, where did you get these sweet potatoes and potatoes? Are there more, and do you know how to plant them? Ying Zheng, holding a sweet potato and a potato, stared at Zhao Wu with blazing eyes. The Wuxin brought them from other continents. I have planted quite a lot in Shuhe County, enough to promote throughout Great Qin. As for planting, it's also very simple. Zhao Wu briefly explained the planting method, and he would give the details to Ying Zheng later. These things were actually brought back from other continents. After bringing them back, he began to cultivate and plant them. Even if Ying Zheng hadn't come today, he would have given these things to him. As a descendant of the Yan and Huang, since he had the ability to help the people of the world, he naturally would not refuse. Wuer, you are truly a blessing to me. Ying Zheng was ecstatic. Then he looked at the golden corn and said, Is the yield of this corn also very high? The yield of corn is about 1,000 jin, with higher planting requirements than potatoes and sweet potatoes. Zhao Wu said, 1,000 jin is already very good. Ying Zheng smiled broadly, looking at Zhao Wu. Wuer, where exactly are the fields you planted? Such divine things must be protected by troops. I want to go and see them personally. Seeing you so excited, I'll take you there myself to see, to keep you from acting like a country bumpkin. Zhao Wu shook his head and stood up. A large shadow immediately fell from the sky. It was a large bird. No, to be precise, it was a huge mechanical bird. As the mechanical bird descended, Gainye had already moved in front of Ying Zheng on alert. At the same time, shadow guards and other experts also appeared. No need to be nervous. This is one of the Wu Xin's 100 Beasts army, right? Ying Zheng looked up at the mechanical bird, which resembled a vermilion bird with a wingspan of tens of meters, each feather gleaming coldly and sharply. Right? This is a vermilion bird. Zhao Wu lightly tapped his foot, and stood on the vermilion bird's back, saying to Ying Zheng, Old Zhao, let's go. I'll take you to see it. Good. Ying Zheng did not hesitate and jumped directly onto it. Gainye followed behind. The shadow guards and others wanted to go up as well, but Ying Zheng stopped them. He ordered, you inform Wang Ben to lead 5,000 armored soldiers, and rush to Shuhe County immediately. I will wait for him there. Understood. The shadow guards and other experts quickly departed. Let's go. Zhao Wu reminded, and the vermilion bird immediately soared into the sky, turning into a streak of light, heading toward Shuhe County. Ying Zheng himself was not weak in cultivation, and after receiving the Imperial Dao ancestral dragon art and elixirs from the Great Dao Golden List, he now had the cultivation of a grandmaster. Even though the vermilion bird was fast, he could stand steadily. As for Zhao Wu and Gainye, there was no need to mention them. Aside from its steel body, the vermilion bird looks no different from a real animal. Truly divine means. Ying Zheng observed the mechanical beast vermilion bird and praised. Transforming stillness into motion, granting life to the lifeless, indeed divine means. Gainye added. His reverence for the Wuxin deepened even more. After all, seeing with one's own eyes was completely different from hearing about it through others. I truly wish to see the Wuxin's grace. Ying Zheng was filled with emotion and sighed. Isn't the Wuxin right beside you? Zhao Wu muttered to himself, feeling amused. The Wuxin stood beside them, listening to their praises. Yet they were completely unaware. Ying Zheng collected his thoughts and looked at Zhao Wu. Wuer, I came to find you today to give you a surprise, but you have given me a great surprise instead. What surprise? Zhao Wu asked. I'll play along as best as I can. 2 stunning beauties. Ying Zheng knew Zhao Wu liked beautiful women, so he mentioned the women first, then the marriage alliance, to avoid Zhao Wu's resistance. However, he did not know that the beauties he mentioned had already been thoroughly enjoyed by Zhao Wu. Tonight the women lying beside Zhao Wu would be the very ones he called stunning. Zhao Wu said nothing, quietly watching Ying Zheng's performance. Seeing that Zhao Wu had no expression, Ying Zheng's heart skipped a beat, and he continued, These 2 stunning beauties are no less than the women in your mansion. Moreover, they are the queen and saintess of Baiyue. I think it's a marriage alliance. Zhao Wu said directly. Haha, Wuer is indeed clever. Just from my mentioning the queen and saintess of Baiyue, you guessed so much. Ying Zheng laughed and said, Rest assured, although it is a marriage alliance, they are definitely beauties. You can take them as secondary consorts. If you really don't like them, just keep them aside. Ying Zheng was somewhat nervous inside, fearing that Zhao Wu would refuse. Since Zhao Wu had given him such a great surprise today, he didn't want to force him. Moreover, he knew that Zhao Wu was not afraid of him. Forcing him would be useless. Since they are beauties, I will reluctantly help you out and sacrifice my charm. Zhao Wu shook his head with a sigh. Ying Zheng and Gai Nie's mouths twitched. Truly he got the advantage and still complained. Whoosh! While they were talking, the mechanical bird Vermilion Bird quickly arrived at a lush green field on the outskirts of Shuhe County. We're here. As he spoke, Zhao Wu jumped down. Ying Zheng and Gai Nie followed closely. Is this corn? Ying Zheng's first sight was a man-tall plant with a green husk wrapping its fruit. Right? Zhao Wu nodded. Tear off this green husk and you'll see the golden corn you saw earlier. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng eagerly tore open a corn husk, revealing the golden corn inside. So this is the corn yielding 1,000 gene per mu. Truly wonderful. Ying Zheng was extremely excited and asked impatiently, Wooer, where are the sweet potatoes and potatoes? These were divine things yielding 5,000 gene per mu. He couldn't wait to see them. Zhao Wu pointed to the ground and said, The sweet potatoes are right under your feet. What? Sweet potatoes are under our feet? Ying Zheng nearly jumped in shock, hastily crouching down to inspect. He noticed the ground was covered with vine-like plants. At first he thought they were weeds, but unexpectedly they were sweet potatoes. Wooer, how much longer until the sweet potatoes ripen? Ying Zheng's hands trembled with excitement as he gently caressed the sweet potato vines and asked. Zhao Wu said, They are already ripe. Ying Zheng was utterly bewildered. He carefully examined the sweet potato vines beneath him, then looked around yet still saw no sweet potatoes anywhere. Seeing Ying Zheng's searching gaze, Zhao Wu was speechless. He reached out and made a grasping motion in the air toward the spot in front of Ying Zheng. The soil around the sweet potato vines rapidly scattered outward. Ying Zheng was momentarily stunned, then seemed to understand something. Could it be that sweet potatoes grow underground? Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on the ground. Such formidable control over true qi with this telekinetic manipulation. Gai Nie's eyes narrowed and he marveled inwardly. The martial king's strength is absolutely not inferior to mine. Under the intense gazes of Gai Nie and Ying Zheng, the soil gradually parted, revealing a hint of red. It's out. It's out. It's sweet potatoes. Ying Zheng's eyes widened ecstatic, as if he had discovered some priceless treasure. Holding his breath, he stared intently. As more soil separated, he saw that beneath a single sweet potato vine 3 or 4 palm-sized bright red fruits had grown. My heavens! So many, so big! Ying Zheng quickly reached out to lift a cluster of sweet potatoes, feeling their heavy weight, and was as joyful as a child. Earlier, when Zhao Wu told him the yield was 5,000 gene per mu, he had been somewhat skeptical. It was too incredible to believe. But now, as he looked at the endless green expanse of sweet potato fields before him, his earlier doubts vanished in an instant. How many sweet potatoes lay beneath this? A yield of 5,000 gene per mu was absolutely no problem. Truly a divine crop. Standing aside, Gai Nie, though expressionless, was inwardly shaken to his core, overwhelmed by awe. He knew how immense the impact of a divine crop yielding 5,000 gene per mu would be on the Great Qin. If it were widely promoted, the people of Great Qin would no longer suffer from hunger, nor would they die from starvation. Just then, Ying Zheng's hearty laughter suddenly rang out. Wooer, you are truly a blessing to my Great Qin. His voice was like a thunderclap, deafening, clearly revealing Ying Zheng's inner excitement. Congratulations, Your Majesty. With such a divine crop, Great Qin will surely rise like the sun at noon, shining brilliantly over the world and prospering daily. Gai Nie bowed with clasped hands and offered his congratulations. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ying Zheng laughed heartily, utterly thrilled. Zhao Wu curled his lips, looking bored, and interrupted. All right, old Zhao, let me show you the other fields. Don't dawdle. I still need to go back for my afternoon nap. Ying Zheng. Gai Nie. Ignoring the aggrieved expression on Ying Zheng's face, Zhao Wu leaped directly onto the back of the mechanical beast Zhuke and waved at them. Come on. Ying Zheng and Gai Nie mounted the Zhuke. Zhao Wu took them on an aerial tour of all the fields, and they finished inspecting everything in less than a quarter of an hour. Ying Zheng and Gai Nie were now utterly stunned and numb. They hadn't expected Zhao Wu to have planted so much. But then a wave of immense joy surged in their hearts. It was like manna from heaven. All right, old Zhao, old Gai, you two enjoy yourselves. I'm going back for my nap. Zhao Wu lightly tapped his foot, leaped up from the back of the Zhuchue, and landed on the back of another mechanical beast. A rock that swooped down from the sky. Hanging out with two old men is so boring. Zhao Wu grumbled, then rode the rock and disappeared into the clouds. Ying Zheng and Gai Nie stood on the Zhuchue's back, hearing Zhao Wu's complaint. Their bodies stiffened, and they were instantly petrified. I am being rejected. Ying Zheng stared blankly at Zhao Wu's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, disheveled in the wind. Your Majesty, me too, Gai Nie said. Zhao Wu was naturally unaware of their feelings. After leaving their sight, he leaped from the back of the mechanical rock and vanished into the air in an instant. The mechanical rock speed was nothing compared to his. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Wu returned to the Prince Wu's mansion. In the mansion Zhao Wu saw two great beauties. They were Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er, who had come to pay homage as the Queen of Baiyue and the Holy Maiden. Qing'er Mei'er pays respects to your highness, wishing you boundless martial fortune and eternal life. Both women placed their hands on their lower abdomens and bowed gracefully. One was gentle as water, the other was alluring and captivating. Truly a pair of twin lotuses, each with their own charm. No need for formalities. Let me see if you've lost weight. Zhao Wu reached out to help them up, then wrapped his arms around their slender waists and pulled them into his embrace. Your Highness. Leaning against Zhao Wu's chest, feeling the long-missed warmth of his embrace, their delicate bodies instantly went weak. Hu Qing'er's beautiful eyes blinked gently, a hint of intoxicating affection flickering in them, then she obediently closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, and tilted her chin slightly. Hu Mei'er's seductive fox-like eyes were full of tenderness. She leaned back, chin raised, looking like a flower ready to be plucked. You two little vixens. Zhao Wu leaned down and kissed them. As the saying goes, a brief separation is sweeter than a honeymoon. The last time they had seen Zhao Wu was half a year ago. Half a year. Their longing and loneliness were unimaginable. Their yearning for Zhao Wu was like a surging river, endless. Zhao Wu scooped them up and compensated them well. Meanwhile, the news that Ying Zheng had suddenly gone to Shuhe and ordered Zhang Han to command Wang Ben to lead troops there had spread among the high-ranking officials of Xianying, stirring up a storm. What is His Majesty doing in Shuhe County? And why summon Marquis Tungu to bring troops? Has something major happened? His Majesty visited the Prince Wu's mansion earlier. Could it be related to the martial king? Alas, no matter how much they speculated, they could not guess the answer. And Zhao Wu paid them no heed, as he was busy compensating his beauties. The moon rose, the sun set. The dying sun was like blood. In the Prince Wu's mansion, in the main bedchamber, Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er's faces were flushed with a rosy glow, looking languid and satisfied. As they pillowed against Zhao Wu's chest, their hearts filled with sweetness. Zhao Wu gently stroked their smooth, delicate backs, feeling relaxed and content. Looking at the beauties in his arms, a great sense of achievement welled up within him. Because of his presence, their tragic destinies had been completely changed. Especially Hu Qing'er, who in the original story had suffered the most. Her family was wiped out by the left Marshal Lu Yi, who colluded with the three wolves of Duanfa. Her beloved, the right Marshal Li Kai, was also framed by Lu Yi, his fate unknown. And she was forcibly taken by the murderer Lu Yi, becoming Madame Hu. Her sister Hu Mei'er was slightly better off, sent by Lu Yi to King and of Han, becoming his concubine, the beauty Hu. Now because of his appearance, left Marshal Lu Yi, right Marshal Li Kai, all of them get lost. Even the King of Han's consort, the seductive Demoness Bright Pearl, was his woman. Your Highness, we should return. Hu Qing'er looked at Zhao Wu, her eyes brimming with love, gentle as water. She was now the Queen of Baiyue. Although she had long been Zhao Wu's woman, others did not know. She had just arrived in Xianying today, and staying overnight at Zhao Wu's mansion would inevitably invite gossip. Moreover, she was already satisfied. There was no need to stay and invite criticism. The days ahead were long. Tomorrow she would formally marry Zhao Wu, and then she could openly become his consort. Zhao Wu nodded slightly. Without any shyness, the two women dressed in front of him, then bowed gracefully. Your Highness, we take our leave. Go slowly. Zhao Wu nodded, turned over, and continued sleeping, the lingering fragrance of the beauties still in the air. Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er took 2 steps, then frowned slightly, feeling some discomfort and pain. They involuntarily recalled Zhao Wu's earlier performance, a hint of infatuation flashing in their limpid eyes. With sweetness and satisfaction in their hearts, they gently bit their lips and murmured with a smile, what a bull. With a soft laugh, Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er endured the pain and walked toward the door. Queen, Holy Maiden. Outside the Prince Wu's mansion, Zhang Han, who was responsible for their safety, saw them emerge and quickly approached. General Zhang, let us depart. The flush and allure on Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er's faces had already vanished, replaced by a cool, aloof dignity that kept others at a distance as they spoke calmly. Queen, Holy Maiden, this way. Zhang Han gestured respectfully. Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er boarded the carriage and headed toward the post station. Zhang Han walked beside the carriage and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The Martial King truly is a role model for our generation. On the very first meeting, he conquered the Queen and Holy Maiden of Baiyue. But this is too fast. Zhang Han sighed, inwardly glad that they hadn't stayed the night, or it would have caused a huge uproar. Of course, the main thing was that the Queen and Holy Maiden of Baiyue were betrothed to Zhao Wu. Consummating early, though somewhat improper, was not a major issue. If the betrothal had been to another prince and Zhao Wu had taken the Queen and Holy Maiden instead, that would have been a scandal of earth-shattering proportions. No, given the Martial King's prestige, His Majesty's favor, and the divine crop he presented today, even if the Martial King took the betrothed of another prince, it probably wouldn't be a big deal, would it? Zhang Han mused to himself. Others didn't know why Ying Zheng went to Shuhe, but Zhang Han did. A divine crop with a yield of 5,000 jin per mu. What a monumental achievement. Anyway, he knew that in this Great Qin one must never provoke the martial king. The martial king was a special existence who acted with utter impunity. Take Prince Hu Hai for example. Zhao Wu had kicked him into a cripple at the Zhangtai Palace, and now he was still a useless wreck lying in bed being fed like a baby living a fate worse than death. Yet Zhao Wu continued to live freely and carefree. And the once all-powerful Zhao Gao, after being slain by the martial god, had his entire clan exterminated by Ying Zheng. The martial king, when not provoked, a lazy fish. When provoked, he becomes a great shark that devours you in one bite. He thought no more. Zhang Han escorted Hu Qinger and Hu Mayer back to the post station, then returned to the palace to report to Ying Zheng on the day's events. Wu really does things his own way. Ying Zheng was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then chuckled lightly unconcerned. On the contrary, he was very pleased. Because Zhao Wu's eagerness to take the two women showed that he liked them. What he had feared most was that Zhao Wu would not like them. Now he was finally completely at ease. The next day, at the Zhangtai Palace, in the majestic hall, all the civil and military officials gathered solemn and dignified. On the dragon throne above, Ying Zheng sat upright, clad in a black dragon robe and wearing a crown. 12 strings of beads hung down from the crown, obscuring his face, hiding his emotions. His imperial might was unfathomable. As he sat there, he exuded an aura of ruling the world and swallowing up the universe. The officials felt a sense of awe, every move they made cautious. Just then a voice like a thunderclap shattered the silence of the hall. The martial king arrives. A eunuch announced loudly. The officials' eyes focused as they looked toward the entrance. A tall, handsome figure with a face of unparalleled beauty and eyes as bright as stars strode in his every glance, radiating brilliance like a deity. Who else could it be but Zhao Wu? Since Big Brother was enfeoffed as king, this is his first time attending court. Princes like Fu Su watched Zhao Wu's poised entrance, their hearts filled with envy and jealousy. Their treatment compared to Zhao Wu's was like beggars to an emperor. I heard the Queen and Holy Maiden of Baiyue have arrived ready to marry Big Brother. I've heard that too. They arrived in Xianying yesterday. I heard that the Baiyue people's arts of goo poison are strange and unpredictable. The Queen and Holy Maiden must be covered in poison. Big Brother rarely comes to court. Could he be planning to refuse the marriage? Princes Gao and Zhonglu whispered among themselves. They had never met the Queen and Holy Maiden of Baiyue. But in their minds, Baiyue was a barbaric land. The people there were barely clothed, spending their days with poisonous snakes and insects. Perhaps even while sleeping, bugs would crawl into your body. The thought was terrifying. I think it's very likely. Big Brother relies on Father's favor, and is lawless. Refusing a marriage is something he would do. If Father really agrees, what if he has to choose someone else to marry? Isn't second brother Fu Su still around? Second brother would never dare refuse Father. Right, it definitely won't fall to us. They whispered, ready to watch the drama unfold. If only Big Brother would refuse and anger Father. They prayed silently in their hearts. At the Zhangtai Palace, Zhao Wu strode forward and casually cupped his hand, saying, "Greetings, Father." He held privileges, entering the court without haste, bearing a sword and treading on fine mats, and being hailed without formal titles. Thus, this was not considered discourteous. Wooer, no need for formalities. Ying Zheng's voice was gentle, drawing envious and jealous glances from the surrounding princes. Ying Zheng had never been so kind to them. King Wu truly holds the emperor's favor. The court officials secretly sighed, ranking Zhao Wu among those who must never be offended. Zhao Wu ignored the surrounding gazes and took his place before Crown Prince Fusu. At that moment, Zhang Han's resonant voice rang from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, the Queen of Baiyue and the Holy Maiden of Baiyue request an audience." The court officials tightened their expressions. Prince Gao, Prince Zhang Lv and others cast veiled, expectant glances at Zhao Wu, a hint of mockery in their eyes. They imagined Zhao Wu's expression would be amusing when he saw the barbaric appearance of the Baiyue Queen and Holy Maiden. Of course, many were also curious to see what the Queen and Holy Maiden of Baiyue really looked like. Under the varied gazes, two graceful, slender figures walked leisurely from outside the hall. A sharp intake of breath. Everyone widened their eyes, their breath caught. Prince Gao, Prince Zhang Lv and the others were instantly captivated. Their eyes fixed on the newcomers. Their expressions dazed. Such beauty! The young princes, including Prince Gao, felt their hearts pound, as if they had fallen in love. As princes of Great Qin, they were never short of beautiful women. But at this moment, they felt that all the beauties in their mansions were merely vulgar. Nothing could compare. Hu Qinger wore a crown and a royal robe, her gentle and tranquil demeanor tinged with nobility and dignity, as well as the majesty and authority of a queen. Her skin was fair and delicate, and though her attire was modest, it could not conceal her stunning grace and the breathtaking curves of her figure. Hu Mayer was clad in a pink-white long dress, the fabric hinting at the garments beneath her, fox-like eyes soft and alluring to the bone. Her very brows exuded a bewitching charm, her figure lithe, her skin as fair as fine jade with a faint pinkish-white glow. They walked side by side like twin lotus flowers, stunningly beautiful and incomparably lovely, causing the resplendent Zhongtai Palace to lose its luster. Truly, one glance and 100 charms bloom, the 6 palaces' powdered faces fade in shame. Hu Qing'er, Queen of Baiyue, Hu Mei'er, Holy Maiden of Baiyue, pay homage to His Majesty the First Emperor. May your Majesty be blessed. They reached the front of the hall and bowed gracefully, their voices soft and clear like pearls falling on a jade plate, stirring the soul. Rise. Ying Zheng's voice was calm, carrying an overwhelming authority without anger. Thank you, your Majesty. Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er rose gracefully, radiating charm and elegance. The princes, including Prince Gao, stared with reddened eyes. Their expressions were grim. Only moments ago they had mocked the two as ugly, expecting Zhao Wu's misfortune. But the truth immediately slapped them in the face. Such peerless beauties. Why weren't they the ones betrothed to them? At that moment, they longed to step forward and shout, "Step aside, let me." Alas, before the First Emperor's authority they dared not act rashly. I hear you are willing to submit to Great Qin, and seek a marriage alliance with King Wu. Ying Zheng cast his majestic gaze downward, observing Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er. One was gentle and pure, the other bewitching to the bone. Even a man who had seen countless beauties could not deny they were extraordinary. No wonder Zhao Wu had been eager to possess them yesterday. Your Majesty's insight is keen. Hu Qing'er bowed gracefully. I am curious. What made you decide to submit to Great Qin? Ying Zheng inquired. Your Majesty, though we dwell in the lands of Baiyue, we have heard of your Majesty's and the war god's renown. Baiyue is a small state and cannot resist Great Qin. Hu Qing'er cupped her hands. Now that the reunification of the 9 provinces is imminent, the world will undergo great upheaval. Only by submitting to Great Qin can we survive in the cracks. The Queen of Baiyue is indeed perceptive and far-sighted. Ying Zheng spoke slowly. I grant your request. You shall marry King Wu on an auspicious day, and Baiyue shall be incorporated into the Great Qin territory, enjoying the same treatment as the subjects of Great Qin. Henceforth there shall be no Baiyue. Thank you, your Majesty. Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er bowed. Congratulations, your Majesty. May Great Qin endure for 10,000 years, and may your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The court officials offered their congratulations in unison. Retrieving the Baiyue lands without a single soldier was a momentous joy for Great Qin. Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er were equally elated. From now on they would be Zhao Wu's consorts. The mere thought made them tremble with excitement. Their bodies tightened and their legs felt weak. Your Majesty, General Zhang Han requests an audience on urgent business. Just then a eunuch's voice came from outside the hall. Summon him. Ying Zheng was curious. What urgent matter could Zhang Han have? Clatter, clatter. Zhang Han, clad in armor, strode in with steady steps, knelt on one knee and said, Your Majesty, the High Priest of Lulan and the Queen of Jingjue seek an audience, willing to submit to Great Qin and seek a marriage alliance with King Wu. What? Lulan is here too. Today is truly a good day. But why is it always King Wu they seek to marry? Lulan lies in the western regions bordering the wolf tribe. They must be terrified by the war god's divine soldiers. Indeed, in a single day the war god's divine soldiers annihilated millions of the wolf tribe. Who wouldn't be frightened? The court officials buzzed with discussion. Among them, the wise quickly grasped the reason for Lulan's submission. Obviously they were terrified by the annihilation of the wolf tribe. Thus, their desire to marry King Wu was understandable. After all, King Wu was the war god's successor. That also tied them to the war god. Why is it always our big brother? All the good things go to him. Who can blame him for being born into such luck? Before he was even born he encountered the war god. Besides, this might not be a good thing. Indeed, I've heard the western regions are plagued by sandstorms and severe water shortages. The people there don't bathe for a year. Imagine the smell. Even if they clean up, women living in the desert must have withered skin and be hideous. Exactly. Baiyue is in the south where water is abundant. It's understandable that the Queen and Holy Maiden of Baiyue are so fair and lovely. But the Queen of Lulan can't compare to the Queen of Baiyue. Right? Prince Gao, Prince Zhang Lv and the others murmured among themselves. If looks could kill, they would have slain Zhao Wu countless times. It was truly infuriating. Congratulations, your Majesty. The majesty of Great Qin reaches all corners. Barbarians submit, and the world turns to your heart. Li Si Meng Yi and other ministers hastened to bow. This is the war god's divine might. Ying Zheng said calmly. Summon the High Priest of Lulan and the Queen of Jingjue to the court. Soon, led by the eunuch, the slender, mature, dignified, and aloof High Priest along with the gorgeously captivating Queen of Jingjue entered the hall with grace. The Queen of Jingjue was tall with a curvaceous figure, and a cascade of hair flowing down to her waist. Her long legs, like pillars of ivory, were particularly eye-catching. Truly legs to cherish for a lifetime. The eyes of Prince Gao and the others were riveted. 2 more stunning beauties. 1 mature and elegant. 1 youthful and radiant. They were in no way inferior to the queen and holy maiden of Baiwei. So beautiful. Absolutely peerless. King Wu is truly blessed in love. First the Baiwei queen and holy maiden, now the Lulan queen. Tisk tsk. The court officials marveled with envy. After all, what man doesn't love beautiful women? Why does everything good fall to Zhao Wu? Seeing the Lulan queen and high priest Prince Gao and his companions turned pale with rage, roaring inwardly with resentment. The high priest of Lulan, the queen of Jingjue, pays homage to his majesty the first emperor. The high priest and the queen of Jingjue bowed gracefully. Their voices were melodious, stirring the heart. Rise. Ying Zheng looked at them and asked directly, do you two also wish to marry King Wu? Your Majesty, it is the queen of Jingjue who will marry King Wu. I am old and withered, hardly worthy of King Wu. The high priest bowed and said, High priest, you are mistaken. Ying Zheng appraised the high priest. Mature, dignified, voluptuous, and graceful. Truly a marvel. He knew Zhao Wu loved beautiful women, and he was at a loss for worthy beauties to reward Zhao Wu. This high priest was quite suitable. A true beauty. Though she was in her 30s, he knew that the women around Zhao Wu were not exactly young. Among them was one named Mingzhu, about whom Zhang Han had already gathered information. She was actually the former wife of King and of Han. When he learned this, he was somewhat shocked. But he did not expose her. As long as it did not harm Zhao Wu or the interests of Great Qin, he would not interfere. Thus Ying Zheng looked at the high priest and said, The queen and holy maiden of Baiwei have already agreed to marry King Wu as consorts. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. If the queen of Jingjue and the high priest also join, it would become a legendary tale, wouldn't it? Your Majesty, The high priest was about to speak, but Ying Zheng interrupted her. His majestic eyes fixed on her like a dragon overlooking the mortal world, and he said heavily, What, do you think King Wu is unworthy of you? His voice was calm, yet it carried an indescribable authority. The high priest's body trembled. She glanced at Zhao Wu, who was as perfect as a deity, and dared not refuse. Whatever your Majesty decides. In truth, she did not dislike Zhao Wu. After all, his handsome looks were everything. She simply felt that she was nearly 10 years older than him and served as the high priest of Lulan. She was too embarrassed, like an old eagle preying on a chick. Now, since Ying Zheng had insisted, she no longer had to worry. It was not her choice. It was what Ying Zheng demanded. She was sacrificing herself for Lulan, not coveting King Wu's body. Excellent. Then let it be that the queen of Jingjue, the high priest, the queen of Baiwei, and the holy maiden shall all marry King Wu together, creating a legendary tale. Ying Zheng laughed heartily, overjoyed. In a single day, he had not only subdued Baiwei and Lulan, but also found 4 exquisite beauties for Zhao Wu. Nothing could be more joyous in life. Thank you, your Majesty. The high priest and the queen of Jingjue bowed in gratitude. Damn it, old Zhao has gone overboard. He didn't even ask for my consent. Zhao Wu stood to the side, eyeing the graceful figures of the high priest and the queen of Jingjue, his mind racing with complaints. What a cursed arranged marriage. Damn. Bring me another dozen of them. In Zhongtai Palace, with the submission of Baiwei and Lulan, the marriages between the queen of Baiwei, the saintess of Baiwei, the queen of Lulan, the high priestess of Lulan, and King Wu Zhao Wu were settled. The hall was filled with joy and festivity. Congratulations to King Wu. Congratulations, brother. The noble sons like Gongzi Gao felt as if they had swallowed flies, bitter and uncomfortable, yet they had to offer forced congratulations with feigned smiles. Even Gongzi Fusu was no exception. Originally he was the foremost prince of Great Qin, famed for his benevolence throughout the realm. But with the emergence of Zhao Wu, his halo was completely overshadowed, reducing him to an ordinary man. As for the other prince, Gongzi Huhai, he had already been crippled by Zhao Wu, destined to spend the rest of his life confined to his bed, a living death worse than perishing. Today, besides the marriages between Baiwei Lulan and King Wu, I have another momentous joy to share with my beloved ministers. Ying Zheng, in high spirits, waited until the congratulations had subsided, then cleared his throat softly and began to speak. An aura of authority swept through the hall, stirring an instinctive urge to kneel and submit. The ministers' hearts trembled. They quickly fell silent, standing with solemn respect. At the same time, they wondered what good news could surpass the submission of Baiwei and Lulan. Bring forth the divine objects. Ying Zheng commanded. Divine objects. The civil and military officials were utterly bewildered. Under their curious gazes, a eunuch presented 3 strange items before them. One was golden tower shaped with glistening kernels. One was gray oval with traces of soil. One was crimson elongated and oval, also bearing soil. These are the divine objects. Li Si Meng Yi and other officials had 3 large question marks hovering over their heads, utterly unable to see what was divine about these items. Is old Zhao about to show off? Zhao Wu stood lazily to one side, his bright deep eyes fixed on the beautiful women. Among those present, only the beauties were worth a glance, everything else held no interest. If not for supporting Hu Qing'er and Hu Mei'er, he would not have bothered to come today. Wasn't it better to stay home and sleep with the great shark? Seeing that no one recognized them, Ying Zheng felt smug. Pointing to the golden tower-shaped object on the left, he said, "This is called corn. It can serve as a staple food, tastes excellent, and yields 1,000 jin per mu." What? What? The civil and military officials widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Li Si's pupils contracted. Corn, 1,000 jin per mu. If this were promoted, Great Qin's revenue would multiply several times. Your Majesty, does this corn truly yield 1,000 jin per mu? Right? Chancellor Feng Qiuji's voice trembled with excitement. A ruler's words are not to be taken lightly. Ying Zheng's voice was deep, carrying an irrefutable authority. Hiss! Congratulations, Your Majesty. May Great Qin last 10,000 years. May Your Majesty reign 10,000 years. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May Great Qin last 10,000 years. May Your Majesty reign 10,000 years. Li Si, Feng Qiuji, and the other officials bowed in exhilaration. Not only them, but the High Priestess of Lulan and the Queen of Jingjue were equally awestruck, fully aware of the preciousness of grain. 1,000 jin per mu. Truly a divine object. Hold on. Do you know the yields of this potato and sweet potato? Ying Zheng pointed to the pale yellow oval potato and the crimson sweet potato, speaking with a meaningful tone. Could they also be 1,000 jin per mu? Li Si's eyes widened, his voice trembling with excitement. Think bigger. Ying Zheng smiled, taking his time before speaking. Li Si's heart quivered, his breath caught in his throat. He stammered. Could it be 1,200 jin per mu? Feng Qiuji and the other officials felt their hearts leap into their throats. They had not expected that the potato and sweet potato, which looked less appealing than corn, would yield even more. Ying Zheng shook his head. The crowd felt as if struck by lightning. Feng Qiuji shakily said, "Could it be 1,400 jin per mu?" Their breathing quickened, their cheeks flushed with excitement. "Forget it, you'll never guess." Seeing the awe and astonishment of the crowd, Ying Zheng stopped teasing and announced directly, "The potato and sweet potato yield 5,000 jin per mu." 5,000 jin. The civil and military officials gaped, their eyes nearly popping out as if struck by a thunderbolt, even forgetting to breathe. With a thud, Right Chancellor Feng Qiuji, trembling, lost his footing and collapsed to the ground in shock. Heavens! Such divine objects exist yielding 5,000 jin per mu. The High Priestess of Lulan and the Queen of Jingjue opened their rosy, delicate lips wide, their beautiful eyes round their full, heaving chests quaking violently. If Lulan also possessed such divine objects, would its people no longer go hungry? Seated on the dragon throne, Ying Zheng gazed down at the stunned officials, the High Priestess of Lulan and the Queen of Jingjue, his heart swelling with pride. Showing off felt fantastic. Keep showing off, keep feeling fantastic. Watching them, he recalled how he himself had been equally awestruck before Zhao Wu. At that moment, he finally understood the feeling Zhao Wu had when he showed off in front of him. Yet he noticed that besides Zhao Wu and the already informed Gainye and Zhang Han, who remained composed, the Queen of Baiyue and the Saintess of Baiyue were also remarkably calm. Did they not understand what 5,000 jin per mu meant, or had they already known? Ying Zheng, recalling that the two women had climbed into Zhao Wu's bed the previous day, suddenly understood. They probably learned about it yesterday. At that moment, Li Si, Feng Qiuji and the others recovered from their shock, trembling with excitement as they bowed. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. With these divine objects, the people of the world need not worry. May Great Qin last 10,000 years. May Your Majesty reign 10,000 years. May Great Qin last 10,000 years. May Your Majesty reign 10,000 years. May Great Qin last 10,000 years. May Your Majesty reign 10,000 years." A thunderous chorus resounded through the hall, through Zhangtai Palace, through the entire imperial palace, deafening and earth-shattering. Ying Zheng savored the crowd's cheers. After a moment, he raised his hand slightly, and the hall fell silent. The ministers looked at him expectantly. By now, my beloved ministers must know that yesterday I suddenly went to Shuhe and ordered Marquis Tungu to lead troops there. Ying Zheng spoke. "Could it be that Your Majesty sent troops to protect the divine objects?" Li Si and the others realized, suspecting that the divine objects were in Shuhe County. "Indeed, these divine objects were presented to me by Wu yesterday, and in Shuhe County several hundred mu have already been planted. Enough to promote throughout Great Qin." "What? These divine objects were presented to Your Majesty by King Wu. King Wu has already planted several hundred mu in Shuhe County, enough to promote throughout Great Qin at once." Li Si, Feng Qiuji and the other officials were profoundly shaken, never expecting that such divine objects had been offered by King Wu. Why does it have to be him again? He takes all the good things. It must be the martial god. It must be that King Wu obtained them from the martial god. How infuriating. Why haven't I met the martial god? Princes like Gongzi Gao and Gongzi Jiangle were so envious their faces turned purple. They knew that Zhao Wu's merit had skyrocketed. It was enough to earn a marquisate or a chancellorship. But Zhao Wu was already King Wu. He also enjoyed privileges such as entering the court without hurrying, wearing a sword and shoes in the imperial presence, and being addressed without his name. A status second only to the emperor above all others. In truth, there was little left to bestow. It was presented by King Wu. At that moment the high priestess of Lulan and the queen of Jingjue turned to Zhao Wu, their beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration and devotion. This man would be their husband. How remarkable! Observing the reactions, Ying Zheng's eyes sparkled with amusement. He declared loudly, King Wu, for this merit alone, the people of Great Qin deserve to erect shrines for you, receiving the worship of all citizens. By my decree, corn shall be renamed Wu rice potato, renamed Wu bean, and sweet potato, renamed Wu sweet potato. Spread the deeds of King Wu throughout the realm. Build 36 shrines to King Wu with incense burning eternally. With King Wu the people can be at peace and Great Qin can be secure. Your Majesty is wise. May Great Qin last 10,000 years. May your Majesty reign 10,000 years. May King Wu reign 10,000 years. Li Sifeng Qiji and the other officials offered congratulations in unison. At this moment they dared not dampen Ying Zheng's spirits. They had long understood that King Wu was akin to a second emperor of Great Qin, and they had abandoned any thought of opposing him. Thus, no matter how high King Wu's honors were, it did not affect them. The princes like Gongzi Gao could only harbor envy and resentment in their hearts, while outwardly they had to flatter and smile obsequiously. Offering congratulations, they were entirely on a different level from Zhao Wu. Like ants before a dragon, only able to look up. Damn! Hearing Ying Zheng's words, Zhao Wu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wu Bean. Why not Wu Dong Wu Pa? Brother Zheng was truly adorable. That day an imperial decree was issued from the Zhangtai Palace. The state machine of Great Qin swiftly sprang into action as countless messengers on fast horses galloped in all directions. Then imperial proclamations were posted across every prefecture and county. King Wu presented divine crops, Wu rice yielding 1,000 caddies per mu and Wu beans, and Wu potatoes yielding 5,000 caddies per mu. From then on the world would no longer suffer hunger. All subjects of Great Qin must remember King Wu's benevolence, build King Wu's shrines, and offer eternal incense. Instantly the world seethed with excitement and uproar. My heavens! 1,000 caddies per mu, 5,000 caddies per mu. Am I dreaming? Is this true? Of course it's true. The imperial proclamations have been posted and His Majesty the First Emperor has announced it to the world. How could it be false? King Wu is the successor of the martial god. This must be the divine crops he obtained from the immortals out of compassion for the world. It is said that King Wu has already planted several hundred mu, enough to supply all of Great Qin. Soon we will be able to receive seeds and grow these divine crops. Wu rice, Wu beans, and Wu potatoes, and never go hungry again. Long live King Wu. Long live Great Qin. I heard that King Wu will wed the Queen of Lulan and the Queen of Baiyue. I will go to Xianying to congratulate him and behold his grandeur. You are right, my friend. Let us go together. The Confucian School. At Xiashengxian Manor, Zhang Liang packed his luggage, slung a bundle over his shoulder, and gazed into the distance with a cold smile. Conquering Baiyue to the south. Hang Zhang, I'll first give you a little surprise. He planned to go to Baiyue. With the geographical advantage of Baiyue, he was 90% confident of defeating the army sent to conquer Baiyue. Uncle Master, great news! Just then a Confucian disciple ran over, seeing Zhang Liang with his bundle, and asked curiously, Uncle Master, are you leaving? What great news? Zhang Liang did not answer but asked instead. Uncle Master, news from Xianying says that King Wu Zhao Wu presented the first emperor with Wu rice yielding 1,000 caddies per mu and Wu beans, and Wu potatoes yielding 5,000 caddies per mu. Now the first emperor will build temples and shrines for King Wu for eternal worship. It is said that Wu rice, Wu beans, and Wu potatoes were originally called corn potatoes and sweet potatoes, but His Majesty the First Emperor, in gratitude for King Wu's benevolence, named them after King Wu. King Wu's name resounds throughout the world. Zhang Liang's heart sank. He had not expected Ying Zheng to obtain such divine crops. If the people were well-fed, who would still follow him in rebellion? This time I must use the power of Baiyue to severely dampen the tyranny of Qin, otherwise it will be impossible to restore the state in the future. Zhang Liang's fists involuntarily clenched, veins bulging, his nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood, yet he was completely unaware. King Wu has already become a god. This Confucian disciple's eyes were filled with envy. The Confucian school cultivated self-cultivation, family harmony, state governance, and world peace. Scholars ultimately sought fame and fortune, longing to be remembered in history. King Wu's name would surely be remembered for centuries. If one day he could achieve the same, even death would be worth it. He sighed. King Wu has truly reached the pinnacle of life. Not only is his fame spread across the world, revered by thousands, but he will soon marry the Queen of Baiyue, the Holy Maiden of Baiyue, the Queen of Lulan, and the High Priestess of Lulan. I heard they are all peerless beauties, each with their own unique charm. Like plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. What? Did you say King Wu will marry the Queen of Baiyue and the Holy Maiden of Baiyue? Zhang Liang, who had been heavy-hearted, suddenly raised his head, grabbing the disciple's shoulders tightly, and asked excitedly, "Yes. Yes." The Confucian disciple was startled and said weakly, "I heard that the Queen of Baiyue herself proposed the marriage alliance and submitted to Great Qin. This? How is this possible? Baiyue relies on its geographical advantage. Even the fierce cavalry of tyrannical Qin would be useless there. How could Baiyue surrender so quickly?" Zhang Liang was stunned, incredulous. He knew that Baiyue's territory was too small and would eventually fall to tyrannical Qin. But with its geographical advantage, Baiyue could not be easily conquered by Qin. If he could provide strategies, he believed that Qin would not only fail to conquer Baiyue, but would also suffer heavy losses. However, ideals were grand. Reality dealt him a heavy blow. Before he could even get there, they had already surrendered. Even the Queen and Holy Maiden of Baiyue were given away to Zhao Wu. He felt as if he had punched cotton. He had an urge to vomit blood. "Uncle Master, are you all right?" The messenger disciple, seeing Zhang Liang's dejected state, whispered. Could Uncle Master be heartbroken? He speculated inwardly. "It's nothing, you may leave." Zhang Liang waved his hand, his body utterly drained of strength. "Yes, Uncle Master." Disciple takes his leave. The Confucian disciple bowed with cupped hands and respectfully withdrew. Watching him leave, Zhang Liang slumped onto the bed as if all strength had left him, his eyes vacant and filled with confusion. Ask the world what love is, that it teaches people to pledge life and death. The Confucian disciple, upon leaving Zhang Liang's room, shook his head, his eyes burning with gossip. No wonder Uncle Master stays away from women. He has long had someone in his heart. But the king has a dream while the goddess is indifferent. His beloved goddess is about to marry someone else. No wonder Uncle Master is devastated. If it were someone else, Uncle Master could still compete. But the other party is King Wu. Uncle Master can only grieve in secret. I really feel sorry for Uncle Master. This young scholar instantly conjured up a tragic and heroic love story between Zhang Liang and the Queen of Baiyue. What is the fastest spreading thing in the world? Not a virus, but gossip. Especially Confucian scholars love gossip. Talented and romantic scholars are thus named. Therefore, many Confucian scholars in Xiaoshenxian manner soon learned about the tragic and heroic love story between Zhang Liang and the Queen of Baiyue. At first people did not believe it, but considering that Zhang Liang was from the Han state and had connections with Baiyue, it was not impossible that he had a romantic relationship with the Queen of Baiyue. The human mind is powerful. They filled in all the details. This even alarmed the Confucian sect leader Fu Nian. Fu Nian came to Zhang Liang's room, and seeing his dejected appearance, who had been half doubtful, immediately believed it somewhat. He comforted, 9 out of 10 things in the world are unsatisfactory. Junior brother, since the Queen of Baiyue is to marry King Wu, you should let go early. Let go of the past to look forward to the future. The sect leader's advice is correct. I will remember it, Zhang Liang said with cupped hands. He thought Fu Nian was telling him to let go of the Han state, but letting go was impossible. However, since this time failed, he could try again next time. After all, he had lost nothing. It's good that you've come to terms, Fu Nian said with relief. Seeing Zhang Liang's acknowledgement, his last shred of doubt vanished. He hadn't expected Zhang Liang to actually have a relationship with the Queen of Baiyue. But all that was in the past. Fu Nian said no more, and having comforted Zhang Liang, he took his leave. After he left, the surrounding Confucian disciples erupted in excitement. Those who had doubted were now fully convinced, because Fu Nian had not denied the rumor. This confirmed the matter. Zhang Liang composed himself and left the room. Alas, Uncle Master, Zhang Liang is so pitiful. It must be that tyrannical Qin forced the Queen of Baiyue to marry King Wu, cruelly tearing apart Uncle Master and the Queen. Just as he stepped out, Zhang Liang heard the disciples' discussions, utterly bewildered. What the hell was this? Since when did he have a relationship with the Queen of Baiyue? He hadn't even met her. What nonsense are you talking? What relationship do I have with the Queen of Baiyue? Zhang Liang stepped forward and demanded. Greetings, Uncle Master. The Confucian disciples bowed, and then said sympathetically, Uncle Master, please accept our condolences. We understand. Everyone wore an expression of I know, which made Zhang Liang's veins bulge on his arms, blood rushing to his head. Already depressed, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Liang fell headlong. Ah no! Uncle Master is spitting blood. Uncle Master truly loves deeply. How hateful that tyrannical Qin stole his love. Uncle Master is so pitiful. Zhang Liang, just helped up by the disciples, heard their words and spat blood again, then fainted completely. Meanwhile, in Kuaiji, the Xiang clan, Xiang Liang received the news from Xianyang and could not help sighing. With such divine crops yielding 5,000 caddies per mu being promoted, it will be even harder to overthrow tyrannical Qin. Uncle, rest assured, they are just food. At most they will pacify the commoners. Now I have reorganized the Soaring Dragon Legion. When the Legion ranking list updates next time, we will surely rank among the top. Xiang Yu, holding the Overlord Spear, was full of spirit and ambition. When the 9 continents unite, and the world undergoes great changes, that will be the time for our Xiang clan to show our prowess and restore our glory. It's good that you have confidence, Yuer. Although Xiang Liang's heart was heavy, he did not want to discourage Xiang Yu. Besides, Xiang Yu was right, the unification of the 9 continents would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Only with chaos in the world could they rise to power. As for how many commoners would die or be injured as the aristocratic class, they did not care at all. In their eyes, the people were like weeds by the roadside. Cut one crop and another would grow. Boom! At that moment a thunderclap seemed to explode in the sky, and boundless colorful light surged with myriad omens appearing, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. This is... Countless people raised their heads and saw a line of dragon-flying phoenix dancing characters on the Dao Golden List. 7 days later the 9 continents unite. The characters like mountains hung in the sky, emitting an aura that suppressed eternity, and spanned the 8 directions, glowing with profound and infinite Taoist charm. Even those who could not read could clearly understand its meaning upon seeing it. At the same time, above the skies of Tianzhou Great Sui, Dizhou Great Song, Shenzhou Great Yuan, Yuzhou Great Ming, Hongzhou Great Qin, and Huangzhou Great Han, 8 characters of iron strokes and silver hooks appeared simultaneously. 7 days later the 9 continents unite. 7 days hence the 9 continents shall unite. So soon. In Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng, clad in his black dragon robe, rested one hand on his sword Tianwen, his majestic and profound gaze fixed upon the golden list of the Great Dao in the heavens, inwardly astonished. Issue orders to Meng Tian and Li Xian, guard the borders, heighten vigilance. If they do not provoke us, we shall not provoke them. If they provoke us, we shall show no mercy. We must not diminish the majesty of Great Qin. Ying Zheng's voice was like a dragon's roar, dignified and weighty, carrying an imposing aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Understood. Strengthen propaganda across all regions, maintain stability, and allow no chaos. Understood. The entire Great Qin shall mobilize and prepare for war. After 7 days, any who dares to offend the majesty of Great Qin, no matter how far, shall be punished. Understood. Following the prompt from the golden list of the Great Dao, all of Qin was mobilized. Ying Zheng and his civil and military officials were as busy as spinning tops turning without end. Facing the imminent arrival of unfamiliar powers, even the first emperor Ying Zheng had to become tense and prepare solemnly. Not only Ying Zheng but also the emperors of Great Sui, of Tianzhou Great Song, of Dizhou Great Yuan, of Xuanzhou Great Ming, of Yuzhou Great Qing, of Hongzhou, and Great Han of Huangzhou all became tense. Meanwhile the ambitious individuals across the continents, like cats catching a whiff of blood, had their eyes gleaming, rubbing their hands, and preparing to make a big move during the unification of the 9 continents. In the court, the emperor, feudal lords, and officials were shaken. In the martial world, winds and clouds surged. On the 9 continents, countless forces felt terror, excitement, anticipation, and tension due to the unification. Yet within the martial king's mansion of Great Qin in Zhongzhou there was peace and tranquility. No matter how mountains crumbled and storms raged outside, not a single blade of grass or tree in the martial king's mansion was affected. Before the martial king's mansion, a dignified, mysterious, and elegant figure stood calmly, her light purple hair cascading like a waterfall, pinned up with purple pearl hairpins with 2 strands of hair hanging down on each side. The strands hung straight and smooth, accentuating her slender fair neck. Her lips were truly rose, like the same color, the same vividness, the same allure. Unforgettable at first sight. Yet the most unforgettable were her dreamlike, mysterious eyes, veiled by a strip of gauze, deep and captivating. Protector State Preceptor Moon Goddess has come to pay respects to the martial king. Moon Goddess gazed at the imposing martial king's mansion before her, her rose lips parting slightly, her voice ethereal and mysterious, clear and pleasant. Ever since the last Great Qin Legion ranking was announced, she had forcefully performed a divination, resulting in a backlash that left her severely injured. She had been recuperating these past days. Although her injuries were not fully healed with the unification of the 9 continents, in 7 days the situation in the world would undergo a great change. Even as the right protector of the school of Yin Yang and the state preceptor of Great Qin, she could no longer remain still. Of course, more importantly, she wanted to surpass her elder sister Yanfei, who had always overshadowed her since childhood. Neither the school of Yin Yang nor the Qin state could help her. But the martial king, perhaps he could. The martial king presented a divine crop yielding 5,000 gene per mu, which most likely came from the war god. Based on current information, the martial king's relationship with the war god is extraordinary. In Moon Goddess's mind, all the information about Zhao Wu and the war god emerged, her dreamy deep eyes flashing with wisdom. She was proficient in astrology, possessing precognitive abilities, as well as the power to control others' minds and unknown destructive force. Although she could not pry into information about the war god, but she had a feeling the martial king and the war god were not like ordinary master-disciple or inheritor relationships. At that moment Tian Yen emerged from the martial king's mansion, looking at Moon Goddess with neither arrogance nor servility, and calmly said, So it's the state preceptor. The state preceptor has come at an inopportune time. The martial king is taking his afternoon nap. Either come another day or wait for him to wake. Thank you. I will wait for the martial king to wake. Moon goddess's deep dreamy eyes studied Tianyan. For some reason she felt as if she were being seen through by this woman before her. Especially Tianyan's beautiful deep eyes which seemed to see through the human heart, causing her even a palpitation. She observed carefully but everything seemed normal as if all those feelings were illusions. I cannot be mistaken, this woman is no ordinary. Moon goddess thought to herself. The martial king's mansion is indeed a hidden den of dragons and tigers. Even a maidservant is so formidable. State preceptor, please come in. Tianyan gestured with her fair, jade-like hand leading Moon goddess into the mansion. Does the martial king have a habit of taking an afternoon nap every day? When does the martial king usually wake up? While discreetly observing Tianyan, Moon goddess asked. When the mood strikes any time, any place. Where can one not sleep? Tianyan, as if unaware of Moon goddess's scrutiny, replied calmly. As for when he wakes, when it's time to wake, he will wake naturally. Moon goddess. Isn't this the same trick of confusing people that the school of Yin Yang loves? Saying a bunch of incomprehensible words but in fact all nonsense. Not a single point. Suddenly Moon goddess stopped in her tracks, her beautiful dreamlike deep eyes beneath the gauze gazing at a huge garden, 100 meters away. In the garden, 100 flowers bloomed vying for beauty and splendor. Even flowers not of this season were blooming brilliantly. Of course. What Moon goddess focused on was not the flowers but at the center of the garden, there was a large chair upon which lay a peerlessly handsome young man. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes lying lazily and comfortably on the chair basking in the sun. Beside him were two soul-stirringly enchanting women, holding fans gently fanning him. The martial king takes his afternoon nap right here in the garden. Moon goddess looked at the sleeping Zhao Wu from afar, curiosity in her eyes. Tianyan's eyes showed disdain, and she said flatly, "Didn't I say? When the mood strikes any time, any place. Where can one not sleep?" Moon goddess was speechless. She had actually been looked down upon. The most infuriating thing was that she had no retort. I'll just wait in the garden for the martial king to wake up. Moon goddess walked toward the garden. Tianyan's brows furrowed slightly, but in the end she did not stop her. Moon goddess moved with delicate steps, silent as a cat gracefully walking to the edge of the garden, and standing there calmly, her deep dreamy eyes beneath the gauze studying the sleeping Zhao Wu. This fellow really knows how to enjoy himself. Her gaze swept over the extremely seductive Yan Lingji and the extremely bewitching Chao Nuo. Such peerless beauties, if an ordinary person had obtained them, would have treasured them like gems, afraid to drop them when held in the palm, afraid to melt them when held in the mouth. But Zhao Wu actually used them as maidservants. She had come today to see if the martial king was qualified to be her husband, but now she found that she seemed to have no great advantage. At least in terms of appearance, Yan Lingji and Mingzhu were not inferior to her. Her only advantages were her status and strength. But after seeing Tianyan just now, she felt that Tianyan was not simple. Not only Tianyan but these two stunningly beautiful women before her also seemed not to be mere vases. Even the entire martial king's mansion gave her a feeling of a dragon's pool and tiger's lair. She felt like a little lamb walking into a tiger's den. At any moment she could be devoured, bones and all. With mixed emotions, Moon goddess began to wait. Her graceful figure stood calmly, her dreamy deep eyes quietly watching Zhao Wu's nap. A quarter of an hour, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. Is this fellow doing it on purpose? A hint of resentment flickered in the Moon goddess's deep dreamlike eyes. Yet she remained motionless, standing like a snow lotus atop the heavenly mountain, serene and indifferent, her face revealing neither joy nor sorrow, neither haste nor impatience. As the right protector of the school of Yin Yang and the national guardian of the Great Qin Empire, her mental fortitude was naturally extraordinary. Finally, after 4 hours, the sun was nearly setting. Zhao Wu, lying lazily on a grand chair, turned over like a salted fish. Who first awakens from the great dream? I know my own fate. The thatched cottage is suffused with spring slumber, and the sunlight outside the window lingers. Zhao Wu opened his drowsy eyes, stretched and twisted his neck. Suddenly he felt a pair of burning eyes fixed upon him. He looked up and saw a veiled, mysterious and graceful beauty. In the north there is a beauty peerless and independent. One glance can topple a city. A second glance can topple a kingdom. Zhao Wu's drowsy eyes brightened, and he praised, radiant as the moon veiled by clouds, ethereal as the wind sweeping snow. King Wu is truly eloquent. It is unexpected that you not only excel in martial arts, inheriting the true legacy of the martial god, but also possess such literary brilliance. Both civil and martial virtues with the world in your heart. The moon goddess's voice was ethereal, calm and light, yet she felt deeply pleased. Which woman does not delight in being praised for her beauty? Even the moon goddess was no exception. Of course the praise also depended on the giver. If a beggar commented on her beauty, she would feel insulted. But this was King Wu. The King Wu of Great Qin, the inheritor of the martial god, the one who had offered divine treasures and been deified in the hearts of the Great Qin people. His praise carried a completely different weight, more astonishing and delightful than even the first emperor's commendation. National Guardian, you didn't come solely to praise me, did you? Zhao Wu twisted his neck, found a comfortable position, and lay back like a salted fish. Let me make this clear first, if you've come to discuss state affairs you may leave now. But if it's about romance and leisure, you are most welcome. King Wu indeed follows no conventions, unrestrained and free. The moon goddess chuckled softly and walked gracefully to Zhao Wu. She placed her hands on her lower abdomen and bowed gracefully. The moon goddess pays respects to King Wu. Her voice was mysterious and ethereal, carrying a mystical allure. Behind her veil, her dreamlike eyes stared at Zhao Wu, shimmering with an illusory glow. At that moment her elegant form trembled slightly and her beautiful eyes froze. At that moment Zhao Wu's image in her eyes became towering and magnificent. As the right protector of the school of Ying and the national guardian of Great Qin, she had witnessed countless young talents, prodigies and rulers. But she had never seen, nor even imagined, that a person could be so perfect. His flawless face seemed carved by a knife and axe. Handsome, resolute and sharply defined. His upright stature resembled a lofty mountain range, exuding an aura of towering majesty. His perfect countenance was so ethereal it seemed not of the mortal world, like an ancient celestial deity descending to earth. His clear black and white eyes were like the vast, profound starry sky, or a sovereign looking down upon all beings, mysterious yet terrifyingly majestic. Behind him the moon goddess vaguely perceived a golden divine dragon coiling and roaring, shaking heaven and earth with a roar that shattered the stars. A single dance stirred the universe. Its terror was boundless, exuding the supreme, most noble and most exalted aura. But when she looked again, everything seemed an illusion. Under Zhao Wu's warm, bright and profound gaze, she felt like bathing in a spring breeze, her body and soul relaxed and joyful. Just standing before him and looking at him filled her heart with an extraordinary sweetness and contentment. At that moment, in the moon goddess's eyes, this perfect godlike figure before her became the sky, the earth, everything, occupying her body and soul completely. How reckless! Thinking that a bit of yin-yang sorcery allows you to spy on his highness. You don't know your place. The tide which Ming Zhu sneered at the dazed moon goddess, her eyes full of mockery. It seems we'll have another sister. Yan Lingji's beautiful eyes were alluring and enchanting, her seductive voice stirring the heart. Quite bold, daring to spy on me. Zhao Wu looked at the moon goddess with a hint of teasing amusement. The moon goddess hailed from the school of Yin-yang, which possessed many esoteric arts such as the divination of stars, and the deduction of celestial changes and dynastic shifts. Of course, just as one could observe the fortunes of heaven and earth and dynasties, one could also observe individuals. The school of Yin-yang had chosen the Qin state because they foresaw Ying Zheng's destiny to unify the world. Earlier, when the moon goddess looked at Zhao Wu, she secretly employed her Yin-yang arts to see if he could bear the weight of her mission to defeat her elder sister Yan Fei. The result spoke for itself. An ant daring to spy on a dragon only to be repelled by the dragon's majesty. Her spirit was immersed, her body and soul completely occupied by Zhao Wu, unable to extricate herself. Awaken! Zhao Wu's soft command, however, struck the moon goddess's ears like a thunderbolt, deafening and shocking. Her delicate body trembled, and she snapped awake, her body limp, collapsing directly into Zhao Wu's arms. The strong masculine scent assailed her senses. Feeling Zhao Wu's warm, solid chest, the moon goddess, who had never been touched by a man, trembled in her heart. Compounded by the backlash she had just suffered, her eyes grew hazy, and her body went limp. However, her mind was somewhat clearer, and she was inwardly shocked. She had once used her art of observing qi to examine Ying Zheng without suffering any backlash. Yet now she was repelled by Zhao Wu. The image of Zhao Wu was now etched deep into her soul. If Zhao Wu had not awakened her, she would have suffered severe mental damage, perhaps even become an idiot. Even now the thought made her heart tremble with fear. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Since King Wu shares such a close bond with the martial god, he must be extraordinary. The divination I spent 20 years on is not wrong. King Wu will surely help me overcome Yan Fei. The red star of romance stirs. The moon goddess lifted her head, gazing at Zhao Wu, who was so close she could feel his scorching breath. Her heart pounded wildly. She said softly, "Thank you, King Wu, for saving me. I was overreaching myself. Please forgive your servant." Since she had been discovered, the moon goddess did not conceal her mistake and directly admitted it. One must take one's punishment standing straight. Spying on me plus the life-saving grace. Do you think a single sentence can settle it? Zhao Wu lifted her veil and gazed into her beautiful eyes. Their eyes met. The moon goddess's usually calm heart trembled violently. She lowered her head bashfully and said, "A life-saving grace cannot be repaid in words. Your servant can only offer herself to you. How about that?" She clearly came to seduce his highness, yet she speaks so righteously. Tianyan standing nearby could not help but sneer, inwardly venting her disdain. Barely acceptable. Zhao Wu looked the moon goddess up and down, admiring her graceful figure, peerless beauty, and noble temperament. If the full score were 100, she would at least get 97. Your servant awaits King Wu's grand visit at the National Guardian's mansion. Feeling Zhao Wu's roving hand on her body, the moon goddess slipped out of his embrace like a mermaid and drifted away, leaving behind only a lingering fragrance and an ethereal voice. Bad review. Definitely a bad review. Zhao Wu rubbed his fingers watching the moon goddess's departing figure, and couldn't help but complain. The fire was lit, but she didn't extinguish it. She just ran away. What could be worse than that? Your Highness, don't you have me? The tide which Mingzhu took the opportunity to sit in Zhao Wu's lap, her fair shoulders delicate collarbone, and alluring snow peaks captivating. Her slender waist was bound to a handspan, and her long skirt bloomed like a blue rose, seemingly exuding seduction at every moment, teasing the nerves. And you, my great shark. Zhao Wu gently pinched Mingzhu's straight nose. Her temperament was noble and elegant, yet she carried a bewitching allure like a blue enchantress, irresistible. Under his command there were 3 fish, the tide which was the great shark, Jing and I was the salamander, and Yan Lingji was the mermaid. Zhao Wu directly picked up the great shark in his arms, and strode toward the bedroom. Outside the King Wu's mansion. Huff! The moon goddess, having left the mansion, felt her heart still pounding violently. King Wu is truly unfathomable. He is no mere grandmaster as everyone thinks. He is at least at the heavenly realm. At 22, a heavenly realm cultivator. He will surely become a figure like the martial god. When will King Wu come to marry me? Thinking of this, a blush rose on the moon goddess's cheeks. She had fled too hastily earlier and had not asked many things. But she could not return, so she had to go back to the National Guardian's mansion. Yet days passed and Zhao Wu made no move. How infuriating. He wants to eat and wipe his mouth clean without acknowledging it. The moon goddess's beautiful eyes were full of resentment. That scoundrel had not only lifted her veil but also touched her recklessly, even reaching inside her. Yet now he showed no initiative. Boom, boom, boom. Just then the earth trembled, the stars swayed, and boundless radiance filled the sky. Vast landmasses slowly converged from the distant starry space. The 9 provinces are reuniting. The moon goddess's eyes were deep and profound. Over the past few days Zhao Wu had disturbed her mind so much that she had not paid attention to the matter of the 9 provinces reunion. She had not expected 7 days to have passed. Today was the day of the 9 provinces reunion. The 9 provinces are to reunite. At the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng's majestic dragon eyes gazed into the void. He saw 6 massive landmasses slowly drawing together from all directions under a mysterious great force. The earth beneath his feet trembled as if a earth dragon was turning over. Heavenly Dao sounds echoed through the space. If someone were at the edge of a continent, they would witness a horrifying scene. At the edge of each continent, infinite Dao laws interweaved, faintly radiating mysterious and terrifying power. This force drew the continents closer, while controlling their speed to prevent collision. In the Great Yuan of Shenzhou, Emperor Yuan gazed at the spectacular scene of the 9 provinces reunion, his eyes blazing with ambition. On the day the 9 provinces reunite, it is time for the Great Yuan's iron cavalry to gallop across the 9 provinces. Long live His Majesty! 10,000 years! 10,000 years! Beside Emperor Yuan, the demon master Pang Ban stood with his hands behind his back, his evil and seductive eyes flickering with battle intent. The 9 provinces reunite. I wish to witness the experts of other continents. In the great Sui of Tianzhou, Emperor Yang Guang of Sui looked into the distance with a thoughtful gaze. Finally it begins. Since the ancient fragmentation of the 9 provinces, an unprecedented brilliant era is about to unfold. I wish to find a worthy opponent for the Shenyuan sword. Yuan Tuo, clad in golden armor, had a sword intent piercing the heavens, and a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. The Shenyuan sword seemed to sense its master's intention, ringing with a clear sound. It wished to be unsheathed to battle the 9 provinces. Hearing this, Yang Guang felt a surge of pride and laughed. I have obtained a national guardian like a fish finding water. It is my great fortune and the fortune of Great Sui. In the central state of Daqin Xianyang, the martial prince's residence, Zhao Wu resting his head upon the smooth fair and long legs of the tide, which Mingzhu stirred his gaze and slowly sat up, murmuring, the 9 provinces have converged. Master, do you wish to ascend and behold the spectacle of the 9 provinces uniting? Yan Lingji's limpid eyes twinkled, her exquisitely flawless face radiating an enchanting charm that stirred the soul. She was a veritable seductress. Every smile, every frown, every movement brimmed with myriad allurements. Clever girl! Zhao Wu gently tapped her delicate nose and smiled. Such a grand event as the unification of the 9 provinces naturally deserves to be witnessed. Sister Lingji has indeed absorbed much of the prince's wisdom. No wonder you share such a telepathic bond with him. Mingzhu smiled softly, her breath like orchid, her narrow, bewitching eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring souls. The master has not spared his guidance for Sister Mingzhu either. No wonder he calls her the great shark, forever insatiable. Yan Lingji giggled, coquettishly wrapping her arms around Zhao Wu's. Master, I too wish to ascend and see the sights. Won't you carry me up there? Didn't I just fly with you last night? Zhao Wu teased, but his hands moved swiftly, encircling Yan Lingji's slender waist, preparing to take her skyward. Prince, I want to fly too. Mingzhu clung to his other arm, pouting playfully. Very well, I'll take you both up. Zhao Wu wrapped his other arm around Mingzhu's full waist, pushed off the ground, and in an instant soared into the air, vanishing from the martial prince's residence. In truth, both Mingzhu and Yan Lingji, though not yet Earth Immortals, could also fly, because they all possessed the 12 talismans. Ah, so fast. Too fast. Master, faster. Mingzhu and Yan Lingji clung to Zhao Wu's back, feeling the howling wind past their ears, their voices soft and seductive, stirring the heart. Damn, you two are truly lethal enchantresses. Zhao Wu shot them a glance. Even in the sky they couldn't resist teasing him. With a whoosh, Zhao Wu's cultivation had reached the Taisu realm, and in an instant, he ascended tens of thousands of li, overlooking the 9 provinces continent. The originally fragmented 7 landmasses too had already vanished, were slowly merging like puzzle pieces with the central province at the core. How miraculous! The 7 landmasses are drawing together like magnets, fusing into one. Mingzhu and Yan Lingji marveled in awe. Zhao Wu gazed at the 9 provinces. Centered on the central province to the north lay the Tian province of the Great Sui, to the south the Huang province of the Great Han, to the west the Shen province of the Great Yuan, to the east the Di province of the Great Song, to the northwest the Hong province of the Great Qin, and to the southeast the Yu province of the Great Ming. Yet Zhao Wu paid no heed to these empires. Instead, with his divine sense, he perceived the interwoven and colliding Dao laws at the junctions of each landmass. This was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Ordinarily, comprehending laws and the Dao was extremely difficult, as if separated by a veil. But now, during the fusion of the continents, the pervasive Dao and laws were laid bare like a beautiful woman stripped of her garments. Completely exposed, with no secrets hidden. An endless tide of inspiration surged upon him, and Zhao Wu immersed himself as if bathing in an ocean of the Dao. Mingzhu and Yan Lingji did not disturb him. They vigilantly scanned the surroundings, guarding him. Their cultivation at the heavenly realm could not perceive much. It was like giving a primary school student a detailed university textbook. They would not understand it. The fusion of the 7 landmasses took a full hour. After an hour, the 7 continents had completely merged into one. The laws of heaven and earth became more complete and powerful. Countless martial artists felt as if they had leaped from a pond into a vast lake. The bottlenecks that had plagued them for years loosened, and they sensed an impending breakthrough. My heavens! The 9 provinces have united, making this realm even more suitable for cultivation. I'm about to break through to Grandmaster. I never thought I'd become a Grandmaster in my lifetime. Wonderful. I've broken through to Xiantian. Haha, I've become a martial artist. Across the 9 provinces continent, countless beings rejoiced. Many martial artists broke through their bottlenecks on the spot, heralding the dawn of a resplendent great era. At the school of Yinyang in the Luoxing Hall, Donghuang Tai sat cross-legged, countless suns, moons, and stars seeming to revolve behind him, an aura of profound mystery emanating from his form. Suddenly his aura surged violently. A sound like a membrane being pierced within his body echoed, and a vast majestic presence spread outward. With a swoosh, Donghuang Tai's eyes snapped open, 2 beams of sharp light shooting forth like 3-foot swords, seemingly tearing through space. Haha! Today I, Donghuang Tai, have become an Earth Immortal. With a great laugh he rose to his full height, his body radiating divine light, undergoing a transformation as profound as the shift from the heavenly realm to the Shun Su realm. A process of mortal becoming divine. This was not merely a breakthrough in cultivation, but a metamorphosis of the very essence of life. How powerful! Sensing the power within him, Donghuang Tai's eyes were filled with intoxication, his spirit soaring with boundless pride. The Shun Su realm. No wonder it's called the Earth Immortal. It's an entirely different concept from the heavenly realm. The martial god is also at the Shun Su realm, isn't he? Now that I've broken through, though I may not match his strength, I've at least reached the same level. Donghuang Tai clenched his fist. One day he would surpass the martial god. He was not alone. Bei Mingzi of the heavenly sect of Taoism and Giguzi of the Gigu school also succeeded in breaking through, ascending to the Earth Immortal realm. Beyond the central province, powerful figures in other provinces also made tremendous breakthroughs. It could be said that due to the unification of the 9 provinces, the overall strength of the entire continent had increased by more than 2/10. Upon returning to the martial prince's residence, Zhao Wu immediately entered seclusion to cultivate. He had gained many insights and needed time to organize and digest them. While Zhao Wu was in seclusion, countless factions, including the central provinces de Qin, the Tian provinces de Sui, the Di provinces de Song, the Shen provinces de Yuan, the Yu provinces de Ming, the Hong provinces de Qing, and the Huang provinces to Han, sent out spies to frantically explore the surrounding lands. Basic information about each continent could be easily obtained by capturing a few natives and questioning them. Thus, within a day most nations had learned which continent bordered them and what powers existed. The most unfortunate was Qin, trapped in the center bordering all the major continental states. In the western Xian province, inside the Deyuan Imperial Palace, Emperor Yuan sat upon the dragon throne in the Golden Throne Hall with civil and military officials assembled below. Your Majesty, according to reports from our spies, our Great Yuan borders 3 major nations. Prince Ryong Chahan Timur stepped forward and reported to the north is the Hong provinces to Qin, to the south is the Huang provinces to Han, and to the east is the central provinces to Qin. The eastern border region is the western territories of Qin, where a small kingdom called Lulan is located. According to intelligence, Lulan recently submitted to the Qin state. The queen of Lulan and the high priestess who holds power are to marry the martial prince Zhao Wu of Qin. They will soon arrive in Xianyang to complete the wedding. The martial prince is the eldest son of Qin's first emperor Ying Zheng, who was raised outside the palace. In his 20s, he grew up with his mother, earned the favor of the martial god, and became the martial god's disciple. Not long ago, Ying Zheng recognized him and bestowed the title martial prince. Oh! Emperor Yuan nodded slightly. Is this martial god the same one who dominates the Qin divine sword list and the legion list? Yes. What do you think, teacher? Emperor Yuan turned to the powerfully built sinister demon-like figure beside him, Demon Master Pang Ban. He truly wished to seize Lulan, but he was wary of the martial god. A man who could dominate both Qin rankings must be no weakling. Perhaps he was an earth immortal. If such a powerhouse attempted to assassinate him, he would be hard-pressed to defend himself. Only a peerless expert could counter him. And Demon Master Pang Ban was his greatest reliance. I have already entered the Shun Su realm. I would like to test the martial god's depth. Pang Ban's demonic eyes flickered with terrifying malice, his battle spirit blazing, exuding an invincible confidence. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuan felt reassured. He surveyed the assembled court and said, Lulan has just submitted to Qin, and has not yet pledged its heart. This is the perfect time to conquer it. Which general is willing to lead the campaign and display the might of the Great Yuan? Your servant is willing to go to subdue Lulan and bring the queen and the high priestess back to the capital for your majesty's enjoyment. Guo stepped forward, first his voice like a bell, resolute and firm. Excellent. With General Guo leading the charge, Lulan will be easily taken. Emperor Yuan laughed heartily. I grant you 100,000 Great Yuan cavalry, and appoint you as the Eastern Expedition General. Make sure to capture Lulan and display the dignity of the Great Yuan. Thank you, your majesty. Your servant guarantees the mission's success. Guo Can's voice rang with steel. Conquest of a small state like Lulan was child's play for him. The only thing to watch out for was Qin's reinforcements and the martial god's legions. However, none, Guo Can, Emperor Yuan, nor the court officials doubted the power of the Great Yuan cavalry. In their view, although the martial god's legions were formidable, they were but a small force, unlikely to be large. Under the overwhelming tide of the Great Yuan iron cavalry, even the most divine legions would be ground to dust. The next day, the army was fully assembled. Guo Can led 100,000 Great Yuan cavalry, like a gray flood surging toward Lulan, with irresistible momentum. In Lulan's imperial palace, the high priestess and the court officials were in council. First, they discussed the coronation ceremony for the Queen of Jingjue. The Queen of Jingjue had not yet formally assumed the throne of Lulan, because she was under 18, so the high priestess had been holding the reins of power. Second, they prepared for their own marriage arrangements. Report. Just then a spy burst in, breathless and frantic. What has happened? The high priestess asked, a foreboding feeling rising in her heart. Your Holiness, the Great Yuan, which has just merged with our continent, has dispatched 100,000 cavalry to attack us. They are now 100 li away, and will soon be at our gates. What? The Great Yuan is attacking us so soon? How dare they? Are they not afraid of Qin's retaliation? Are they not afraid of the martial prince's wrath? What shall we do? We cannot withstand 100,000 cavalry. We will be crushed to dust in an instant. Panic swept through the Lulan court. The high priestess furrowed her brow and snapped. What is all this panic? The martial prince and Qin will not abandon us. I will send a message to the martial prince requesting reinforcements. It's too late to ask for help now. Far water cannot quench a near fire. We are doomed. Calm down. Look at yourselves. Is this any way to behave? The high priestess scolded. Prepare the army for battle. I will appeal to the martial prince. He is vastly powerful and will surely be able to aid us in time. Yes, your holiness. The officials reluctantly complied, steeling themselves. In Hongzhou, the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin was located in the northwest, bordering the Great Yuan of Xuanzhou, the Great Qin of Zhongzhou, and the Great Sui of Tianzhou. Hence, when the Emperor Yuan appointed Guo Can as general to lead 100,000 elite Yuan cavalry to attack Lulan, the Emperor of Qin also received the news. The Emperor Yuan moves quite swiftly. The Qing Emperor couldn't help but remark, his calm voice betraying neither sarcasm nor admiration. Your Majesty, that old fool Emperor Yuan's Great Yuan Cavalry has been invincible across Xuanzhou, swelling his pride. It's understandable that he thinks himself unmatched under heaven. Wei Xiaobao stood beside the Qing Emperor, a lecherous and fawning smile on his face, and said, Besides, Lulan is but a small state that has just submitted to Qin. Qin is too far away to help. They may not be willing to start a war with Great Yuan. The Qing Emperor shook his head, clearly disagreeing with Wei Xiaobao's view. He said calmly, Qin borders all the other states and is surrounded in the center. If Qin backs down this time when Great Yuan attacks, then the surrounding states will pounce like starving wolves, tearing a huge chunk of flesh from Qin. Therefore Qin will fight with all its might to make an example of Lulan. Moreover, the Queen of Lulan and the High Priestess are already betrothed to King Zhao Wu. And Zhao Wu's prestige and status in Qin are second only to the first emperor, even on par with him. Once Lulan falls, the Queen and High Priestess will surely fall into Emperor Yuan's hands. Even for the sake of face, Qin will fight with all its might. Besides, Zhao Wu is the successor of the martial god. The martial god who dominates the Qin Legion rankings might also intervene. Hearing this, Wei Xiaobao immediately laughed and said, Isn't that even better? Let that old fool Emperor Yuan test the depths of Qin and the martial god. Exactly. The Qing Emperor smiled and said, I actually hope the martial god steps in. I want to see just how divine his undying divine soldiers praised by the Great Dao Golden List truly are. Whether they are truly immortal. There are no truly undying divine soldiers in this world. Even if they were, they would be ground to dust under your Majesty's 8 banners cavalry. Wei Xiaobao's face was full of flattery and sycophancy. Though the Qing Emperor knew he was buttering him up, the words still made him feel pleased. Send more spies and keep a close watch. I want to receive the latest news immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. In Huangzhou, the Great Han Empire existed in name only. Flames of war raged everywhere and warlords vied for supremacy. The territory bordering Great Yuan and Great Qin was precisely the domain of the strongest warlord Dongzhuo. At this moment, Dongzhuo received the news of Great Yuan's troop deployment. This Lulan is a juicy piece of meat. Not only does it border Yuan, but it also borders our territory, and it's not far away. Dongzhuo, with a huge belly and a face full of fierce flesh, sat boldly on the throne, above his imposing manner like a mountain resembling a great demon king. As his words fell, a tall, handsome man with an extraordinary aura stepped forward and declared, Father, I wish to go and capture Lulan, and bring back the Queen and High Priestess for you to enjoy. A small state like Lulan is not worthy of General Lu's efforts. I am willing to go capture Lulan and present the Queen and High Priestess to the Prime Minister. Hua Xiong immediately followed. As Hua Xiong spoke, the other generals under Dongzhuo eagerly volunteered for battle. For a military officer, only war could bring merit. No one wanted to fall behind. Prime Minister, now that the 9 continents are united, we should not provoke powerful enemies. Although Lulan is a small state, it has already submitted to Qin, and now Yuan is determined to take it. At this moment, Dongzhuo's son-in-law Li Ru spoke up and advised, If we capture Lulan, we will offend both Qin and Yuan. The gain does not outweigh the loss. Your words are mistaken, Minister Li. Lu Bu straightened up, looking at Li Ru, and said directly, Now that the 9 continents are united, this is the perfect time for the Prime Minister to show his prowess. In the struggle for supremacy, it's like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. If we don't seize this opportunity to expand our territory and strengthen our power, we will inevitably be eliminated by other warlords. Besides, what fear is there of a barbarian state like Yuan? And as for Qin, the fact that the entire state is suppressed by a single martial god speaks volumes, doesn't it? Li Ru said, General Lu, since you know that the martial god alone suppresses the entire Qin state, his power is beyond imagination. And the Queen and High Priestess of Lulan are both betrothed to Zhao Wu, the successor of the martial god. If we provoke the martial god into action, even if we are not afraid, it will be troublesome. What of the martial god? I wish to test whether his Wangquan sword can match my sky-piercing halberd. Can his undying divine soldiers withstand my Shiliang cavalry? Lu Bu was filled with fighting spirit. His sky-piercing halberd ranked first on the Great Han divine weapon list, and he had long wanted to test the martial god who topped the Great Qin divine sword list. He believed that once the 9 continents divine weapon list was released, his sky-piercing halberd would surely surpass the martial god's Wangquan sword. Watching the debate between Lu Bu and other generals, and the conservative advisors like Li Ru, Dongzhuo tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. The martial god and his divine soldiers might seem formidable, but as the strongest warlord in Great Han of Huangzhou, with a host of generals under his command, he was not afraid. Moreover, he had the invincible Lu Bu Lu Fengxian. Thinking of this, Dongzhuo made up his mind and ordered, My son Fengxian, I will give you 100,000 Shiliang cavalry. You must capture Lulan and bring back the Queen and High Priestess. He had heard that the queen and high priestess of Lulan were breathtakingly beautiful exotic beauties, and the thought made him excited. They would surely be thrilling to play with. Of course, as the strongest warlord in Great Han of Huangzhou, though he was lecherous, tyrannical, and slept in the imperial bed, he had not yet lost his senses to lust. The queen and high priestess of Lulan were only one of his reasons for sending troops. More importantly, he wanted to seize this opportunity to make his name known throughout the world. If Lu Bu defeated the martial god, it would directly shatter Qin's myth. This would have significant strategic implications for his future conquest of Qin. Additionally, even if the martial god did not appear, as long as Lu Bu defeated the Yuan cavalry and captured Lulan, it would be a feat of territorial expansion for Great Han of Huangzhou. This would greatly enhance his reputation and prestige, attracting heroes and strategists from all over the world to join him, helping him expand his power and contend for supremacy. This was the real reason he resolved to send troops. Of course, all of this was based on his full confidence in Lu Bu. Rest assured, father. I promise to capture Lulan and soon bring back the queen and high priestess for you, Lu Bu said, joyfully giving his assurance. General Lu, when you go, wait until the Yuan soldiers break into Lulan, then launch a surprise attack. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lulan will be secured and the Yuan army will be destroyed. Li Ru suggested. Thank you for your advice, sir. Feng Xian takes his leave. Lu Bu withdrew to prepare his troops and set out for Lulan. Meanwhile, in Xianyang at the Prince Wu's residence, a mechanical bird descended from the sky and landed in the hands of Mingzhu, the Tide Witch. Mingzhu took out the note inside, read its contents, and her eyes turned cold. How dare those barbarians covet Lulan? They are courting death. Mingzhu brought the message to Tian Yen, Yen Lingji, and Yen Fei. The prince is currently in seclusion. We need to decide on this matter, Mingzhu said. The queen and high priestess of Lulan were Zhao Wu's fiancés. They must never fall into the hands of Yuan soldiers to be toyed with and humiliated. I recall that Dian Qing's divine strength broadsword soldiers are still near Lulan and haven't been recalled. Let them intervene. Tian Yen thought for a moment and said solemnly, agreed. The women nodded and Mingzhu quickly sent the message via mechanical bird. Lulan. Desert, solitary smoke and yellow sand filling the sky. Amidst the yellow sand stood an ancient city. Lulan warriors holding long halberds patrolled back and forth, their eyes filled with tension and anxiety. They already knew that the Great Yuan cavalry was about to attack. Just then a desolate and mighty horn resounded from the distant horizon. The soldiers on the Lulan city walls trembled and looked up. They saw a billowing cloud of dust and sand at the horizon, the earth trembling, as if a giant beast was charging towards them. They're coming. They're coming. It's the Great Yuan cavalry. The Lulan soldiers trembled in fear, seeing a gray torrent appearing at the horizon, sweeping across the sand. Banners blotted out the sky, covering the sun. Cold blades gleamed and horses neighed mournfully. The Lulan soldiers, who had never experienced war, were so terrified their legs gave way, trembling uncontrollably, their eyes full of fear. Warriors of Lulan, the enemy is here. We have no retreat, because behind you are your parents' wives and children. The high priestess of Lulan's majestic and cold voice rang out. Holding a scepter, her graceful figure, she came to the city wall with the Jingjue queen. She looked at the trembling Lulan soldiers and spoke in a heavy voice. Once the Yuan soldiers enter the city, your parents will be mercilessly killed and slaughtered. Your wives and daughters will be enslaved, become toys for the Yuan soldiers, and suffer endless humiliation. Your sons will be taken as food. All your possessions will be plundered. Are you willing to let this happen? The high priestess's voice was loud and penetrating. The once fearful Lulan soldiers instantly had red eyes, a surge of blood rushing to their heads, and they roared angrily, no! We will defend Lulan to the death, live or die with Lulan. The high priestess raised her scepter high and seized the moment to inspire them. We will defend Lulan to the death, live or die with Lulan. We will defend Lulan to the death, live or die with Lulan. The deafening cries echoed through the sky and earth, boosting the morale of all soldiers, especially since the high priestess and the Jingjue queen were personally defending the city. This was an unparalleled encouragement to them. Meanwhile, the Great Yuan cavalry had already arrived at the city walls. Hearing the roars from above, Guo Qian's eyes were full of sarcasm. If morale were useful, why would we need so many soldiers? Before our Great Yuan cavalry, all resistance is futile. He rode forward, looking at the elegant and graceful high priestess and the stunningly beautiful Jingjue queen on the city wall, and was amazed. Truly peerless beauties. His Majesty will be overjoyed. Guo Qian was overjoyed. The more pleased Emperor Yuan was, the greater his merit would be. Thinking this, Guo Qian grew excited. He shouted to Lulan city, High Priestess and Queen of Lulan, I will give you the time it takes to burn one incense stick to open the city and surrender. Otherwise, when I break through the city, I will slaughter the entire city, leaving not even a chicken or dog. You Yuan dog, dream on if you think we'll surrender. To enter Lulan, you'll have to step over my corpse. The high priestess did not hesitate, her tone resolute, facing death as if returning home. At this moment she could not show any wavering. Otherwise the morale they had just built would collapse instantly. Stubborn fools! Guo Qin drew his saber, pointed forward and roared. Brave warriors of Great Qin, do you know what lies ahead? Lulan City. The soldiers shouted in unison. Wrong! Guo Qin bellowed, his voice like thunder, boosted by his powerful true qi, spreading throughout the army. The 100,000 Great Yuan cavalry were momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't it Lulan City? Just as they were puzzled, Guo Qin's powerful voice rang out again. What lies ahead is not a city but rows of military merits. It's glittering silver. It's shining gold and jewels. It's tender, delicate women waiting for our brave warriors to ravish. Roar, roar, roar. The 100,000 cavalry were stunned for a moment, then let out a heaven-shaking howl. Each one looked like a vicious wolf, eyes gleaming like tigers and wolves. Brave warriors of Great Yuan, take up your blades and charge into Lulan. For 3 days the swords will not be sheathed. All the gold, silver, jewels, and women you seize will be yours. Kill! As Guo Qin's voice fell, the 100,000 cavalry howled, all Yuan soldiers charging towards Lulan with red eyes. Kill! Women! I want women! Jewels! I want jewels! At this moment the 100,000 Yuan soldiers were like starving beasts. Greedy, brutal, bloodthirsty, fearless of death. It's over! Watching the ferocious Yuan soldiers like wolves and tigers, the Lulan soldiers' newly ignited blood was instantly drenched with cold water, their bodies chilled. Even the high priestess's voluptuous body couldn't help trembling. She was not afraid. Rather, she knew that, without a miracle, they would likely be breached by the Yuan soldiers in less than a quarter of an hour. The consequences were chilling to think about. Hasn't Prince Wu's reinforcements arrived yet? The Jingjue Queen's desperate, beautiful eyes held a glimmer of hope. She was just an 18-year-old girl. At this moment she wished so much that her beloved would descend from the sky like a hero, saving her from this dire situation. But she knew that fairy tales were all lies. She gripped the dagger at her waist with her fair hand, her eyes resolute. If she could not resist, she would kill herself rather than fall into the hands of Yuan soldiers and suffer humiliation. Don't worry, I'm here. Just then a figure descended from the sky, landing between the Jingjue Queen and the High Priestess, and pulled their delicate bodies into his embrace. Prince Wu. The Jingjue Queen and High Priestess trembled, their beautiful eyes widening in surprise and joy. The surrounding Lulan soldiers also widened their eyes. They looked at Zhao Wu with curiosity. Is this the legendary Prince Wu of Qin, the man of the Queen and High Priestess? Truly majestic and extraordinary. Each Lulan soldier was deeply impressed, instantly conquered by Zhao Wu's perfect appearance and demeanor. It's okay now. Zhao Wu gently patted their smooth, jade-like backs. He had rushed over after receiving the news upon coming out of seclusion. The High Priestess and Jingjue Queen nodded, leaning against Zhao Wu's strong, warm chest, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. A few simple words brought them an unprecedented sense of safety, filling their hearts with sweetness and contentment. Boom, boom, boom. Just then a deafening roar came from the side of the Yuan soldiers. How dare you barbarians, do not resist. Following the shout, 1,000-strong legion clad in iron armor, wielding long-handled broadswords, charged in like a fierce tiger, exuding terrifying killing intent. Though only 1,000 men, their earth-shaking momentum was more fearsome than 100,000. The martial god's divine strength broadsword soldiers. Guo Qin was startled, but seeing their numbers his initial tension eased and he sneered. A mere 1,000-man unit, no matter how elite, what can they do? Destroy them. Guo Qin pointed his curved saber, and tens of thousands of Great Yuan cavalry directly charged towards the divine strength broadsword soldiers. Lulan City. A small squad of cavalry galloped to a sand dune dozens of miles from the city. The leader wore a purple gold crown with 3-pronged hairpins, a red cotton robe embroidered with 100 flowers from western Sichuan, a beast-faced chainmail armor, and a lion belt around his waist. He carried a bow and arrows, wielded a sky-piercing halberd, and rode the red hare. He was 10 feet tall with a formidable waist, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. This was none other than Lu Bu-styled Fengxian, who had rushed from the Great Huangzhou. Though the Dayuan cavalry formations are scattered, they are skilled in archery and horsemanship, exceedingly fierce. No wonder they have roamed Xianzhou and dominated the land. The speaker was not Lu Bu, but his extraordinary deputy general Zhang Liao, styled One Yuan. But they are mere chickens and dogs. I can shatter them in an instant. Lu Bu dismissed it, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, focusing on the 1,000-strong army charging forward. Are these the divine power broadsword soldiers under the war god? They look somewhat interesting, but there are too few. Seeing the terrifying bloodlust on the divine power broadsword soldiers like demons from the underworld, even the arrogant Lu Bu could not deny their strength. These divine power broadsword soldiers are formidable. I feel even Gao Shun's trapped camp is no match for them. Zhang Liao's expression grew grave. Gao Shun's trapped camp was the elite of the elite, yet compared to these divine power broadsword soldiers they were still lacking. The very broadswords the soldiers wielded were not something ordinary men could swing. Lu Bu fell silent watching the battlefield. Not only he but also spies from Hongzhou's Daqing and Meng Tian's army, which had just arrived to reinforce, were watching. Tens of thousands of Daiyuan cavalry surged like a grey torrent toward the 1,000-strong divine power broadsword soldiers. Any ordinary 1,000-man army under the charge of tens of thousands of cavalry would be instantly crushed to dust. But the divine power broadsword soldiers were no ordinary army. Meng Tian gripped his spear tightly, his eyes blazing. It was his first time witnessing the war god's legion in action, and his blood boiled with anticipation. Not only he but his Golden Fire Cavalry were also filled with expectation. Finally the Daiyuan cavalry clashed with the divine power broadsword soldiers. Kill! Yan Qing swung his giant axe, its gleaming blade whistling down, unleashing terrifying power and blade aura spanning dozens of meters. Ah! The sound of blades tearing flesh mixed with screams. Dozens of Daiyuan cavalrymen along with their horses and weapons were cleaved in two, their upper bodies flung into the air as blood sprayed like a torrent. A scene of sheer horror. One cleave severed dozens at the waist. The cavalry behind shrank, their pupils, their hearts trembling. Instinctively they reined in their horses, coming to an abrupt halt. But a charge required momentum. It could not be halted midway. As they stopped, the cavalry behind crashed into them. In an instant chaos ensued. Men and horses tumbled. Rumbling, Wu Shuanggue like a small giant swung two massive spiked clubs, sweeping away Daiyuan cavalry along with their horses into the air. The enormous fearsome clubs were like Sun Wukong's golden staff. A touch meant injury, a hit meant death. The Daiyuan cavalry were terrified out of their wits. Demons! They are not human. Monsters! Indeed, Yan Qing and Wu Shuanggue were true monsters. Yan Qing's iron-hard body was impervious to blades and spears. Wu Shuanggue was born with divine strength. Besides these two terrifyingly powerful beings, every soldier of the divine power broadsword soldiers possessed immense strength. They had consumed various elixirs from Zhao Wu, had the Ox Talisman's blessing, and wielded broadswords, weighing over 300 jin. With one stroke man and horse were cleaved apart, blood staining the sky. In just a short time thick blood permeated every space. Around the divine power broadsword soldiers' corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river. Of the 3,000 cavalry charging at them, nearly all were dead. The remaining 7,000 cavalry had just reached Lolan city walls when they saw the bloody, horrific slaughter. They were dumbfounded. The Daiyuan cavalry, who had been fierce and greedy for plunder, now trembled, their eyes filled with boundless terror. This is not human. These are demons from hell. This is not something mortal strength can overcome. The 7,000 Daiyuan cavalry fell into chaos, and even their commander Guo Qian was stunned. He never imagined that 3,000 cavalry charging a 1,000-man army would be nearly annihilated in moments. Even 3,000 pigs could not be slaughtered so quickly. But killing men was easier than killing pigs. On average, each of the 1,000 divine power broadsword soldiers had slain 30 enemies. A single stroke could kill several or even dozens. Such killing efficiency was truly terrifying. However, while Guo Qian and the remaining Daiyuan cavalry were stunned, the divine power broadsword soldiers did not stop. They charged straight toward the remaining 7,000 troops under Lolan's walls. Ah! Run! Demons! They are demons, devils! Run! Don't block the way! Move aside! Get out of my way! Seeing the divine power broadsword soldiers charging the remaining 7,000 cavalry, screamed in panic, scattering in all directions. But they were massed under the city walls, unable to escape quickly. The divine power broadsword soldiers moved swiftly like tigers among sheep, slaughtering wantonly. Retreat! Quick retreat! Guo Qian shouted in terror, then turned his horse and fled without looking back. Boom! Suddenly a burly figure descended from the sky, its terrifying aura stirring up endless sand. Guo Qian was thrown from his horse. He leaped up, drew his saber, and saw Yan Qing, the leader of the divine power broadsword soldiers, blocking his path with twin axes. Kill! Guo Qian as a general was no weakling, possessing the cultivation of a great grandmaster. But he faced Yan Qing. Clang! Two figures crossed, and Guo Qian's saber snapped in two, blood sprayed as his upper body was severed. One stroke, two halves. Hiss! So strong! With one blow man and horse are cleaved. A true killing machine. It is terrifying. On a distant sand dune, Zhang Liao and Lu Bu's officers were horrified, their eyes tinged with fear. Even Lu Bu's gaze grew extremely grave. How were these divine power broadsword soldiers trained? Each one is immensely strong. If not born with divine strength, what unimaginable resources were consumed to create them? Lu Bu was in disbelief. There were many methods to increase strength, but none were easy. Some spiritual herbs and elixirs could enhance power, but those were extremely precious. Using such elixirs for 1,000 men would require a staggering amount of resources. Even Dongjue could not afford it. Another easier method was external martial arts. But not everyone could master such arts, and forming an army with them was equally difficult. General, the combat power of these divine power broadsword soldiers is too monstrous. I think we should report back to the Chancellor and decide later. Zhang Liao's voice was heavy. Although Lu Bu was powerful, relying on his strength and 100,000 cavalry might defeat the divine power broadsword soldiers, but at great cost. It was not worth it. Lu Bu gripped his sky-piercing halberd filled with reluctance. He had vowed to Dongjue to take Lulan and present the queen and high priestess to him. If he fled without a fight, how could he face the world? With that thought, Lu Bu's eyes hardened. The divine power broadsword soldiers are formidable, but only 1,000 strong. If they come for us in the future, would we abandon the city? After they defeat the Yuan troops and let their guard down, we will charge. I will slay their leader first, then leaderless they will collapse. Lu Bu raised his halberd, brooking no dissent. Zhang Liao opened his mouth to advise further, but military orders were absolute. Yes, General. Inside Lulan City. Amazing. Truly, the divine power broadsword soldiers are incredibly strong. The high priestess and the queen of Jingjue were awestruck, their eyes wide with admiration. 1,000 against 100,000. And the result was a one-sided massacre. Unimaginable. Victory. The Yuan troops are defeated. Long live the war god, long live the martial king, long live Great Qin. The surrounding Lulan soldiers roared in excitement, their eyes filled with the joy of survival and deep reverence for the divine power broadsword soldiers. What a fine force! Suddenly a majestic, enchanting voice, with an uncanny magnetism, echoed from the void. Though soft, it struck the ears like thunder, shaking the soul. So strong! The newcomer has surpassed the heavenly realm. Dian Qing, gripping his twin axes, looked up to see a figure appear in midair. It was a man in splendid robes, appearing about 30, with a face of almost sinister handsomeness. What was especially striking was his translucent, glowing skin shimmering with dazzling luster. His long, pitch-black hair was parted in the middle, falling over his unusually broad shoulders. His nose was straight and high, his eyes spirited and flashing like lightning, hiding a nearly demonic charm. One glance and the heart trembled. This is undoubtedly a peerless expert who has stepped into the land-sovereign Immortal realm. Dian Qing gripped his axes, his battle intent soaring. Though he was only at the peak of the heavenly realm with the Ox Talisman's blessing, he dared to fight even a land-sovereign immortal. Who is this man? He looks terrifying. The high priestess of Lulan was extremely grave. Just looking at him sent a chill down her spine. Too terrifying. Demon Master Pangban. Zhao Wu glanced at him calmly. A Yuan realm expert. Are you Zhao Wu, the martial king of Qin? Demon Master Pangban's deep piercing gaze immediately fell on Zhao Wu. He did not know Zhao Wu, but seeing him holding the queen and high priestess, his identity was obvious. So you recognize me? Pangban was somewhat surprised, but did not dwell on it. He ignored everyone else, fixing his eyes on Zhao Wu, and said arrogantly, "Call your master the war god out. Otherwise you will all die today."